Chapter 1 The Enchanting Doctor. Esteemed readers, young and affluent, dashing and debonair, with wealth to shines twistides and beauty that surpasses the legendary Yangzhou, I am blithe to deposit you precious intellect. To my generous patrons, the talents of Isham Blythe or pale in comparison to our brilliance I beseech you to show Messiah judgments. Deposit successful, let the journey commence, onward to the expressway. Handsome. Array Umarid. That stunning doctory nor high coat parted her crimson lips lightly. Her enchanting eyes, framed by sleek black glasses, shimmered with her captivating allure. The heat of Fergus made Zhongzuan's cheeks flush, igniting a fire within him. At that moment, the doctor's delicate hand rested on Zhongzuan's wrist, clearly taking his pulse. It was in a second later that Zhongzuan realized something was amiss. No. Hadn't I been devoured by zombies already? Fancy you were that wretched woman, is Scrimpeden save it throughout college just by your pyroff Valentinos. You despicable creature, you slipped into the Valentinos a gift Teddy Anthan hoppied into our tot dogman's bends. On the training night, in a Maybark. These I'd have those beautiful legs glade and Valentino swaying against her glass was etched into Zhongzuan's memory forever. It was on that free rainy night that the unknown zombie virus erupted without warning. In just a few days it spread across the entire Blue Star. Not unlike humans but even animals fell victim to the mysterious virus. Chaos sends we'd across Blue Star. Naturally, Donghai City, where Zhongzuan resided, was not spared. As she pondered at this, a frown creased Zhongzuan's brow. If I recall correctly, today is May 20, 2050. Just 3 months before the outbreak of the zombie virus. It was all since this day that I came to see a traditional Chinese doctor. This beautiful physician didn't even notice my condition. It wasn't until 3 months later, after I coughed up blood, that I realized I was in the test stages of lung cancer. In despair, I had intended to spare the wretched fancy you from a burden, planning to find a rage university to break up. Instead, I witnessed that shameless woman in the Maybach. On that same day, as the zombie virus broke out, that pair of scoundrels ran me down and drove me off, leaving me to be devoured by zombies. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhongzuan quickly glanced at his chest. Prominently displayed was a piece of fangxing jade, gleaming with golden hues. Zhongzuan frowned his brow slightly. This family loom is still, how wonderful. It was this jade that seemed me to preserve my soul after I was killed by zombies, allowing me to drift timeless lie in the mortal realm. Regrettably, I searched desperately but never witnessed that scoundrel couple meeting there and death Joseph being dead. Now, fate has conspired to grant Mirabur 3 months prior. This time, I will ensure that you where scoundrels find no escape from our torment. And my sister, Yujing, I swear to protect you and help you survive this apocalypse. Zhongzuan steeled his resolve, but just then, that enchanting voice broke Hethra's that once more. Handsome, I'm talking to you, Array Umarid. Zhongzuan snapped back to reality, taking in the stunning doctor before him. He couldn't help but acknowledge that she was truly a vision of beauty. Even her loose high coat could not conceal her alluring figure. With a fair complexion, striking features, and an air of sophistication, she was the epitome of elegance. Paired with her golden rimmed glasses, she was undoubtedly a weapon of seduction. In his past life, faced with such a breathtaking beauty, Zhongzuan had consent to forsake her for the wretched woman. This time around, he could not afford to overlook her lure. As Millet tugged at the corners of Zhongzuan's mouth. Apologies, I was momentarily captivated by our presence and didn't quite get that. I'm not married, but does that the Vina bearing on my condition? Upon hearing Zhongzuan's response, the beautiful doctor felt a surge of joy, that her expression remained frosty. Do you have a friend? The seriousness of her demeanor took Zhongzuan by surprise. In my past life, I would have simply stated that I had a girlfriend. Then this beautiful doctor would have sent me claiming I wasn't ill. Could it be that this time, she's already discerned my condition? With that hurt, Zhongzuan sighed. Doctor, I don't know the veal friend. Speak him and my parents are both deceased, and I have in a sister I am the pillar of my family, and I can handle hate for you say. The beautiful doctor nodded slightly. Very well, is whole speak plainly. Areo you parade for hat I to say. Jiang Zuan chuckled lightly, or wavy off melancholy washing over him. Late-stage cancer I avi at most 3 months left. Perhaps I must alienth for me license into me for a miracle. But in the next moment, the hearing Dr. Leonid closer. The enchanting curves of her form filled Jiang Zuan's vision. Her captivating sparkled with an irresistible charm. Handsome. Karatamakiadate. Here words struck like thunder, leaving Jiang Zuan utterly stunned. No. Ishapini's truly arriving so suddenly? What is happening? I acknowledge my own appeal, yet this stunning doctor is a goddess in heron right. Why's he being so forward? Gazing at her alluring figure and cool demeanour, Jiang Zuan felt a surge of determination. Damn it, if that wretched fancy could act so shamelessly, why's hold I hesitate? Moreover, I was your first man that doggo for man is merely feasting on my leftovers. Furthermore, even if I have the elements, can't they come part o' later stage cancer? Damn it. Let's do this. Jiang Zuan's expression hardened. Let's go for it. In the deep of night. Donghai City, Jingsha Road. At 8 Days Hotel. On the 3rd floor, our room flickered with dim light. At that moment, the hotel receptionist, clad in her uniform, blushed deeply. That man is a locator finser k beautiful girlfriend has practical stare. That woman is ruthless, demanding 2 whole boxes, 20 in total, does she intend to drain the young Just wait. I'll see if this lad can still walk out tomorrow. As the sun rosy and set, the night swiftly passed. The night was horten a to accomplish only anything. Yet it was long enough to engage in countless endeavours. The next morning, a figure emerged from the elevator. It was Jiang Xian, his complexion flushed, exuding an aero vitality. Hesh had no signs of fatigue whatsoever. The receptionist, witnessing this, was taken aback, her fur tinged with her hint of crimson. Could it be so strong? That's 20 after all. Impossible. Hedo isn't like he called her views at tot many. I must check the room later. I have it to for myself. Jiang Zuan strode confident lighter ward the hurtle exit, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This is the moment of truth. Oh, my charming ancestor, I have left behind something extraordinary. Chapter 2 The Jiang Family Ancestral Home, A Glorious Past. Time swiftly passed, and noon approached. At this moment, only 10 minutes remained until the hotel sorto mati kekautim of 12 o'clock. The receptionist Schuslier waited to turn off the beautiful guest. It's almost shaku time. We hasn't that stunning woman come down yet. Could something have happened? The girl's pupils dilated, and the thought of calling the police crossed her mind. Just then, Akimichui dast the elevator door slowly opened. A pair of long, elegant legs merged Dina Nuno's UL stance. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, the luring beauty's legs buckled, and Shekwik Library shed herself against Joel. Thesini before the receptionist, who had been contemplating a call to the authorities, left the ruttily astonished. No way. I've heard her hardware King Ox never ties Thieland, but her day I've witnessed some thingen tile different an ox shows no ziggen suffer tigu highly Thielandus blow to pieces. Feeling the receptionist's bewilderers, the lovely Dr. Sheik's flush a dater light full shady of crimson. Oh no, that was a miscalculation. Although I diagnosed the Aungman with an astonishing robust constitution, I completely forgot about my own modesty. How could I possibly curb? This is mortifying. It took stomach for him, isn't it just poetic justice? Overcome with embarrassment, the beautiful doctor hurriedly dashed out of the hotel in an quick manner. Moments later, a cleaning lady stepped out of the elevator, her expression only of shock. That's so outrageous, this young man's performance rivals my husband's entire year of work. Meanwhile, in the countryside of Donghai City. Gendertown. Daejeong Village. A taxi kermito a slow stop. Jiang Zuan stepped out, nostalgia washing over he measure called fueled events of the previous night. Opening is Fernie contact list, the name Ling Ningxi Enkothi Si. Lung Ning Xiang, as Goldises, but last night weighs anything but, she was a flame of passion, Tuber check crossed paths with him, the Sea Dragon King. Without shoes a promiscuous women beauty turns sight quite at the catch. Alas, I can tafferturd way in Thaisana longer imus tharito the ancestral homie and see what treasures my carming ancestral behind. Just then, a message and notification popped up. Darling, HMPH, I can stand romatus terror talking behind you back. Feel serbu hos yoon willing to spend money on you must not love you want full forth the heartwarming nonsense. What did you do yesterday? Without you, my 520 has no meaning. Had Jongs won at bin Reben, how might have without heen counted a paragon of virgin this world? With a cold laugh, he replied, it would be too easy on outer can front you directly, you shameless women. Just wait, fancy you it will ensure and that dog Opherman suffer fat wasted in death. Jonks warns and tafumara messages to temporarily placate fancy you At that moment, in Donghai University. In the girls' dormitory, room 404, and woman clad in purple pajamas lay herbed, a chiefin in hand. Xiao, I think you should break up with Zhongshen, has it your pirach. If it weren't for his sister working to support them, he wouldn't even be able to pay his tuition. Exactly, I think that CEO is quite impressive, and decent like me you saw to Tania. Beautifumery CEO Lee, you'll never have it or I about money again. A chorus of opinions erupted from haremates. Hearing this, fancy you blushed slightly. You don't understand. Jongs one may be poor, but have ebien together for 3 years. Hi's me first boyfriend, I veg of everything. Just because show for trivial fruit 20 does he only think he can breaks heb on between Jongs warn and him? Hi's me first love, my first man. Upon hearing this, haremates exchange Eglincy's of assignation. But in the next moment, fancy you pouted. Therefore, Hennett sta spend more. Ath ever released Heshhood by millimeted edition hand budget fuence agreement. As soon as he said this, haremate's expressions twitched. CEO, you're right, just a trivial fruit 20, we're like a little fairy shoken well a thim ever so easily. CEOtis the president of a public listed company limited edition bages just a 200,000 for him, I've once spent that, then he do esn't leveu. Once CEO Lee bicey out the bog, confront Jongs one and tell him to jetlist. Fancy you eat chocolately. Even if you end up with CEO Lee, I won't break up with Zhongshen. In an instant, harematus look at either with puzzled expressions. Fansayu's face flushed, herges idria me. Has Jews too strong? Illikur him. Meanwhile, India Jong village. Acquaintancy enticide and self blue bricks appeared before Zhongshen. Mosque long their steps in vibrant green, and the grass beyond the curtain shimmered with a view. Gazingoth Jong for Millie ancestral home, Jongswarn cordon thelperter call he sparent swords. Shenner, our Jang family enjoy great glory, Butor and Chester's actions were without consequence, unless absolutely necessary, donato pentabox within the ancestral home. However, if in a day you find yourself truly powerless, open top box of contents of everything you wish to know. Jongzu ansaiga deeply. Alas, miffer Millie has been persa down through generations, yet most Millie har shave me terdemise in their prime. Me grandfather passed away 1840, and me father was light lie better, living to just 44. In my generation, we have finalize inner bit half prosperity white the no fassister. Thinking go fissister you king brought tisto Jongs warn's eyes. Me sister and Diara twinch worked after finishing middle school to Port Methriff College. All her reanings went towards my education. In me past life I was a preoccupied with her wretched fancy user tie of ten neglected me sister. This time I wildo of everything in me power to ensure me sister lives a life of abundance. With this thought, Jongs one fixed his gaze on the Jong for Millie ancestral hole. Success or failure hinges on this moment, a must see you had treasures me ancestors left behind. As the grand wooden door slowly creaked open, Jongs one stepped into the courtyard. Inside at the main hall, dozens of ancestral tablets were prominently displayed. At the highest level stood thitterbly tough Jong for Millie's founding ancestor. The spiritable tough Jong Yuarnyi, the illustrious patriarch. Jonk swarn to k deep Brett hamper formed 3 kneeling sand ni ne prostrations before the ancestral tablet. As soon reached thule behind the tablet, gently rotating the topmost tablet, revealing the con sealy door and thule. Inside lay an ancient tandonadorni box. Upon seeing the box, Jonk swan's expression turned to neo astonishment. Smally of rosewood, this box is grafted from smorely of rosewood. By its appearance, it must be at least several 100 years old. It seems my parents poketh their truth jank from a line did enjoy the period of splendor. Just this rosewood box alone must be worth hundreds of thousands. So core precious box like contains remarkable items. His heart raced and his shanstrem bled with excitement. Jonk swarn carefully opened the box. Asha gazed inside, Hughes instantly froze in place. Chapter 3, The Supreme Zombie, the ancestral zombie of absolute heaven. Upon opening this ancient chest, one is immediately greeted by the sight of a letter. Beneath the envelope, a long-forgotten tome can be faintly discerned. However, the title inscribed on the cover is obscured, rendering it difficult to fully discern its contents. Observing this scene, Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. Surely, this must be the letter left by my Zhang family's ancestors for their descendants. It must contain the reasons why, in dire circumstances, this rosewood chest must not be opened. Gently lifting the envelope, several large characters revealed themselves on the tome beneath. Daoist corpse rearing technique. The 5 golden characters instantly captured Zhang Xian's attention, and his hand holding the envelope poised midair, his charming peach blossom eyes filled with bewilderment. What on earth? Daoist corpse rearing technique. By the Empress Dowager, my Zhang family has such a lineage. I had considered that my ancestors might have been civil officials, military generals, or even legendary treasure seekers, but I never imagined that my Zhang family was involved with the Daoist sect. This book contains a technique for rearing corpses. Could it be that my ancestors were all practitioners of such arts? Zhang Xian's heart raced at an alarming rate. Calm down, let's see what this letter has to say. His heart aflutter and hands trembling, Zhang Xian hastily opened the letter. The script was remarkably elegant, evidently written in classical Chinese, yet he could grasp the general meaning. After comprehending the contents, Zhang Xian's heart soared with joy. Indeed, my speculation was correct. My Zhang family's ancestors were indeed part of the Daoist sect and excelled in the art of corpse rearing. However, this technique is harmful to the natural order, so it has been passed down solely through one descendant per generation, often leading to untimely deaths in their prime. In order to ensure the longevity of the Zhang lineage, a century ago, the elder made the fateful decision to permanently seal this Daoist corpse rearing technique. Only in the face of imminent extinction may this technique resurface. To his astonishment, the envelope also contained 2 maps. One was a treasure map detailing some of the precious artifacts acquired by the Zhang family. Though it did not specify the means of acquisition, Zhang Xian could surmise that the origins were likely dubious. Otherwise, the letter would not caution against retrieving these items unless one was forced into a corner, likely indicating that they were ill-gotten gains, laden with misfortune. The second map, however, left Zhang Xian utterly perplexed. While he could discern the general locations illustrated, it sporadically featured numerous coffin symbols. Contemplating the 2 maps before him, Zhang Xian stroked his chin in deep thought. 3 months hence, the zombie outbreak will occur. By then, money will hold no significance. Only supplies and weapons will serve as the currency of the apocalypse. I ought to handle these ancestral treasures wisely. At least in these 3 months, I can use the funds to stockpile supplies and weapons. As for the harm to the natural order, I've never heard of such a thing. Isn't it just a matter of harming the living, not the celestial balance? In this apocalypse, who has the luxury to care about others' fates? As for the second map, the coffins likely represent my Zhang family's ancestors. Regrettably, with the impending apocalypse, I, the unworthy descendant, have no time to pay my respects. Having formulated a plan of action, Zhang Xian was suddenly confronted with a pressing dilemma. These matters do not resolve my most urgent issue. My health. In 3 months, when the zombies rise, with my late-stage lung cancer, I may not even survive a few days. It would be a futile effort. But at that moment, Zhang Xian's gaze fell upon the Daoist corpse-rearing technique. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Corpse-rearing technique, could I possibly transform myself into a zombie? Zombies are forsaken beings, devoid of soul and spirit, yet, this treasured jade passed down through my family could preserve my soul. In my previous life, had my corpse not been consumed by dozens of zombies, I might have remained comfortably within my own body. My soul, combined with the formidable physique of a zombie. Those petty zombies would stand no chance against me. Alas, becoming a zombie would mean bidding farewell to the pleasures of manhood. Never mind, at this juncture, to survive, this is the only path. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, swiftly opening the Daoist corpse-rearing technique before him. A zombie is a peculiar being formed when a corpse is influenced by special environmental factors post-mortem. Generally, the classifications of zombies include leaping zombies, black zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, aquatic corpses, prone corpses, and those whose bones do not decay. Beyond these, the legendary golden immortal level exists. After a cursory glance at the basic introduction to zombies, Zhang Xian eagerly delved into the subsequent content. What he found was astonishing. The conditions for nurturing and controlling flying zombies. The conditions for nurturing and controlling armored corpses. Within, there were numerous methods for rearing various types of zombies. Upon seeing the classifications of zombies, Zhang Xian couldn't help but gasp in awe. The methods for nurturing and controlling the Emperor Zombie. The methods for nurturing and controlling the Celestial Zombie. The methods for nurturing and controlling the Nether Demon Zombie. The methods for nurturing and controlling the Spirit Demon Zombie. At this moment, Zhang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, radiating shock. What? There are such zombies as Emperor Zombies, Celestial Zombies, Demon Zombies, and Spirit Zombies. Just from their names, one can tell they are incredibly formidable. To his surprise, the Daoist corpse-rearing technique still had a few pages remaining. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Xian quickly turned the pages. He was met with 4 grand characters. Ancestral Zombie of Absolute Heaven. Upon seeing these 4 characters, Zhang Xian's body trembled with exhilaration. I can tell just from the name that this entity is extraordinarily powerful. As a fine young man of the 21st century, one must have aspirations. Even as a zombie, one must strive for greatness. If I must become a zombie, I shall be the most powerful among them. Below the text was an introduction to the Ancestral Zombie of Absolute Heaven. The Ancestral Zombie of Absolute Heaven is an unparalleled zombie that integrates the traits of the 4 divine zombies. Once formed, it can absorb all powers from the heavens and earth to strengthen itself. Its growth knows no bounds. Cultivated to the pinnacle, it transcends the 3 realms, escapes the 5 elements, achieves the Tao of primordial chaos, and rises above the supreme heavenly path, becoming an immortal and indestructible being. Gazing at the introduction of the Ancestral Zombie of Absolute Heaven, Zhang Xian promptly settled on his goal. To cultivate himself into an Ancestral Zombie of Absolute Heaven, Zhang Xian hurriedly examined the nurturing methods for this Ancestral Zombie. As the strongest of zombies, its nurturing conditions were undoubtedly stringent. The most crucial elements included 5 items: the Taishan Stone, which embodies the aura of earthly emperors, the sacred water of the heavenly pool, infused with celestial energy, the obsidian that contains the Nether Demon Chi. And finally, the heart of the white deer, suffused with the essence of all spirits. Most importantly, the final requirement was the nurturing ground. It must be located at the apex of the Dragon Vein, the Taihang Mountains. Fortunately, the book detailed the locations and methods to procure these items. Other items were also mentioned, but those could be acquired with money or found in daily life. Zhang Xian silently resolved, failure is not an option. Chapter 4 Ladies, strive for success. Before long, Zhang Xian emerged from the Zhang family ancestral hall, cradling a box crafted from precious rosewood in his arms. Deep within, he mused, I have already discerned how to transform myself into a formidable zombie. Currently, my most pressing dilemma is the Yuanzi. According to the records of the Xuanmen's corpse refining technique, even the preliminary formation of the Zhujian ancestor zombie necessitates a staggering sum, estimated conservatively at 100 million. Gazing at the meager 3-digit balance in his account, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. At this juncture, I must first sell this rosewood box. Otherwise, I won't even have the fare to seek out my family's hidden treasures. Fortunately, my university major was in historical artifacts, and my mentor holds me in high regard. Thus, selling this box seems to be my only viable option. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xian hurriedly boarded a bus headed for Donghai City. Meanwhile, at Donghai University of Finance, within dormitory 404, the atmosphere was rife with an unpleasant odor, with discarded black stockings and skirts strewn about, yet, the ladies were diligently adorning themselves, competing for beauty. Sai Yao, have you received any news from Mr. Li? Didn't he mention yesterday that he would buy you a bag? Fan Sai Yao wore a triumphant expression. What are you all so anxious about? He said he would come by tonight. Upon hearing this, the other ladies eagerly gathered around. Sai Yao, do be cautious. Mr.Li's visit tonight surely harbors ulterior motives. He must be planning something else, you must be prepared. Men are all the same, once they possess you, they fail to cherish you. If they desire something else afterward, it will become troublesome. Such precious treasures as ourselves must not be easily obtained. Listening to the chorus of warnings from her companions, Fan Sai Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, my sisters, I understand these middle-aged, quality men all too well. I will not allow him to succeed so easily. And you all must be vigilant as well. Do not let those pretentious rich kids deceive you, there's no benefit to be gained from them. Soon, the dormitory resonated with the jubilant laughter of the ladies. Just then, Fan Sai Yao's phone rang, causing her to beam with pride. Before she could speak, several of her companions scoffed. No need to guess, it must be that poor sycophant Zhang Xian. Sai Yao, ignore that loser. Let me tell you, the more indifferent you are to such sycophants, the more they perceive you as unattainable, and they will only become more eager. Exactly, you're right, Yi Ping. Men are simply pathetic, don't let this sycophant ruin our mood. Fan Sai Yao chuckled as she glanced at her phone, a hint of surprise crossing her delicate features. It's not Zhang Xian. It's Zhao Yiming. Upon hearing this, the ladies' expressions shifted to one of astonishment as they quickly surrounded her. Zhao Yiming, he is the recognized heartthrob of Donghai University, and I hear his family owns a factory. He is also a rich second generation. Isn't he Zhang Xian also from Donghai University? Who would have thought, Sai Yao, that you were so discreet? How did Zhao Yiming get your number? At that moment, one of the ladies, a petite beauty named Ting Ting, huffed disdainfully. HMPH. I once invited Zhao Yiming out for a meal, but alas, he lacks appreciation, truly blind. How could this little fairy, who is so adorable, not be recognized? The girl pouted her luscious lips, her curves swaying with her movement. Nearby, a girl named Liu Yiping chuckled, teasingly saying, Ting Ting, don't be upset, it's not worth your anger for someone so lacking in insight. Comforted, Ting Ting finally calmed down. The statuesque Liu Yiping promptly turned her attention back to Fan Sai Yao. Sai Yao, quickly answer the phone, Zhao Yiming is quite the catch. Urged by Liu Yiping, Fan Sai Yao hastily answered the call. Yes, that is fine. However, I cannot return too late, my parents video call every night. All right, you can come over. Soon after, Fan Sai Yao hung up the phone, the three ladies crowded around her. What is the matter? Zhao Yiming asked you out. Quickly, tell us what happened. Fan Sai Yao smiled lightly. Yes, Zhao Yiming mentioned there is an auction tomorrow, and he has secured tickets. He hopes I can accompany him. Upon hearing this, Liu Yiping chuckled again. HMPH. Zhao Yiming surely intends to flaunt his wealth at the auction. Perfect, Sai Yao, take this opportunity to gauge his capabilities. If he measures up, I think he is worth considering. After all, it never hurts to have more options. Fan Sai Yao hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. At that very moment, outside Donghai University, a brand new Audi R8 was parked at the curb, where a tall young man sat in the driver's seat. It was Zhao Yiming. After ending the call, a triumphant grin spread across his face. Zhang Xian, don't blame this senior for lacking chivalry. What right do you, a mere pauper, have to claim a goddess like Sai Yao? Blame yourself. You can only blame your poverty, the descendant of farmers. Har har har. Simultaneously, in a villa district of Donghai City, within a standalone villa, a stunningly curvaceous figure descended the staircase, draped in a black gown that accentuated her breathtaking silhouette. The high-slit design revealed glimpses of her long, graceful legs as she walked. It was none other than the enchanting physician, Lin Ningxuang, yet now, her alluring visage was marred by a grave expression. Only 3 months remain until the zombie apocalypse erupts. In my previous life, despite leveraging my family connections to join the military, I survived merely a year. Since I have been granted a second chance, I must not repeat the same mistakes. In my last life, besides the zombies, a legendary vampire emerged from the west, commanding an army of millions of zombies and establishing dominion. Before the outbreak, this vampire was mistaken for a lunatic and confined in a psychiatric hospital in Northern Europe. To better navigate the impending apocalypse, I must find a way to obtain this creature's serum. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Ningxuang was also a reincarnated soul, possessing a deeper understanding of the forthcoming zombie apocalypse than Zhang Xian. As she slowly rose, a sudden frown crossed her brow, a sharp pain coursing through her captivating face was tinged with an alluring blush. HMPH. Truly, there is no appreciation for beauty. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse in 3 months, you wouldn't have this fortune. Chapter 5. Flattery without cause is either treachery or theft. Recalling the madness of that fateful night, a charming blush suffused Lin Ningxuang's delicate face. Never mind. After all, the zombie apocalypse is merely 3 months away. We are unlikely to meet again. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Song Yinga? What does this little girl want with me? Puzzled, Lin Ningxuang answered the call. The voice of a spirited young girl echoed from the other end. Sister Shuang, there's an auction tomorrow, will you accompany me? Lin Ningxuang furrowed her brow slightly. I have a flight to Northern Europe booked for the day after tomorrow, but Yinger is a family friend. The Song family has always been quite kind to me. Before the impending doom arrives, it would be prudent to give her a few words of advice. With this thought in mind, Lin Ningxuang acquiesced to Song Yinger's request. Meanwhile, a taxi came to a halt at the entrance of Donghai University. Zhang Xian emerged, cradling a box wrapped in a blanket. As soon as he appeared, a figure materialized before him. It was Zhao Yiming. Despite Zhao Yiming's height of nearly 6 feet, he stood half a head shorter than Zhang Xian. Upon seeing Zhao Yiming, a smile graced Zhang Xian's lips. In my previous life, Zhao Yiming was rather good to me. He often treated me to meals and drinks, showing no airs whatsoever. If my memory serves me correctly, he is here to offer me a business card to help my sister secure a more manageable job. Zhao Yiming wore a sincere smile. Zhang Xian, why have you taken so long? I've been waiting here for 2 hours. Zhang Xian chuckled. Senior, I apologize. I had to return to my hometown. What brings you here? Zhao Yiming clapped a hand on Zhang Xian's shoulder. Didn't you mention that your sister works at Changhong Industries? I have a good relationship with the young master of Changhong. I've arranged a more relaxed position for your sister, as an assistant to my friend, the general manager. Rest assured, with my influence, this will surely come to pass. I've already spoken with him. You and your sister should go see him tomorrow morning, with a starting salary of at least 10,000. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian mused. Indeed, this mirrors my previous life. Zhao Yiming is truly introducing a job for Yuqing. The job seems excellent, albeit demanding. I might not see her for several days after she starts. Now that I am aware of the Zhang family's secret, there is no need for Yuqing to work there. However, Zhao Yiming means well. I should agree for now and discuss it later. With this thought, gratitude washed over Zhang Xian. Thank you so much, senior. Zhao Yiming's delight was palpable. No problem. After all, I'm your senior. How could I turn a blind eye to your difficulties? Just know, wherever you need Zhao Yiming's assistance, feel free to ask. All right, I've sent you my friend's contact, just go see him tomorrow. Soon, Zhao Yiming sped away in his sports car. At that moment, Zhang Xian gazed with excitement at the university within reach. The price of this small leaf rosewood is quite high, and the size of this box is considerable. It must be worth hundreds of thousands. With this windfall, I can hasten to the Zhang family's treasure trove and retrieve those artifacts. Then my sister won't have to work. Clutching his excitement, Zhang Xian hurried into the campus. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhao Yiming squinted his eyes, savoring the moment as he opened his phone. Brother Hai, I've made arrangements. That fool will bring the girl to you tomorrow. Rest assured, I've done my homework. This girl has only one brother and no other relatives, and she is utterly impoverished. She is working to support her useless brother's education. Once you exert your influence, she won't dare to resist. Har har har. How could I possibly take advantage of that? She is your woman, Brother Hai, not mine. All right, since you're so generous, I won't be polite. We should indulge together sometime. Har har har. After hanging up, Zhao Yiming sneered. Zhang Xian, not only will I take your woman, but I shall also toy with your sister. I will remain your good friend, ensuring you remain forever oblivious. Har har har. In the future, I'll make you my most loyal dog. That will be truly enjoyable. It's your weakness that has brought you such exquisite women. Har har har. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xian, he stood outside his mentor's office, brimming with excitement. Knock knock knock. A voice beckoned from within. Come in. As Zhang Xian entered, he was greeted by a somewhat stooped figure. The man's face, lined with wrinkles, was adorned with a warm smile. His silvery hair was neatly groomed, exuding an air of cleanliness and order. Holding a paper fan, he embodied the spirit of a cultured scholar. This was Zhang Xian's mentor, Song Kaiyuan. In addition to teaching at Donghai University, Song Kaiyuan served as the president of the Donghai City Antique and Curio Association. Seeing Zhang Xian enter with the box, Song Kaiyuan's brow furrowed in disapproval. Zhang Xian, have you too succumbed to their corrupt ways? Have you come to present me with a gift? If that is the case, I must say, you've greatly disappointed me. Realizing his mentor's misunderstanding, Zhang Xian quickly clarified, Teacher, what are you saying? I know your character well, you are a man of integrity. How could I ever engage in such sordid affairs? Upon hearing this, the elder's expression softened. That is more like it, I too believe you are not of such base nature. But what is it you are carrying? Zhang Xian fought to suppress his excitement and replied earnestly, Teacher, you are the president of the Donghai City Antique Association, are you not? I possess a treasured item. As you know, my circumstances are quite constrained, so I thought to share it with you. Upon hearing this, the elder paused, then chuckled derisively. Zhang Xian, let us be honest, you hail from a village. While there may be some old artifacts at home, there are far too many people seeking hidden treasures, and even if they are old, they won't fetch much. Genuine treasures do not circulate in such places. With your family gone, it's better to keep them at home as a memento. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. You are right, teacher, but please take a look at this item and ascertain its authenticity. As he spoke, Zhang Xian unveiled the blanket from the box. The moment the contents were revealed, the elder's expression froze in astonishment. Chapter 6, An Invaluable Treasure, astonishing and unprecedented. In the next moment, Song Kaiyuan suddenly stepped forward with remarkable agility, displaying none of the frailty typically associated with old age. He unhesitatingly cast his paper fan to the ground, his murky old eyes sparkling with an extraordinary brilliance. Fixated intently on the box in Zhang Xian's hand, the intensity of his gaze could rival that of an infatuated subway enthusiast encountering a beloved anime character. Is this small leaf rosewood? You, young man, actually possess small leaf rosewood. Zhang Xian smirked slightly. Isn't it just small leaf rosewood? While it is indeed precious, there's no need for such astonishment, master. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Song Kaiyuan's face contorted with anger, his two tufts of grizzled beard quivering with indignation. What do you know, you fool? This is no ordinary small leaf rosewood. This is Starry Sky small leaf rosewood, and just look at the quality. This is undoubtedly the CR of small leaf rosewood. Who in their right mind would squander such a precious material to craft a box? If I find out who it is, I shall have a serious discourse with them. Zhang Xian rolled his eyes. You will have your chance. This box is a family heirloom. Unfazed by Zhang Xian's jest, Song Kaiyuan urged, quickly, place it on the table so I may examine it thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian promptly set the box upon the table. Song Kaiyuan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he admired the intricate patterns adorning the box, his gaze growing increasingly radiant. Beautiful, pure art. The carving technique and the intricacy of the patterns are simply impeccable. This must be the work of a master craftsman. Moreover, this box appears quite ancient, at least several hundred years old. Young man, you are about to strike it rich. As Song Kaiyuan showered Zhang Xian with lavish praise, the latter let out a sigh of relief. It seems my charming ancestor was quite reliable, leaving no fakes for posterity. My curiosity is only growing regarding the treasures that lie within that fabled place. Just as Zhang Xian indulged in his musings, Song Kaiyuan had already opened the box before him. The next moment, a cry echoed throughout the office. This is an extravagant waste, an extravagant waste. This was carved from an entire small leaf rosewood log, not merely pieced together. The length of this box approaches 50 centimeters. I can hardly believe it, such a thick small leaf rosewood. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was utterly stunned. It is well known that there are 20 growth rings per centimeter in small leaf rosewood. It takes 2 decades to grow just 1 centimeter. As the saying goes, and 9 out of 10 rosewoods are empty. To date, the thickest small leaf rosewood discovered has barely reached 20 centimeters. A 50 centimeter thick small leaf rosewood is nothing short of a miraculous phenomenon. At this moment, Song Kaiyuan's breathing became rapid, his murky eyes now bloodshot. How it enrages me, your ancestor was utterly reckless, such extravagant waste. When my time comes, I shall confront him in the afterlife. In stark contrast to Song Kaiyuan's distress, Zhang Xian was solely concerned with one issue. The true value of this box. Tentatively, he inquired, Master, what do you believe this box is worth? In response, Song Kaiyuan held up 5 fingers. As one of Song Kaiyuan's students, Zhang Xian had some understanding of small leaf rosewood. This thickness of small leaf rosewood could not be assessed using the market price, he then cautiously ventured, 500. However, Song Kaiyuan shook his head. Zhang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing uncontrollably. 5 million. Zhang Xian blurted out a figure he thought was exorbitant. While this thickness of small leaf rosewood was indeed rare, it was merely a box, yet, Song Kaiyuan continued to shake his head. Seeing this, Zhang Xian trembled uncontrollably. Could it be 50 million? The materials I need for corpse refining only cost a couple of 100 million. How could this single box be worth 50 million? This price was beyond Zhang Xian's comprehension. To confirm his suspicions, he asked in a quavering voice, Master, do you mean? Before Zhang Xian could finish, Song Kaiyuan interjected, an invaluable treasure. This is truly an invaluable treasure. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's mouth twitched. An invaluable treasure, so you mean to say your 5 fingers indicate that? An invaluable treasure that's worth less than 5 million. It's just another way of saying priceless yet unsellable. The selling price depends entirely on luck. Noticing Zhang Xian's disappointment, Song Kaiyuan chuckled lightly and patted his shoulder. Stupid boy, why the long face? I can guarantee you, this will fetch at least 10 million. Tomorrow, there happens to be a rather significant auction. If you agree, I shall arrange for this to be included. The starting bid will be 10 million. If it fails to sell, I shall cover the losses for you. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. 10 million. That figure is already quite staggering. I initially thought it would only amount to several 100,000. 10 million is more than sufficient for me to accomplish many things. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xian nodded earnestly. 10 million it is. Thank you, master. Song Kaiyuan stroked his beard, beaming with delight. Why such formality between us, teacher and student? Moreover, if someone truly desires it, 5 million is not out of the question. However, 10 million is the best I can do. After all, I'm not particularly interested in this. If it were a piece of imperial kill porcelain, I would undoubtedly take it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded. That will come in time, master. Song Kaiyuan scoffed. Do you think this is just cabbage? For your family to have this box is already a blessing from the ancestral grave. Now, once you sell this box tomorrow, your sister won't have to toil away in the factory any longer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian felt a pang in his heart. Yuqing has endured so much hardship and fatigue just to support my university education. Once this box is sold, brother will ensure you no longer suffer. When I transform into an unparalleled ancestor zombie, sister, you shall reign as the queen of the world. After bidding farewell to Song Kaiyuan, Zhang Xian chose not to return to his dormitory. Instead, he opted to spend his last 200 yuan on a hotel room. After all, it was prudent to be cautious when carrying a box with 10 million. As the moon shone bright and the stars twinkled, night descended gradually. Zhang Xian, filled with boundless hope, embraced his 1 million and fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the ancient jade resting against his chest, emanating a warm aura, with strands of golden light merging into his very being. Chapter 7. A night of transformation. As the sun rises and the moon sets, a gentle rain unexpectedly descends upon the night. The following day, the warm sunlight spills forth, illuminating the world outside as if it has been reborn. Zhang Xian awakens from his slumber, lifting the high-collared quilt before rising to stretch languidly. Upon catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror, his sleep-laden eyes widen in astonishment. My goodness! How have I grown so much? Zhang Xian scrutinizes the formidable figure reflected back at him, muscles rippling in his arms and abs that resemble a washboard, along with an astonishing, indescribable physique. His body, as solid as steel, enhances Zhang Xian's already towering height of 1.98 meters. Gazing at his superhero-like muscles in the mirror, he mutters to himself, what on earth has happened? I slept for one night, and this is the result. These muscles, this arm circumference, this thickness. He. Zhang Xian suddenly bursts into a foolish grin. After all, who wouldn't he be delighted with such a physique? Never mind, there's no time to ponder the changes in my body. I must hurry to the auction. My 10 million, here I come. Donning a loose outfit, Zhang Xian sprints towards the elevator with the speed of a 100-meter dash. For some reason, he feels as though his speed has increased. He hops onto a shared bike, placing the carefully wrapped box beneath his feet, and joyfully races towards the auction house. In the heart of Donghai City, the Haiqian auction house stands as the largest in the region, its facade exuding grandeur. At this moment, within the office of the auction house's president, two figures are engaged in conversation. What? Brother, are you absolutely certain? A 50-centimeter diameter small leaf rosewood, and of the quality known as starry sky. Do you truly believe I am jesting? Song Kaiyuan chuckles lightly, his face brimming with pride. Of course not, I am your elder brother. How could I deceive you? This is genuine, and the owner of this treasure happens to be my student. This is a rare gem indeed. My student shall be arriving shortly. If this item is sold at our Haiqian auction house, it will elevate our reputation throughout the Jianbei region. As he speaks, Song Kaiyuan gives a thumbs up. Reassured by his brother's promise, Song Kaiming, the president of Haiqian auction house, beams with delight. Rest assured, brother, such a precious item will be handled with utmost care. Very well then, I shall personally greet your student. Song Kaiyuan nods in agreement. Enough? This is my student, Do not create any unnecessary fuss, the lad has had his share of difficulties. Song Kaming raises an eyebrow. Brother, what are you implying? Let us refrain from divisive remarks. Our Haiqian auction house prides itself on integrity, be silent. The lad will arrive shortly, prepare yourself. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Haiqian auction house, the roar of an engine heralds the arrival of an Audi R8, which glides into the parking area. Zhao Yiming, beaming with enthusiasm, hops out of the driver's seat and jogs towards the passenger side. Opening the door, he is greeted by a pair of fair, shapely legs. Witnessing this sight, Zhao Yiming cannot contain his imagination, envisioning the scene of those legs draped over his shoulders. Sai Yao, we've arrived. This is Donghai City's largest auction house. Today, a high-profile auction is taking place, and only the wealthiest individuals are present. Weren't you fond of antiques? I went to great lengths to bring you here. Listening to Zhao Yiming's words, Fan Sai Yao gracefully descends from the passenger seat, her fair skin further accentuating Zhao Yiming's hunched posture. Truly a celestial beauty. Alas, Fan Sai Yao has been with that Zhang Xian fellow for several years. Such a captivating person, yet she is entangled with someone like Zhang Xian. How is he deserving of her? That poor lad is likely taking his sister to Changhang Industries right now. This foolish boy has no idea he is about to deliver his sister into the jaws of a tiger. Har har har. If you cannot seize such a beauty, allow your senior to relieve you of your burdens. At this moment, a glimmer of cunning flashes in Fan Sai Yao's eyes. HMPH, all men possess the same dog-like nature. Zhao Yiming and that General Li are cut from the same cloth. With just a hint of my allure, they become utterly captivated. Acquiring what you desire is not as simple as that. Quickly, the duo strides towards the Haiqian auction house. Just then, a shared bike comes to an abrupt stop nearby, its vibrant yellow hue drawing their attention. Upon recognizing the figure on the bike, their expressions morph into one of perplexity. Indeed, it is Zhang Xian. Hastening from the hotel upon seeing him, Zhao Yiming's pupils constrict in disbelief. No way, Zhang Xian. Shouldn't he be at Changhang Industries with his sister? How could he possibly be here? How could someone like him come to a place like Haiqian Auction House? Upon Zhang Xian's arrival, Fan Sai Yao instinctively distances herself from Zhao Yiming. Why is he here? Could someone have spilled the beans? No worries, I haven't done anything to offend him. At least not yet. As long as I say a few flattering words, this fool will surely believe me. I must act before he realizes. With this thought, Fan Sai Yao gracefully strides towards Zhang Xian. Darling. What brings you here? I've been waiting for you. The soft, dulcet tone once enchanted Zhang Xian, but now, in this new life, it elicits a feeling of revulsion. Fan Sai Yao. That wretched woman, how did she end up here? Zhang Xian looks up, catching sight of Zhao Yiming in the distance. In an instant, he comprehends the unfolding drama. Zhao Yiming, he is actually with that wretched Fan Sai Yao. I see now. This despicable fellow, no wonder he has been so attentive, it was all to distract me and rendezvous with that wretched woman. With a beaming smile plastered across her face, Fan Sai Yao approaches Zhang Xian, wrapping her arms around his muscular arm. The once delightful sensation now feels utterly nauseating to Zhang Xian. Her sugary voice rings in his ears. My dear, have you missed me these past 2 days? As Fan Sai Yao sways her body, rubbing against Zhang Xian's arm, Zhao Yiming's expression darkens, fists clenched in rage, wishing he could consume Zhang Xian whole. Damn it! This enchanting beauty is being enjoyed by this brat, cursed be him. Fan Sai Yao squints her crescent-shaped eyes at Zhang Xian, meeting the gaze of his icy, handsome face. The next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolds before her eyes. Chapter 8, Combating Gold Diggers is everyone's responsibility. Gazing at the face plastered with layers of foundation before him, Zhang Xian was instantly overcome with nausea. Damn you, you wretched creature, he bellowed, raising his robust arm with a sudden ferocity. Fancy you, as if struck by a train, was propelled into the air, landing several meters away with a thud. The excruciating pain that followed elicited a piercing scream from her. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yiming, already ablaze with fury, could no longer contain himself. He charged forward in a single, decisive stride. Zhang Xian, what do you think you're doing? She is your girlfriend, a mere girl. Is this how you treat your beloved? At that moment, Fan Ziyu stared vacantly at Zhang Xian from a distance, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. What is happening? This sycophant actually dares to strike me. Who gave him the audacity to lay a hand on me? Being with me is his privilege. HMPH, if it weren't for the fact that this sycophant was indeed somewhat agreeable, I would have severed ties with him long ago. For the sake of her future happiness, Fan Ziyu resumed her pitiful fa-aid. Darling, things are not as you perceive. My senior mentioned an auction here and invited me to take a look. Aren't you studying archaeology? I merely wish to share similar interests with you, to foster more common topics of conversation. I am so wronged. Fan Ziyu wept profusely, collapsing onto the ground and cradling her head in despair. The sound of her sobbing was heart-wrenching, as though she had suffered the gravest injustice. Meanwhile, Zhao Yiming's face darkened. Is what Fan Ziyu claims true? Did she truly come out just for this worthless fool? How infuriating! What merits does this good-for-nothing possess to win over a beauty like Fan Ziyu? Enraged, Zhao Yiming pointed a finger at Zhang Xian. Did you hear that, Zhang Xian? Ziyu is here for you, yet you dare to lay hands on her. Someone like you is utterly unworthy of being with Ziyu. Ziyu, come, I will take you to the hospital. As he spoke, Zhao Yiming reached out, intending to help the forlorn Fan Ziyu to her feet. Upon hearing his words, Fan Ziyu quickly lifted her head, her large, doe-like eyes glistening with tears. Senior, no need, I'm fine. It is my fault. I should have clarified matters with Zhang Xian beforehand. Darling, please do not be upset. It was my mistake, will you forgive me? I promise to inform you of my whereabouts in the future. Fan Ziyu gazed at Zhang Xian with tear-streaked cheeks and heartfelt affection. Had this been in the past, Zhang Xian would have undoubtedly succumbed to her manipulations. However, having lived through it all and witnessed Fan Ziyu's true nature, he would not be fooled again. Zhang Xian's expression was frigid as he coldly regarded the two before him. Zhao Yiming. Stop pretending to be the big bad wolf here. You sent me to Changhong Industries yesterday, just to rendezvous with this shameless woman today, didn't you? You can take her away now. I, Zhang Xian, have no interest in such detritus. To be honest, I have had my fill. I never expected you, young Master Zhao, to have such an affinity for second-hand goods. Buying a second-hand car is one thing, you now desire second-hand women as well. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Be wary of your own shortcomings, lest this shameless woman finds you inadequate. Listening to Zhang Xian's words, Zhao Yiming's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He glanced between his second-hand Audi and the forlorn Fan Ziyu. Zhang Xian. How dare you? Now that you've torn off the mask, I shall show no mercy. You think you can break up with Ziyu, you, a mere pauper. To have found a girl as wonderful as Ziyu is a stroke of luck for you. So what if my car is second-hand? A destitute like you will never afford even that. You will only ever be worthy of riding a shared bicycle. The same applies to women, beware of ending up with a worn-out backside. As Zhang Xian's resolute words echoed, Fan Ziyu, now sprawled on the ground, looked on in astonishment. What has this sycophant become? How dare he reject me, who gave him the audacity? In that moment, Fan Ziyu could no longer contain herself. Ignoring the pain in her backside, she stood up, her chin held high as she glared at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian. You will regret this. You actually dare to reject me. Do you truly believe I, Fan Ziyu, cannot survive without you? You, a penniless wretch, who else could possibly desire you? A useless individual living off his sister. HMPH. If you do not want me, then go ahead and be with your five-fingered lady. Witnessing the vile expressions on their faces, Zhang Xian was consumed by rage. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from his very core. Kill them. Eliminate them. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed as he prepared to advance. Just then, a powerful roar suddenly resonated from afar. The thunderous sound grew closer, and a brand new, fiery red Ferrari came to a halt. As Zhao Yiming beheld the crimson beauty, his mouth twitched in disbelief. The latest SF90, it is breathtakingly beautiful. When will I ever own such a vehicle instead of my dilapidated Audi R8 that cost me 720,000? Meanwhile, Fan Siyu's eye sparkled with envy at the sight of the radiant Ferrari. A Ferrari, and a new model at that. It truly embodies everything I imagined. This high-chain auction house is certainly no place for the unrefined. HMPH, Zhao Yiming, did you really think I would be impressed by your outdated Audi? Do you think I am unaware of vehicles? You are merely a stepping stone in my pursuit of better prey. And as for Zhang Xian, how dare he reject me, as if I am without suitors? At that moment, as the door of the fiery red car swung open, a pair of long, slender legs encased in black stockings gracefully emerged. At the mere sight, Zhao Yiming's pupils dilated, and he felt as though he could sink into the ground. He was transfixed by those nearly perfect, elongated legs, clad in black stockings and sleek black high heels with red soles. They epitomized temptation. Above those legs, a tantalizing silhouette was accentuated by a fitted black suit, showcasing a breathtaking figure. For a moment, Zhao Yiming was utterly spellbound, his mind consumed by a singular thought: such a woman belongs in the heavens. Encountering her on earth is a rarity indeed. Beside him, Fan Siyu frowned, her lips curling in disdain, while the veins on her hands, hidden behind her back, bulged with rage. How infuriating! How can such a woman exist, a shameless hussy? A gold digger, she must be a gold digger. That Ferrari was certainly bored by servicing those decrepit old men. As Zhang Xian beheld the enchanting figure, his expression turned solemn. Chapter 9. The slap comes so swiftly. It's her. It's actually her. How can she be so wealthy? The stunning woman stepping out of the Ferrari was none other than Leng Ningxuang, who had once shared a passionate night with Zhang Xian. Upon recognizing her proud and exquisite visage, Zhao Yiming's pupils instantly contracted. It's her, Leng Ningxuang, the major shareholder of Hanhai Pharmaceutical, the most sought-after single aristocrat in the entire Jianghai city, a flower of wealth among mortals. Hanhai Pharmaceutical is the largest enterprise in all of Donghai City, with numerous research bases overseas. Its market value exceeds hundreds of billions. Forget about the entirety of Donghai City. Even throughout the Dragon Nation, those pursuing her could circle the blue star. Yet, to this day, no one has ever captured this flower of wealth. I can't believe it's actually her. Upon recognizing Leng Ningxuang's identity, Zhao Yiming felt that the Ferrari paled in comparison. Glancing at Fan Siyu beside him, the disparity was immediately evident. While Fan Siyu possessed above-average looks and charm when dressed up, she was leagues behind the otherworldly beauty of Leng Ningxuang. After all, cuteness holds little value in the face of sensuality. Seeing the trio before her, Leng Ningxuang's eyes slightly narrowed behind her sunglasses. It's him. I never expected to run into him here. Wait, why do I feel he looks even more handsome than 2 days ago, with an added touch of unique charm? The presence of the 2 men and 1 woman instantly led the astute Leng Ningxuang to deduce the circumstances. A playful smile graced her fiery red lips. And the next moment, her alluring voice broke the air. Honey, what brings you here? Didn't I say I'd return to accompany you as soon as I'm done? What? After just a brief moment apart, you already miss me. As she spoke, Leng Ningxuang swayed her enchanting figure towards Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiming and Fan Siyu's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions akin to that of encountering a ghost. What is going on? How could Zhang Xian possibly know the major shareholder of Hanhai Pharmaceutical? From the way she speaks, it seems their relationship is quite close. Impossible. This is absolutely not feasible. How could they possibly have any connection? Listening to Leng Ningxuang's captivating tone, Zhang Xian immediately grasped the situation. Darling, you're so beautiful and enchanting, I wouldn't mind spending every day wrapped up with you, savoring your sweetness. As he spoke, Zhang Xian's hand reached out, encircling Ling Ningxuang's sinuous waist. With a gentle tug, he pulled her alluring form into his embrace. A delightful fragrance that quickened his heartbeat wafted into Zhang Xian's nostrils. In his arms, Ling Ningxuang trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes beneath the sunglasses filled with indignation. HMPH. This brat just wanted to help him out. How dare he take advantage of me? However, feeling the masculine aura so close, memories of that wild night flashed through Ling Ningxuang's mind. Observing Zhang Xian embracing this seductive beauty, Zhao Yiming felt as if his world was shattering. Oh, they truly have that kind of relationship. Every day wrapped up together, savoring each other. How could this exquisite beauty have already succumbed to a loser like Zhang Xian? I loathe this. Why can a loser like Zhang Xian attract so many women while I, a high and mighty wealthy man, am left picking up his scraps? In that instant, Zhao Yiming found Fan Xiyu beside him suddenly unappealing. Witnessing the intimate interaction between Zhang Xian and Ling Ningxuang, Fan Xiyu's heart erupted with fury. Her once pure and adorable face twisted into a fearsome scowl. Zhang Xian, how dare you put a green hat on me? What is the deal with this woman? You'd better explain yourself. If you can't, don't expect my forgiveness. Clearly, Fan Xiyu had grown accustomed to looking down on Zhang Xian over the years, and in her rage, she forgot that she had already been cast aside by him. Hearing Fan Xiyu's words, Zhang Xian tightened his embrace around the exquisite beauty. Her alluring body stiffened. Fan Xiyu, are you brainless? I've already stated, Zhang Xian and you have no relation whatsoever. You are merely a discarded dog of mine. Just take a look at yourself. Do you even deserve to bark in front of my darling? You should just keep quiet. You'd be more suited to someone who fancies second-hand cars. Perhaps he would appreciate the scent I left behind. Zhang Xian's words were clearly laden with implications, causing Zhao Yiming's face to flush with fury. Damn it. The scent he left behind. This is maddening. Yet, due to Ling Ningxuang's status, Zhao Yiming could only endure, glaring angrily at Zhang Xian. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes. Just wait. The day I rise from the grave as a zombie, you two scoundrels will meet your demise. Unaware of Ling Ningxuang's identity, Fan Xiyu was seething with rage. Zhang Xian, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Yiming grasped her arm, leaning in to whisper, This is the head of Hanhai Pharmaceutical. We cannot provoke her, let us endure for now. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiyu swallowed her words, her mind swirling with confusion. What? This seductive woman is the head of Hanhai Pharmaceutical. That scoundrel Zhang Xian actually managed to entangle himself with her. By what right? He is just a poor loser. Suddenly, Fan Xiyu realized something and her eyes burned with jealousy like a raging fire. That belongs to me, no one else is worthy. This seductive woman must be with Zhang Xian for that reason. At that moment, Ling Ningxuang deftly twisted her wrist, effortlessly freeing herself from Zhang Xian's embrace. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. Wait, has this woman trained? Her movements resemble those from a movie. Ling Ningxuang flashed a charming smile, exuding an irresistible allure that made Zhao Yiming's eyes glaze over. Yet, the thought that such a flower of wealth had already been claimed by Zhang Xian only deepened his resentment towards him. At this moment, Ling Ningxuang parted her red lips slightly. Honey, what do you have there? Hearing this, Zhang Xian chuckled lightly. This is a recent treasure I acquired. I intended to bring it to this auction for sale. Upon hearing this, Ling Ningxuang smirked internally. This fool seems to be throwing darts in the dark. I covered the cost of our stay that day. It appears he is preparing to sell off his belongings, but this Qianhai auction house isn't a pawn shop. Ordinary items don't qualify for auction. As Zhang Xian spoke, Zhao Yiming in the distance glinted with intrigue. I never expected, Zhang Xian, that you possess valuable items worthy of this Qianhai auction. Don't blame me for being unsympathetic. This auction isn't for just any trinkets. You, coming from a rural background, relied on your sister sacrificing her educational opportunities to support you. Although you've managed to rise and shine, you still can't casually bring anything and flaunt it under Miss Ling's name, trying to deceive everyone. Chapter 10. The slap in the face comes so fiercely. Zhao Yiming's schemes were undoubtedly ringing with precision, his words clearly aimed to reveal Zhang Xian's true circumstances to Lingning Xue. A boy who relies on his sister's dropout status to fund his education, what kind of man is that? Confronted with Zhao Yiming's unabashed slander, Zhang Xian clenched his fists, a murderous intent surging within him. Zhao Yiming's true intentions were laid bare, leading Zhang Xian to surmise that the matter concerning his sister was likely far more complicated than it appeared. Clearly, Zhao Yiming harbored ill designs. His sister was Zhang Xian's untouchable Achilles heel. In that moment, Zhang Xian had already mentally sentenced Zhao Yiming to death. Meanwhile, Lingning Xue's beautiful eyes flickered. Forget it. This kid is already quite impoverished. I might as well help him out entirely. Let's see what he has in his possession. If it's decent, I'll take it. I'm flying to Northern Europe tomorrow anyway. Consider it a tip for him for that one day. With this thought, Lingning Xue suddenly spoke up. Honey, I have some knowledge of antiques. Why not let me take a look for you first? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiming let out a cold laugh. Indeed. Miss Ling should take a look quickly. If Zhang Xian presents any worthless trinkets, it would be a disgrace to you. But the next moment, Lingning Xue's gaze turned icy, as frigid as ice itself, directed at Zhao Yiming. You chatter excessively. What transpires between my dear and me has nothing to do with you. As she spoke, an aura of superiority emanated from her, instantly silencing Zhao Yiming, yet within him, the hatred for Zhang Xian only intensified. Gazing at the affectionate exchange between Zhang Xian and Lingning Xue, Fan Siyao felt a surge of jealousy. Chimph, bringing items to the Qianhai auction house for auction. I know how many moles you have on your backside, Zhang Xian. What valuable items could you possibly possess? If you had anything of worth, you wouldn't be unable to afford even a Valentino. Before Zhang Xian could respond, Lingning Xue's fair hand reached toward the box in his arms. Zhao Yiming and Fan Siyao, not far away, turned their gazes toward them, evidently eager to discern what treasures Zhang Xian was concealing. Just then, a sudden voice interrupted Lingning Xue's movement. Oh! We're at the entrance, why aren't we going in yet? The abrupt voice drew everyone's attention. At the grand entrance, two figures were seen approaching from outside. One was clad in a grey suit, the president of the Qianhai auction house, Song Kaiming. Beside him stood a young lady dressed in a matching grey suit. The professional attire accentuated her graceful curves. Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhao Yiming's expression tightened. He quickly whispered to Fan Siyao beside him, This is President Song of the Qianhai auction house. The Song family is a prestigious family in our Donghai city. If I'm not mistaken, the one beside him is his only daughter, Song Yinger. The Song and Ling families have been family friends for generations. It seems they are here to welcome Lingning Xue. As he spoke, Zhao Yiming's gaze toward Song Yinger took on a more lascivious hue. Now this is genuine high-end quality. I only regret my own lack of status, having to settle for a student like Fan Siyao. Soon, Song Kaiming approached with a broad smile, nodding slightly to Lingning Xue. She promptly greeted him with respect. Uncle Song. Song Kaiming displayed a kind smile. Little Ling, now that you're here, hurry inside. I have some matters to attend to, we can catch up later. As he spoke, Song Kaiming turned his serious gaze toward Zhang Xian. You must be Zhang Xian, right? A student of Song Kaiyuan. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yiming and Fan Siyao's eyes widened in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. What is happening? President Song actually knows Zhang Xian, and he speaks so courteously. Song Kaiyuan. Isn't that Zhang Xian's mentor? Song Kaiyuan, Song Kaiming, could they be brothers? That makes sense. It seems Zhang Xian has connections through his mentor. However, even with those connections, if he doesn't possess anything truly valuable, it won't catch the Qianhai auction house's eye. Zhang Xian maintained his composure, nodding slightly. He extended his hand politely. Hello, I am Zhang Xian. You are President Song, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. After a courteous handshake, Song Kaiming enthusiastically grasped Zhang Xian's arm. Young Zhang, it's quite hot outside. Let's discuss this inside. As they spoke, the two figures made their way into the auction house. Meanwhile, in her professional attire, Song Yinger had already approached Lung Ningxue, her delicate features marked by suspicion. Sister Shui, do you know that guy from earlier? Lung Ningxue stiffened momentarily, her peripheral gaze sweeping over to Zhao Yiming and Fan Xiao. Forget it. Delivering a Budo to the west. After all, I'm leaving tomorrow. Lung Ningxue chuckled lightly, maintaining her composure. Of course I know him. He is my boyfriend. People are often indifferent when they possess something, yet overly concerned when it's lost. Hearing Lung Ningxue refer to Zhang Xian as her boyfriend pierced Fan Xiao's heart like a needle. Meanwhile, Song Yinger stood dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Him? Your boyfriend? Sister Shui, you must be joking. Is this for real? Lung Ningxue rolled her eyes slightly, feigning annoyance. What, are you dissatisfied with my boyfriend? I won't stand for that. Her enchanting demeanor ignited a fiery rage within Zhao Yiming, intensifying his hatred for Zhang Xian. Song Yinger smiled sweetly, playfully tugging at Lung Ningxue's arm, her voice melodious and charming. How could I dare? He is Sister Shui's boyfriend, after all. All right, let's hurry inside. I'm curious to hear how you two met. As they spoke, the two swayed their graceful figures toward the auction house. In an instant, only Zhao Yiming and Fan Xiao remained outside. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely in Zhao Yiming's eyes. Let's go, we must follow them in. I refuse to believe that Zhang Xian, this impoverished wretch, can produce anything of worth. When President Song discovers that what Zhang Xian has is nothing but rubbish, I doubt Lung Ningxue's face will be of any help. Fan Xiao nodded in agreement. Let's go. I want to see what tricks this couple is up to. The two hurriedly followed after them. Shortly after, Lung Ningxue and her companions entered an office. Two tall, imposing figures clad in black suits stood guard at the office entrance, clearly security personnel. Zhao Yiming and Fan Xiao quickly followed suit. However, as they reached the door, the two security guards suddenly raised their hands to block their entry. You cannot go in. Upon hearing this, the already furious Fan Xiao snorted coldly. We are also here for the auction. If they can enter, why can't we? The two guards remained silent, merely pointing to a sign above. Upon seeing the sign, Zhao Yiming and Fan Xiao's anger flared even more. Chapter 11. The astonishment of the crowd. Upon the door of the room hung a striking red sign emblazoned with 3 letters, VIP. As Zhao Yiming gazed at these 3 letters, his fists clenched tightly, the veins in his neck becoming distinctly visible. VIP room. How dare that wretched Zhang Xian even think he is worthy of entering such a prestigious space? The most infuriating part is that I am barred from entry. A presence he once held in utter disdain had now ascended to such heights, igniting an uncontrollable fury within Zhao Yiming. Undeterred, he scoffed coldly. CEO, let us wait in the auction room today. I shall see what treasures that impoverished fool Zhang Xian can possibly present. Meanwhile, within the confines of the VIP room, Zhang Xian had placed the box he held upon the table, yet the blanket covering it remained undisturbed. Lung Ningxue furrowed her delicate brows. Could it be that this fellow truly possesses something of value? Why is it still concealed within the box? The graceful Song Yinger scrutinized Zhang Xian from head to toe. He certainly does not appear to be a man of wealth. Yet, I must admit, he is rather handsome. This lad must have stumbled upon extraordinary luck to become Sister Shuang's boyfriend. If Lin Qianyi from the Lin group were to find out, he would surely be enraged. What could this seemingly destitute young man possibly have? That blanket looks like it was borrowed from a dormitory. At that moment, Song Kaiming, clad in a grey suit and holding a magnifying glass, approached Zhang Xian with a beaming smile. Young Zhang, if you don't mind, I would like to inspect the goods. Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Song, please feel free to examine it. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the blanket beneath which the box lay concealed. Song Kaiming cautiously lifted the blanket, revealing a box made of exquisite small-leaf red sandalwood, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The next moment, everyone's pupils dilated, their faces reflecting astonishment. Those in attendance were either affluent or influential, naturally familiar with the value of small-leaf red sandalwood. Lung Ningxuang's rosy lips curved into a slight smile. Small-leaf red sandalwood, and of exceptional quality. Given its size, it must be worth several million. I never expected this impoverished youth to possess something of genuine worth. Song Kaiming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured, "Indeed, this is top-grade small-leaf red sandalwood. And it is an antique, with at least several centuries of history. My brother did not deceive me." Song Kaiming extended his hand, trembling slightly, as he opened the box, scrutinizing it through his magnifying glass. The next moment, Song Kaiyuan's entire demeanor shifted, the brilliance in his eyes intensifying. His hand, still holding the magnifying glass, began to tremble uncontrollably. A prodigious waste, truly a prodigious waste. This is indeed a complete piece of small-leaf red sandalwood. To carve such a rare treasure into a box is nothing short of sacrilege. Zhang Xian's lips twitched. "I am still present, and you dare speak of my ancestors in such a manner. Be cautious, lest they come to collect." Upon hearing Song Kaiyuan's words, both Song Yinger and Lung Ningxuang's expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed forward. A complete small-leaf red sandalwood, is it possible for such a substantial piece to exist in this world? This is nothing short of a miracle. What kind of family possesses such an extraordinary treasure to carve it into a box? The sheer excitement caused Song Kaiming's aged face to flush crimson. "Young Zhang, I will arrange for this to enter the auction immediately. The starting bid shall be 20 million, if it fails to sell, I shall take it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Ningxuang chimed in. "If it remains unsold, I will offer 50 million. Hearing such extraordinary figures left Zhang Xian momentarily dazed. It was only natural, a college student accustomed to having no more than 1,000 in hand suddenly faced the prospect of 50 million. Zhang Xian inhaled deeply. "I entrust everything to Uncle Song." With Zhang Xian's consent, Song Kaiming gingerly lifted the box, his demeanor a mix of urgency and caution, fearing both Zhang Xian's change of heart and the potential damage to the invaluable treasure. Song Yinger looked at Zhang Xian with playful teasing. "So, you are indeed Sister Shuang's boyfriend. You possess some intriguing items. However, being Sister Shuang's boyfriend turns money into mere numbers for you, eh? All right. The auction is about to commence. Sister Shuang, please escort him over." With that, Song Yinger swayed her curvaceous figure and departed. The VIP room was left solely with Lung Ningxuang and Zhang Xian. In an instant, the atmosphere became peculiar. Zhang Xian took a deep breath. Thank you for earlier." Lung Ningxuang smiled sweetly, giving Zhang Xian a playful glance. "Oh, so you do remember to thank me. Wasn't it just a moment ago when you took advantage of me?" Even having engaged in a deeper conversation with the enchanting beauty before him, Zhang Xian still felt a rush of heat at her alluring expression. This woman is truly a seductress. Were this ancient times, she would undoubtedly bring calamity to the nation, akin to the likes of Deji. Zhang Xian awkwardly scratched his head, about to offer an explanation when her bewitching voice interrupted again. "All right. Let bygones be bygones. Now, we must hurry to the auction and see what price your box can fetch. One of today's guests is a connoisseur of rare woods, perhaps he will surprise you with an unexpected offer." With that, Lung Ningxuang gracefully swayed her captivating figure and sauntered away, her serpentine curves and ample form leaving Zhang Xian feeling parched. A seductress. A true seductress. Did she just say that past matters are settled? Forget it. I only have 3 months left. This is not the time for romantic entanglements. In this apocalyptic world, what value do emotions hold without strength? Resolute in his thoughts, Zhang Xian hurriedly followed her. Meanwhile, at the auction venue, the hall spanned an impressive 200 square meters, brilliantly illuminated and adorned in opulence. However, there were scarcely a few dozen seats available. At that moment, Zhao Yiming and Fan Xiao occupied the last row. The seats in front of them were sparsely filled with nearly 20 individuals. Zhao Yiming leaned slightly closer to Fan Xiao. Xiao, look. Feeling Zhao Yiming's proximity, Fan Xiao's brows knitted in mild discontent, shifting away from him. Noticing her reaction, a flicker of malice crossed Zhao Yiming's eyes. How infuriating, Xiao was not initially resistant to me. It must be that damned Zhang Xian who has enraged her, and she is still fuming. Meanwhile, Fan Xiao remained lost in her own thoughts. What exactly transpired? How dare Zhang Xian, that sycophant, betray me? Chapter 12, the grand finale. Even though her backside still ached faintly, Fan Xiao felt as if the events that had just transpired were nothing short of a dream. I have been with Zhang Xian for 4 years. Can 4 years of love truly be eclipsed by that brazen woman? The more she contemplated the earlier scene, the angrier she became. Just then, Zhang Xian and Ling Ningxuang emerged slowly from the VIP corridor. Although Zhang Xian's attire was not of any renowned brand, his height of 190 centimeters, coupled with his resolute and determined visage, created a striking impression alongside Ling Ningxuang, exuding an undeniable aesthetic of a talented man with a beautiful woman. As the duo made their entrance, they instantly captivated the attention of everyone in the auction hall. It's Miss Ling, the esteemed Ling from Hanhai Pharmaceuticals, who would have thought she would appear here. Your news seems rather outdated. Miss Ling and Miss Song from the auction house are quite acquainted. And who is that man following Miss Ling? I've never seen him before, and he certainly doesn't look like a wealthy heir. To walk in with Miss Ling through the VIP corridor, could he possibly be affiliated with her? Surely he can't be Miss Ling's boyfriend. The young master of the Lin family in Kyoto has pursued her for 3 years without even earning a smile from her. Has this lad truly won her heart? Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Zhao Yiming clenched his teeth in frustration. Zhang Xian. What an incredible stroke of luck. HMPH, don't think that by clinging to this powerful figure you can rise to prominence. Once that young master from Kyoto finds out about this, he will not let you off easily. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xian and Ling Ningxuang took their seats in the front row, further fueling speculation about Zhang Xian's identity. At that moment, a professionally attired and strikingly charismatic Song Yina stepped forward with a smile in her eyes. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Chinhai Auction House. Now that everyone has gathered, I hereby declare the auction officially commenced. Our first item up for bid is an official Kil porcelain piece from the Qianlong era. The starting price is set at 1 million. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiao couldn't help but twitch her lips. My heavens, the opening bid for the first item is 1 million. Is this the world of the wealthy? 1 million, that's more than my father's factory earns in half a year. Here, it appears to be merely a baseline amount. Fan Xiao's reaction did not escape Zhao Yiming's notice. Xiao, do you see? This is the world of the affluent. In this arena, 1 million is merely the minimum threshold. Who among us isn't worth billions? At this point, Zhao Yiming straightened his hunched posture with newfound confidence. Valued at billions? Senior, since you can attend an auction of this caliber, you must possess quite a bit of influence, right? At this remark, Zhao Yiming's previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Standing taller, he replied, though we aren't a major conglomerate, we are indeed qualified to participate in such prestigious auctions. Despite his words, Zhao Yiming understood well that his family business was valued at only about 100 million. This ticket was procured through his father's fervent pleas. Had his father not been otherwise occupied, he would never have had the chance to attend. Just then, Fan Xiao spoke again. I wonder, Senior, how does your family compare to the Ling family? As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhao Yiming's expression fell. He forced a smile. Compared to the Ling family, we are still somewhat lacking, but the gap isn't too vast. Yet Zhao Yiming himself felt insecure about this statement. The Ling family was a colossal entity valued in the hundreds of billions, not even in the same league as his own. In fact, they were not on the same level as anyone present. Meanwhile, Fan Xiao wore a barely perceptible smirk. What a facade, does he truly think I am one of those naive fools? Zhang Xian. Since you dared to betray me, I shall find someone even wealthier and more powerful than that brazen woman. I will make you realize that missing out on me is the greatest loss of your life. As the auctioneer presented item after item, under Song Yinger's witty and captivating introductions, each piece fetched impressive prices. Yet Zhao Yiming and Fan Xiao were filled with confusion. It's been quite a while, why haven't we seen the item Zhang Xian brought? Could it be that this poor wretch truly struck gold and possesses something valuable? At that moment, Song Yinger's melodious voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, attention, please, the next item is the grand finale of this auction. I can assure you that this is an extraordinary treasure unlike anything you have ever encountered. And perhaps there is only one such piece in the entire world. This proclamation sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd. A treasure unlike any other. What audacity, could it be the imperial seal? Are you dreaming? If it were the imperial seal, this wouldn't be an auction, it would be a grand ceremony. However, since it's the grand finale item, the price will surely exceed 10 million. Hearing the chatter around them, Zhao Yiming and Fan Xiao exchanged gleeful glances. The grand finale item means there's only one left in the entire auction. Even if Zhang Xian has something decent, it cannot possibly be the grand finale. Doesn't that imply that what he brought is merely worthless junk? Har har har, we were worried for nothing. I've also lost my mind, what could a poor wretch like Zhang Xian possibly offer? If he had something of value, he wouldn't need his sister to work. In a fit of smugness, Zhao Yiming chuckled lightly and directed his words toward Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian. If I recall correctly, you also brought an item for the auction, didn't you? Why has it not been presented yet? Could it be that what you brought is subpar? Even if you are Miss Ling's boyfriend, you shouldn't treat the Haiqian auction house with such disdain. Moreover, you're embarrassing Miss Ling. As soon as he spoke, it sent ripples through the crowd. All eyes suddenly turned to Zhang Xian. What, this lad is truly Miss Ling's boyfriend? My heavens, no, the sky is falling, Miss Ling actually has a boyfriend. Has this lad's ancestors accumulated 8 generations of virtue to be with Miss Ling? Revenge for the stolen love shall be an eternal grudge. I shall remember you. Hearing Zhao Yiming's malicious words, Zhang Xian let out a cold snort. You will see my item soon enough. However, young Master Zhao, your presence at this auction without making a bid, are you perhaps interested in acquiring this grand finale item? Knowing you, young Master Zhao, you don't seem the type to leave empty-handed. Just those 2 sentences ignited Zhao Yiming's ire. Beside him, Fan Xiao fanned the flames further. Senior, he has a point, you haven't made a single bid yet. Zhao Yiming's face shifted from purple to red. Don't worry, there's still the grand finale. Zhao Yiming shot a fierce glare at Zhang Xian. All right. You wait, I will place a bid for this grand finale item, let me show you my prowess. Chapter 13, Unparalleled, the atmosphere was electric. Observing the scene before her, Song Yinger's delicate face revealed a hint of amusement. He was that young man, daring to provoke Sister Shuang's boyfriend. It seems he is yet another suitor vying for her affection. However, he appears to have come with a female companion, indulging in one dish while eyeing another. What a scoundrel. With that thought, Song Yinger's melodious voice resonated through the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. Next, we present the final and most anticipated treasure, let it make its entrance. As her voice echoed, a well-proportioned hostess gracefully approached, holding an exquisite tray. Upon this tray lay a square object, shrouded beneath a blanket of lamb's wool. Its mere appearance instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Typically, the grand finale treasures at Qianhai Auction House are valued in the tens of millions. This seems to resemble a box, but what kind of box could possibly be worth such a fortune? Even the finest small-leaf red sandalwood wouldn't command that. As they gazed at the object concealed beneath the woolen blanket, Zhao Yiming and Fan Xiao widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be? The item Zhang Xian brought is indeed a box. Is it possible that this grand finale treasure truly belongs to Zhang Xian? If that is the case, it would be quite the slap in the face. Soon, the tray was placed upon the auction stage. Song Ying smiled gently. Esteemed guests, the auction is nearing its conclusion, and I trust you are all feeling fatigued. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer, wasting your time. The final treasure is indeed a box, crafted from small leaf red sandalwood. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. Yet, their faces were painted with dissatisfaction and confusion. A white-haired elder seated in the second row furrowed his brows, letting out a cold snort. Miss Song, surely you jest. While there's no need for such jest if there's nothing of value. Small leaf red sandalwood, what is so unique about that? Hearing the derisive comments around them, Zhao Yiming and Fancy Yao could hardly contain their delight. Har! You nearly scared me, what a misunderstanding, it's merely a blunder. Small leaf red sandalwood is indeed a fine material, but for Zhang Xian, a mere pauper, to produce such a thing is already astonishing. If this lad had auctioned it honestly, he might have made some money, but instead, he leveraged Miss Ling's reputation to elevate his own possessions. What a foolish endeavor. Zhao Yiming, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Xian, seized the opportunity to belittle him. With that thought, he stood up, directing a scornful gaze at Zhang Xian. Oh dear, I genuinely believed your treasure was the grand finale. Who would have thought it was merely a fa-aid, impressive in appearance but lacking substance. Why resort to such measures? You are indeed Miss Ling's boyfriend, that much is true, yet, you cannot exploit her connections to bolster your own image. Some values are fixed, even if you soar to great heights, you cannot transform into a phoenix. Listening to Zhao Yiming's biting sarcasm, Zhang Xian chuckled lightly. Young Master Zhao, might you be a tad anxious? If you prefer second-hand items, then by all means, bid on my small leaf red sandalwood box. After all, you seem to have a fondness for my used goods. At this remark, Zhao Yiming's expression darkened dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, fine, no problem. Today, I shall demonstrate that with strength, one can procure anything from your hands. Just then, Song Yinger's voice rang out once more. Everyone, please remain calm. An ordinary small leaf red sandalwood piece could never serve as the grand finale treasure of Qianhai Auction House. However, what if this entire box were carved from a single piece of small leaf red sandalwood? As her words fell, Song Yinger gracefully lifted the woolen blanket to reveal the deep purple small leaf red sandalwood box, instantly captivating all present. What? A box carved from a single piece of small leaf red sandalwood, without any joints. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The largest small leaf red sandalwood available today is merely 20 centimeters. How could this be? The elderly man, his hair white as snow, exclaimed with fervor. Song Ying chuckled lightly, as if everything was well within her grasp. Old Liu, as an esteemed expert in wood collectibles, you will know the truth at a glance. Upon hearing this, the elder hastened to the stage, trembling as he retrieved his golden silk magnifying glass, scrutinizing the box before him. In an instant, all eyes were fixated upon the spectacle. Meanwhile, Fancy Yao looked at Zhao Yiming with a puzzled expression. Senior, isn't he small leaf red sandalwood just small leaf red sandalwood? What significant difference is there between a solid piece and a spliced one? Zhao Yiming scoffed. It's likely just the distinction between solid and segmented materials. The difference shouldn't be vast, perhaps a few million at most. Just then, a frenzied voice echoed throughout the auction hall. An utter waste, a disgrace to humanity. A treasure of unparalleled rarity, to carve such a massive box from small leaf red sandalwood. It infuriates me. The elder Liu was now pounding his chest and stamping his feet, howling to the heavens. In an instant, several individuals in the front row rushed over, their eyes glued to the box. The next moment, the crowd collectively gasped. Indeed, it's real, a half-meter thick small leaf red sandalwood. Look at the growth rings at the base, there must be thousands. 1,000-year-old timber, solid small leaf red sandalwood. This is truly unparalleled in the world. Incredible, if news of this box spreads, the entire Dragon Country will be astounded. Clearly, the unfolding scene had exceeded Song Yinger's expectations. Her melodious voice rang out once more. All right. You have all verified the item, the auction now officially begins. This unparalleled small-leaf red sandalwood box has an opening bid of. Before she could finish, Zhang Xian suddenly stood up, a playful glint in his eye as he appraised Zhao Yiming behind him. Dear friends, my companion here has a particular fondness for items I have previously owned. Thus, I kindly ask you to allow him the honor of making the first bid. It was evident that everyone had realized Zhang Xian was the rightful owner of the box, and this small courtesy was readily granted, especially since he was also Ling Ningxuan's boyfriend. No problem. Absolutely no problem. If your friend bids the same as us, we shall consider it his win. At that moment, Fan Xiao began to panic. Senior, judging by their expressions, this item seems quite valuable. Are you certain you can secure it? Hearing this, Zhao Yiming's mouth twitched. Now that the matter has been brought up, I must at least place a bid. The opening price is likely just a few million. However, even that is beyond my means. I merely brought you here to broaden your horizons, not to participate in an auction. Yet, gazing into Fan Xiao's beautiful eyes, Zhao Yiming managed a light-hearted smile. No worries. It's not a big deal. Just then, Song Yinger's voice resonated once more. This unparalleled treasure has an opening bid of Chapter 14. The despairing collapse of Zhao Yiming before the gaze of all present, the auction price of this pie-eater assistance finally emerged. The starting bid is 30 million. As Song Yinger's voice resonated, a collective gasp echoed throughout the room. Meanwhile, backstage, Song Keiming's lips twitched in dismay. This rebellious girl, changing the price at the last moment, such a lack of decorum. In the auction hall, the expressions of the attendees varied, some were eager to bid, while others appeared resigned. The elderly gentleman with white hair trembled uncontrollably, his expression akin to that of a soldier returning home after a decade of service, yet, all eyes were fixed on a singular individual, Zhao Yiming, seated at the back. Confronted by the piercing stares, Zhao Yiming stood frozen, his narrow eyes reflecting a void. His mind echoed with the words, 30 million, my heavens, 30 million. The working capital of my father's factory is probably around 30 million. This dilapidated box is actually worth that much. What should I do now? At that moment, Zhang Xian's voice rang out once more. Young Master Zhao, what troubles you? Everyone is awaiting your bid. Weren't you rather arrogant just now? Observing Zhang Xian's smug expression, Zhao Yiming's complexion drained of color, his fists clenched tightly. HMPH. A bid is a bid. I refuse to believe that no one else will bid. Resolute, Zhao Yiming raised his paddle high and declared, 31 million. The crowd turned to him in astonishment. Just then, old Liu abruptly stood up. What a waste, for such an unparalleled treasure. You dare to raise the bid by only 1 million, you are insulting us. We extended a courtesy to Miss Ling, allowing you to place a bid. Is this the best you can do? Are you looking down on us? Old Liu's words stirred a tempest of outrage among the attendees. Indeed, raising it by a mere 1 million is an affront. Just because they call you young Master Zhao, do you think you're someone significant? You re merely Zhao Hailu's son, even with your father here, you wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Faced with the ire of the crowd, Zhao Yiming quickly backtracked. Everyone, please calm down. I was merely jesting. How could I possibly raise the bid by just 1 million for such a rare treasure? I shall bid. All eyes, filled with palpable pressure, once again focused on Zhao Yiming. This is disastrous. If I offend this crowd, my family will no longer be able to survive in Donghai City. I must offer a suitable price. Zhao Yiming's eyes brimmed with tears, gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot. I bid 60 million. Double. At his proclamation, the hall erupted in astonishment. Old Liu chuckled softly. 60 million is a fair price, barely worthy of this extraordinary treasure. Now, let us continue the auction. Hearing this, Zhao Yiming felt a wave of relief wash over him. 60 million. Even if my father had to sell everything, he could muster up this amount. Thank goodness these ancestors still wish to bid, otherwise, I would surely be scolded to death by my father. As Zhao Yiming read, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. 60 million, this box is actually worth 60 million. Doesn't this mean that Zhang Xian is about to become a millionaire? I have missed out on 60 million. With that thought, Fan Xiao was overwhelmed with despair. Though she was a woman of means, she was not foolish. 60 million might be beyond what she could extract from 10 wealthy suitors combined. After all, the rich are not fools. Just then, Zhang Xian's voice rang out again. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, young Master Zhao is my good friend, and he is determined to acquire this item. Did you see that? Young Master Zhao's first bid is 60 million. If you raise your bids, I fear he will follow suit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiming's countenance twisted in fury as he glared at Zhang Xian from afar. If looks could kill, Zhang Xian would have been slain 1,000 times over. Zhang Xian, you have dug a pit for me. You anticipated all of this, you want me to buy it. I refuse to believe they will give you this much face. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice interrupted. Gentlemen, if young Master Zhao truly desires this item, why must you obstruct his wishes? The speaker was none other than Lingning Chuang, seated in the front row. Her words brought a hushed silence as the attendees pondered the implications. Before long, the assembly of cunning old foxes discerned the situation. Let us grant Miss Ling this favor, this item shall be awarded to this young man. A fine piece indeed. 60 million is not excessive, I only wonder if Zhao Hailu can produce the funds. Upon hearing their words, Zhao Yiming's face turned ashen, his knees buckled, and he collapsed into his seat, drenched in cold sweat, utterly at a loss. This is it. They are conspiring against me. I am but a child, and yet so many have conspired to bully me. I merely came to enjoy the atmosphere and see the world, is this truly necessary? Meanwhile, Song Yinger wore a playful expression as she picked up the "Hold on." Zhao Yiming, drenched in perspiration, stood up, tears welling in his eyes. Zhang Xian chuckled lightly. What troubles you, young Master Zhao? Do you feel that 60 million is too much of a bargain for me? Are you considering a higher bid? At this, the crowd chimed in agreement, having already discerned the turn of events. Young Master Zhao is magnanimous, 60 million is indeed too low. It must be at least 100 million. Young Master Zhao, from this point on, you too shall be a notable figure in the antique community of Donghai City. Listening to the crowd's mockery, Zhao Yiming suddenly felt like an ant beneath someone's boot. The overwhelming sense of helplessness drove him to the brink of collapse. Wah, I cannot afford it, I was wrong, I cannot even manage 60 million. Woe is me. If I buy this, my father will kill me. Under unimaginable pressure, Zhao Yiming broke down in tears like a child, prompting a chorus of laughter from the assembly. Beside him, Fan Xiao's face flushed crimson. Her eyes filled with disdain. On the auction platform, Song Ying smirked. Oh dear, young Master Zhao, are you feigning distress? You surely underestimate our Qianhai auction house. We are merely showing respect to Zhang Xian and Miss Ling. Do you think we are easily swayed? In an instant, the tidal wave of scorn crashed down upon Zhao Yiming. He was utterly panicked. This is a trap, they are all aiding Zhang Xian. At this juncture, the only one who can save me is Zhang Xian. In that moment, Zhao Yiming finally grasped the entirety of the situation. The next second, he clenched his jaw, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhang Xian. I was wrong, Brother Xian. Please, have mercy and let me off the hook. At that moment, Zhao Yiming's aid as a wealthy heir crumbled, leaving him resembling a stray dog. Yet, Zhang Xian's eyes glimmered with amusement. You may not cross swords with anyone, but you certainly cannot gamble with money, know your limits. However, uttering I was wrong is simply insufficient. With this thought, Zhang Xian chuckled coldly. Young Master Zhao, your admission of guilt is indeed valuable, valued at 60 million, no less. How about this? I say one more thing, and you add another 60 million to your bid. Upon hearing this, despite the seething resentment within him, Zhao Yiming understood that matters could not be resolved so easily. The next moment, Zhao Yiming made his move. Chapter 15 Final Price Transaction, Sudden Wealth. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Yiming collapsed to his knees with a thud. Xian Ji, it's all my fault. I was momentarily bewitched. Killing is nothing but a matter of head and ground. I am already kneeling before you, please let me go. Zhao Yiming's actions instantly stunned Fan Xiao, who stood nearby. It was just a bidding, can't he back out? What a coward, clearly terrified of that vixen's might. Observing Zhao Yiming on his knees, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes. He quickly donned a smiling facade and said, "A young Master Zhao, what are you doing? Please rise. This is a matter between you and the Qianhai auction house. What can I do? I'm merely a poor wretch. How can I concern myself with such matters? Let this matter be handled as it ought to be." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiming's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared intensely at Zhang Xian, his gaze akin to that of a predator ready to pounce. Zhang Xian. IXXXX. At that moment, Zhao Yiming had transformed into a wild dog, howling madly to vent his fury. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from them. Were it not for the current state of affairs, today would mark your day of reckoning. In the future apocalypse, there will be no mercy granted. Witnessing Zhang Xian's unwavering stance, Lin Ningxuang exchanged a knowing glance with the astute Song Yinger. In an instant, Song Yinger understood. Security, remove him from here, notify his father to come to Qianhai auction house to redeem him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiming howled even louder. Zhang Xian, I will not let you off. This matter is far from over between us. Just then, Zhang Xian's voice rang out. Our gentleman of security, have you forgotten someone? Hearing this, Fan Xiao sprang to her feet, glaring angrily at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, you, before she could utter another word, 2 more security guards approached. With a cold snort, Fan Xiao declared, we shall see about this in the future. To maintain some dignity, she turned and strode towards the exit of the auction hall. Soon, the 2 figures had departed. Zhang Xian smiled faintly. Dear friends and esteemed elders, I apologize for the minor interruption I caused. No worries, Miss Ling's affairs are my own, no need to be so courteous. Let us resume the auction. Listening to the crowd, he understood that their assistance stemmed from their regard for Lin Ningxuang. Song Yinger beamed. All right, the bidding officially commences now. Such a small piece of rosewood is truly unparalleled. Old Liu, do you not intend to acquire it? Upon hearing this, Old Liu beamed widely. This unique treasure surpasses everything I possess. Today, I kindly request everyone to grant me this favor. I shall bid 100 million. I hope everyone can accommodate. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd's expressions turned serious, falling into a hushed silence. After all, a bid of 100 million was exceedingly high for those present. Moreover, only Old Liu was particularly enamored with this rare wood. Given Old Liu's esteemed reputation in Donghai City, his declaration silenced any further contention. Upon hearing this, a twitch appeared at the corner of Zhang Xian's mouth. This old fellow is simply leveraging his age. Well, 100 million has already far exceeded my psychological expectations. With this 100 million, not only can I secure the Zhang family's treasure, but I could also prepare materials for corpse refining. However, as the auctioneer, Song Yinger was not pleased to witness such a situation. She quickly interjected with a smile, everyone, will you not continue to compete? This is a one-of-a-kind item, if you miss it today, it may never appear again. Despite Song Yinger's persistent encouragement, the crowd remained silent, unwilling to raise their bids. With a sense of futility, she lifted her auction hammer. Just then, a cold yet enchanting voice broke through the air. Old Liu is indeed imposing, but I believe such a unique item warrants an equally unique price. I bid 130 million. The moment these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment rippled through the room. All eyes turned to Lin Ningxuang, filled with confusion. What is happening? Isn't this treasure meant for Miss Ling's boyfriend? Why is she bidding? Isn't this just driving up the price? The seasoned attendees quickly grasped the implications of Lin Ningxuang's statement. Miss Ling is dissatisfied with Old Liu's bid. So she is challenging him. Though Old Liu has some assets, he surely cannot disregard Miss Ling's face. Old Liu furrowed his brow, his murky old eyes reflecting his struggle. After much deliberation, he let out a long sigh. Alas. Miss Ling is correct, a unique item deserves a unique price. 150 million, that is my absolute limit. I hope Miss Ling will show mercy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's pupils constricted. Goodness, is this the power of a financial magnate? With a single statement, he compelled this old fellow to raise his bid by 50 million. Now I understand. This beautiful woman is no simpleton. Quite ruthless. Hearing old Liu's words, Lung Ningxuang smiled lightly, choosing not. Observing this, Song Ying cheerfully announced, 150 million, going once. 150 million, going twice. 150 million, sold. Congratulations to old Chen for acquiring this unparalleled treasure. After the auction concluded, Zhang Xian returned to the VIP room with Lung Ningxuang and the others. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, Zhang Xian sincerely expressed, "Thank you for today." Lung Ningxuang rolled her beautiful eyes and playfully remarked, "Your single thank you is worth 50 million, so if I say thank you, you owe me 50 million. Hearing this, Zhang Xian, truly a case of tit for tat. In the next moment, Song Yinger entered, holding a receipt in her hands. Sister Shuang, since he is your boyfriend, the handling fee will be at the minimum, 3%. The remaining 145,500,000 has already been transferred to the previously provided bank card." As Song Yinger's voice echoed, Zhang Xian's XM phone suddenly buzzed. He looked down to see Sad Smiley, "You have received a transfer in your agricultural bank account ending in 3764. Current balance, 145,500,000. 00 yuan. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Xian could not help but tremble uncontrollably. "I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich." Cold Ningxiang, standing nearby, let out a soft chuckle. "All right, our newly minted billionaire from Donghai City, might we request you to treat us to lunch?" Zhang Xian eagerly nodded. "Of course, that is absolutely no problem." Cold Ningxiang slowly rose, an intoxicating fragrance wafting through the air. "You can drive, can't you?" Zhang Xian nodded, a look of confusion on his face. The next moment, a fiery red key was tossed in his direction. "You drive." Chapter 16. What are you feeding me? So stimulating. Zhang Xian swiftly seized the key. The enchanting beauty, a rare gem, swayed her alluring figure as she walked toward the door. Zhang Xian hurriedly followed. Upon entering the hall, a familiar voice pierced his ears. "Dad, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again." "You ungrateful wretch, how dare you come here and speak such nonsense? Get back home, and I will deal with you there." Before him stood two figures. Zhao Yiming, tears streaming down his face, clutched his behind, while a furious middle-aged man loomed beside him, brandishing the childhood fears of all children, an LV belt. Zhang Xian, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but smirk. Perhaps, a beating with this first-layer cowhide would be even more exhilarating. Upon noticing Zhang Xian and his companion, the middle-aged man quickly concealed the belt behind his back, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. "You must be Mr. Zhang and Miss Ling, am I correct? I am Zhao Hailu, the father of this good-for-nothing. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to you both." No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Hailu yanked Zhao Yiming by the collar. "Hurry up and apologize. You foolish wretch." Looking at Zhang Xian, Zhao Yiming was filled with an overwhelming hatred. However, under the roof, one must bow their head. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. We're just about to have dinner, let us not allow him to spoil our appetite." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hailu quickly agreed. Yes, I'll take him away this instant." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the auction house, Fancy Yao stood in the parking lot. The crowd that had just attended the auction had begun to disperse. Incredible, 150 million, old Liu has truly bled heavily this time. But it's worth it, this is a one-of-a-kind treasure. Hearing the discussions around her, Fancy Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 150 million, that box actually sold for 150 million. My heavens, if I were still with Zhang Xian, wouldn't I have 150 million? I've missed out on 150 million. Just then, Zhang Xian and Ling Ningxuang emerged slowly from the auction house, followed closely by Zhao Hailu and his son. Seeing the striking couple, Fan Xiao was seething with rage, her teeth clenched, fists balled, her small face flushed with indignation. Zhang Xian, you two shameless dogs, how dare you betray me? Just wait, there will come a time when you regret this. In that moment, Zhang Xian appeared utterly oblivious to Fan Xiao, striding directly towards the Ferrari. Accompanied by the roar of the V8 engine, the fiery red stallion sped away. This time, Zhao Yiming and his father also arrived at their vehicle. Just as Zhao Yiming unlocked the car, Fan Xiao reached out her hand to pull open the door. But at that moment, Zhao Hailu's voice rang out. You must be Fan Xiao, you should just take a taxi. At these words, Fan Xiao froze on the spot, utterly bewildered as she turned to Zhao Yiming. Zhao Yiming, however, looked like a wronged child, his head bowed, his voice barely above a whisper. Xiao, why don't you take a taxi, I'll cover the fare. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiao, already brimming with fury, exploded. Zhao Yiming. You certainly have some nerve. I don't need your taxi fare. With that, she stormed off in a huff. On the bustling streets, cars flowed like a river. A fiery red Ferrari darted through the chaos like a flash of crimson lightning. The roar of its engine, coupled with an almost 100% rate of head turning, sent adrenaline coursing through Zhang Xian's veins. If it weren't for the impending zombie outbreak in 3 months, I would definitely get one of these for myself. It's only 500,000. I am already a billionaire. Just then, the enchanting beauty in the passenger seat gracefully shifted her leg, the black stockings accentuating her curves, radiating a heat surpassing that of the engine itself. Isn't this exhilarating? Her sultry voice echoed within the car. Zhang Xian paused momentarily, then replied, quite exhilarating, though I wonder how you feel about it. I can manage, mainly worried about you. With those words, a faint blush crept onto Ling Ningxuang's fair cheeks, yet she maintained an air of nonchalance. Well, you are the first to dare tease me. Zhang Xian retorted boldly. I fear I am not the only one who has teased you, there are many firsts. For instance, Zhang Xian deliberately trailed off, and the lovely lady beside him was already blushing, her heart racing. All right. Let us go, take me to the Xianviller district, drop me off at home. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's heart raced to 180 beats per minute. Now going to your house so soon? Aren't we having dinner? The tantalizing lilt in Ling Ningxuang's voice floated through the air. Come to my house, and I'll cook you some noodles. Hearing such provocative words, Zhang Xian pressed the accelerator, the car shooting forward like an arrow. 5 minutes later, the fiery red Ferrari came to a stop in the most luxurious villa district of Donghai City. The car door slowly opened, and with a light laugh, Ling Ningxuang stepped out. The sight of her plump, peach-like curves instantly made Zhang Xian's breath quicken. How stimulating, truly a man-eating enchantress. Just as Zhang Xian was about to open the door, her alluring voice rang out once more. I've arrived home. You may leave. This car is yours, consider it your compensation for that day's efforts. With that, Ling Ningxuang closed the door decisively, swaying her captivating silhouette as she walked toward the villa without looking back. Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback. Damn, I've fallen for her trick again. What a ravenous enchantress. The car is mine, does she think I'm some sort of gigolo? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian steadied himself. I am already a billionaire. I absolutely cannot allow my sister to suffer any longer. I must go pick her up right now. I have a nagging feeling that the brother Hai mentioned by Zhao Yiming is not a reputable person. My sister works at his factory, and I'm just not at ease. With these thoughts, Zhang Xian pressed the accelerator down, heading straight for the Donghai City Development Zone. The blazing sun hung in the blue sky, gradually shifting westward, gentle sunlight cascaded down. At this moment, within the Donghai City Development Zone, a factory owned by Changhang Industries was bustling. Not far from the factory gate, a van was parked conspicuously. Beside it stood a brand new McLaren, where a young man clad in designer brands faced a group of young thugs. Here. This is the photo. Make sure you see it clearly. Don't get it wrong. A. Don't screw up for me later. E. If anyone messes this up, don't expect to earn a single penny. Chapter 17. A Cliche of Heroic Rescue. Upon hearing these words, several young ruffians nodded eagerly. Rest assured, young Master Hai, isn't this just a classic case of a hero saving a damsel in distress? We see this all the time in novels. Don't worry, we are professionals at this. We will surely highlight your extraordinary prowess. We will make you look as if you descended from the heavens. Listening to the assurances of the ruffians, the young man nodded with pride. That girl will finish her shift in half an hour. Be sharp. If you accomplish this, money will not be an issue. Soon, the ruffians had concealed themselves. Li Minghai took a deep drag from his cigarette. Damn it, that Zhao Yiming is utterly unreliable. Wasn't it agreed that this morning, the girl would come to meet me with her useless brother? I've waited all morning and haven't seen a single hair of them, and Zhao Yiming's phone is unreachable. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Little did Li Minghai know that his subordinate Zhao Yiming was currently indulging in a mixed-gender rendezvous, far too distracted to answer calls. Meanwhile, just a few hundred meters away, within a factory, machines on the assembly line were tirelessly emitting a cacophony of noise. The primary business of Changhang Industry revolved around electronics. Within this single factory, there were hundreds of workers. In the late autumn, the autumn heat persisted, with outside temperatures still reaching 30 degrees Celsius. Inside the factory, only a few industrial fans provided a meager relief to the diligent workers. Clad in blue overalls, the workers were drenched in sweat, their backs soaked, yet they continued to labor like mechanical automatons. In stark contrast to the lofty elites, this was the authentic visage of the common populace. On one of the assembly lines, a young girl in blue overalls, her hair tied in a ponytail, mechanically inspected the parts before her. Despite her work attire, her graceful figure was evident, and her pleasant features added a splash of vibrancy to the cold factory setting. Her delicate and charming eyes were filled with meticulous focus. She was none other than Zhang Xian's twin sister, Zhang Yuqing. Before long, the end of the workday arrived. As the machines ceased their operations, the workers halted their tasks. A woman appearing to be in her early 40s approached. Yuqing, I'm not saying you shouldn't take your work seriously, but we're just getting by day. The pure and lovely girl smiled slightly, revealing 2 dimples on her cheeks. Aunt Wang, I actually find that working diligently makes the time pass more swiftly. Aunt Wang chuckled lightly. Silly girl, you really know how to wear yourself out. In our factory, where can you find someone as young as you? And why should your brother go to university while you work? He is a young man, surely more capable. It should be the other way around. He should support you to pursue your studies. Now that we have gender equality, you, being young, should understand this. Listening to Aunt Wang's earnest words, the girl maintained her charming dimples. My brother studies harder than I do. Besides, he is the eldest son in our family. In the future, our Zhang family's success will still rely on my brother. Aunt Wang scoffed at the girl's response. You little girl, so young yet still clinging to outdated ideas. You've endured so much hardship. I hope your brother achieves great success. The girl smiled sweetly and walked towards the factory's entrance. At the door stood an old pink bicycle. She did not change out of her work attire but mounted the bicycle and rode off into the distance. The development area was dotted with small villages. To save money, the girl rented a modest room in one of the villages. The route home took her along a secluded asphalt road. The girl pedaled her bicycle with long, graceful legs, softly humming a tune. Do you remember when you said home is the only castle? Her melodious voice echoed along the asphalt road. Suddenly, a voice filled with mischief rang out. Little sister, your singing is quite delightful. Come, sing along with your brother. As the words were spoken, several figures sprang from the trees lining the roadside. Clad in sneakers and tight pants, with flashy hairstyles, they advanced with a swagger. Their lewd gazes roamed over the girl's delicate figure. Faced with this alarming scenario, the girl was taken aback and quickly turned to flee. However, at that moment, two figures emerged from behind, completely blocking her escape. "Little sister, you have a nice figure. You're developing quite well. Come, let your brother have a taste. Riding a bicycle to work every day must be tiring. Join me, and I'll drive you to work in style." The ruffians approached the girl with oily charm. Being from the countryside, the girl had never encountered such a situation. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will call for help." In a state of panic, tears welled in her beautiful eyes. Her delicate voice only further excited the ruffians. "Go ahead, scream, even if you shout until your throat is raw. No one will come to rescue you. Scream as much as you like. The more you scream, the more excited I become." Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, a luxurious vehicle was parked at the roadside. Inside, Li Minghai was peering through binoculars, his narrow eyes gleaming with anticipation. How pure. These rural girls are so much more entertaining than those city girls, who are just so pretentious. Once I make my move, being young and wealthy, the hero saving the beauty, this little country girl will be completely smitten. Just as Li Minghai was about to intervene, the roar of an engine suddenly pierced the air. He paused, intrigued. "AV8, the sound is music to my ears. Wait, that seems to be coming this way." Li Minghai quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. A red flash sped toward him. His eyes widened in shock. What the hell, a Ferrari? I've never seen this car around Donghai City. Just as he pondered, the fiery red stallion zoomed past. Li Minghai slapped his thigh in frustration. Oh no. I don't know which rich second generation this is, but I can't let him steal my thunder. He pressed down on the accelerator, and the black G-Class surged forward. Alas, he was still a moment too late. A fiery red Ferrari had already come to a halt in front of the ruffians. As they beheld the approaching sports car, envy filled the eyes of the young thugs. "Brother Hai has changed cars again. This one is too cool. I'm so envious. He probably switches out these little girls every few days." At that moment, Zhang Yuqing wore an expression of astonishment as well. In the next instant, a figure emerged from the car. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone present was left speechless. Chapter 18, The Tiger Enters the Sheep Pen. The overwhelming power. As the car door swung open, a tall and imposing figure emerged, clad in black sports pants and a simple white t-shirt. It was none other than Zhang Xian. Yet at this moment, an endless aura of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Before him, the situation needed no explanation. One glance was sufficient to discern what had transpired. Upon witnessing Zhang Xian's arrival, several small-time thugs stood frozen in shock. What is going on? Why isn't he the young Master Hai here? Isn't he this a Ferrari? It seems this kid must be some rich second generation. Could it be that young Master Hai set this kid up? The instant Zhang Xian came into view, Zhang Yuqing's pupils constricted. "Brother. Is that really you? Why are you here? And driving a luxury car? What on earth is happening?" Clearly, the current circumstances did not permit her to ponder further. Without a moment's hesitation, she shouted, "Brother. Call the police." Hearing her words, a grin stretched across Zhang Xian's face, revealing his pearly white teeth. His handsome features now appeared somewhat sinister. Before the thugs could regain their wits, Zhang Xian charged forward. In their eyes, the brilliance of the setting sun was abruptly eclipsed by this colossal figure. A fist, as large as a cooking pot, rapidly magnified before them. Bang! With a muffled thud, the leading thug was sent soaring into the air, crushing heavily to the ground. His face, akin to a dying workshop, turned beet red, blood gushing forth. Several teeth were violently dislodged and fell to the ground. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from him. At that moment, the Mercedes-Benz finally arrived, with young Master Hai hastily exiting the vehicle. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuqing cried out from a distance, "Brother, don't be impulsive, wait for me to call the police." Upon hearing this, Li Minghai's lips twitched in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Xian. What the hell? This kid is this little girl's brother. Didn't he Zhao Yiming say he was a poor loser? Where did this Ferrari come from? In the next instant, Li Minghai narrowed his eyes, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Oh. So you are Zhang Xian, I didn't expect you to be so vain. This car must be rented, right? What, you want to flaunt your yoga pants too? All right then, since things have come to this, I'll lay my cards on the table. I've taken a liking to your sister. I initially planned to play some dramatic tricks, but it seems unnecessary now. A forcibly picked fruit may not be sweet, but it can quench one's thirst. Har har har. As long as your sister accompanies me, I shall make her my assistant. I'll pay her 30,000 a month. As for you, you won't need to rent a car anymore. You can drive mine from now on, and whatever I have, you shall have too. Zhang Xian's brow furrowed, a tempest of fury brewing in his eyes. The next moment, he pivoted sharply, his massive hand, akin to a fan, sliced through the air and struck Li Minghai's face with a resounding smack, crack. A sharp, explosive sound echoed as Li Minghai's body was sent flying, spinning 720 degrees. Blood and teeth scattered through the air as he crashed heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the thugs finally snapped back to reality. Damn, he's here to wreck the place, brothers, charge. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 4 thugs charged at Zhang Xian. Not far away, Zhang Yuqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Brother, run. In her frantic search for her phone, she fumbled and struggled, unable to retrieve it in time. Just then, Zhang Xian sprang into action. Like a furious lion, he wielded his sharp claws. A swift kick sent one of the thugs soaring through the air. A sweeping strike landed squarely on another thug's head. Bang! Another muffled thud sounded as the thug collapsed to the ground. It must be said, youth is an advantage. They fell into a deep slumber in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 2 thugs had lost all combat ability, leaving the remaining 2 with expressions of sheer disbelief. What the hell? How can he fight so well? Is he some martial arts master? The wind is fierce. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 remaining thugs turned to flee, having completely forgotten their drunken camaraderie. But at that moment, a pair of large hands shot out, seizing the necks of the 2 thugs. An unimaginable force erupted from Zhang Xian's body. In the next second, both thugs were lifted off the ground, their frantic screams echoing like wild dogs. Zhang Xian's eyes glimmered with malice, his body twisted, and his arms swung wide. The 2 thugs were hurled away, crashing heavily against a tree, instantly plunging into a deep slumber. At this moment, Zhang Yuqing finally found her phone, her hands trembling as she dialed. She quickly raised her head to see a tall and sturdy figure dominating her entire field of vision. Brother, you, the girl's gaze turned to the chaotic scene behind her, and upon seeing the scattered thugs moaning on the ground, she stood frozen, her eyes filled with confusion. Just then, a voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, this is the Development Zone Police Station, how may I assist you? The girl, bewildered, remained silent for a long while. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, are you unable to speak? Have you been taken hostage? I'll ask a question, and you just respond with yes or no. Upon hearing this, the girl timidly said, I'm sorry, I dialed the wrong number. She promptly hung up the phone. At that moment, a piercing scream rang out. Oh you, how dare you, do you know who I am? Li Minghai trembled as he stood up, a crimson handprint emblazoned across his face. Only one of his front teeth remained, leaving his speech slurred and unclear. I am the esteemed manager of Changhong Enterprises. Zhang Xian, just wait, I'll make sure you realize I'm not someone you can provoke. At that moment, Li Minghai's phone rang. Zhao Yiming, that bastard, why is he calling now? Li Minghai answered the call, and upon hearing the words from the other end, he stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 19. Sister, we have struck it rich. Hey, don't you dare provoke that little girl. His brother is now the boyfriend of Ling Ningshuang. He nearly killed me today. Don't worry, that little girl, we will find a way in the future. Zhao Yiming's subsequent words were completely lost on Li Minghai. At this moment, a single phrase echoed furiously in his mind. Ling Ningshuang's boyfriend, the powerful head of Hanhai Group, Ling Ningshuang. The wealthiest woman in Donghai City, and even in the entire Dongshan province. This brat is actually her boyfriend. Li Minghai wore a bewildered expression, his eyes staring vacantly at Zhang Xian. Upon witnessing Li Minghai's dazed demeanor, Zhang Yuqing, not far away, wore a puzzled look as well. What is wrong with him? Why is he looking at us like that? In the next moment, Li Minghai broke into a grin, disregarding the blood that was still oozing from his mouth, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Brother Xian. It is a misunderstanding. I was just drunk and babbling, please don't take it to heart. I truly had no idea you were Miss Ling's boyfriend. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Zhang Yuqing's bright eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had discovered a new continent, gazing at her brother. Miss Ling? Who is she? Isn't he my brother's girlfriend? Fancy you. I always felt that Fancy you wasn't a good girl. I advised my brother to break up with her, but he is as stubborn as a mule and wouldn't he listen. He even asked me to advance my salary to buy Fancy you a Valentino. How did he suddenly become Miss Ling's boyfriend? Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, about to speak, when suddenly the sound of police sirens pierced the air. 2 police cars swiftly arrived at the scene, several portly officers with an air of authority disembarked, among whom was a tall female officer with short hair. She strode forward with a commanding presence, her eyes sharp and piercing. The leading officer surveyed the group of thugs lying on the ground and coldly barked, "Who called the police? What happened?" Upon hearing this, Li Minghai quickly raised his hand. Me, it was me. Director Sun, it was I who reported the incident. Director Sun paused for a moment, his stern demeanor transforming into a warm smile. Isn't this young Master Li? What happened? Who left you in this state? Was it that guy over there? Seeing this unfold, Zhang Yuqing's face was filled with urgency. From Director Sun's reaction, she sensed something was amiss. Just as she was about to interject, she noticed Li Minghai frantically shaking his head. No, I fell by myself, he has nothing to do with it. Observing the red handprint on Li Minghai's face, Director Sun's expression grew curious. Young Master Li, are you certain you fell by yourself? What about those lying on the ground? Li Minghai hastily explained, those people. They are thugs, they tried to rob me. That handsome guy saw the injustice and came to my aid, a hero saving a damsel in distress, a few moves, and then this happened. I can vouch for him. It was definitely an act of bravery. Li Minghai's response left Zhang Yuqing utterly astounded. What is going on? What nonsense is he spouting? Why does it seem like he is particularly afraid of my brother? This is impossible. Li Minghai is notoriously known as a playboy. Listening to Li Minghai's words, Director Sun appeared taken aback. Young Master Li, are you implying that this young man single-handedly took down all these individuals? Li Minghai nodded fervently. Yes, this young man possesses extraordinary skills, he is nothing short of a divine warrior. Upon hearing this, Director Sun gazed at Zhang Xian with newfound caution. Meanwhile, the tall female officer with short hair directed a curious glance at Zhang Xian, her eyes glimmering with an adventurous spirit. Director Sun pondered for a moment. Very well, since this is the case, apprehend these thugs. As for young Master Li and the others, just take their statements and that will suffice. With Director Sun's command, several officers hurried forward. The short-haired female officer, however, approached Zhang Xian directly. Name? Zhang Xian. Address? Donghai University, male dormitory, room 608. Upon hearing this, the short-haired officer was momentarily taken aback. A university student, with such skills, are you in a fighting club, or have you practiced martial arts since childhood? Let us spar some time. At that moment, Director Sun's voice rang out from behind. Mulan! What are you doing? The short-haired officer grinned brightly. Just taking down his number 150XXXX 1919. Great, I will contact you later. She then shot him a meaningful glance and turned to leave. After taking their statements, Li Minghai hurried to his car, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Xian before driving off. Soon, only Zhang Xian and his sister remained at the scene. Zhang Yuqing, with a face full of concern, asked, "Brother, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Looking at his obedient and understanding sister, Zhang Xian's heart brimmed with affection. "I'm fine. Just a few electric poles, nothing to worry about." Upon hearing this, the girl finally felt relieved. "Brother, what's the deal with this sports car? Where did you get it?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xian replied, "This car. You heard earlier, it belongs to Miss Ling." As soon as these words left his mouth, the girl in front of him revealed a peculiar expression, scrutinizing her brother from head to toe. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. "Brother, have you been kept by a wealthy woman? This is unacceptable. Our Zhang family believes that wealth cannot corrupt, and poverty cannot sway. How can you indulge in such a lifestyle? I was counting on you to help our family expand. I've heard at the factory that these wealthy women are just playing around. You must not." Listening to his sister's rapid-fire concerns, Zhang Xian felt utterly speechless. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Oh, what are you thinking? Miss Lung is only 24. She is only 2 years older than me. Moreover, strictly speaking, she isn't even my girlfriend. One could only describe it as a fleeting encounter. This car was a gift from her. Chances are, we won't have much interaction in the future." As soon as these words were spoken, the girl's face displayed a look of astonishment. Her bright eyes examined Zhang Xian, a mixture of surprise and relief in her gaze. "Brother! Finally, you've come to your senses. Fancy you is not a good girl. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why cling to a single flower? You need not be disheartened. Since Miss Ling could gift you a sports car, she must be from a wealthy family, beyond our reach. This car must be quite valuable. Perhaps selling it could buy a house, making it easier for you to find a sister-in-law." Seeing his sister so concerned for him, Zhang Xian felt a warm wave wash over him. "Sister, there's no need to sell the car. You won't have to work any more. I'll take care of you." Upon hearing this, the girl shook her head resolutely. "The car must be sold. I have to work. We can't rely on Miss Ling's money. Brother! You must not be misled. Relying on someone else is not a sustainable path." Zhang Xian smiled faintly, pulling out his phone. "Sister, look at this." Chapter 20, Laughter beneath the setting sun. As they conversed, Zhang Xian placed his phone directly in front of his younger sister. On the screen, a text message from the bank was glaringly visible. A dense string of numbers appeared, and Zhang Xian looked at the girl before him with an expression of pride, fully prepared for her ecstatic screams. However, the girl was momentarily taken aback, and then blurted out, "Brother, where did you steal this image from? It looks so fake." At this remark, the smile on Zhang Xian's face instantly froze, a blend of embarrassment and disbelief washing over him. "She certainly seems wealthy, but this belongs to her." Observing his sister's calm demeanor, Zhang Xian felt his composure slipping away. "What on earth are you talking about? This is my money. This is my phone, my bank card." Upon hearing this, the girl fell silent, staring at Zhang Xian in shock, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Noticing her expression, Zhang Xian straightened up, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Yet, in the next moment, the girl could not help but burst into laughter. "Impossible, this has to be a joke. Brother, you're pulling my leg. I'm not a 3-year-old. Stop joking, brother. Come on, I just got paid today, let me treat you to some street food." As she spoke, the girl grabbed Zhang Xian's arm, ready to leave. Zhang Xian rolled his eyes dramatically. "Why don't you believe me? I'll send you 100,000 right now." Zhang Xian picked up his phone and opened and financial, executing a flurry of operations. "Your Alipay has received a payment of 100,000. The melodious notification sounded from the girl's phone. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, she opened her phone to see her balance surge unexpectedly. She stood there, dumbfounded, her face flushed, her breath quickening. Her delicate hand trembled uncontrollably as she held her phone. "R!" In the next moment, the girl's scream pierced the sky, her youthful, vibrant body bouncing with exuberance. "It's real! It's real, brother, you've struck it rich. That's amazing, brother, you finally made it big. She leaped up and enveloped Zhongxian in a tight embrace. At that moment, he could no longer contain his overwhelming joy. No? We have struck it rich, we will no longer live a life of hardship. We won't have to buy discounted clothes, or settle for cheap street fare, no more eating buns until we feel sick. Hand in hand, they twirled in excitement on the street, their pure laughter mingling with the golden hues of the setting sun. Their laughter echoed with the bittersweet memories of their years of struggle and hardship. 140 million may not seem like much to some, but for these two youths from a rural background, it was a figure they had never dared to dream of. Their word poverty, so simple, held within it a depth of anguish and helplessness. After a full minute, the two finally came to a halt. The girl's eyes were slightly reddened, glistening with tears of joy, yet her dimples shone brightly. Zhongxian extended a large hand to gently wipe away the joyful tears from the corners of her eyes. Let us go, we have money now, you won't need to work anymore. We'll feast on seafood. No more scrimping on vegetarian hot pot. Beef, lamb rolls, we can eat as much as we want. The girl nodded vigorously, yet, in the next moment, she suddenly realized, brother, where did all this money come from? It wasn't from that Miss Lung, was it? So much money, she wouldn't have any ulterior motives, would she? Zhongxian affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. What are you thinking, little one? Do you remember what father said? There are treasures left in our Zhong family ancestral hall. I auctioned off that treasure for a total of 150 million. After deducting the fees, we have 145 million left. Tomorrow, I'll go to the bank and transfer 72.5 million to you. Though money was significant, Zhongxian did not wish for it to affect the bond he shared with his sister. After all, she was the only family he had in this world. Upon hearing this, the girl quickly shook her head. What would I do with that much money, brother? You've already given me 100,000, right? Tomorrow, I'm going to buy the latest fruit phone and a beautiful dress. I'll ask you for more only when I run out. Her eyes sparkled with uncontained joy, and no matter how mature she was still a 22-year-old girl who loved beautiful things, just like any other. Zhongxian looked at her with profound affection. All right, I'll keep it safe for you. No matter when, half of it will always belong to you. But the girl continued, I never imagined we had such a valuable treasure in our family. If we had sold it earlier, perhaps Mom and Dad wouldn't have. As she spoke, her head drooped, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhongxian felt a pang of pain in his heart, his nose tinged with bitterness. Perhaps sensing her brother's emotions, the girl's face brightened with a radiant smile once more. Let us not talk about that when we're so happy. This car is so cool. So beautiful, I've only seen it on TV. Brother, hurry and take me for a spin. What's the engine size? What brand is it? It was clear that a girl who knew little about cars wouldn't ask so many questions. She merely wished to change the subject to keep her brother from feeling sad. Zhongxian clenched his jaw, fighting back tears, yet internally vowed, and no matter what kind of apocalypse may come, even if I become a feared zombie, I will do everything in my power to protect my only family. With a vigorous wave of his hand, Zhongxian declared, let us go. I'll take you for a spin, we'll eat hot pot, we'll buy new clothes. Soon, the bright red Ferrari sped away, gradually disappearing into the distance under the glow of the setting sun. Time swiftly passed into the depths of night. Inside the most luxurious five-star hotel in Donghai City, Zhongxian sat alone on the large bed, the book on corpse cultivation prominently displayed before him. Absolute heaven, ancestor zombie, transcending the three realms, unbound by the five elements. As long as the corpse is refined to possess this constitution, it can absorb any form of energy, thus enhancing its physical form. It is truly the god of corpses, devoid of any weaknesses. Gazing at the tome before him, Zhongxian furrowed his brow. Throughout the night, the siblings had exchanged numerous hopes for the future, yet, Zhongxian had not disclosed the true state of his body or his plans to his sister, wishing to spare her any worry. All he desired was for her to be happy. Looking at his bank balance, a glimmer of determination shone in Zhongxian's eyes. It's time to start preparing for my plan to refine corpses. Chapter 21. The corpse refinement plan officially commences. The materials for corpse refinement, aside from the rare Taishan stone imbued with the aura of earthly emperors, consist largely of various herbs and animal horns. Although the quantity is substantial, with the current funds at my disposal, gathering them should not pose a significant challenge. The sole predicament lies in sourcing these items myself. It is likely to consume a great deal of time, given my limited connections. If only I could enlist the help of someone with extensive networks and abundant resources. As this thought crossed his mind, a captivating figure materialized in Zhang Xian's imagination. Ling Ningxuang. Yes, if I reach out to her, success is assured. Many of the materials I require are medicinal herbs, and the Hanhai Group is rooted in the pharmaceutical industry. Surely, she possesses what I seek. With the date of the impending zombie apocalypse drawing near, Zhang Xian steeled himself and dialed Ling Ningxuang's number. Before long, a languid yet alluring voice resonated from the other end of the line. It's quite late for a call, what is it? Unable to find rest on this long, dark night? The sweet, melodious tone sent a shiver through Zhang Xian's body. However, having learned from their previous encounter, he understood that their night of passion was merely a fleeting affair. Furthermore, with the apocalypse looming, it was hardly the time for romance. Zhang Xian cut to the chase. Miss Ling, I wish to procure some medicinal herbs and materials. I wonder if we might collaborate. At that moment, in the Xian Villa district of Donghai City, Ling Ningxuang, clad in a purple lace nightgown, stretched lazily. Her curvaceous figure was exquisitely accentuated, the expanse of her fair skin tantalizingly visible. A flicker of curiosity danced in her beautiful eyes. Buying herbs, how trivial, I thought you sought me out for some significant life event. Zhang Xian's voice echoed through the phone. Miss Ling, there's no need for such formality. I have forgotten our past, I assure you, I will not trouble you. If you are inclined, we could perhaps become friends. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Ling Ningxuang's lips curled into a playful smile, her gaze filled with amusement. A wave of disdain surged within her. Is this a game of feigned indifference? HMPH, such a tactic is rather juvenile. Very well, I shall acquiesce to this fellow. After all, I am departing for Northern Europe tomorrow. Ultimately, he is my first man. I might as well extend a hand. Besides, he won't be around much longer. With this thought, Ling Ningxuang chuckled softly. All right, this minor matter is manageable. I will provide you with a contact number. You can liaise with them. Also, do refrain from calling me in the future. I have no interest in cultivating a friendship with you. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Attempting to play mind games with me? You are still too young. I am curious to see how long you can endure. Soon enough, Zhang Xian received a call from Ling Ningxuang. The voice on the line belonged to a decisive and assertive woman, the procurement manager of Hanhai Pharmaceuticals, Han Ruoshi. However, upon reviewing the list Zhang Xian had sent, she was taken aback. Mr. Zhang, the items you requested amount to nearly 100 million. Additionally, some of these materials need to be sourced from overseas warehouses, which may take up to a week. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian calculated in his mind. According to the records of the Shenmen corpse refinement technique, as long as the materials are prepared adequately, the formidable ancestor zombie can be fully formed and capable of movement within 2 months. This means I have nearly a month to gather materials before the zombie catastrophe strikes. This week's time is entirely sufficient for me to locate the Zhang family treasure and retrieve the necessary items. With this in mind, Zhang Xian promptly agreed and transferred a deposit of 10 million. Meanwhile, in the dormitory room 404 of Donghai University of Finance, Fan Xiao lay fuming on her bed, surrounded by several friends. What? Zhang Xian dumped you, and he is now with that infamous Ling Ningxuang. Ling Ningxuang, the wealthiest in all of Dongshan province. That makes sense. At this revelation, Fan Xiao shot up in anger. What do you mean by that? Am I so inferior to Ling Ningxuang? The moment those words escaped her lips, her friends exchanged glances, but quickly replied, not at all. Of course not, isn't she just a little wealthy? It's not like she earned it herself. she's just a spoiled rich kid living off her family. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiao's expression softened slightly. HMPH. It infuriates me, Zhao Yiming, that coward, actually knelt before Zhang Xian. What enrages me further is that Zhang Xian must have struck some lucky fortune, a box from his home auctioned for 15 million. Upon hearing this, her friend's eyes widened in shock. What? 15 million? Isn't he Zhang Xian now rolling in wealth? Fan Xiao crossed her arms in frustration. Indeed, if it weren't for that wretched woman meddling, I'd be the one holding 15 million. Who cares about that Li Chengfeng? I could buy whatever I desire. Fan Xiao naturally considered Zhang Xian's money as her own. Her friends quickly chimed in, don't be upset, Xiao. We all know how these rich kids operate. They're just a novelty for a few days. Ling Ningxuang will tire of him soon enough. When that time comes, you can return to Zhang Xian, and his money will still be yours. At this, Fan Xiao jumped up, her face flushed. A good horse never turns back. You want me to reconcile with Zhang Xian? Absolutely not. That is entirely out of the question. Her three friends quickly responded, Xiao, you're missing the point, you can't let pride stand in the way of money. Think about it. Zhang Xian has been with you for so many years, he is your most devoted admirer. He is merely enchanted by Ling Ningxuang at the moment, perhaps when she discards him, he'll come scurrying back to you. When that time comes, you can maintain some distance, and his money will be yours. If you stubbornly cling to pride while others seize the opportunity, you'll be the one at a loss. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiao's pupils dilated. Right. By then, Zhang Xian will be wealthy, and undoubtedly, some shameless woman will attach herself to him. I wouldn't put it past these friends to stab me in the back. No, Zhang Xian is mine. I must continue to observe. As day turned to night, another day passed. The following morning, Zhang Xian slowly opened his eyes. He felt invigorated, brimming with energy, and the smaller version of himself felt the same. Zhang Xian wore a look of confusion. What is happening? I feel as though my strength has increased once more. Could it be due to this ancient jade passed down in my family? He picked up the ancient jade from his chest and examined it, but could discern nothing unusual. Just then, the doorbell rang. Zhang Yuqing's voice called from outside. Wake up, brother. Weren't you planning to travel to Mongshan? Hurry up. Chapter 22 The Ancestor's Treasure. Listening to the sounds emanating from outside the door, Zhang Xian, momentarily disregarding the jade pendant in his hands, hastily freshened up, donned his attire, and opened the door. Soon enough, the silhouettes of Zhang Xian and his sister emerged from the hotel. Mongshan, although not particularly renowned, is nestled within the borders of the Dongshan province, yet it lies adjacent to the majestic Taishan, the highest peak in the region. At this moment, the golden autumn season has brought throngs of tourists to the Taishan scenic area, all eager to witness the sunrise. Before long, a Mercedes-Benz came to a halt, and two figures descended from the vehicle, none other than the Zhang siblings from Qianhai City. Gazing at the imposing Taishan, Zhang Yuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. After all these years, she had never ventured out for leisure. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian surveyed the southeastern direction of Taishan. According to the treasure map left by my ancestor, the treasures of the Zhang family are concealed within Mongshan, he pondered. I shall wait until nightfall, when she is asleep, to delve deeper into Mongshan. One of the materials I require for my corpse refining includes the stones from Taishan. Since we are here, we might as well find this stone together. At that moment, this place is so lively. Let us hurry and check in. It's my first time climbing a mountain. The girl's eyes brimmed with barely contained excitement, and Zhang Xian nodded slightly, his expression warm with a smile. Let us go. In the future, I will take you on a global tour. Hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with happiness as she nodded enthusiastically. Together, they ascended the mountain path. In the blink of an eye, they surrendered to night. A darkened sky enveloped the towering mountains. Zhang Yuqing, having never climbed a mountain before, was already panting and trembling with fatigue. Yet Zhang Xian felt no such weariness, remaining as energetic as ever. As night fell, he sought out the most luxurious inn available, and they settled in. Before long, the clock struck 9, and Zhang Yuqing was fast asleep in the adjoining room. Zhang Xian opened the door and surveyed the inky blackness of the mountains. This inn, chosen by me, is the closest to Mangshan, he thought. I can reach Mangshan in no more than 2 hours. A round trip will take 5 to 6 hours, which is more than sufficient. With that thought, Zhang Xian gently closed the door, soon disappearing into the mountains. An hour and a half later, Zhang Xian found himself deep within Mangshan. In stark contrast to the bustling crowds at Taishan. The interior of Mangshan was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any lights. With a swift motion, he retrieved a headlamp from his backpack. The brilliant beam illuminated the depths of Mangshan, casting a silvery glow as moonlight filtered through the tranquil forest, creating a mosaic of light on the ground. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the gentle rustle of leaves as the mountain breeze swept through the treetops. Zhang Xian focused on the treasure map in his hands. I must be no more than 100 meters from the treasure site, he mused. The mere box left by my illustrious ancestor could be worth over 100 million. What extraordinary treasures lie within this hidden trove? With his heart racing with anticipation, Zhang Xian quickened his pace. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled through the forest. In an instant, dust and debris were sent swirling through the air. A faint yet distinct scent of blood wafted into Zhang Xian's nostrils. His brow furrowed, eyes narrowing with concern. Something is amiss. Quickly, he unsheathed the dagger strapped to his thigh. Having heard tales of wild wolves prowling Mangshan, he had come prepared. Utilizing the illumination from his headlamp, he scanned his surroundings. The wind subsided, restoring the eerie stillness. As time ticked by, nothing transpired, causing Zhang Xian to lower his guard. The wild wolves here are said to be less formidable than golden retrievers, he reassured himself. They won't dare attack someone of my stature. Nevertheless, wolves travel in packs. Caution is prudent. With his grip firm on the dagger, he resumed his journey toward the treasure location. Just then, a series of faint sounds echoed from behind him. Instantly, a tempest arose. Dust danced chaotically in the air. Under the moonlight, a massive figure leaped from the thicket, lunging directly at Zhang Xian. He felt a powerful gust at his back and, without thinking, rolled to his right. Simultaneously, a colossal shadow shot past him. Zhang Xian, dagger in hand, quickly turned to confront the beast that had ambushed him. With the aid of his headlamp, a staggering sight emerged before him. Even with his experience from a past life, Zhang Xian could not suppress his astonishment. Illuminated by the light, a magnificent white tiger stood not far away, its shoulder height nearing 2 meters and its robust frame extending over 5 meters. Its eyes, the size of soup bowls, gleamed with a golden glint in the light. Powerful limbs lay flat against the ground, and claws, as long as daggers, skimmed the earth, igniting flickers of fire. The tiger's predatory gaze fixated on Zhang Xian. A chill ran down his spine. By the heavens, such a colossal tiger exists. Even the legendary Tiger King KT-085 pales in comparison. Next to this beast, it seems merely a kitten. How could such a creature inhabit Mangshan? Before Zhang Xian could ponder further, the white tiger let out a low growl. Its muscular limbs surged with power, and its massive body launched itself toward Zhang Xian like an arrow. The sharp claws ushered in a gust of blood-soaked wind. Zhang Xian gripped his weapon tightly, swiftly veering left. With his right hand extended, he aimed to slice past the tiger. A sound akin to tearing fabric resonated through the air. As the tiger landed once more, a gaping wound, half a meter long, appeared on its left shoulder. Flesh ripped open, blood gushed forth, the pain ignited a furious rage within the tiger. its eyes flashing with icy fury as it unleashed a thunderous roar, its enormous form charged at Zhang Xian with even greater speed. In an instant, Zhang Xian realized he could not evade this onslaught. Damn, I haven't even become a zombie yet, and I'm destined to be a meal for this tiger when the apocalypse strikes. What will happen to Yuqing if I perish? Blast it! I shall fight. With that resolve, Zhang Xian bellowed defiantly, charging forward with his dagger in hand. Boom! In the next heartbeat, the two disproportionate figures collided with tremendous force, but at that moment of impact, Zhang Xian stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 23, The Legendary Treasure. In a flash, two figures collided with tremendous force. Zhang Xian's sharp blade and the fierce claws of the tiger struck simultaneously. However, at the moment of impact, the massive tiger, weighing perhaps a ton, let out a mournful howl, as if it had been struck by a locomotive, and was instantly sent flying. Its colossal body crashed heavily against a tree large enough for a person to embrace. With a crisp crack, a fissure appeared in the trunk that could be encircled by a single person. The white tiger fell to the ground, emitting a whimpering cry of agony. Its robust limbs, each with a mind of their own, struggled desperately to rise, but its massive form lay as helpless as a sack of mud. Clearly, its spine had shattered upon impact. Observing the scene before him, Zhang Xian was left utterly dumbfounded, standing there in disbelief, staring blankly at his own hands. What is happening? Could it be that this tiger is merely a facade, grand in appearance but lacking in substance? Though I feel that my strength has significantly increased over the past few days, could it truly be to such an extraordinary extent? This is a ferocious beast weighing close to a ton, and I have sent it flying with a mere blow. At that moment, the tiger, having struggled for what seemed an eternity without success, finally relinquished its fight. Its massive body lay limp on the ground, panting heavily. In its fierce eyes, there was an unmistakable glimmer of human-like confusion and disbelief, as if pondering why this human before it was so unreasonably strong. As realization dawned on him, Zhang Xian felt an overwhelming surge of joy within. A line from the corpse-raising technique recorded in the teachings of his sect surfaced in his mind. The strength exhibited by different individuals upon becoming a zombie varies significantly. Those with frail bodies will, even with accidental zombification, merely become the lowest tier of zombies, and are unlikely to advance. However, those with formidable physiques in life, or those who have slain countless foes, will possess terrifying strength after their transformation, significantly increasing their chances of becoming a higher-tier zombie. Zhang Xian clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, and could not suppress the tumult of excitement within. The strength of my current body is likely far beyond even that of the legendary warrior Wu Song. Even Wu Song would require countless punches to bring down a tiger. I have rendered this beast crippled with just a single Iron Mountain strike. Moreover, this tiger is considerably larger than the one Wu Song faced. It is likely that even the fabled Xian Yu, in terms of pure strength, would measure up to me. Suppressing his excitement, he slowly approached the tiger, still clutching his dagger. You are now utterly incapacitated. Even if I do not slay you, you shall meet your end at the hands of those wild wolves. It would be a pity for such a magnificent tiger to perish at their claws. Very well. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, the tiger seemed to comprehend, slowly closing its eyes. In the next instant, Zhang Xian plunged his dagger into the tiger's heart. The beast's body shuddered slightly before it soon succumbed to the void of death. After dealing with the tiger, Zhang Xian let out a long breath and resumed his journey along the path outlined on the treasure map. After traversing several dozen meters, a cliff face came into view. This must be the place. The treasure map depicts a stone, and it seems this stone is indeed the entrance. With this thought, Zhang Xian searched around, guided by the light above his head. Soon, a strangely shaped stone at the base of the cliff caught his attention. This must be the stone. It resembles the one on the treasure map perfectly. With a heart racing with excitement and trembling hands, Zhang Xian eagerly reached out to touch the stone. However, in the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his arm. He quickly withdrew his hand, discovering a fresh wound on his finger from which crimson blood began to flow. Just then, the stone wall before him began to tremble slightly. As the wall parted, a seemingly bottomless passage gradually revealed itself, Seeing this, Zhang Xian was overwhelmed with joy. I found it. I found it. My enchanting ancestor possesses such skills in mechanism arts. The treasures within must be extraordinary. With this in mind, Zhang Xian hurriedly slipped into the passage. As he entered, the stone wall gradually closed behind him. Following the beam of light from his headlamp, a series of stone steps emerged before him. Looking up, he could not see the end of the staircase. Minutes passed, and after traversing several hundred meters, he finally reached the end of the steps. Zhang Xian mused to himself, my ancestor surely specialized in raising corpses, not tomb raiding. A treasure site hidden so deeply, it must be at least 200 meters underground. As the staircase vanished, a spacious cavern appeared before Zhang Xian. As he set foot on the ground, brilliant flames erupted within the pitch-black cave, illuminating the entire subterranean space. 3 chests came into view before him, each measuring approximately a meter in length. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian's face broke into an ecstatic smile. Goodness, such large chests, and 3 of them, could they possibly be made of precious rosewood? If that were true, I would be immensely wealthy. Despite knowing that the zombie apocalypse was imminent, Zhang Xian could not resist the thrill of impending wealth. He dashed forward, scrutinizing the chests before him. However, upon catching sight of the first chest, his smile abruptly vanished. Damn, this is not rosewood, it's Huanhuali. Though it is worth a substantial sum, I, Zhang Xian, am not in need of a mere few tens of thousands. Never mind. I should quickly discover what treasures lie within these chests. The chests bore no locks, and Zhang Xian directly opened the first one. May the luck of the gods be upon me. Out with the bad luck, in with the good fortune. This was a genuine treasure hunt. As the first chest opened, Zhang Xian peered inside with eager eyes. However, in the next moment, his expression of excitement froze. What the hell, it's empty. Staring at the vacant chest before him, Zhang Xian felt a surge of frustration wash over him. Is this a joke? How can this chest be empty, ancestor? Where is your sense of honor? An empty chest, and yet you dare to draw a treasure map. After cursing his ancestor momentarily, Zhang Xian remained undeterred and hastily opened the second chest. As the second chest swung open, Zhang Xian stood there, utterly stunned. Inside lay several exquisite pieces of porcelain and a few scrolls of calligraphy and painting. Being an archaeology major, Zhang Xian instantly recognized that these items were true treasures. Just one of these could fetch a starting price of $1 billion. Incredible, with just this one chest, I've struck it rich. At that moment, Zhang Xian's gaze shifted to the final chest. Could this chest also contain such treasures? Yet, thoughts of the impending zombie apocalypse dulled his exhilaration somewhat. After all, what value would wealth hold in a world overrun by the undead? Adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, Zhang Xian opened the third chest. Upon seeing what lay inside, Zhang Xian felt a rush of exhilaration wash over him. His entire body bristled with anticipation. This is Chapter 24, Commanded by Heaven, may longevity and prosperity prevail. Within the desolate confines of the box, there lay but 2 diminutive objects, appearing square and reminiscent of seals. One corner of a particular seal bore a striking contrast to the rest, radiating a unique golden luminescence. An inconceivable term suddenly materialized in Zhang Xian's mind. Could this possibly be the imperial seal of the realm? At that moment, even Zhang Xian, who had lived a life anew, could scarcely contain the exhilaration swelling within him. Instantly, a myriad of anecdotes regarding the imperial seal flooded his consciousness. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled as he fixated on the seal nestled within the box. Oh, my illustrious ancestor, could it be that this legendary artifact truly resides here? With quivering hands, Zhang Xian gingerly lifted the seal, his bloodshot eyes scrutinizing it closely. Despite the ancient script, Zhang Xian, an archaeology major, recognized it at once. It was the 8 words that no man could resist. Commanded by heaven, may his breath quickened. Commanded by heaven, may longevity and prosperity prevail. This is indeed the imperial seal of the realm. Oh, my illustrious ancestor, how on earth did you acquire this? To conceal such an artifact, you must have had profound intentions. Zhang Xian meticulously examined the imperial seal, a mere 5 centimeters square, feeling increasingly overwhelmed by its significance. Alas! While this object is undeniably precious, how could I dare to bring it forth for sale? If this were to be revealed, I fear I would perish before even ascending the throne. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian then diverted his gaze to the other seal resting nearby, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. What could this be? To rest alongside the imperial seal, it must be extraordinary. He lifted the seal and observed a ferocious beast intricately carved upon its surface, one that he did not recognize. Flipping the seal over, he discovered 4 peculiar characters engraved at the base. After staring for a considerable time, he realized he could not decipher them. With a resigned sigh, he muttered, "Well, although I do not comprehend this, my illustrious ancestor must have deemed it significant enough to place it alongside the imperial seal. I shall ensure these 2 artifacts are safely stored away." Swiftly, Zhang Xian placed the antiques from the box into his pre-prepared backpack, then retraced his steps back to his lodging. Before long, the sun had risen high in the sky. It was then that Zhang Yuqing's voice resonated from the doorway. "Brother, hurry and get up. There's been an incident." Zhang Xian finally opened his eyes, donned his attire, and stepped outside. The first sight to greet him was his exuberant sister. "Brother, come quickly and see, Douyin has exploded. There's an enormous tiger in Mangshan. And it was killed. You must see this." She presented her newly purchased smartphone before him. The screen displayed the image of a colossal white-tipped tiger. A blogger was capturing the moment for posterity, but the next instant, the video had become inaccessible. Zhang Yuqing furrowed her brows. "What's going on? Why can't I view it anymore? I just saw someone analyzing that the tiger was killed after having its spine broken and then stabbed with a dagger. For such a massive tiger to be slain is astonishing. It's almost superhuman." Hearing this, Zhang Xian smiled awkwardly. How much of what is online is authentic? This could very well be fabricated. He had no intention of disclosing the matter of corpse refinement to his sister. Such a topic was too extraordinary. Whether she would believe him was one thing, but even if she did, it would only lead to her concern for his safety. Not only Zhang Yuqing, but even Zhang Xian himself did not possess full confidence in his ability to transform into a zombie. After all, in his previous worldview, such notions belonged to the realm of fantasy. The siblings spent their time merrily exploring Mount Tai. Dawn. They had reached the summit and awaited the sunrise. At that moment, Zhang Xian noticed a rather ordinary-looking round stone not far off, yet it bore mysterious patterns. His brow arched in recognition. This must be the Taishan stone, imbued with the aura of only an ordinary person would overlook their extraordinary qualities. Had I not possessed the knowledge of the art of corpse refinement, I too would have dismissed this stone as merely commonplace. Zhang Xian decided to keep the stone as a memento, placing it into his backpack. As the golden rays of the nascent sun rose from the sea of clouds, bathing the world in light, it resembled shimmering golden scales. Witnessing such a rare and breathtaking sight, Zhang Yuqing's excitement bubbled over. Zhang Xian gazed at her with fondness, silently vowing, "A sister, regardless of what the future holds or what manner of creature I may become, I shall always ensure your happiness." Upon concluding their journey, the siblings returned to Qianhai City. Knowing his sister's passion for music, Zhang Xian generously enrolled her in a music training institution. Meanwhile, he made his way to the Qianhai auction house once more. By now, Zhang Xian had attained VIP status at the auction house and was ushered into the exclusive lounge. Awaiting him was the chief auctioneer, Song Yinger, adorned in a tailored grey professional outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Although her bosom was modestly proportioned, the curve was undeniably exquisite. Upon Zhang Xian's return, a playful glint sparkled in Song Yinger's eyes. "Back again? You just acquired over 100 million. You shouldn't be in need of funds." "What's this? Did Sister Shuang confiscate your little treasure trove before heading to Northern Europe?" Hearing this, Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback. Lingning Shuang went to Northern Europe? Why wasn't he informed? Well, she had no obligation to keep you in the loop, considering your relationship has changed. It appears that Song Yinger is unaware of the true nature of my connection with Lingning Shuang. No matter, I still require the auction, so I shall play along. The items I am presenting today are worth at least $1 billion. If I were to take them to larger cities, they might fetch even more, but given the time constraints, I must proceed here. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian promptly spoke. No, I merely discovered something remarkable in my hometown and wish to auction it off. After all, I have little interest in antiques. Upon hearing this, Song Ying looked at him with astonishment. Another remarkable item, surely you jest. Your ancestors cannot possibly have been tomb raiders, that box alone is precious enough. Could you truly possess something of even greater value? Though she spoke lightly, a hint of skepticism lingered in her heart. HMPH, if his family truly had such treasures, he wouldn't need his sister to work to support his education. At that moment, Zhang Xian retrieved an item from his backpack. Take a look, and please arrange for the auction promptly. The instant Song Ying laid eyes on the object, her eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 25, The preparation for corpse refinement is complete. Zhang Xian retrieved an unremarkable cardboard box, yet within it lay 8 diminutive cups, their glaze radiant and translucently exquisite. Each tiny cup was adorned with a charmingly whimsical, lifelike chicken. Upon beholding this evidently complete set of cups, Song Ying could not contain her excitement and let out a sharp cry. The chicken jar cups, a complete set of chicken jar cups. Observing Song Ying's astonished expression, Zhang Xian couldn't help but think, to be so utterly amazed by a mere set of chicken jar cups. If only you knew that the imperial seal of the nation was also in my possession, you would surely faint on the spot. Despite this inner musings, Zhang Xian was acutely aware that the imperial seal must remain concealed. Yet, in the next instant, a cold smirk flickered in Song Ying's beautiful eyes. Zhang Xian, there's no need to get too excited over this. There are only 2 or 3 of these chicken jar cups known to exist. How could there possibly be a complete set? This cannot possibly be genuine. You're an archaeology major, surely you've heard of this. At this, Zhang Xian maintained his composure. After all, he too had been struck with or the first time he laid eyes upon these chicken jar cups. One could only say that the enchanting ancestor was indeed formidable, having amassed such extraordinary treasures. With a light chuckle, Zhang Xian replied, "It is premature to discuss this matter. You should call your father over for a closer examination." As he observed Zhang Xian's confident demeanor, Song Ying felt a stir of doubt within her. Could it be? If this is genuine, the Qianhai auction house would gain unprecedented fame. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Song Ying hesitantly dialed her father. Before long, Song Kaiming arrived at the VIP room, his expression one of indifferent curiosity. After all, a complete set of chicken jar cups was nothing short of fantastical. His visit was merely a courtesy extended for the sake of cold condensing frost. However, as Song Kaiming scrutinized the chicken jar cups, his expression gradually shifted to one of grave seriousness. Without uttering a word, he immediately placed a cold dot on the other end. The voice of Song Kaiyuan resonated. "Elder brother, you must come here. There are chicken jar cups." What? Chicken jar cups? Elder brother, this is a complete set of chicken jar cups, totaling 8. Don't joke with me, a complete set of chicken jar cups. Are you mad or am I? This might genuinely be authentic, and it's brought here by your student, Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian. Very well, I shall come take a look. Minutes later, Song Kaiyuan, clad in a Zhongshan suit, stepped into the room. At that moment, Zhang Xian and the others remained silent. Everyone present understood the profound significance of a complete set of chicken jar cups. Song Kaiyuan merely nodded symbolically before hastening to the table. He produced a magnifying glass and began to inspect with utmost seriousness. The 3 individuals beside him quickly gathered around. In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence, save for the sound of several heavy breaths. As time passed, the gravity of Song Kaiyuan's expression deepened, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. In the next moment, it seemed as if he had summoned all his strength to utter 4 words. Unprecedented in history. Upon hearing this, Song Ying and Song Kaiming's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the chicken jar cups before them. These were no ordinary cups, they represented the future of the Qianhai auction house. Breathless, Song Kaiming exclaimed, "Young brother, if you let us auction these chicken jar cups, we will not only ensure they fetch an unimaginable price, but we will also take no commission. From now on, you shall be a distinguished guest of the Song family. Whatever your requests may be, we shall accommodate. Zhang Xian chuckled softly, glancing at Song Kaiyuan. I am here out of respect for my teacher, you may handle the arrangements for this. At this declaration, Song Kaiyuan was moved to tears. Zhang Xian, I shall say no more. Rest assured, this will undoubtedly be the grandest auction in all of Long Country. This complete set of chicken jar cups, even individually, is valued at no less than 200 million. As a set, the starting price shall be at least 2 billion. It is anticipated that this will shatter all auction records in Long Country. The magnitude of this figure was something Zhang Xian had anticipated. As time progressed, he found himself increasingly indifferent to wealth. Selling these chicken jar cups was merely a means to acquire funds for procuring materials for corpse nurturing and essentials for the impending apocalypse. Zhang Xian nodded slightly. Very well, may I inquire how long it might take to sell? Upon hearing this, Song Kaiming furrowed his brow. Such a high-value item will not sell quickly, it will take at least a week. Without hesitation, Zhang Xian nodded. Then it is settled. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Before long, the group had finalized the auction's particulars. Once matters here were concluded, Zhang Xian returned to the five-star hotel, deep in thought. Zhang Xian pondered, if I can successfully cultivate a corpse and attain the zombie physique, I shall require no resources during the apocalypse. However, my sister cannot do the same. I must establish a base for survival and stockpile supplies. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. With sufficient funds, such concerns are trivial. Zhang Xian promptly sought out a company specializing in constructing survival bases. Despite the scarcity of such firms, they certainly existed. He opted for the largest and most secure apocalypse base, which cost 500 million. Of course, he only paid a deposit of 20 million. Next came the essential living supplies. Fresh water and food were relatively inexpensive, amounting to just 10 million, sufficient to sustain a family of 3 for 100 years. At this juncture, Zhang Xian had made all necessary preparations for his sister. Now, it was time to embark on his corpse refining endeavor. Days swiftly passed, and the news of the complete chicken jar cup spread throughout Long Country, igniting an unimaginable frenzy. Countless mysterious tycoons returned from abroad, and major consortiums were poised to act. Time flew, and the day of the auction arrived. At that moment, Zhang Xian had just returned to Qianhai City. After days of effort, he had successfully gathered the 4 primary materials required for corpse refinement. He eagerly awaited the conclusion of the auction to journey to the Taihang Mountains and commence his plans. Meanwhile, the Qianhai auction house was bustling with influential figures. Among them was Li Minghai from Changhong Industry, who appeared to be following closely behind a young man, exhibiting a servile demeanor. Chapter 26, The Remarkable Aura of Zhang Xian. Before them walked a young man clad in an elegant black suit, his gaunt face adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that exuded an air of opulence. His wrist bore a limited edition Richard Mille watch, and his slender eyes were filled with a disdainful gaze that seemed to dismiss everything around him. This individual was none other than Lin Haoyan, the heir of the illustrious Lin family in Kyoto. The Lin family was a household name throughout the Dragon Kingdom, recognized as one of its 5 prominent families. Their influence permeated various industries, a force that could not simply be described in terms of wealth. It was this very connection that enabled Changhong Industries to thrive as a company with assets exceeding 1 billion. Now, upon laying eyes on Lin Haoyan, Li Minghai wore a beaming smile. Cousin. That Zhang Xian I mentioned earlier recently auctioned a small box made of rosewood at the Qianhai auction house, valued at 150 million. Upon hearing the term cousin, Lin Haoyan's brow furrowed slightly. Cousin. I do not favor that appellation. Nevertheless, I am quite intrigued by this Zhang Xian. The entire Qianhai city was aware that Lin Haoyan was a devoted suitor of the cold and aloof Ling Ningxuang. Yet, despite years of pursuit, he had not succeeded in winning her affection. At this revelation, Li Minghai sensed an opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. The memory of being sent flying by Zhang Xian's palm ignited a seething hatred within him. Lin Xiao, I assure you, this matter is absolutely true. Many witnesses heard it that day. Miss Ling herself acknowledged that Zhang Xian is her boyfriend. Moreover, they appeared quite intimate, suggesting a strong bond. As Li Minghai spoke, he quickly glanced at Lin Haoyan's countenance. To his dismay, he saw that Lin Haoyan's fair face had darkened ominously. Intimate, are you implying that the two of them have? Although he did not finish his sentence, Li Minghai had already grasped the implication. That remains uncertain, but Miss Ling did give. This fellow, having amassed wealth, has been travelling extensively and has now returned to Jinhai City. He is likely here for the auction. At this, Lin Haoyan scoffed. I never anticipated that Ning Shuang would prefer such a worthless fool over me. However, if I, Lin Haoyan, cannot possess it, then no one shall. Even if he acquires it, a grim fate awaits him. As Lin Haoyan's words dripped with malice, Li Minghai felt a rush of excitement. Har. With the esteemed heir of the Lin family taking action, Zhang Xian is bound to meet a tragic end. At that time, his lonely sister will certainly become my plaything. Har har har. Just then, a tall figure clad in athletic wear strode through the door. With chiseled features and an unwavering demeanor, the man, despite his loose attire, radiated strength. His bronzed skin exuded a distinct masculine charm, and an unmistakable aura of menace lingered about him. It was Zhang Xian, returning from his ventures. In recent days, Zhang Xian had journeyed to the desolate region of Lopner and climbed Mount Everest, seeking materials for his crafting endeavors. It was well known that such places were fraught with peril, and Zhang Xian had inevitably encountered ferocious beasts. Man-eating bears, wild wolves, and even snow leopards had all perished at his hands. Additionally, during his time in the wilderness, he had faced a band of robbers intent on ambushing him. The simplest resolution to these threats had been to eliminate them, erasing all traces of their existence. He had shown no mercy to the woman involved either. Following these encounters, the aura of menace surrounding Zhang Xian intensified. At that moment, Li Minghai, upon witnessing Zhang Xian's imposing figure, trembled involuntarily, fear etched across his features. Remembering Lin Haoyan's presence beside him, he felt his spine stiffen and quickly whispered, Lin Xiao, that towering figure over there is Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyan's icy gaze fell upon Zhang Xian. As he beheld the latter's robust physique, Lin Haoyan's pupils constricted in disbelief. He has grown into this form. I never imagined Ning Shuang would be drawn to someone of his stature. In an instant, Lin Haoyan's mind conjured a vivid image, one of Ling Ningxuang being swept off her feet. Grinding his teeth, Lin Haoyan's fists clenched tightly. Wretched woman, so, you prefer this sort of man? What a disgrace. How foolish of me to have wasted so much time on you. With this thought, Lin Haoyan's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he regarded Zhang Xian. Yet at that moment, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing the hostility directed at him. His strikingly clear eyes shifted toward Lin Haoyan, calm yet radiating an undeniable authority. Li Minghai felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, while Lin Haoyan remained unyielding in his stare. Zhang Xian's expression remained composed, and although he was unaware of Lin Haoyan's identity, the sight of him standing beside Li Minghai enlightened him to the circumstances. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhang Xian's keen eyes. All preparations for my crafting have been completed. Let us hope these two do not seek their own demise. Otherwise, I shall have no qualms about eliminating them and utilizing their remains. At that moment, Zhang Xian's sole desire was to conclude the auction swiftly and settle his outstanding dues, leaving no room for distractions. He strode purposefully toward the auction hall. Lin Haoyan's eyes brimmed with chilling resolve. Just wait, you shall not live long enough to regret your choices. Soon, the auction commenced in earnest. Today, Song Yinger appeared. This was evidently a strategy employed by the auction house. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian and Lin Haoyan occupied the front row. Observing Zhang Xian's position, Lin Haoyan's brow furrowed in disdain. Even if this fellow possesses a fortune of 100 million, he does not merit a seat in the front row. Could it be that he is here on behalf of that shameless Ling Ningxuang? Such is human nature. When something is unattainable, it is revered as divine. Once acquired, it becomes mundane. Yet, if someone else possesses it, they are deemed unworthy. Lin Haoyan was no exception. In his mind, Ling Ningxuang had been reduced to a brazen harlot. A flicker of amusement crossed Lin Haoyan's narrow eyes. HMPH, Lingning Shuang, you too are interested in this chicken cup. As long as I, Lin Haoyan, am present today, you shall not lay your hands on it. Quickly, the auction began under Song Ying's guidance. The items on display were undoubtedly of high quality, perhaps to accentuate the chicken cup, yet the dignitaries in the front row remained remarkably restrained, fully aware that the main attraction lay ahead. Lin Haoyan, however, was far from subdued. He frequently raised his paddle, acquiring several items, each time casting a challenging glance at Zhang Xian. At last, the long-awaited finale item made its grand entrance. Chapter 27, an astounding price. In an instant, as Song Yinger unveiled the crimson cloth above, the security glass slowly ascended. Within this glass enclosure, there lay 8 diminutive chicken gourd cups, each no larger than a wine glass. Elegantly inscribed upon them were the characters for spring, summer, autumn, winter, and the 4 noble plants, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Clearly, they constituted a complete set of treasures. Although the esteemed individuals had been informed of the existence of this rare gem beforehand, they could not suppress a gasp of astonishment upon witnessing the actual artifacts. The last appearance of the exquisite chicken cup fetched an astronomical price of 280 million, and that was merely a singular piece. Now, however, before them lay a complete set of no less than 8 chicken cups. It is no exaggeration to assert that this collection is fully deserving of a place among the top 10 treasures of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Such treasures are utterly irreplaceable and non-negotiable. Upon witnessing the emergence of these chicken cups, Lin Haoyan could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. He had come here under the explicit orders of his esteemed patriarch, tasked with ensuring that these chicken cups remained within the Lin family. In the next moment, Lin Haoyan cast a provocative glance at Zhang Xian beside him. I presume this gentleman must be the boyfriend of Lingning Shuang, he taunted. I never anticipated that Lingning Shuang possessed such a limited taste in aesthetics. Just look, were it not for her influence, you wouldn't even qualify to behold such. Lin Haoyan is indeed the foremost suitor of Sister Shuang. It seems Lin Haoyan remains oblivious to the fact that these chicken cups belong to Zhang Xian, otherwise, he wouldn't be so audacious. However, judging by the current atmosphere, it appears that this young Master Lin is determined to seize them. Hearing Lin Haoyan's provocation, Zhang Xian frowned slightly, his gaze cold and menacing as it turned towards Lin Haoyan. In that instant, Lin Haoyan felt a chilling sensation creeping down his spine, causing the words on the tip of his tongue to be swallowed back. Just then, Song Yinger's melodious voice rang out. Esteemed guests, the significance of this complete set of chicken cups is self-evident. This was a symbol of status. Today, a tempest of fierce competition was unavoidable. Lin Haoyan was the first to raise his bidding paddle. 2.5 billion. With that proclamation, he increased the bid by a staggering 500 million, instantly drawing envious glances from those behind him. Yet, the influential figures in the front row remained unfazed, knowing that 2.5 billion was merely the beginning. After making this declaration, Lin Haoyan once again directed a challenging gaze at Zhang Xian. Surely, you came here with the intent to bid on these chicken cups, given that you didn't purchase anything else. Are you not utterly dumbfounded by this price? You should promptly consult Lingning Shuang. Such an amount is beyond your capacity to command. Clearly, Lin Haoyan was mocking Zhang Xian as someone dependent on others. At this juncture, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Zhang Xian's eyes as he coldly replied, "Inappropriate." Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyan scoffed derisively. Still putting on an act? Do you find this price inappropriate? It hasn't even reached your bidding threshold. 3 billion. Lin Haoyan called out another astronomical figure. Observing this scene, Song Yinger could barely contain her delight. Har har har, Zhang Xian is quite the schemer. This is his collection, and he cannot place a bid. Yet, his remark of inappropriate hers incited Lin Haoyan's ire. But it hasn't he disrupted the auction's rules. This will be entertaining. Despite Lin Haoyan's astonishing bid of 3 billion, the influential figures in the front row were far from ready to concede. 3.2 billion. 3.4 billion. 3.8 billion. Without needing Song Yinger to stir the atmosphere, the price soared to an extraordinary 3.8 billion. At this moment, Lin Haoyan glared coldly at Zhang Xian. Still not bidding very well. I shall see how much longer you can refrain. 4 billion. With the utterance of this terrifying figure, many of the prominent figures among the bidders sighed in resignation, evidently deciding to withdraw from this competition. Yet, an elderly gentleman clad in a grey long robe in the front row raised his bidding paddle once more. 4.2 billion. Seeing the elder bid again, Lin Haoyan's brow furrowed. That old coot from the Sun family in Magic City. He is my greatest rival in this instance. My patriarch has contended with him for a lifetime. With my patriarch's health in decline, I cannot let this old man win this bid. With this thought, Lin Haoyan raised his paddle again. For a complete set of chicken cups, 5 billion was indeed a staggering sum. At this moment, the white-bearded elder let out a cold laugh. Is it truly fitting to spend 50 billion for a point of pride? Just as Lin Haoyan was about to retort, the elder raised his paddle again. 5.5 billion. The words Lin Haoyan had prepared caught in his throat. Old coot. You dare to play tricks on me. You're trying to ensnare me with psychological warfare. If I fail to secure this, my patriarch will not spare me, and my position as heir will be in jeopardy. I shall risk it all. In the next moment, Lin Haoyan's expression turned frenzied as he roared, 60 billion. After calling out this figure, his breathing became rapid, his face flushed with exertion. Clearly, this was his limit. Lin Haoyan shot a defiant look at the white-bearded elder, who merely smiled, his murky eyes glinting with cunning. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. 5.5 billion is already my limit. If you bid even a single cent more, I shall concede. Youngsters are indeed bold, throwing around 5 billion with ease, quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyan was infuriated, his eyes nearly bulging with rage. You old scoundrel. You infuriate me. Despite his seething anger, he felt compelled to temper his reaction due to the elder's seniority. In the next instant, however, Lin Haoyan's bloodshot eyes turned to Zhang Xian, filled with brutality and disdain. You. Why have you not placed a bid yet? Admit it, even at the starting price of 2 billion, you are not someone who can participate. At this moment, Zhang Xian slowly rose, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Lin Haoyan. You are correct, indeed. I truly cannot participate. That is because, Chapter 28, all is ready, the corpse refinement begins. Zhang Xian gazed at Lin Haoyan in the distance with a mocking expression. That is because the auction item is fundamentally mine. Of course, I cannot violate the rules of the auction house and place a bid. Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyan's already contorted face flushed crimson. You, Lin Haoyan's fury surged. Zhang Xian chuckled lightly. However, I must express my gratitude to young Master Lin, otherwise, my collection would not have fetched such a staggering price. Zhang Xian's words dealt yet another crushing blow to Lin Haoyan. Meanwhile, an elderly man with a white beard could not help but laugh aloud. They say the waves of the Yangtze River drive out the waves in front, yet I find you are not as skilled as your grandfather. Har har har. In an instant, the surrounding magnates cast peculiar glances towards Lin Haoyan. At that moment, Lin Haoyan longed desperately for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. Zhang Xian coldly scoffed and turned to leave. After several days of relentless pursuit, his physical condition was far from ideal. Despite possessing formidable strength and endurance, the symptoms of his late-stage lung cancer had intensified rapidly. At this moment, he yearned to arrange all matters before heading to the Taiyang Mountains to commence his corpse refinement plan. Watching Zhang Xian's retreating figure, Lin Haoyan's eyes narrowed, brimming with a violent murderous intent. Zhang Xian, you wretched scoundrel! How dare you insult me so? I shall not let you off the hook. You have but a few days left to live. With the conclusion of the auction, the words Jinhai Auction House, Chicken Gourd Cup Set, and 6 billion soon reverberated throughout Donghai City. At this moment, within the confines of room 404 at Donghai University of Finance, Fancy Yao lay on her bed in a pink pajamas, sulking. Her fair hand clutched the latest model of a smartphone. HMPH, a whole week has passed, and Zhang Xian hasn't he contacted me at all. Could it be that he has truly betrayed me, lost in the embrace of that wretched cold condensation frost? No? He has betrayed me, why should I be the one to reach out first? With this thought, Fancy Yao angrily tossed her phone aside. Just then, the dormitory door swung open abruptly, and 3 girls from Jimei burst in. They were her roommates, Liu Yiping, Jie Otingting, and Bai Jie. All 3 wore expressions of uncontainable astonishment. Liu Yiping gasped for breath as she looked at Fancy Yao. Yao Yao, have you heard? Jinhai Auction House held an unprecedented grand auction. Upon hearing the name Jinhai Auction House, Fancy Yao was immediately reminded of the moment her pride was ruthlessly trampled. She snorted coldly. Don't mention Jinhai Auction House to me, it's infuriating. The 3 girls, however, paid no heed to Fancy Yao's words. Yao Yao, the final item fetched an astonishing 60 billion. 60 billion. Hearing the words 60 billion, Fancy Yao's expression tightened. 60 billion, my heavens, what could possibly be worth 60 billion? If only that item were mine, how wonderful it would be. At this point, her beautiful eyes sparkled with longing. However, Liu Yiping's voice chimed in once more. Yao Yao, that 60 billion treasure belongs to Zhang Xian. The entire Jimei circle is abuzz with this news. Zhang Xian has become a super-rich tycoon. You should hurry and contact him. How can you let someone else seize this opportunity first? Upon hearing this, Fancy Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. She shot up from her bed in a hurry, her face awash with incredulity. What? That 60 billion treasure is Zhang Xian's. Now he is a super-rich man. The 3 Jimei girls quickly surrounded her. Yes, absolutely true. Zhang Xian has been with you for 4 years, how could he possibly lack feelings for you? Even if he has found someone new, you still have a chance. Quick, reach out to him. Hearing this, Fancy Yao hastily grabbed her phone. Yet, the next moment, her pretty face was etched with hesitation. Isn't it inappropriate? He dumped me. If I reach out to him, doesn't that make me look desperate? As soon as these words left her lips, the 3 girls exchanged exasperated glances. Yao Yao, you're being foolish. It's 60 billion. Is your pride worth 60 billion? This piercing question jolted Fancy Yao back to reality. 60 billion, that is 60 billion, goodness, I could never amass such wealth in a lifetime. Fancy Yao quickly dialed Zhang Xian's number. However, as soon as the call connected, she heard the busy tone. Undeterred, she dialed again, but no matter how many times she tried, the line remained busy, clearly indicating he had blocked her. Realizing this, rage surged through Fancy Yao. How dare he block me? I used to block him, now he dares to block me. In her fury, Fancy Yao failed to notice that her friends had discreetly noted down Zhang Xian's number. The somewhat overweight Jie Otingting raised an eyebrow. Yao Yao, you can send Zhang Xian a message. Now that he is so wealthy, even if he doesn't want you anymore, he should at least compensate you. You've been with him for over 3 years. If it's 3,000 a time, plus the emotional investment over the years, he should owe you several million. Upon hearing this, Fancy Yao nodded vigorously. You're right, Ting, he owes me for both emotional and physical damages. Fancy Yao hastily picked up her phone to send a text, completely oblivious to the strange smiles exchanged among her friends. If this message goes through, Yao Yao and Zhang Xian will be irrevocably severed. Then we will have our chance. Even if we have to be Zhang Xian's lapdogs, it would be worthwhile. Meanwhile, in the Donghai 5-star hotel, Zhang Xian lay on a warm bed, deep in thought. I have now settled the final payment for the shelter, and they have agreed to complete it within a month and a half. I have also arranged for the supplies to be delivered 2 days before the apocalypse. At that point, someone will naturally provide the keys and the letters I left behind to my sister. This shelter and its supplies, barring any unforeseen circumstances, will ensure my sister's safety during the apocalypse until I can find her. I have already notified my sister, telling her that I plan to travel the world for 2 months. Furthermore, I have secured a bodyguard and requested the Song family to protect her. My sister's safety before the end of the world is assured. It seems the time has come for me to set off. Let us go to the Taihang Mountains. Chapter 29, The Corpse Refining Ground. Despairing Zhang Xian, just as Zhang Xian was about to take action, he noticed a message had arrived on his phone. What does that wretched woman fancy you want now? Upon reading the content of the text, his face contorted in disgust. As expected, she is indeed a vile creature, inquiring about her overnight fees from all these years. Truly despicable. Give you money, not a chance. Once I become a zombie, you will be the first to wish for life but find none, and to seek death but be unable to. Zhang Xian pocketed his phone and strode toward the door. Moments later, he drove away from the hotel in a brand new Wrangler, heading straight for his destination in the Taihang Mountains, the site of the corpse refining. Meanwhile, in a high-end Western restaurant in Donghai, within a lavish private room, the figure of Lin Haoyan appeared. Li Minghai, like a sycophant, trailed closely beside him. Young Master Lin, please don't be upset. This Zhang Xian merely rides on the coattails of his ancestors. He is utterly incomparable to you. He simply got lucky. Upon hearing these words, Lin Haoyan immediately furrowed his brow. Li Minghai quickly realized his blunder, for Lin Haoyan also benefited from his ancestors. Without hesitation, Li Minghai slapped himself. Young Master Lin, how careless of me to say that. However, I have arranged some delightful entertainment for you, young Master Lin. As Li Minghai's voice echoed, the door to the private room slowly opened. Several timid-looking young girls, seemingly around 18 or 19, entered the room, their delicate faces betraying their nervousness. Li Minghai chuckled. Young Master Lin, these are all handpicked by me, they are all virgins. At this, Lin Haoyan's expression softened slightly. You clever brat, indeed I have been rather irritable these past few days. It's time to relieve some of that tension. Weren't you saying that Zhang Xian enjoys road trips and to places that are rather remote? Those areas are fraught with peril, one misstep could lead to one's demise. Hearing this, Li Minghai's face brightened with glee. You are right, young Master Lin. This Zhang Xian truly doesn't he recognize the mountain's might? How dare he provoke you? It's practically a death wish. Lin Haoyan's tyrannical gaze swept over the innocent young girls before him. Sensing the mood, Li Minghai stood up. Young Master Lin, since you're venting here, I must take my leave. Before long, Li Minghai had reached the entrance of the restaurant, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Zhang Xian. This time you are truly finished. 60 billion, what of it? You may earn it, but you won't live to spend it. Once you perish, that fortune will belong to your sister, and then your sister will be mine. Your money will become mine as well. Har har har. Time swiftly passed to the following noon. In the central region of the Taihang Mountains, a figure resembling an iron tower appeared, none other than Zhang Xian, who had traveled from Donghai city. At this moment, he bore a massive package on his back. After all, vehicles could no longer traverse the depths of the Taihang Mountains. Within this package lay materials essential for corpse refining. Gazing at the dense forest before him, a glimmer of determination flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes. According to the records of the Xinmen corpse refining technique, the central point of the entire dragon vein is located within these Taihang Mountains. This place harbors the most potent yang energy of the entire dragon vein. Yet, where there is yin, there is also yang. The extreme of yang gives rise to the inception of yin. It is indeed an exquisite site for corpse refining. Only the yin energy contained within the entire dragon vein can potentially transform me into the unparalleled ancestral zombie. With this thought, Zhang Xian, burdened with hundreds of pounds of corpse refining materials, ventured deeper into the Taihang Mountains. As time ticked away, the last vestiges of the setting sun finally faded into oblivion. The dark shroud of night enveloped the entire Taihang Mountains. At this moment, atop the highest peak in the central region, a a solitary figure appeared, Zhangxian. If I recall correctly, this should be the location of the corpse refining ground. But according to the records of the Shinmen corpse refining technique, this ground is supposed to be underground. Yet here I stand on a mountain peak. Am I to bury myself within it? Surveying the surrounding hard rock, Zhangxian abandoned this dubious notion. Wait a moment, the Shinmen corpse refining technique cannot be mistaken. I must have overlooked the specific location of this nurturing ground. Zhangxian cast aside his burdensome pack and began to search meticulously atop the mountain peak. Hours slipped by, yet Zhangxian remained empty-handed. Suddenly, his face flushed crimson, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Cough, my body is deteriorating. But with stones all around, where is this so-called nurturing ground? Could it be that the records of the Shinmen corpse refining technique truly contain errors? After all, this book has existed for countless ages. Over the years, changes in the terrain are not impossible. With this thought, an overwhelming tide of despair washed over Zhangxian. What now? I have prepared for so long, solely to become a zombie and survive in the apocalypse. If I cannot become a zombie, I fear I won't live to see the end of days. I'll have to meet my ancestors in the underworld. If I perish, what will happen to my sister? Must she endure a lifetime in the shelter, living in solitude? I have yet to exact revenge on Fancy You and that scoundrel. I cannot die, I absolutely must not die. Summoning all his strength, Zhangxian resumed his search atop the mountain peak, yet, it seemed fortune had utterly forsaken him. As the clock approached midnight, he remained without any success. With another violent cough, blood gushed forth again, mingled with fragments of shredded flesh. In an instant, the color drained from Zhangxian's face, rendering him as pale as a corpse. The iron tower-like figure collapsed like a mountain of gold, his breathing grew heavy, yet his bright eyes were filled with unwillingness. Why? If heaven has granted me a second chance at life, offering the hope to change everything, why must I be cast into despair at the final moment? It's over, everything is over. Even if I abandon the chance to become the unparalleled ancestral zombie, I lack the time to prepare materials for other types of zombies. Is this all there is to my existence? Will heaven grant me another opportunity? Perhaps I have been too greedy. Had I not chosen to pursue the unparalleled ancestral zombie, I might have already succeeded in corpse refining, and I wouldn't have reached this juncture. Sister, I'm sorry, I must break my promise. Zhangxian felt his eyelids growing heavier, and everything before him began to blur. Just then, the sound of his watch chimed. The time is now midnight in the Dragon Kingdom. As the voice resonated, the clouds in the sky suddenly parted, and the silvery moonlight, radiant as a jewel, cascaded down, illuminating a certain spot atop the mountain. Chapter 30, The Mortal Zhangxian Dies. The zombie Zhangxian is born. In a daze, Zhangxian's gaze fell upon two immense stone walls illuminated by the moonlight. Astonishingly, within the center of these stone walls lay a pitch-black void, starkly contrasting with the brightness of the mountain top. Witnessing this scene, Zhangxian's heart surged with ecstasy. I am not meant to perish, heaven has not forsaken me. So it is only when the moonlight cascades at dawn that this necropolis becomes so apparent. I searched tirelessly just moments ago, yet I overlooked this gap in the stone wall. This must be the legendary Chi Men Bagua. It shall not reveal itself until the opportune moment. Zhangxian bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain clarity. I have yet to become the ultimate ancestor zombie. I have not fulfilled my aspirations, how can I fall here? In the next instant, his towering physique slowly rose. Stumbling, he made his way toward the gap in the stone wall. What lay before him was a gaping pit, unfathomably deep. Though only a meter wide, the moonlight revealed a remarkably smooth passageway below. Zhangxian, mustering the last remnants of his waning strength, retrieved the prepared corpse-refining materials from his pack. He placed them into the unfathomable pit, following the smooth passageway. In no time, all the materials were deposited. Zhangxian, his mind clouded, toppled headlong into the abyss. Instantly, darkness enveloped his vision. Moments later, a bone-chilling cold jolted Zhangxian awake. As his sight returned, he found himself in a vast cavern. Above him, a round opening revealed a full moon, casting its silvery glow throughout the cave. Zhang Xian surveyed his surroundings. In the center of the cavern lay a patch of mud as black as ink, resembling a black gemstone embedded within the stone, his spirit soared. This is it. The heart of the dragon vein, it harbors boundless malevolent energy. Only such potent malevolence can nurture the existence of an unparalleled ancestor zombie. The extreme chill surrounding him invigorated Zhang. Time is of the essence. Quickly, Zhang Xian placed the prepared corpse-refining materials in their designated locations according to the ancient techniques of the Xuanguan. With everything set, he retrieved the four most vital materials, including the sacred Taishan stone, positioning them according to the 5 elemental directions. With a grave expression, he held his ancestral jade pendant close to his heart. Then, he produced a black pill from his pocket. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Death is hardly a comfortable affair. This elixir will allow me to embrace death with minimal suffering. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Resolute, Zhang Xian collapsed onto the black soil. Instantly, a chilling wave surged into his body, causing his temperature to plummet at an unimaginable rate. Within mere seconds, he felt the world spinning around him. Seizing the final moments of lucidity, Zhang Xian grasped 2 seals, one in each hand. A nonsensical thought struck him. Even if I fail in this endeavor, I shall die holding the imperial seals. Perhaps, future historians will record that I perished in grandeur. Yet in the next moment, his eyelids grew heavy, and he could not resist the urge to close them. His once heaving chest gradually stilled, and Zhang Xian's consciousness sank into a profound slumber. At that instant, the full moon hanging in the sky flickered with an eerie darkness. A tempest arose across the expanse of the Taihang Mountains, with howling winds and ominous clouds swirling above. Lightning danced like silver serpents, weaving through the stormy sky. Suddenly, a torrential downpour erupted. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Taihang Mountains, a sleek black Cybertruck came to a halt. Inside, 3 burly men sat, their features unmistakably foreign to the Dragon Kingdom. The wheel was a voluptuous red-haired woman, her ample bosom exposed to the air, drawing the intense gaze of the men, tinged with an undercurrent of fear. In the next moment, the red-haired woman produced a passport-sized photo from her bosom. Her fluent English resonated. This is the target of our operation, a man named Zhang Xian. He is currently in the Taihang Mountains, and as long as we can make him disappear without a trace, we stand to gain a bounty of $200 million. Upon hearing this, the 3 men's pupils dilated, their breaths quickening. $200 million. My God. The employer is exceedingly generous. Even to assassinate a minor leader of a small nation would not yield such a sum. We are all retired Marine Corps warriors. This task is practically a gift. Fuck. This mission is too easy. I can't wait to collect my reward and revel in the casinos. Beautiful blonde women, prepare for my David's embrace. The 3 hulking men could hardly contain their excitement. The red-haired woman's expression turned serious. This situation is different. We must exercise utmost caution. After the mission, we retreat immediately. All right, let us move out. The rain is intensifying, and tracking him will become increasingly difficult. At this, the 3 men gathered their tools and disembarked from the vehicle, while the red-haired woman checked her waist to ensure her weapon was secure before following suit. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, a luxurious private jet soared through the clouds. Within the opulent cabin lay several figures, starkly visible, lying on the floor, their bodies marked with crimson bruises. Their eyes were glazed over, indicating a loss of consciousness. Nearby, Lin Haoyan reclined on a leather sofa, a cold smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the scene before him, his gaze dripping with disdain, akin to that of one observing mere insects. Just then, a satellite phone rang beside him. Lin Haoyan answered. A deep voice emanated from the other end. The mission has commenced. Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyan's eyes narrowed, a glint of murderous intent flashing within. Understood. Once the mission concludes, I will transfer the final payment. He hung up, his cold gaze shifting to a nearby case. Zhang Xian, I shall provide you with 6 billion. You must survive to spend it. Regrettably, you remain unaware that your own life is part of this sum. Har har har. Lin Haoyan's maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the entire cabin. At this moment, within the concealed cavern of the Taihang Mountains, Jiang Xian's lifeless body lay as if in slumber, quietly resting on the ground. Suddenly, the golden pendant in his embrace began to emit a faint glow. Chapter 31, The Terrifying Changes of the Body. At this moment, Jiang Xian's previously dormant consciousness has once again awakened. In a state of hazy confusion, he feels as if he has been immersed in a dream, soaring uncontrollably upwards like a balloon. The entire world radiates a brilliant white light, enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of warmth, as if his very being is on the verge of melting into this pristine, white atmosphere. However, just at the last moment, a streak of golden light slices through the blinding whiteness, and Jiang Xian's consciousness returns to his control. Although the surroundings are shrouded in darkness, he can distinctly feel his own body. Strangely, while he is acutely aware of the changes within him, he finds himself unable to exert control over his physical form. As the chill seeps into his being, it feels as though every cell within him is rejoicing with exuberance. Jiang Xian cannot help but feel a surge of elation. I have succeeded. I have finally surpassed the first step of the corpse refinement process. Just as in my previous life, this ancestral jade pendant has safeguarded my soul. If my soul were to dissipate, leaving behind only this body on the brink of becoming a zombie, it would surely spell disaster for the entire world. With his mind settling into calmness, Jiang Xian begins to attune himself to the intricate changes occurring within his body. He focuses intently and soon discovers that, aside from the cold air converging towards him, several unique energies are coalescing within him. Based on their positions, Jiang Xian quickly surmises that these energies correspond to the materials he had prepared, such as the Taishan stones. Just then, Jiang Xian is astonished to sense an extraordinarily powerful energy gathering at the location of his palms. It dawns on him, it is those two seals, the Imperial Jade Seal and that mysterious unknown seal. One of these energies is magnificent and carries an imperial aura, undoubtedly the Imperial Jade Seal. The other, however, is far more domineering. If the Imperial Jade Seal represents the sovereign of the mortal realm, then this enigmatic seal resembles a demon of the underworld, tyrannical and oppressive. Jiang Xian's heart skips a beat. It seems this mysterious seal has an extraordinary origin. Yet, apart from these sensations, he perceives nothing else. Never mind, according to the records of the Xuanmen's corpse refinement technique, the ultimate ancestor zombie is only just beginning to take shape, which will require at least 2 months. I might as well wait patiently, for there is nothing I can do at this moment. In the desolate cave, silence reigns. Only a towering corpse lies in the center, illuminated by the moonlight streaming above. Were there anyone present, they would surely witness a peculiar scene. As the radiant moonlight cascades upon the corpse, it appears to be absorbed by it. The entire body visibly shrinks at an alarming rate. Time flows by second. Soon, the moon has completely vanished. Meanwhile, deep within the dense jungles of the Taihang Mountains, a group of 4 is making their way through the underbrush, led by a red-haired woman accompanied by 3 burly men. Each of the 3 men carries various tools strapped to their backs, wielding mountain axes and Nepalese knives in their hands, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings. The red-haired woman, at the forefront, carries a kartanar on her back, and her waist bulges with concealed items. The next moment, her brow furrows as she raises her arm, prompting the 3 burly men to halt immediately. This torrential rain has arrived at the most inopportune moment. Finding this young man's trace will be exceedingly difficult. We will split up. I have placed a tracking device in his vehicle. As long as he does not return to it, it indicates that he is still on this mountain. At the command of the red-haired woman, the 3 burly men disperse. Soon, the rain ceases, and the first rays of morning sunlight pierce through the rain-soaked forest. Meanwhile, in the hidden cave atop the mountain, Jiang Xian suddenly senses an explosive energy converging within his body. In stark contrast to the previous chill, this energy seems to contain an extraordinarily high temperature. Each cell within him, under the onslaught of this energy, rapidly shrivels. Realizing the transformation occurring within his body, Jiang Xian is taken aback. Is it day? This must be sunlight. Could it be that the ultimate ancestor zombie, before fully forming, shares the same aversion to sunlight as ordinary zombies? Just as anxiety courses through him, he suddenly perceives a peculiar change within his body. He feels that once each cell has shriveled to a certain extent, the transformation abruptly halts. As the explosive energy continues to wash over him, fundamental changes occur deep within each cell. Zhang Xian meticulously observes these changes, and suddenly a term flashes through his mind. Density, it is density. While the number of cells remains unchanged, the material density within each is increasing at an astonishing rate. Indeed, as recorded in the Schwanman's corpse refinement technique, the ultimate ancestor zombie can absorb any form of energy to enhance its body. However, if my cells have shriveled to this extent, my body must also have considerably diminished. Regrettably, Zhang Xian is currently unable to see his own corpse. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly recognize the accuracy of his thoughts. At this moment, his body has indeed shrunk significantly, resembling a desiccated corpse. The muscular contours appear like deep ravines, presenting a rather horrifying sight. Time continues to flow, and Zhang Xian feels the explosive energy surging more violently, ultimately reaching an unprecedented zenith. Zhang Xian muses to himself, it seems it must be noon, the time when the sun is at its most radiant. Just then, he suddenly feels subtle changes occurring in his hands and feet, specifically in his nails. Upon this realization, images of zombies from English horror films flood his mind, sharp fangs and elongated nails. Oh well, as long as I can survive in this apocalypse, a little horror is nothing to fret over. After all, a true man relies on strength, not on looks. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Xian remains unaware that the transformation of his nails is starkly different from the zombie forms he is familiar with. His palms are now flat against the ground, with the two seals resting in the center of his hands. He observes as his nails transform at an alarming rate, turning black. They shift from flat shapes to irregular cylindrical forms, as the flesh on his fingertips is devoured by the growing black nails. In a matter of mere minutes, Zhang Xian's hands and feet undergo a dramatic metamorphosis. Although they still generally resemble human hands, his nails now appear more akin to the claws of some ferocious beast, exuding an ominous black aura. Chapter 32, The Wrath of Lin Haoyan. At this moment, Zhang Xian remained oblivious to the grotesque and terrifying transformation that had overtaken his limbs. As day turned into night, and in the blink of an eye another day had passed, Zhang Xian felt as though his soul had solidified somewhat after an entire night of absorbing the energy of the Taiyin star. Although he still could not control his entire body, his awareness of it had heightened significantly. Meanwhile, in the Taiyang Mountains, within the dense thicket, a group of 4 who had come to track him reconvened. The red-haired woman leading the group wore a grave expression, her eyes betraying a hint of irritation. It's been a day and a half, we've scoured the entire mountain, yet we still haven't caught a glimpse of this boy. Could it be that he has already departed, grumbled the towering, muscular black man beside her. At this, the red-haired woman scoffed. His vehicle has not moved, there is no way he could have left on foot. The information provided by our employer indicates that this boy has ventured alone into the uninhabited regions of the Lop Nur and has even summited Mount Everest. His wilderness survival skills must be formidable. This mountain range is so vast, perhaps he has ventured far from here, speculated another member of the group, a burly Caucasian with golden hair. Upon hearing this, the black man scoffed again. Isn't there a saying in your dragon kingdom about waiting for a hare by the stump? Why don't we lay in ambush near his vehicle? I refuse to believe that he would abandon it. After a moment's contemplation, the red-haired woman nodded. Very well, we shall conceal ourselves around his vehicle. However, when he appears, we must act swiftly and ensure that we remain. Yet, as time passed, 2 days swiftly flew by. At this moment, within a hidden cave atop the mountain, a ghastly and fearsome corpse lay upon the ground. Zhang Xian's entire being had undergone a horrifying metamorphosis. His claws had fully transformed into a black hue akin to obsidian, emanating waves of dark energy. The claws had grown to a length of 3 centimeters, and the transformation had spread to the second phalange of his fingers, now enveloped in a thick layer of keratin. His skin had taken on a deep bluish tint, gradually transitioning to black. He had shed all remnants of fat, leaving behind only sinewy muscles resembling steel cables. After 2 days of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, Zhang Xian's consciousness had grown significantly stronger. Though he remained unable to control his body, Even the simple act of opening his eyes eluded him. He could perceive his surroundings within a meter's radius. While the clarity was lacking, he could nonetheless sense the general location of objects around him. Having lain idle for 2 days, Jiang Xian was utterly bored. Damn, I was so careless. Had I known it would be this dull, I would have brought a power bank to listen to an audiobook on my phone. At least it would have alleviated the monotony. But just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Xian felt even more vexed. Damn it, it seems I can't even hear anything right now. In the blink of an eye, another day slipped away. At this moment, 4 days had elapsed since Jiang Xian had begun his transformation into a zombie. As the moonlight streamed into his being, he suddenly felt a rumbling sound emanating from his ears, akin to muffled thunder exploding beside him. Boom! After the resounding noise, Jiang Xian was astonished to discover that he could hear sounds once more. Finally, I can hear again. If I had to endure this oppressive silence any longer, I would surely go mad before fully transforming into a zombie. With his hearing restored, Jiang Xian hurriedly focused on capturing the sounds surrounding him. After a brief comparison, he helplessly realized that while he had regained the ability to hear, it was alarmingly feeble, perhaps only 1/5 of what it had been in life. He could only console himself with the thought that hearing something was better than hearing nothing at all. Meanwhile, at a mountain path below, Jiang Xian's pickup truck was parked conspicuously. Hidden within the distant woods were 4 shadowy figures, the assassins summoned by Lin Haoyan. After 4 days of waiting, the group was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Even the battle-hardened veterans among them felt the weight of ennui. The muscular black man let out a contemptuous snort. It has been 4 days, this kid still hasn't emerged. He can't possibly have perished in this mountain. When we searched the mountain, we stumbled upon numerous signs of wild beasts, remarked the red-clad woman with a cold huff. Upon hearing this, she added, our employer has issued a strict order, alive or dead, we must deliver this boy. If not, we won't see a dime of the reward. No sooner had she spoken than the satellite phone she carried began to vibrate. Frowning, she answered the call. Hey Wakari Mashita. Japanese for I understand. After hanging up, her expression darkened. It has been 4 days, and we have yet to complete the mission. Our employer is furious and has only given me 3 more days to resolve this. If we fail, it will be deemed a failure of our mission. At her words, the 3 burly men before her grew anxious. A mission failure, that's $200 million at stake. We cannot let this cooked duck fly away. I suggest we split up. Some of us should remain here while others venture into the mountains to scout. After a moment's deliberation, the red-haired woman nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall wait here while the 3 of you head into the mountains. Ensure your radar locators are activated. If you find this boy, don't even think about keeping the reward for yourselves. As she spoke, a glimmer of coldness flickered in the eyes of the 3 men. Yet, upon gazing at the red-haired woman, they merely smiled and nodded. Soon, the 3 robust men re-entered the dense forest. Meanwhile, in Kyoto City, a lavish estate sprawling over several acres stood prominently. On a plush bed lay several voluptuous figures, their eyes rolled back in unconsciousness, their bodies marred by wounds and disarray. Atop the bed sat Lin Haoyan, his eyes blazing with fury. On the ground lay a satellite phone. Damn it, it has already been 4 days, and they still haven't dealt with this boy. They dare to call themselves the 3rd-ranked team. They are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Foreigners are utterly unreliable. It seems that relying on these imbeciles will yield no results within 3 more days. It's time to resort to our Dragon Kingdom's methods. With this thought, Lin Haoyan picked up his phone and dialed a number, a smile creeping onto his face. Hello. Master Sun, this is Xiao Lin. I have a favor to ask of you. Could you assist me in locating someone? Great, you have time, then I'll come by this afternoon. His voice brimmed with respect. After hanging up, Lin Haoyan let out a cold chuckle. I refuse to believe that with Master Sun on the case, he won't be able to find you. Chapter 33, A Double Kill from 1,000 Miles Away. Time swiftly advanced to the afternoon. A brand new Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance of a traditional Chinese courtyard. With an air of arrogance, Lin Haoyan stepped out of the vehicle and briskly made his way into the courtyard. Before long, Lin Haoyan arrived at the main hall, where antique porcelain was prominently displayed, indicating that the owner of this estate was indeed a person of considerable wealth, yet, as he surveyed the antiques before him, a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. These old geezers truly lack taste, squandering their fortunes on such frivolities. How can antiques compare to the allure of the living? At that moment, an elderly man clad in a grey robe emerged slowly from behind a screen. His corpulent figure, combined with his height of approximately 5 feet 3 inches, rendered him reminiscent of a round ball. Upon witnessing the old man's entrance, Lin Haoyan's contemptuous expression was instantly replaced with one of reverence as he clasped his hands in salute. "Greetings, Master Sun." The rotund elder waved his hand lightly before settling onto the futon at the center of the hall. Even in the presence of the Lin family's young master, he maintained an air of lofty superiority. Observing this, a glimmer of malice flitted across Lin Haoyan's gaze. HMPH, if it weren't for the old man's incessant admonitions, our family's rise would be solely attributed to this old fool. With such an ostentatious demeanor, I shall not let you off lightly. At that moment, Master Sun spoke with an air of nonchalance. "All right, take a seat. Your grandfather's health has improved somewhat, hasn't it?" Lin Haoyan, now seated, nodded eagerly. "Thanks to Master Sun's blessings, my grandfather's health has indeed recovered quite well." Master Sun nodded slightly, a hint of pride adorning his round visage. "I have long calculated for your grandfather. His lifespan should extend at least another decade. This recent scare was merely a false alarm." Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyan felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. What, the old man is 78 this year, and he can still live for another decade. When shall I inherit the family fortune? I had thought that with my father's demise, I would swiftly claim the inheritance, yet the old man is still alive. With his eyes narrowed, Master Sun inquired, "You mentioned there is a matter you need my assistance with. What is it?" Lin Haoyan's eyes ignited with a fierce anger. "Zhang Xian, that scoundrel, with Master Sun's intervention, I shall surely locate him. For daring to provoke me, I shall ensure he is ground to dust." Just as he was about to speak further, his phone suddenly rang. Lin Haoyan frowned and chose to ignore it, yet the phone continued to ring insistently. Meanwhile, Master Sun's fingers moved slightly, clearly engaged in some calculations. And the next moment, his brow furrowed. "Answer it. This call is quite significant. It pertains to matters of life and death." At this proclamation, Lin Haoyan's spirits lifted. What matters of life and death? Could it be that those mercenaries have located that scoundrel Zhang Xian and dealt with him? Splendid. Though this son is exceedingly greedy, he has always been accurate. Lin Haoyan hastily rose and stepped aside, eager to answer the call. On the other end of the line, a panicked voice erupted. "Not good, young master. Today, your grandfather invited 2 friends to admire the chicken cup, and in his excitement, his old ailment recurred, and he has passed away." As the voice on the phone relayed this news, Lin Haoyan was left in a state of confusion, his smile abruptly freezing in place. "What? The old man is dead? What the hell? This is the life and death matter. Instead of Zhang Xian, it's my own grandfather who has died." Lin Haoyan's face darkened as he spoke coldly. "I understand, I shall return at once." He promptly ended the call and returned to the main hall. Upon seeing Lin Haoyan's return, Master Sun raised an eyebrow. "Young Lin, I heard you purchased a set of chicken cups for your grandfather. I have long yearned to admire them, and I must visit your grandfather soon." Hearing this, Lin Haoyan's expression turned as dark as water. "Master Sun, I just received a call from home. My grandfather invited friends to admire the chicken cup, became overly excited, and has unfortunately passed away." As the words left his lips, Master Sun's mouth twitched, and he stood there in utter disbelief. It took several moments for him to regain his composure. "Impossible, this cannot be. I calculated for your grandfather. He had at least 10 years left to live. How could he suddenly die like this? This is too strange, far too strange." He continued, "I had intended to visit your grandfather soon to admire the complete set of chicken cups, and now this has occurred. Could it be that the chicken cup is cursed?" Evidently, Master Sun possessed considerable insight and understood that certain antiques could be ominous. Lin Haoyan sighed deeply, donning a facade of sorrow. Master Sun, I came to seek your help in locating a person. The previous Your grandfather's sudden demise is likely connected to this chicken cup. Very well, I shall locate this individual for you and inquire about the origins of the cup. What is this person's name, and what are their birth details? Given the Lin family's influence, uncovering Jiang Xian's birth details was not a daunting task. Lin Haoyan swiftly provided the necessary information. Master Sun squinted his eyes, his chubby hands diligently calculating. As moments passed, the speed of Master Sun's calculations intensified, soon resembling a series of intricate gestures. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans dotted his pig-like face. Witnessing this scene, Lin Haoyan's heart raced. What is happening? Previously, this old man would find someone in seconds. Why is this taking so long now? Yet in the next moment, Master Sun's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Found him. Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyan sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement. Master Sun, where is he? Master Sun's face flushed, and he managed to utter 3 words, Taiheng Menten. At this revelation, Lin Haoyan's lips twitched, his eyes filled with urgency. I know that location. I meant the specific place. Master Sun's brow furrowed deeply. Wait a moment, I will calculate it right away. He promptly closed his eyes once more. Lin Haoyan's impatience was evident, but the next second, Master Sun's eyes, which had just been shut, suddenly widened in alarm. I found it, it's right. Lin Haoyan's eyes widened in anticipation, fixated on Master Sunday. Where is it? Master Sun inhaled deeply. It's right. Pfft. Before he could finish, Master Sun abruptly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, showering Lin Haoyan in a sanguine spray. Chapter 34, The Blood Feast Delivered to One's Door. The sudden assault left Lin Haoyan in a state of shock, frozen in place. It was not until he caught a whiff of the acrid scent of blood that he finally reacted. What the hell are you doing? He exclaimed, his gaze filled with fury as he glared at Master Sun before him. However, what he beheld was a horrifying sight. Master Sun lay sprawled on the ground, his lifeless eyes wide open in terror, blood oozing from every orifice. He had clearly ceased to breathe. He was unmistakably dead. As the reality of the situation dawned on him, Lin Haoyan's eyes widened in fear. What the hell happened? Master Sun, he cried out repeatedly, but a corpse could hardly respond. The confirmation of Master Sun's death tightened the frown on Lin Haoyan's brow. Damn it, what on earth is going on? This is so sinister. I merely asked that old coot to help me locate that little rascal Jiang Xian, and he ended up dead. Could it be? Lin Haoyan, having frequently interacted with Master Sun, was aware of certain secrets. Could it be that Jiang Xian has someone backing him, or is there some great terror at his location that even that old man's cultivation couldn't perceive? The thought filled Lin Haoyan with a sense of frustration. Damn it. It's just a matter of killing one person. Why is it so troublesome? I've never had to go through such lengths before. Just then, Lin Haoyan's phone rang once more. He could only temporarily set aside his concerns, placing his hopes on the shoulders of the mercenaries. Time flew by, and soon it was night. The luminous moonlight once again bathed the ancient mountains within the cave. Jiang Xian's body lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, his skin had turned an ominous shade of dark blue. Upon closer inspection, his skin resembled leather, imbued with an extraordinary resilience. His claws extended a formidable 7 to 8 centimeters, glimmering with a ghostly light. Even more terrifying were the sharp fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth. His overall appearance bore a striking resemblance to the zombies of legend. As the silvery moonlight cascaded onto Jiang Xian's fearsome visage, his tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open, a flash of crimson light flickered within them. Jiang Xian's eyes had transformed, resembling those of a cold-blooded creature, with elongated, blood-red pupils that instilled a bone-chilling dread at just a glance. Seeing the scene before him, Jiang Xian felt a surge of joy. Finally, I can open my eyes, he exclaimed. He then began to examine his own body. As expected of the absolute heaven ancestor zombie, the degree of corpse transformation is astonishingly rapid. In just 4.5 days, the density of my cells has increased by more than 3-fold. Of course, this is also due to the fact that this is the first time I am nurturing a corpse in this place. Nevertheless, this is truly terrifying. The strength of this body is at least 10 times that of my previous one. Although I am still unable to move freely, the strength of my body should have reached the level of a black zombie. With this thought, Jiang Xian found himself in a daze. He never anticipated that he would one day truly become a zombie straight out of a movie. The ranks of low-level zombies are classified into jumping zombies, black zombies, and green zombies. Their higher tiers, such as hairy zombies, flying zombies, and zombie kings, fall into the intermediate category. As the lowest tier, jumping zombies possess nearly no intelligence, relying solely on instinct to feed on blood. They are particularly fearful of many things, not only the sun, peachwood swords, and black dog blood, but even an audacious ordinary person wielding an axe could easily dismember them, or a gust of wind might extinguish their only remnant of corpse energy. Black zombies are the most commonly encountered zombies in films, such as the character Ren Lao Tai in Mr. Zombie, who initially appeared as a black zombie. Subsequently, he could see with both eyes and walk on 2 legs, nearing the level of a green zombie. According to the records in the zombie cultivation arts, Jiang Xian contemplated. My current state is likely that of a black zombie. However, since I am an absolute heaven ancestor zombie, I shall not fear Taoist artifacts. To eliminate me, only physical attacks will suffice. Though my rank is that of a black zombie, given my current physical strength, I could probably tear Ren Lao Tai apart. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his body, Jiang Xian could hardly contain his anticipation for the day he would regain control. Before long, in a state of ennui, Jiang Xian closed his eyes once more. Half an hour later, atop the mountain, a muscular black man with a bald head appeared, wielding a gleaming Nepalese knife. His face, reminiscent of a gorilla, was etched with fury. What the hell, where did that kid disappear to? There's only a little over 2 days left. If I can't find him, the mission will be a failure. That's $200 million. My blonde bombshell, my casino empire. Enraged, the bald man swung his sharp knife, causing a nearby tree to bear the brunt of his frustration. Just then, the clock struck midnight, the dark clouds in the sky parted once more, and the bright moonlight poured down. The bald man vented his anger, but suddenly his gaze was drawn to a distant stone wall. A concealed, dark opening caught his eye. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his heart raced. My God! When did this hole appear? How come I've never noticed it before? Could that kid have fallen into this hole? With this thought, the bald man strode forward, quickly reaching the entrance. Illuminated by the moonlight, the smooth passageway began to reveal itself. Upon seeing this, the bald man's eyes sparkled with excitement. His instincts told him that something awaited him in the depths of this cave. If that kid is truly in this cave, I could strike it rich. $200 million, that would be more than enough for me to retire. HMPH, that cherry blossom wench thinks she can outsmart me. It's just a lousy tracking device, I have plenty of ways around it. Before long, the bald man retrieved a satellite-enabled phone. After a swift run of nearly a kilometer, he buried it underground. Filled with excitement, he raced back to the cave entrance. Clutching his knife tightly, he slid into the cave. In no time, the surroundings brightened. The bald man surveyed the area with exhilaration, his eyes glinting with malice. Yet, the next scene caused the nearly 2-meter-tall giant to collapse to the ground. Chapter 35, Mama MIA, a vampire. Not far away lay a corpse on the ground, unmistakably that of the fully decomposed Jiang Xian. Bathed in the moonlight, his entire body emanated an eerie green glow, rendering him even more grotesque and terrifying. Upon seeing Jiang Xian, who resembled a monstrous entity, the burly bald man, despite having encountered numerous corpses, had never witnessed such a chilling spectacle. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Oh God, Holy Jesus, Mother Mary, Jehovah, Almighty Allah, protect me." At that moment, Jiang Xian, with his eyes tightly shut, also sensed the commotion nearby. Has someone intruded, or is it in English? Could it be a tourist visiting the Taihang Mountains? What a fortunate soul, I never expected the first to witness my zombie form would be a foreigner. Indeed, quite lucky. If I could move, I would feast today. Jiang Xian felt no sympathy for the unfamiliar foreigner. Having endured the apocalypse, he understood that in such dire circumstances, one often could not afford to show mercy, even to their closest kin. let alone a foreigner whose heart surely differed from his own. Nonetheless, the temporarily immobile Jiang Xian paid no heed. After a moment of prayer, he observed that their devil in the distance remained unmoving. Only then did the burly man relax slightly. It dawned on him that the temperature in this pit was exceedingly low. The bone-chilling cold made him shudder involuntarily. Achoo, it's so cold. What kind of cursed place is this? The bald man slowly rose, yet his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xian in the distance. Seeing Jiang Xian still motionless, he finally let down his guard and surveyed his surroundings. The temperature here is quite low. This corpse must have frozen to death. There are many scattered items around. It seems this unfortunate fellow came here for an adventure. No, it's too cold here. I must quickly ascertain if this guy is my target and find a way to leave. With this thought, the burly man tightened his grip on the military knife and bravely approached Jiang Xian. As the footsteps drew closer, Jiang Xian felt a jolt of alarm. Wait, why is this guy coming toward me? Under normal circumstances, anyone seeing me in this state would have fled in terror. Why would he approach instead? But he is a foreigner, that is possible, as foreigners are notoriously reckless. This is troublesome. If this fellow takes my belongings, I'm finished. No, I need to muster some strength. Just let me move a bit, I could scare off this foreigner. With that thought, Jiang Xian exerted all his might to move his arm, yet it remained futile. Hearing the approaching footsteps grow nearer, Jiang Xian internally screamed in desperation. Get up! Get up! Soon, the footsteps reached Jiang Xian's ears. Gazing at the grotesque and terrifying face, especially the two fangs protruding from his mouth, the burly man, despite having mentally prepared himself, couldn't help but scream. Oh my God! A devil, a vampire. Hearing that piercing scream, Jiang Xian thought to himself, damn it, if you see a ghost, why aren't you running away? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you later? But in the next moment, the scream abruptly ceased. Examining the horrific visage, the burly man furrowed his brow. Wait, this vampire looks remarkably like my target. Gathering his courage, the burly man scrutinized Jiang Xian's darkened face. Suddenly, another scream erupted. It's him. It is him, it's definitely him. My $200 million, it really is that guy. Har har har, I'm rich. Listening to the screams, Jiang Xian's heart sank. $200 million, what is going on? This guy seems to be looking for me. Could it be? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xian understood the unfolding situation. This guy is a killer. Someone has been sent to eliminate me. Li Minghai, Zhao Yiming, they lack the guts and means. Lin Haoyan, it must be him. No one else has this kind of power. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so ruthless, hiring a hitman over such a trivial matter. No, I must learn from him. Just wait, Lin Haoyan. Once I get out, the first thing I'll do is eliminate your entire family. I'll scramble your eggs and pour boiling water on your anthill. Meanwhile, the burly man was already dancing with excitement. Yo yo yo. $200 million belong to me, a blonde beauty will fall for me, I am the gambling tycoon. Once I take this kid's head, I'll have completed my mission. Hee hee, kid, sorry about this. In the next moment, the burly man squinted his eyes, a murderous intent swirling within. Gripping the military knife tightly, he swung it forcefully toward Jiang Xian's neck, but just then, the horrifying face before him suddenly opened its eyes. Those blood-red orbs locked onto the burly man. Oh my! A vampire! A scream akin to screeching brakes reverberated throughout the cave. The burly man lost grip of his military knife, collapsing to the ground. Frantically retreating, the ground was left with a long trail of moisture. A pungent odor of urine permeated the air, though Jiang Xian was oblivious to it. Gazing at the grotesque corpse in the distance, the burly man trembled all over, his breath quickening. Jesus Christ, God save me! As he shouted, he crossed his arms, forming a cross. However, the gesture resembled Ultraman preparing to shoot a laser. After a few breaths, the distant corpse remained motionless. Only then did the burly man's taut nerves relax slightly. He picked up a nearby stone and, trembling, hurled it towards Zhang Xian. The stone struck Zhang Xian's body, producing a dull thud as it bounced away. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xian's fury ignited. "Damn it, how dare you throw stones at me? No, since he is a killer, he won't be easily scared off. I must regain my ability to move. Come on, move." As Zhang Xian desperately urged himself, he suddenly felt his left arm begin to revive. A wave of joy surged within him. Quick, 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 move. Meanwhile, the burly man, seeing Zhang Xian still unmoving, once more gathered his courage and approached with the military knife. Upon seeing those blood-red vertical pupils, the burly man's hair stood on end. "Mamar MIA, this is too terrifying. How did this kid die? Damn it, even dead he is scaring me, die already." With one knee on the ground, the burly man raised the military knife high, exerting all his strength to slash at Zhang Xian's neck. But at that moment, an unusual event occurred. Chapter 36, Utter Cruelty, the first blood-sucking. At the moment the gleaming military knife made contact with Zhang Xian's neck, sparks flew in all directions, producing a cacophony of clashing metal. A tremendous force bore down upon the hand of the burly, bald man, causing his grip to split open, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The crimson liquid cascaded onto Zhang Xian's chest. Strangely, upon touching Zhang Xian, the blood instantly seeped through his clothing and vanished without a trace. The intense pain elicited a cold grunt from the bald man, whose gaze was filled with terror as he stared at his bruised neck. His attention was fixated on that area, completely oblivious to the sinister glimmer that flickered in Zhang Xian's blood-red eyes. Damn it, what is going on? Why is this kid so tough? Could it be that his turn to ice? That is impossible. My knife is forged from tungsten steel. Even if it were ice, it should shatter with this strike. I refuse to believe this. Let me take another swing. With a furious roar, the bald man summoned every ounce of strength he had and swung down fiercely. In the next instant, a sharp sound echoed throughout the cavern. The tungsten steel knife shattered into pieces, the glinting shards flew several meters away. The sudden turn of events left the bald man dumbfounded, his dark face frozen in shock. What the hell? My knife broke, how could this be? But just as he stood there in a daze, a pitch-black flash swept past him. A searing, heart-wrenching pain surged through his mind. The bald man looked down to find the arm of the corpse below deeply embedded in his chest. His heart had ruptured, crimson blood poured forth like a fountain, cascading downwards. In an instant, the world spun, and the bald man lost consciousness entirely. In the next moment, his massive frame, weighing nearly 300 pounds, visibly shrank. His once dark visage turned pale as his blood coursed into Zhang Xian's body. The blood-red slitted pupils glimmered with a blinding crimson light. As the last remnants of vitality departed from the bald man, his dark arm suddenly swung. With a sickening crack, a sound that made one's teeth itch reverberated. The bald man's broken body was hurled 10 meters away, crashing against the stone wall. A gaping wound that extended from his chest to his abdomen was clearly visible. His ribs had been severed cleanly, his lifeless internal organs began to slide out, devoid of any color. The blood in Zhang Xian's eyes gradually dimmed, yet a tempest brewed within his heart. Indeed, the ancestor of the absolute sky, even in my current state as a black zombie, does not require such primitive means of blood-sucking. Though I cannot drain blood from a distance like a flying zombie, as long as any part of my body comes into contact with blood, I can instantly siphon the blood from within my opponent. In the next moment, as a copious amount of blood was absorbed into his body, Zhang Xian felt his cells erupt in joyous celebration. The rate of cellular division surged dramatically. Simultaneously, he sensed a rapid enhancement of his hearing and vision. Moments later, as the blood was fully absorbed, the transformation within his body finally ceased. Feeling the changes coursing through him, Zhang Xian found himself at a loss for words. Having absorbed a person's blood, I can only manipulate this one arm, and even that is quite rigid, unable to bend. Yet my vision and hearing have significantly improved. At this rate, if I drain the blood of 10 individuals, my vision should return to normal. This damned fortunate one must surely be that scoundrel Lin Haoyuan's doing. I can only wonder how many lackeys he has sent. The more, the better, it would greatly accelerate my progress. As time ticked away, day turned to night, and the golden morning light pierced through the dense forest, illuminating the withered yellow leaves. A pair of black leather boots crunched upon the fallen foliage, belonging to the voluptuous red-haired woman. Not long after, two tall Caucasian men emerged from the thicket. Observing their listless demeanor, the red-haired woman immediately deduced the outcome. She scanned her surroundings, yet the figure of the black man remained elusive. "Why hasn't Jameson arrived yet? Isn't he there gathering every morning?" One of the Caucasian men furrowed his brow and remarked. The red-haired woman narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flickering within their slanted depths. She produced a circular device from her waist, which prominently displayed four glowing dots, clearly a radar locator. "Let us go. His location is just ahead, we must check it out. I hope he hasn't walked into certain doom. Don't think I'm unaware that he has a daughter." Upon hearing the red-haired woman's icy words, a flicker of trepidation crossed the eyes of the two Caucasian men. After all, they were not without their own connections. Under the red-haired woman's leadership, the trio advanced forward, soon arriving at the spot where the bald man had buried his satellite phone. Gazing at the noticeably loose soil below, the red-haired woman's expression darkened. "Jameson, are you seeking death?" The two bald men beside her were equally incensed. "Fuck, Jameson is undoubtedly trying to claim credit for finding that kid all by himself. If I catch him, I swear I'll gut him." The red-haired woman scoffed. "It's only been 5 or 6 hours. Our vehicle hasn't moved. He can't have gotten far. Search for him." At her command, the trio scoured the area for traces left by the bald man. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, within a standalone villa in the Xian residential area, two youthful and vibrant figures were present. They were Song Yinger from Qianhai Auction House and Zhang Qian's sister, Zhang Yuqing. At this moment, Zhang Yuqing's delicate face was etched with confusion and anger. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" "I haven't finished confronting the person I almost collided with earlier." Song Yinger chuckled lightly. "I'm Song Yinger from Qianhai Auction House. You didn't think that near collision was merely an accident, did you? If we had arrived a moment later, you would probably have been abducted. Had it not been for your brother seeking our assistance, I wouldn't have bothered with you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuqing's pupils constricted. "Are you saying someone wants to harm me?" "I have no enemies." Song Yinger let out a cold laugh. "Just because you have no enemies doesn't mean your brother is without. He is now a billionaire with a fortune of 6 billion, it's entirely worth the risk." At this revelation, confusion filled Zhang Yuqing's bright eyes. "What 6 billion? Isn't he at 1,450 million? Dressed in a sleek black fitted dress, Song Yinger momentarily paused, her expression one of astonishment. Yet the next second, her pretty face was filled with derision. Truly, money stirs the heart, even siblings can be so. Though, upon reflection, it's quite normal. After all, it is 6 billion. Zhang Yuqing remained utterly perplexed. "What 6 billion? You need to clarify." Song Yinger smirked. "Silly girl, let me unveil the truth." She proceeded to explain the auction incident involving Zhang Qian. "Now do you understand? Your brother has taken 6 billion and gallivanted off, leaving you behind in Donghai City. It seems he isn't entirely heartless. He still had us protect you. Indeed, the impoverished become rich suddenly, nothing good comes from it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuqing's fury ignited. "You shall not speak ill of my brother." Chapter 37. A transformation of the body once more. "My brother would never do such a thing. He told me he was merely stepping out for 2 months and would return after that. My brother is not that kind of person." As she gazed at the indignant girl before her, Song Yinger let out a light chuckle. "You are far too naive. You are just a child. But that is 60 billion, a fortune left by your ancestors. Even though you are a girl, you have a right to inherit it. If this goes to a legal battle, your brother would be obliged to give you 30 billion. 30 billion. Such a staggering sum, not even a biological father or mother could manage that, let alone a younger sister." Despite Song Yinger laying out the harsh realities, the girl remained steadfastly obstinate. Leave? Do not spout nonsense here, my brother would never act like that. I firmly believe that my brother will return in 2 months. Song Ying scoffed derisively. Very well, continue to live in your fantasy world. You shall remain in this villa for 2 months, where your safety will be guaranteed. I shall be most curious to see if your dear brother truly returns after 2 months, hey. With a cold laugh, Song Ying swayed her graceful figure and turned to leave, leaving the defiant girl standing alone. HMPH. My brother is certainly not that sort of person, wicked woman. Only an earthworm raised underground would presume that the clouds above are black. Meanwhile, in the development zone of Donghai City, at the headquarters of Changhong Industries, in a lavish office, Li Minghai lounged in his executive chair, crossing his legs. HMPH. Old Li, I bet you never saw this coming. The Yangtze River's waves push the waves ahead. While you are out courting university students, I am already preparing to ensnare a little fortune for myself. This Zhang Xian has provoked young Master Lin. He surely won't last long. Once he is gone, the 60 billion will all belong to his sister. Here. I'll capture his sister and keep her locked up for a year. Once the rice is cooked, she will have to bear me a child. At that point, she will have no choice but to comply. I shall reap both human and material benefits. Har har har, 60 billion could buy me 6 Changhong Industries. Just then, the phone on the desk rang abruptly. With a smug expression, Li Minghai answered the call. Well, have you captured the person? Sorry, Brother Hai, we failed to capture her. She was snatched away. It seems to be someone from the Song family of Tianhai Auction House. Upon hearing this, Li Minghai was instantly engulfed in fury. What, you bunch of useless fools, I've supported you for so many years. Given you so much money, was it not for this very moment? You failed to capture her. What use is it to have raised you? Get the hell out of my sight. In a fit of rage, Li Minghai smashed his phone into pieces. Damn it. How could the Song family get ahead of me? This infuriates me. At the same time, in room 404 of Donghai Finance University, Fan Xiao furrowed her brow, clad in a pink nightgown. Her 3 friends beside her wore expressions of dejection. Xiao, has Zhang Xian replied to you yet? Fan Xiao's face darkened as she huffed lightly. No. As soon as she spoke, the chubby girl, Ting Ting, blurted out, neither have I. Hearing this, Fan Xiao fixed a stern gaze on the chubby girl. What do you mean by neither have I? Realizing her faux pas, the chubby girl fell silent. Bai Jie quickly interjected, what she means is that she also advised you to break up with Zhang Xian, speaking ill of him, otherwise, you wouldn't be in this predicament now. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiao reluctantly ceased her line of questioning. Just then, her fruit-themed mobile phone rang. Upon hearing the ringtone, Fan Xiao's spirits lifted. Could it be Zhang Xian? I told you I am his first love, how could he possibly let me go? Her 3 friends quickly gathered around her. The screen displayed 2 words, however. It was not Zhang Xian, but rather, it read General Li. Fan Xiao's eyes filled with disappointment as her excitement fizzled out. Feeling vexed, she abruptly hung up the phone. HMPH. How annoying. Beside her, Liu Yiping quickly chimed in, Xiao, since things with Zhang Xian aren't going well, General Li isn't a bad option. Though General Li is already in his 40s, he holds the reins of Changhong Industries. That company is valued at 10 billion. If you were to marry him, you'd officially become a wealthy lady. Fan Xiao scoffed. Can a man's words be trusted? He says he will marry me now because he hasn't yet won me over, but once he does, will he still keep his word? Even if I were to settle for less, if he doesn't marry me, he shall never have me. The voluptuous Bai Jie calmly remarked, all right, Xiao, if you can't catch a little golden turtle, an old one is still a turtle. Let us keep pursuing. Hearing this, Fan Xiao reluctantly picked up her phone. At that very moment, in the Taiyang Mountains, within a hidden cave, Zhang Xian lay on the ground, basking in the sunlight. The scorching rays of the sun washed over every cell in his body. The density of my cells is increasing. I wonder how much my weight has skyrocketed. Yet my claws seem overly fearsome. Zhang Xian raised his left hand, inspecting his grotesque and terrifying claws. At this moment, their length had reached 10 centimeters, with much of his fingers enveloped in a layer akin to obsidian. They looked remarkably like dragon claws. The claws of the zombies in movies pale in comparison to mine. With a swipe of my claw, those pitiful rib cages would be severed instantly. I dare say their hardness rivals that of steel. Sigh, when will I be able to stand up? Even bouncing would suffice. As Zhang Xian lamented, he suddenly felt a familiar sensation in his right arm, identical to the one he experienced yesterday when his left arm awakened. A surge of joy coursed through him. Wonderful, it seems my right arm will soon regain movement. At this rate, once my legs can also move, I shall at least have the ability to traverse. Excited at the thought, Zhang Xian felt a rush of exhilaration. However, the next moment, a thought crossed his mind. Wait, I recall that before my rebirth, the zombies fought fiercely over my corpse, even resorting to cannibalism. Could it be that those zombies? One can never be certain if something truly extraordinary might evolve. Regardless, caution is the key. I must find a way to enhance my strength as swiftly as possible. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, a voice echoed from the hidden entrance. Chapter 38, The Zombies Unleashed. Surely this is the place. I never imagined such a hidden entrance would be concealed here. We've passed by several times without noticing it. If it weren't for the obvious traces left by that fool Jameson, we might never have discovered this location. Upon hearing the voices from above, Zhang Xian's heart leapt with joy. Are English? It seems they are affiliated with that unfortunate fellow. From the sound of it, there appear to be 3 individuals, one of whom is a woman. Hurry, hurry, come down quickly, I have some love for you. At this moment, 3 figures stood above the cave entrance. It was the trio led by the red-haired woman. Gazing down the passage, the red-haired woman furrowed her brow. Don't rush. Over the past few days, we've become well acquainted with the terrain here. There are no other entrances within a 5-kilometer radius, which indicates that this pit may have only this single exit. That dimwit Jameson rushed in recklessly. He might have already heard our voices and is lying in wait below. I'll stay up here and secure a rope for you to ascend. Listening to the voices from above, Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback. Wow. This woman's chest must be quite small. She must be a true flat-chested princess, otherwise, how could she possess such intelligence? No, I must devise a way to lure them all down. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, upon hearing, after all, if they descended, their lives would be in the hands of this woman, they looked at each other and spoke. Watanabe, this isn't appropriate. If the 2 of us go down and you don't pull us back up, won't we end up trapped inside? Hearing their words, Watanabe, the red-haired woman, smirked slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. You think I am negotiating with you? This is an order. As soon as she finished speaking, the red-haired woman pulled out a dark object from her waist, truly, a tool of equal treatment for all. Looking at the ominous cave entrance, the 2 burly white men stiffened. Watanabe. How did you bring that thing into Dragon Country? Watanabe scoffed lightly. That's none of your concern. Now, immediately, go down. Faced with the tool of equal treatment, the 2 burly white men lost their temper and could only comply, descending the rope into the cave. The moment they entered, they prepared for battle, clearly wary of a potential ambush from the black man. However, nothing happened. Their eyes scanned the surroundings, and they were instantly captivated by the sight of Zhang Xian at the center. Beholding the grotesque, terrifying corpse, one of the white men gaped, ready to scream, but at that moment, a large hand covered his mouth. Don't say a word, the other white man, wielding a machete, whispered. That cherry blossom lady has a gun. Even if we ascend, she might take us out. For now, we can only pretend we've encountered an accident and perished here, which might prompt her to come down. In that case, when she descends, we can ambush her. That's the only way to survive. Upon hearing this, the man whose mouth was covered nodded eagerly. Understood, brother. It turned out that these 2 white men were actually brothers. All of this was heard clearly by Zhang Xian from a distance. I never expected this muscular fellow to be a loyal fan of Uncle Ju. Too bad for you. You're not facing an ordinary zombie, and I fear no fire. Before long, the brothers had stripped Jameson of his clothing. One brother walked ahead with the clothes, while the other, behind him, flashed a glint of coldness in his eyes. Soon, they reached Zhang Xian's side. The white brother whispered, "All right, now cover this guy with the clothes, and I'll prepare to ignite." The younger brother nodded vigorously and crouched down. At that moment, Zhang Xian was also ready to act. But then, an unbelievable scene unfolded before his eyes. Just as the younger brother bent down, the elder brother did not retrieve a flint. Instead, he raised his machete high. In a flash, the younger brother's head was severed cleanly from his body. The headless corpse crashed to the ground, blood gushing towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was stunned. Is this his own brother? How ruthless, all for $200 million, such madness. Meanwhile, the elder brother, wielding the machete, looked coldly at the corpse below. "Rest in peace, brother. I will take care of our sister-in-law with the 200 million. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's mind exploded. Wow, is it really that explosive? What a wolfish betrayal. He doesn't even spare his own kin. In that case, I feel no guilt at all. In the next moment, the elder brother with the machete pulled out the flint and slowly crouched down. But just then, Zhang Xian moved. Chapter 39, A Frenzy of Slaughter. As the burly white man bent down, a shadow suddenly flashed before him. Upon closer inspection, an arm had already pierced through his chest. Those blood-red, vertically slit pupils glimmered with an eerie crimson light. The excruciating agony of torn flesh bombarded the man's mind, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Damn it. Yet in the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted. Zhang Xian, with a single left hand, yanked the robust figure towards him. The tumultuous sensation of tearing within his chest drove the man into a frenzied howl. Zhang Xian's heart flickered with ruthlessness. Scum like him deserves a far more torturous end. With a mere thought, his other arm shot out. The sharp black claws pierced through flesh and bone, plunging into the man's abdomen. Instantly, crimson blood flowed like a stream down Zhang Xian's hands. "Oh monster, monster, save me, save!" As the blood gushed forth at an alarming rate, the burly white man lost his voice in the blink of an eye. Within mere breaths, he was reduced to a lifeless husk. Zhang Xian's eyes shimmered with a blood-red glow. Exerting slight pressure with his hands, the corpse before him was torn apart in an instant, split into two halves, and hurled away with great force. Meanwhile, the white man's brother on the ground had already transformed into a headless cadaver. Listening to the sounds from below, the cherry blossom girl at the cave entrance furrowed her brows. "David, Andy. What is happening?" She shouted towards the cave's mouth. However, silence reigned below. There was no response. The red-haired woman's expression darkened as she tightened her grip on her gun, casting a vigilant gaze towards the cave entrance. Yet, still, there was no sign of movement emanating from below. The red-haired woman frowned deeply, her beautiful eyes filled with contemplation. From the sounds earlier, it seemed to be David's voice. "But why hasn't Andy responded? This is $200 million. Trust is a luxury. It's highly likely that these two have set a trap." With this thought, a glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes. She then sat quietly to the side, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. At that moment, within the cave, Zhang Xian felt the pleasant tingling sensation coursing through his body. He mused, indeed, human blood is the most nourishing substance for a zombie. The blood of these two has significantly accelerated my recovery. Extending his hands, the arms that had previously only been able to move at the shoulder joint now resembled those of an ordinary person. The forearm joints were remarkably agile, though his fingers remained somewhat stiff. The familiar sensations were also returning to his legs. Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel an overwhelming excitement. At this rate, it won't be long before I can regain full mobility. As time ticked away, another day slipped by in the blink of an eye. The blood of the two burly men had been completely absorbed by Zhang Xian. Elated, he waved his arms, clenching his fists, reveling in the terrifying power surging through him. Incredible, as expected of the transcendent ancestor zombie. Even though I am currently merely at the black zombie level, this strength must be at least 10 tons. At this level, I would be considered a genuine superhero even in the Marvel universe. Just then, the sensations in his legs grew increasingly intense, and Zhang Xian felt an overwhelming anticipation. I've been lying here for a week. Finally, I can move. His blood-red pupils slowly turned towards the cave entrance. It's been over a day, that woman hasn't come down, could she have already left? $200 million is indeed a significant sum. I can only assume that she hasn't reached the point of valuing money over her life. Meanwhile, above the cave entrance, the red-haired woman, clad in black leather boots, wore a frown, her face etched with conflict. It's been a day and a half. There are only half an hour left until the mission deadline. Even if those two intended to kill me to silence me, they should be unable to contain themselves now. After all, if it exceeds a week, the mission will automatically fail. Could it be that they truly met with an accident? I've thoroughly surveyed the surrounding area, there are absolutely no other exits. Could it be that they are genuinely dead? Is there really some monster lurking within this pit? As time continued to pass, mere minutes remained before the mission would fail. $200 million. That is an entire 200 million. I have a gun, I can fight back. After much contemplation, the allure of those $200 million proved irresistible. The red-haired woman slowly rose, drawing the katana from her back. Gun in her left hand and sword in her right, she secured the latch on the rope, clearly prepared to risk it all. With only 15 minutes remaining, she gritted her teeth and leaped down. The sounds from the cave entrance instantly reached Zhang Xian's ears. Couldn't you resist, could you? People die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. Too bad you don't realize that in 2 months, I find even the cash too hard to wipe with. Since you've come down, I won't hold back. Soon, a slender figure descended rapidly from above. As the red-haired woman appeared at the cave's mouth, her gun was already aimed downward, yet, the area below was utterly empty. She landed steadily, her weapon poised as she surveyed her surroundings. Several disfigured corpses immediately came into her view. Even the red-haired woman, who had stained her hands with countless lives, could not help but display a look of terror. Her grip on the weapon tightened instantly. Her heavy gaze scanned the entire cave. The central corpse captured her attention in an instant. The desert eagle in her hand was quickly aimed at Zhang Xian. Upon witnessing the grotesque and terrifying visage, the red-haired woman felt every hair on her body stand on end. What? What kind of monster is this? Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sounds echoed through the cave, accompanied by flashes of gunfire. All 3 bullets struck the distant corpse. 1 to the head and 2 to the chest. It was unmistakably the Mozambique shooting technique. The distant corpse remained utterly still. Seeing this, the red-haired woman finally felt a sense of relief. Though I don't know what this thing is, I fired 3 shots. No one could possibly survive. It seems this is merely a corpse. I wonder how it ended up like this. The red-haired woman elegantly moved her long, beautiful legs towards Zhang Xian's figure. As the distance between them closed, her pupils constricted. It's him. He is the target of this mission. A look of wild joy spread across her face. Moments later, the call connected. The red-haired woman exclaimed excitedly, "Mission accomplished. The target has been located. I will take his head back." After hanging up, she felt a surge of exhilaration. Brandishing her katana, she slowly turned around. But in the next instant, a tower-like figure suddenly filled her entire field of vision. Chapter 40, A bitter end, a fragrant demise. Beneath the moonlight, the blood-red vertical pupils, razor-sharp teeth, and obsidian skin evoked an aura of terror and brutality. The red-haired woman's pupils constricted, her eyes wide with fear, her delicate face etched with dread, yet, years of bloodshed compelled her limbs to react instantaneously. The pistol in her left hand fired relentlessly, each bullet spewing forth merciless flames. With a sudden surge of strength, her right hand sliced towards Zhang Xian's abdomen. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. A flash of fire erupted as the sharp katana shattered into pieces. The red-haired woman was left aghast. A monster. It's definitely a monster. Just as she turned to flee, a pair of unyielding iron hands lunged forward. With no hindrance whatsoever, they plunged straight into her chest. A searing pain surged through her, assaulting her very core. "You meet?" "Oh!" Her desperate cries echoed throughout the cavern, yet, Those sharp black claws had already penetrated her heart. The blood within her body was ruthless. Her screams gradually devolved into pitiful whimpers, and after several breaths, Zhang Xian was left with nothing but a withered husk. The skeletal visage still bore the marks of agony and terror. Zhang Xian exerted a slight force with his hands. The skin, flesh, and even bones could not withstand such overwhelming power. In an instant, the body was torn asunder, hurtling heavily towards the stone wall. Only two plump objects remained in Zhang Xian's claws, an unidentifiable liquid seeping from them. Zhang Xian felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Damn, turns out they weren't the originals. It's all technology and ruthless craft. With a fierce flick of his arms, the two round objects shot forth, crashing against the stone wall and shattering into fragments. As he savored the tingling sensation coursing through his body, Zhang Xian found himself enraptured. I never imagined it would feel this exhilarating. This sensation is hardly distinguishable from that other experience. After relishing this delightful feeling, Zhang Xian finally scrutinized his form. Having absorbed the blood of these four individuals, his physique visibly swelled slightly. He no longer resembled a mere stick. His muscles were well-defined, etched with chiseled contours, exuding a terrifying sense of power while remaining lean. Zhang Xian mused inwardly. According to the records of the Shenmen S-Corp's refining technique, I have now fully entered the realm of the Black Zombie. Most of my joints can now move, but the finer joints remain rigid. I cannot walk, yet I am capable of jumping. As per the records, the strength of an average Black Zombie is about 10 times that of an ordinary person. The maximum jumping height is roughly 2 meters. Conventional melee weapons can no longer breach my defenses, while small-caliber firearms can penetrate. They are incapable of delivering a fatal blow. The Desert Eagle I encountered earlier, though powerful among small-caliber weapons, merely left me with a few superficial marks. Boom! The ground trembled as Zhang Xian's figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Crash! Another resounding impact. Zhang Xian's head collided directly with the stone wall. Instantly, fissures appeared on the unyielding surface, and fist-sized fragments tumbled down from the point of impact. Before Zhang Xian could fully comprehend the situation, his towering frame crashed heavily back to the ground. Boom! Yet another thunderous sound reverberated as the stones beneath his feet shattered. The stone surface beneath his legs sank by a full 2 centimeters. After several breaths had passed, Zhang Xian finally regained his composure. Overcome with joy, he spontaneously broke into an impromptu mechanical dance. What exhilaration, what pure bliss! I adore the feeling of being dazzlingly handsome. Oh, my charming ancestor, how I cherish you. Har har har, truly worthy of the legendary ancestor, this is simply extraordinary. My jumping ability is at least 5 times that of an ordinary Black Zombie. With excitement propelling him, Zhang Xian leaped, effortlessly covering nearly 30 meters to reach the end of the cave. 30 meters in a single second. I can traverse 100 meters in just 3 seconds, unbelievable. Elated, Zhang Xian extended his arms dramatically. His black claws pierced the stone wall with ease, as if penetrating a block of tofu. Witnessing this, Zhang Xian's heart swelled with delight. Superman, please, call me Superman. This is astonishing, and this is merely the initial stage of the Black Zombie. Imagine if I were to reach the pinnacle. Even steel would yield to my might. Ordinary submachine guns are utterly powerless against me. After indulging in his exuberance for a while, Zhang Xian returned to his original position, lying on the ground to absorb the malevolent energy of the entire dragon vein. As the saying goes, pride precedes a fall. Though I possess some strength now, I must not become reckless. I need to remain grounded. After all, I am a zombie now. Should my existence be revealed, annihilation would surely follow. While a handgun cannot extinguish my life, there are still shells, missiles, and thermobaric bombs to contend with. Moreover, who knows what mutated zombies or superhumans may arise in the impending apocalypse. Contemplating this, Zhang Xian could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. Unless I can withstand a nuclear strike unscathed, I cannot consider myself invincible. The path of survival is fraught with challenges. With this thought, Jiang Xian once again closed his eyes, absorbing the dark energy from the entirety of the dragon vein. Meanwhile, in the city of Kyoto, within an opulent standalone mansion, white silk adorned every corner. At that moment, several luxury cars slowly came to a halt at the entrance. Lin Haoyan, clad in mourning attire, swiftly exited, flanked by several bodyguards in black suits. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, he tore off his mourning garments, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable elation. "You lot, dispose of every white object in this house, what dreadful misfortune! Damn it! But with the old man finally dead, the entire Lin family is now mine to command. HMPH Lingning Shuang, you wretched woman, you better not return to the country, otherwise, I have 100,000 ways to ensnare you. And as for Jiang Xian, that wretched scum, I shall make it my mission to ensure he suffers beyond imagination." Just then, Lin Haoyan's phone rang unexpectedly. Noticing the unusual number, Lin Haoyan raised an eyebrow. A call at this hour. Could it be that these fools have found Jiang Xian? Lin Haoyan answered the call, and a distinctly British-accented voice echoed from the other end. "Employer, the task has been completed. The items you requested will be delivered to you within half a day." Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyan erupted into maniacal laughter. "Har har har. Opposing me, are you? Were it not for those two treasures, you would merely be a foolish university student from the lower echelons of society, unworthy of even my attention. Just wait. Lingning Shuang, I am preparing a grand surprise for you. I can hardly contain my excitement to see the look of horror on your face. Har har har." Chapter 41, The Green Corpse, Terrifying Power. Lin Haoyan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the extravagantly luxurious estate, and a surge of ambition welled up within him. At last, I have awaited this day. The Lin family's dominion. Now, I am the true master. In this world, as long as I, Lin Haoyan, desire it, there is nothing unattainable. Cold Ningxiang, you vile wretch, one day, this young master will make you beg for mercy beneath me. Just then, the satellite phone beside him rang once more. Picking up the phone, Lin Haoyan scoffed haughtily. "No need to rush, this young master would never default, just deliver the items, and I shall transfer the balance post-haste." However, the voice on the other end was filled with regret. "I sincerely apologize. It appears there have been some issues with this mission, the members are unreachable and have gone completely dark." Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyan sprang to his feet with a start. "What did you say?" His tone was laced with arrogant dominance. "Please, do not panic, esteemed employer. Each team member is equipped with satellite tracking. We will dispatch others to investigate. We shall surely provide you with a satisfactory." Before the words could be completed, Lin Haoyan's furious roar echoed through the air. "Spare me the nonsense. All I want to know is whether Jiang Xian is dead. I have told you, if he is alive, I want to see him, if he is dead, I demand to see the corpse. A bunch of useless fools, incapable of handling such a trivial matter. Outsiders are utterly unreliable. Send me their locations, and I shall dispatch my own men." The voice on the line clearly hesitated. "Speak again." "The locations have already been sent to you, and our personnel will accompany them." After hanging up, Lin Haoyan angrily slumped onto the sofa. "HMPH, I am now the head of the Lin family. All of the family's resources are at my disposal. Jiang Xian, merely a maggot, born to a worthless life. I just didn't expect this maggot to be as resilient as a cockroach. HMPH. No matter how tough you are, before the assassins of the Lin family, you will only meet your demise. To die at the hands of an ancient martial arts master would indeed be the greatest fortune for a maggot like you. As one of the 5 prominent families of the Dragon Kingdom, the Lin family undoubtedly possesses a cadre specifically tasked with handling unsavory jobs." Lin Haoyan dialed another number. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Kyoto City, in a villa, various training equipment lay scattered in the yard, wooden dummies, stone locks, sandbags, and plum blossom stakes. It was evident that the inhabitant of this place was no ordinary person. Within the courtyard, 7 or 8 figures were practicing their martial arts. The air crackled with intensity. A punch unleashed a sound that sliced through the air. At that moment, in the hall, a lean middle-aged man with prominent temples slowly rose. His arms extended past his knees, his eyes gleaming with vigor, his hands, knotted and bronzed, exuded an imposing presence. "All right, we are setting off." After hanging up the phone, the man stood up slowly. "Everyone, gather. We have work to do." Meanwhile, in Donghai City. In the Xian Villa district, a young girl donned in sports attire gazed anxiously at her phone. "The number you dialed is not in service. Please try again later." Hearing the busy tone, Zhang Yuqing furrowed her brows. "It has been a whole week, and my brother hasn't he called once. His phone is always out of service. Those who were targeting me wouldn't have pursued my brother, would they?" Although Zhang Xian had informed his sister before leaving that he might not be reachable for the next 2 months, advising her not to worry, the events of the previous incident left her with lingering concern. That woman from the Song family spoke a truth. 60 billion is enough to stir ill intentions in anyone. My brother and I are merely villagers without any backing. Suddenly coming into such wealth is our original sin. What should I do now that I cannot reach my brother? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in the girl's mind. Of course. I can reach out to Cold Ningxiang. Isn't he that woman from the Song family acquainted with her? She is my brother's girlfriend. She might know his whereabouts. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuqing finally managed to obtain Cold Ningxiang's contact information through Song Yinger. Meanwhile, in Northern Europe. In a laboratory, Cold Ningxiang, clad in a white lab coat, gazed intently at the test tube in her hand. "This is the serum from a vampire. It is indeed unlike anything ordinary. With only 2 months remaining until the zombie apocalypse, I have time to refine this serum and make it even more perfect." Just then, the phone beside her rang unexpectedly. Who could this be? I actually have a call. Could it be that foolish boy? Cold Ningxiang answered the phone, and a sweet voice came through. "Sister-in-law, it's Yuqing, Zhang Xian's sister." Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Cold Ningxiang was momentarily taken aback. However, considering the impending apocalypse, she did not deny it. What is the matter? Is there something you need? Your brother, isn't he in Donghai City?" "Oh, you can't find him. All right, I'll help you look. Once I find him, I'll let you know." After hanging up, Cold Ningxiang's exquisite features revealed a hint of disdain. "Hey. I never imagined my first would be given to such a scoundrel. 60 billion, and he can abandon his sister and flee. I could have remained unaware, but now that I know, he shall not escape my grasp." Shortly thereafter, Cold Ningxiang made a call. Name: Zhang Xian, ID number 371423XXXX. Retrieve all his information and current location. Notify me once you have the details. After hanging up, Cold Ningxiang once again immersed herself in her research on the serum. Time flew by, and another day had passed. A gentle breeze wafted through, clouds drifting lazily, and the moonlight poured down like silvery radiance. Through the opening, it illuminated Zhang Xian's form. As he felt the moonlight weaving into his being, Zhang Xian grew increasingly anxious. Time is not on my side. According to the records of corpse refining techniques, even within the dragon vein, 2 months can only transform me into a black zombie. This speed, compared to ordinary corpse refining, is already astonishing. After all, it typically takes 5 to 6 years to become a black zombie. However, 2 months from now marks the onset of the zombie outbreak. While a black zombie is formidable, it pales in comparison to a green zombie. Records indicate that a typical green zombie possesses physical strength that renders small-caliber weaponry ineffective. Even grenades cannot kill them. Moreover, as a supreme ancestor zombie, if I attain the level of a green zombie, it is likely that even armor-piercing rounds from a tank would struggle to harm me. At that point, I would truly possess the means to protect myself in this apocalyptic world. Alas, the blood absorption is swift. Just for individuals, blood has nearly restored my mobility. Am I left with no choice but to venture out in search of prey? Chapter 42, Invitation to the Trap. The hunt begins. This is exceedingly perilous. Even if I were to venture out to hunt down those ruffians, spirited youths, and the Green Tea Sisters, the ramifications of death before the apocalypse would be dire. I cannot reveal my... However, the invigorating sensation of blood coursing through his veins left him yearning for more. Sigh, all I can do now is hope that Lin Haoyan does not surrender so easily and sends more people to hunt me down. Lin Haoyan, do your utmost, and send someone to deal with me. It would be best to send a multitude. I am merely at the initial stage of the black zombie phase, and I estimate that with the blood of a dozen more individuals, I could ascend to the pinnacle of black zombie. Though the heavenly ancestor zombie is formidable, it also signifies that more energy is required for advancement. I can sense that if I break through to the peak of the black zombie phase, my strength will experience a significant enhancement. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Taihang Mountains, moonlight filtered through the dense forest, casting a silvery glow upon the carpet of fallen leaves. A black jeep rolled to a stop by the roadside. Several burly men emerged from the vehicle, their muscular frames adorned with scars, emanating an aura of menace simply by standing there. The leader was a tall, burly Caucasian man, his face a canvas of coarse flesh, with one eye socket void of an eye. At that moment, a nearby African man, dressed in a West Coast style, chuckled softly. HMPH, truly pathetic. I always said that Sakura girl was unreliable. David and the others actually dared to undertake a mission with her. Now they are all doomed. Yet, thankfully, they have met their demise. Otherwise, this lucrative opportunity would not have fallen into our laps. Just an ordinary Dragon Kingdom citizen, how formidable could he possibly be? Does he think he is Bruce Lee? Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man scoffed. Charles. The fact that this Dragon Kingdom brat could dispatch David and his crew signifies that his strength is not to be underestimated. We should exercise caution. As soon as he finished speaking, Charles, the West Coast-dressed African, remained dismissive. Strength not to be underestimated? What strength? Even if he were the reincarnation of Bruce Lee, today I shall make him understand what American swordsmanship is all about. As he spoke, Charles drew a revolver from his waistband. The two other muscular men behind him also sported bulging waistbands, clearly prepared for a confrontation. Just then, a golden van sped toward them. Soon, a group of 8 individuals disembarked from the vehicle. Leading them was a middle-aged man with prominent temples. The one-eyed man hurried over, awkwardly speaking in dragon language. You must be Mr. Gu. I am Miker, the leader of this small team. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man named Gu nodded haughtily. Let us proceed. Do you not have satellite positioning? Take us directly there. His tone was laced with condescension. Hearing this, Miker, the team leader, furrowed his brow but refrained from responding. Meanwhile, Charles the African frowned, glancing at Miker. WTF. This yellow monkey is quite arrogant. I cannot comprehend why we were assigned this bunch of yellow monkeys. What purpose do they serve? To scream, har har har. Of course, he spoke in English, but the mocking tone was apparent to all. The middle-aged man named Gu frowned, suddenly darting toward Charles. Charles's eyes flickered with disdain. What era is this that one still comes unarmed? He raised the revolver in an instant. However, at that moment, Gu's hand shot out like a phantom, seizing Charles's wrist. With a fierce grip, a piece of flesh was brutally torn away. Charles let out a pained scream, his face contorted in agony. The revolver clattered to the ground. The onlooking foreign mercenaries gazed in shock as they beheld the bloody wound on Charles's wrist, which was now missing a chunk of flesh, blood gushing forth. Witnessing this, the 3 mercenaries, including Charles, trembled, their eyes filled with astonishment and terror. Dragon Kingdom martial arts. Damn, it is indeed Dragon Kingdom martial arts. To be able to tear flesh directly from a person. This is akin to a master from a Chen Long film. Gu let out a cold snort, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over Charles. You would do well to silence yourself. Speak. I will guide you. Under Miker's guidance, the group swiftly ascended to the mountain top. However, at that moment, Miker wore a perplexed expression. The location is supposed to be here, why have we not encountered them? Upon hearing this, Ji-yu scanned the surroundings. Split up and search for any caves or underground entrances. Quickly, the group dispersed, scouring the area. Meanwhile, deep within the mountain's cavern, Zhongxian suddenly opened his eyes. The scent of blood, there is the smell of human blood, someone is above. Could it truly be that scoundrel Lin Haoyan sending people after me? As time ticked away, the bright moonlight once again illuminated the stone walls. Almost simultaneously, Gu's sharp eyes detected something. There! With the exclamation, the group encircled the cavern's entrance. This is it. Prepare the ropes. Their voices echoed down the tunnel into the cavern. Zhongxian's heart leapt with excitement. By heavens, it's true. Lin Haoyan has indeed sent people. By the count, there are at least 10 of them. Lin Haoyan, I never anticipated I would be grateful for your pursuit. His sharp claws were hidden beneath him, with the imperial seal and the mysterious stamp pressed beneath his body, quietly awaiting the arrival of his feast. At this moment, above the cavern entrance, the ropes were prepared. Ji-yu grasped the rope with his right hand and unhesitatingly leaped down. As his vision adjusted, Gu's arm exerted force to halt his descent. His keen eye surveyed everything below. Upon observing the scattered corpses, Gu's brow furrowed. What a brutal method. In the center, Zhongxian drew Gu's attention. Looking at this attire, it is him. I did not expect this brat to be able to perish alongside these mercenaries. He possesses some strength. With this thought, Ji-yu let out a cold snort. Descend, clean up the bodies, do not leave any traces. He then leaped down. Soon, the others hurriedly followed suit. The mercenaries, witnessing this, wore anxious expressions. Team leader Miker furrowed his brow. Let us go down as well, otherwise, we shall miss out on the extra bounty. The 4 members promptly followed suit. Sensing the situation around him, Zhongxian's heart brimmed with joy. Welcome to the trap, the time for the hunt has arrived. Chapter 43. Utter terror, zombies. Within the cavern, the silvery moonlight cascades down upon the central area, while the periphery remains shrouded in darkness. A middle-aged man with the surname Ji-yu fixates intently on the corpse situated in the center, striding forth towards Zhongxian with a commanding presence. At his command, several disciples, their brows furrowed, approach the scattered bodies lying around, yet as they arrive beside the deceased, they are struck by the ghastly sight, their lifeless forms devoid of color, resembling desiccated corpses. Confronted with such a peculiar sight, the disciples tremble, instinctively stepping back. Master, come and see, what on earth has happened to this corpse? Upon hearing his disciples' panicked voices, Master Ji-yu halts his advance towards Zhongxian. With a look of confusion directed at Zhong, he pivots and heads towards his disciples. Observing the corpse transformed into a desiccated shell, he furrows his brow in concern. At that moment, a quavering voice from one of the disciples breaks the tension. Master, doesn't this corpse's appearance resemble someone drained by a zombie from the movies? This remark elicits laughter from the others. In the 21st century, you still speak of zombies. Don't you know that after the founding of the nation, such things are forbidden? Zombies, what a jest. If there were zombies here, I would be the Jade Emperor. Suddenly, a chilling gust sweeps through the cavern. Woo woo, an immediate shiver runs down the spines of the group. In an instant, the mirthful expressions on their faces turn to frozen shock, their eyes wide with fear as they scan their surroundings, each face etched with panic. Witnessing this, Master Ji-yu displays a look of exasperation. Honestly, where could this wind possibly come from? Realizing this, Ji-yu Kun swiftly turns to survey the area. The cavern remains eerily silent, not a sound emanating from the shadowy corners. The wind has ceased. With a sigh of relief, Ji-yu Kun relaxes momentarily, but the next instant, he is on high alert. His scalp prickles as he notices that the corpse, once lying in the center, has vanished entirely. Ji-yu Kun's pupils constrict. Be cautious, we are ambushed. No sooner has he spoken than he and his disciples assume defensive stances, scrutinizing the dark corners ahead. Observing this, the 4 mercenaries appear bewildered. Their leader, Micah, intones gravely, prepare for battle, we are not alone. The quartet swiftly takes cover behind Jiuquan, evidently impressed by his formidable skills displayed moments ago. Meanwhile, the disciples have what they behold leaves them wide-eyed with terror. In the dim moonlight, a long-haired man stands frozen, while behind him looms a shadowy figure resembling an iron tower. Seeing the terror etched on their faces, the long-haired man begins to tremble uncontrollably, his features contorted in fear as a whimper escapes his lips. Is there something behind me? Jiuquan furrows his brow, summoning his courage to respond. Cease your theatrics. With so many of us here, you cannot escape. Do not resist futilely. Long-haired one, do not be afraid, how could there be ghosts here? With that, Jiuquan cautiously advances towards the figure, while the shadow remains unmoving. As Jiuquan approaches, the long-haired man exhales a sigh of relief. The mercenaries gaze at Jiuquan with anticipation. I never expected the target of our mission to still be alive. If he could dispatch David and his crew, his prowess must be considerable. Yet the skills of this Dragon Country individual are beyond belief. This lad is surely doomed. Just observe how he walks. He exudes the demeanor of a master. But at that moment, the towering shadow abruptly stirs. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberates throughout the cavern. Even with just a slight leap forward, Jiuquan and his compatriots erupt into chaos, retreating like frightened animals. Jiuquan's expression tightens as he stands frozen in disbelief. The long-haired man, meanwhile, has become paralyzed with fear, unable to move. The 4 mercenaries, in a state of confusion, exchange bewildered glances. Why is that fellow moving in such a peculiar manner? Could this be a technique from the Dragon Country? I often watch martial arts films from the Dragon Country, but I've never seen such a move. As they gaze at the shadow in the darkness, Jiuquan bellows in fury, enough of your tricks. You may frighten others, but not me. Behold my mountain forest dragon claw. With a fierce shout, Jiuquan assumes a claw-like stance, his legs slightly bent, resembling a soaring eagle as he leaps into the air. He vaults directly over the long-haired man's head, diving into the shadows beyond. His agile form and lightning speed mesmerize the mercenaries. Did you see that? This is the aura of a master. As they observe, Jiuquan, upon reaching the shadow's vicinity, inexplicably halts midair, his body frozen in the claw position. What is this technique? How can he defy gravity? Incredible, truly a master of martial arts. But in the blink of an eye, a blood-curdling scream pierces the cavern. Zombies! This cannot. Before he can finish, a tearing sound echoes. Jiuquan's suspended form is violently ripped apart. His mangled body splinters against the stone walls, entrails scattering across the ground. At the utterance of the word a zombie, the disciples erupt into piercing screams. Zombies! Run for your lives! Run! The long-haired man, now drenched in sweat, Meanwhile, the mercenaries stand in stunned silence. Surely, this martial arts master cannot be real? Chapter 44. The hunt concludes. A new evolution. The dreadlocked youth from the west coast brandished his black revolver with fervor. Damn, what kind of martial arts from the Dragon Kingdom is this? It's all a farce in the movies. Come, come, come. Let me demonstrate the might of American Aikido. Showtime. The mercenaries flanking him displayed no hesitation, raising their firearms to unleash a volley of gunfire. The echoes of gunshots and flashes of flame reverberated throughout the cavern. Bang, bang, bang. Bullet after bullet mercilessly roared toward the shadow lurking in the darkness. One must concede, their marksmanship was commendable. Nearly all shots aimed at the figure's head. As the barrage subsided, the dreadlocked youth stylishly spun his revolver, gently blowing away the smoke. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the pallid whites of his eyes doubled in horror. The shadowy figure remained defiantly upright. WTF? At this moment, the West Coast youth's dark visage was awash with bewilderment. The three nearby mercenaries gasped in shock. Mother, a monster! The group, panic-stricken, scurried towards the ropes. Just then, the towering figure sprang into action, leaping across dozens of meters to land beneath the ropes. Everyone present abruptly halted, their gazes fixed upon that silhouette. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, Zhang Xian's imposing a handsome face became starkly visible to all. His ashen skin bore the marks of terror, sharp fangs glistened ominously. His formidable black claws betrayed his inhumanity. Upon witnessing that visage capable of inducing sheer fright, a chorus of screams erupted from the assembled men. Oh my! It truly is a zombie! Though shaking uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat, their terrified eyes dared not stray from Zhang Xian for a moment. Observing their synchronized reactions, the mercenaries were left utterly perplexed. What kind of gesture is this? What does it mean? Is there poison here? This is a vampire, quick the cross. At the command of their leader, Micah, four mercenaries immediately stood at attention, arms raised, transforming into a human cross. Zhang Xian, bemused by their reactions, chuckled inwardly. Should I blame these foreigners for never having seen a zombie film, or should I fault Uncle Ju's films for being too authoritative? Temporarily stop breathing. That's quite a conundrum. I too had fantasized about encountering zombies and holding my breath, but I never imagined I would become one. Enough of the games, time to get down to business. With this thought, Zhang Xian leaped directly in front of the dreadlocked youth. The youth's legs trembled uncontrollably, sweat beads cascaded down his forehead. Meanwhile, the disciples, clutching their mouths and noses, could barely contain their laughter at the youth's predicament. Gazing at the dreadlocked youth, whose eyes brimmed with tears, Zhang Xian mused, perhaps in your next life, you should watch fewer films. They are all lies. In the following instant, his sharp black claw pierced the youth's heart. The excruciating agony contorted the youth's entire countenance. Even so, he defiantly raised his middle finger skyward. Fuck you. Witnessing this scene, the remaining three mercenaries widened their eyes in shock, hurriedly mimicking the disciples in covering their mouths and noses, their expressions filled with dread as they looked upon Zhang Xian. As the youth's blood drained away, he was now but a lifeless corpse, yet his middle finger remained defiantly upright. Zhang Xian exerted a slight force, hurling the dreadlocked youth's body aside. His blood-red, slitted eyes surveyed the crowd. At this moment, all had covered their mouths and noses, trembling in fear to breathe. Zhang Xian, sensing a surge of wicked amusement, turned away and leaped into the shadows. Seeing this, the remaining disciples displayed expressions of delight as they cautiously approached the ropes. Just then, Zhang Xian abruptly spun around, leaping towards them. His arm shot forth, piercing one disciple's chest. A piercing scream echoed throughout the cavern. Soon, the cavern resonated with a symphony of muffled thuds and heart-wrenching wails, interspersed with curses. Lin Ju, you have led your disciples astray. Even in death, I shall seek you out for recompense. In a matter of minutes, Zhang Xian stood alone amidst the remnants of the cavern. Scattered about lay dismembered corpses, each face etched with resentment and sorrow, yet, in Zhang Xian's eyes gleamed a brilliant crimson light. The blood of 12 individuals had been absorbed into his being. With a leap, Zhang Xian returned to his sleeping quarters. A tingling sensation surged through his body like a tidal wave. Satisfied, he closed his eyes. Under the moonlight's glow, his slender figure began to swell as if inflated. The hue of his skin rapidly transformed from blue-green to a deep black. In mere breaths, the blue-green had vanished, replaced by a glossy ebony. The texture of his skin shifted from that of cowhide to a crystalline state. As time passed, ethereal green patterns began to emerge within the pure blackness of his skin, slowly coalescing into a more grotesque and fearsome appearance. The onyx claws also displayed hints of these eerie green markings, exuding a sinister aura interwoven with shades of black and green. At this moment, Zhang Xian reveled in the exquisite sensations, blissfully unaware of the transformations occurring within his body. The bright moonlight gradually faded, ushering in yet another clear morning. Meanwhile, in the opulent estate of Kyoto City, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try your call again later. Damn it, why on earth aren't they answering? Are they seeking death? Enraged, Lin Haoyan hurled his 8848 phone with great force, yet the message of a not in service persisted. His fury ignited, Lin Haoyan's face flushed crimson. Damn it, may you all perish. He dashed forward, snatched the phone again, and flung it with all his might. The insistent voice continued, and in a fit of madness, half a minute later, breathless and panting, Lin Haoyan finally relented, grinding his teeth as he pressed the hang-up button. His hands tugged at his hair, his expression wild. At last, the world is quiet. But just then, the phone rang once more. Lin Haoyan's eyes turned blood red. Chapter 45, The Pinnacle of the Black Zombie, a formidable physique. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he struggled to suppress the fury that surged within him. Hello, have you captured the target? Weren't you the one who claimed that the most elite assassins were dispatched this time? A chilling voice emanated from the other end of the line. We have abandoned this mission. The target far exceeds your initial description. Due to the erroneous intelligence you provided, 2 of our teams have perished. The remaining balance and compensation total $500 million. As he absorbed the words on the phone, Lin Haoyan's demeanor turned frenzied. What? Are you out of your mind? You failed to capture the target and now expect me to pay you? Dream on. Is this group of assassins entirely useless? You can't even handle a penniless university student, yet you dare to claim my intelligence is flawed. Why don't you mention that this destitute student might as well be Superman? Despite Lin Haoyan's frenzied tirade, the voice on the other end remained eerily calm. Transfer the money within 3 days, or face the consequences. With that, the line went dead. Damn it. Threatening me. Get lost. Once again, the 8848 phone met the ground with a resounding thud. 2 hours later, Lin Haoyan's expression had softened, yet the room now housed several unconscious young women. Get me $500 million. After hanging up, Lin Haoyan rose slowly, his narrow eyes ablaze with fury. Zhang Xian. I refuse to believe you will vanish from sight forever. As long as you appear in any city within the Dragon Kingdom, I will find you. Just wait, the people I, Lin Haoyan, wish to eliminate have yet to evade their fate. Simultaneously, in Northern Europe. In June, the weather in the Dragon Kingdom felt akin to deep autumn. Within a clandestine laboratory, the exquisitely enchanting Cold Condensation examined the blood-red serum in her hand. Her brows furrowed slightly, her almond-shaped eyes betraying a hint of urgency. This vampire serum is astonishingly complex. Eliminating the vampire's weaknesses appears to be more challenging than anticipated. With less than 2 months remaining, I wonder if I can manage it in time. At that moment, her phone vibrated beside her. Setting down the serum gently, Cold Condensation answered the call with an impassive expression. Have you located that individual? A weathered voice from the other end responded. Not yet, but I've obtained his recent medical records. He is in the late stages of lung cancer, already metastasized. He has at most 2 months left to live. Additionally, it seems a bounty of $200 million has been posted for this young man on the dark web. Cold Condensation. A few minutes later, she took a deep breath and dialed Zhang Yuqing's number. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, within the Xian Villa district. A girl clad in sportswear hurriedly answered the call. Sister-in-law, what is going on? Where is my brother? On the other end, Cold Condensation's voice was gentle yet laced with a hint of affection. Your brother went mountain climbing recently, hence the lack of signal. My friend has located him. He will be staying with me for 2 months. I require his assistance with a matter and he may not have time to contact you. Rest assured, I will bring him to meet you in 2 months. Listening to her words, the girl's face revealed a mixture of skepticism and concern. Sister-in-law, you're not deceiving me, are you? My brother is truly all right, isn't he? Don't worry, he is perfectly fine, but he cannot contact you for the time being due to a confidentiality agreement. You must have heard of such things. As the bathroom door swung open, a graceful figure wrapped in a bathrobe emerged. Her fair skin resembled the pristine snow of spring, refreshing to behold. Suddenly, her phone rang. With her delicate hand, she picked up the device. "Sister Frost, I was just in the shower. Is there something urgent?" Upon hearing the voice on the line, Song Yinger's expression tightened. "Is it true? It's Sheldon TB, right? Late-stage lung cancer. He appeared quite healthy to me." "All right, I understand now. This fellow truly is a man. Very well, in 2 months, I shall inform his sister about this matter. Rest assured, I will take good care of his sister. She is indeed a pitiable child." After ending the call, Song Yinger's countenance fluctuated between light and shadow, her eyes reflecting a tempest of emotions. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days had elapsed. Under the clear night sky, the stars twinkled, while the moonlight cast a stunning glow. At this moment, within a cave nestled in the Taihang Mountains, Zhang Xian, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. His blood-red, slit-like pupils gleamed with an eerie green luminescence. Zhang Xian felt a flicker of astonishment within. "How vivid, it's even sharper than my previous vision. The nocturnal environment does not impede my sight. This must be a standard ability of a zombie. Indeed, my hearing has significantly improved as well. I can distinctly hear the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. Fantastic. Now, let us assess how well my body has recovered." As Zhang Xian concentrated, his claws, imbued with a dark green hue, slowly clenched. The small joints of his hands and feet had become remarkably agile, yet, the soft bone remained beyond his control. Not bad, not bad. The recovery of my body exceeds my expectations. Although there is still some stiffness in my joints, movements achievable by an ordinary person, but at least I can conceal my identity. I am no longer limited to hopping as my only means of locomotion. Just then, a wave of confusion washed over Zhang Xian. Something feels off. There's an inconsistency. Quantity, it's all about quantity. I absorbed the blood of 12 individuals this time, yet it surely amounts to more than just 3 times the energy of those 4. Identical blood, yet the energy it provides differs. Zhang Xian couldn't help but be perplexed. But in the next moment, a realization struck him. I understand now. So that's how it is. While the total volume of blood within each person is relatively consistent, the quality varies. The one who flew to his demise must have been a martial arts expert. The quality of his blood far surpasses that of an ordinary person. And those few disciples, their blood is also superior to that of the average individual. It seems I should strive to hunt down skilled practitioners in the future. Alas, I didn't bring a mirror, so I have no idea what I look like now. After lying for 2 days, Zhang Xian gradually rose, the radiant moonlight cascading upon his figure. Yet, as he stood, a sudden shock coursed through him. Something is amiss. This is Chapter 46. Do not call me a zombie, call me ancestor. Gazing down at his feet, Zhang Xian was engulfed in confusion. What is happening? Why does the ground seem so distant? Could it be that I've grown taller? Goodness, is it possible for a zombie to stimulate the secretion of growth hormones, allowing for a second development? I feel at least 20 centimeters taller. My clothes are torn to shreds. Unfortunately, there were no mirrors in sight for Zhang Xian to admire his impressive new form. The luminous moonlight cascaded down, illuminating him. What was once a towering figure akin to an iron tower had now transformed into an undeniable colossus. His height was visibly exceeding 2 meters and 20 centimeters. The skin on his body had entirely evolved into a lustrous black hue, bathed in moonlight. It shimmered with an eerie glow, reminiscent of metal. It was as though he donned a layer of shining black armor. Upon his glossy black skin, emerald green patterns, as wide as fingers, sprawled across his entire form. His sharp claws extended a staggering 15 centimeters, gleaming with a chilling radiance. The sharpness of his claws was beyond description, capable of effortlessly severing any head. The emerald green patterns coiled around the claws, emanating an unsettling aura. His physique had expanded, no longer resembling the pitiful mummy he once was. From a distance, he appeared to be a towering black iron statue. Zhang Xian extended his claws and swung his arms forcefully. Boom! A piercing sound sliced through the cave. Feeling the terrifying power surging within him, Zhang Xian was overwhelmed with excitement. He bent his knee slightly and unleashed his strength. Boom! The rocky ground beneath him shattered instantly. His iron tower-like form launched forward like a cannonball. 30 meters were traversed in the blink of an eye. He landed heavily, causing the ground to sink by 5 centimeters. Zhang Xian's heart swelled with exhilaration. At this speed, I could cover 100 meters in just 1 second. This is utterly ferocious. With a surge of bravado, Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. His sharp claws converged, resembling a tiger's claws. He struck the stone wall before him with a powerful punch. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the cave. How could the wall withstand such an overwhelming force? It exploded instantly. Debris flew everywhere. Dust clouds billowed. Zhang Xian's entire fist sank into the wall. Radiating cracks spread outwards for over a meter. Witnessing this scene, even Zhang Xian himself was left dumbfounded. Ho ho ho! What strength! How many tons does that equate to? With a punch like that, not even a ferocious tiger could withstand it, let alone a mighty beast. Goodness, is this the pinnacle of a black zombie? You mean to tell me this is the pinnacle of a black zombie? If old Master Ren were to see this, he would be utterly humiliated to be a zombie. He should hurry back to his coffin. Truly, the absolute ancestor zombie is unparalleled. Just as Zhang Xian was in shock, a crackling sound suddenly emanated from the stone wall before him. Wisps of black smoke curled from where Zhang Xian's fist had struck. Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback and quickly retracted his fist. To his astonishment, the stone wall was slowly melting. A tempest of thoughts swirled in Zhang Xian's mind. This is zombie poison. Goodness, is it this deadly? Not only physical attacks, but it also carries magical damage. Old Master Ren, Zhang Xian, am now responsibly telling you that your black zombie is a counterfeit. Adhering to the principle that caution can avert disaster, Zhang Xian extended his dark green claws to trace the stone wall. The moment of contact was as smooth as a hot knife slicing through butter. A hissing sound, akin to that of teeth grinding, emanated from the wall. Zhang Xian, still yearning for more, withdrew his claws, only to witness the scratches on the wall rapidly expanding at a visible rate. At this moment, Zhang Xian could no longer contain the torrent of pride swelling within him. He let out a triumphant roar. From this day forth, Zhang Xian, shall not consume beef. The next second, Zhang Xian realized with embarrassment that he was unable to speak. Oh! I forgot about that. My tongue is still beyond my control. Alas, the areas that shouldn't be hard are unexpectedly stiff, and the parts that should be firm, not at all. Never mind, surely it will harden in time. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Zhang Xian surveyed his surroundings and discovered that all the materials he had prepared for corpse refinement had been absorbed. If they are gone, so be it. I am now officially a successful corpse refiner. When the zombie apocalypse begins, there will be ample opportunities to enhance my strength, for I am indeed the absolute ancestor zombie, renowned for my ability to absorb anything. There are still 2 full months until the outbreak of the zombies. The malevolent energy within this dragon vein remains potent. 2 months should suffice for me to ascend to the green zombie realm. If the black zombie is this formidable, what must the green zombie be like, should I be called ancestor? After reveling in his thoughts for a while, Zhang Xian reclined once more on his massage bed, quietly awaiting the arrival of the zombie apocalypse. The sun rose and set as usual, the tides of the ocean continued their eternal ebb and flow, the world would not cease its rotation due to Zhang Xian's tranquility. Time swiftly passed, and a month and a half had elapsed. Only 14 days remained until the zombie outbreak. In the Dongshan province, Donghai City, at the Xian Villa district, Song Ying'er descended the stairs gracefully, her high heels echoing with each step. Song Kaiming, clad in a grey wool suit, sat on the sofa. Upon noticing Song Ying'er's presence, he promptly inquired, "Ying'er, is what you said over the phone true? Is that Zhang Xian truly in the late stages of lung cancer, and has it metastasized?" Song Ying'er nodded gently. Absolutely true. This was conveyed to me directly by Sister Shuang. She even entrusted me with the care of his sister, instructing me not to reveal this to her until a month later. It is truly perplexing. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. If it were me, I would rather endure the heartbreak now than later. It's better to secure that 60 billion sooner. Upon hearing the mention of 60 billion, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Song Kaiming's aged eyes behind his glasses. Yinger, before he could finish his thought, Song Yinger interjected. Dad. I know what you're thinking. I just mentioned that Sister Shuang entrusted me with the care of Zhang Xian's sister. At this revelation, Song Kaiming chuckled awkwardly. Nothing escapes your notice, my clever daughter. What I wanted to say is that if Zhang Xian truly meets an unfortunate end, that 60 billion is at stake. How could a girl from the countryside possibly handle such a fortune? She is all alone in this world, with no one to rely on. Since Miss Leng has already expressed the desire to care for her, we must help her all the way. If we can't, we should at least find her a family, provide her with support. As soon as the words left his mouth, father and daughter exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief. Har har har. Their chilling laughter resonated throughout the grand hall. Meanwhile, in a distant villa, Chapter 47, the arrival of the zombie apocalypse, the emergence of the undead. At this moment, a girl clad in athletic wear was pacing anxiously within the confines of her room. Her tall figure moved restlessly back and forth. It has been a month and a half, why has there been no news from my brother? I cannot trust everything that cold condensation frost says. My brother's safety is of utmost importance. No, I must inquire with cold condensation frost one last time. If the answer remains unchanged, I will have no choice but to report it to the authorities. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuqing quickly retrieved her phone and dialed cold condensation frost's number. Meanwhile, in Northern Europe, the weather in mid-July felt distinctly autumnal. In a brightly lit laboratory, the graceful cold condensation frost donned a white lab coat. In her hand, she held a vial of blood-red serum, her enchanting visage brimming with excitement. It is nearly complete. This represents the pinnacle of my medical research. The current vampire serum not only eliminates most of the drawbacks and mitigates the weaknesses of vampires but also enhances their recovery abilities. With such capabilities, one can effectively eliminate zombies in the early days of the apocalypse and thus bolster their own strength in anticipation of the ensuing second generation. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Gently placing the serum down, cold condensation frost picked up the phone with a look of curiosity. Is it her, Zhang Xian's little sister? She has been calling me every few days, inquiring about Zhang Xian. Sigh. In just over 10 days, the date of the apocalypse will arrive. For a solitary girl, surviving in the impending doom will be a Herculean task. I had initially planned to inform her about Zhang Xian's situation just before the catastrophe strikes. But, since the serum is complete and I now possess the means to protect myself, I shall assist this girl one last time. With this resolution, cold condensation frost answered the call, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Dear sister, do not fret. Your brother is safe. However, the voice on the other end turned icy. I do not care, it has been a month and a half. Moreover, he is in Northern Europe, I cannot ascertain my brother's current safety. If you cannot have him answer the phone, I will have no choice but to alert the authorities. From her tone, it was clear that the girl was resolute. Upon hearing this, cold condensation frost sighed softly. Yuqing, since you are so adamant, I shall reveal the truth to you. But brace yourself for what you are about to hear. Upon the utterance of these words, the girl in the Dragon Kingdom trembled slightly, her delicate hand tightening around the phone. Her starry eyes flickered with emotion, and her voice grew increasingly urgent. Tell me, what has happened to my brother? The voice on the other end conveyed a hint of helplessness. In fact, when you first contacted me 2 months ago, I had someone investigate your brother's situation. Your brother is in the advanced stages of lung cancer. This is something you likely do not know. As their words echoed in her ears, the girl's body stiffened, her pupils vacant, frozen in disbelief, her delicate hand loosened, causing the phone to tumble onto the carpet. Her frail form crumpled to the ground, the voice on the line continued to speak. Do not grieve too deeply, your brother chose not to share this burden with you, wishing to spare you pain. If he were to see you in this state, it would only cause him further sorrow. Regardless of how tenderly the voice spoke, it could not contain the tears welling in the girl's eyes. Her exquisite face bore the marks of anguish, and scalding tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. Her lips parted slightly as she gasped for breath, her once bright eyes now clouded with despair. Overwhelmed by sorrow, the girl found herself rendered voiceless. The voice on the other end continued to resonate. I have also discovered that your brother left behind an estate worth 5 billion. I will assist you in securing this inheritance. If you call me sister-in-law, I shall acknowledge you as my sister. I will arrange for someone to bring you to Northern Europe. I will take care of you from now on. Yet, at this moment, the girl's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. She could absorb none of it. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of madness as she shook her head vigorously. Brother, lung cancer in its advanced stages. This is impossible. No way, my brother is strong and healthy, how could he be in such a condition? The voice on the other end persisted. Sister understands, your brother is your only family, and this news is difficult for you to accept. But it is indeed the truth. Your brother's medical records are at Donghai Hospital. He left alone to shield you from sorrow. You must gather your strength and not let him down. Listening to Cold Condensation Frost's words, the last glimmer of hope in the girl's heart was extinguished in an instant. Brother! Brother! Her heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the villa, tears streamed down her cheeks, shattering against the floor. The sound of her heartbreaking resonated in the air. Memories of warm moments flooded her mind, yet she could not come to terms with the grim reality. It was as though her brother had never truly departed. Just then, two figures hurriedly entered through the door. It was Song Ying'er and Song Kaiming. Upon seeing the girl collapsed on the ground, despair etched on her face, they immediately understood the gravity of the situation. A father and daughter exchanged knowing glances, their eyes glinting with cunning. Turning to the girl, Song Ying'er feigned a sorrowful expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sister, do not grieve too deeply. Since the matter has unfolded, we can only accept it. Beside her, Song Kaiming sighed heavily. The deceased are gone, and the living must carry on. Young lady, you must be strong for your brother's sake. Half an hour later, the girl's vacant gaze began to regain its light. She took a deep breath and slowly rose to her feet. Though the Zhang family now consists solely of me, the traditions must remain intact. My brother has departed. According to the customs of the Zhang family, he must return to his roots. I will ensure he leaves this world with dignity. Upon hearing this, Song Ying'er and Song Kaiming nodded in agreement. Indeed. A fine young man, how could this happen? Alas, the heavens are blind. Rest assured, we shall support you in every way possible. Yu Qing, from now on, we are family. Whatever happens, we will stand by you. Days later, with the assistance of Song Ying'er and Song Kaiming, a grand funeral was held. Many of Zhang Xian's university classmates and mentors attended the memorial service. Upon hearing the news of Zhang Xian's demise, figures like Fan Xiao, Zhao Yiming, and Li Minghai rejoiced. Even Cold Condensation Frost attended the funeral, causing these individuals to hold their tongues and refrain from mocking. After the ceremony concluded, Cold Condensation Frost looked at the girl with a mix of exasperation and concern. Are you certain you do not wish to accompany me to Northern Europe? Though there are matters I cannot disclose at present, going to Northern Europe would undoubtedly be the best course for you. In response to Cold Condensation Frost's invitation, Zhang Yuqing resolutely shook her head. I will not go. The Zhang family now consists solely of me. Though I am a girl, I must fulfill the wishes of my parents and brother. I shall bring glory to the Zhang family. Seeing the girl's unwavering determination, Cold Condensation Frost could only sigh in resignation. Very well, each person has their own aspirations. I wish you the best. However, know that you can seek my assistance at any time. Hearing this, Song Ying'er and her father felt a sense of relief wash over them. Time passed swiftly, and the day of August 19th finally arrived. Just as dawn broke, an unexpected torrential downpour commenced. The long-foretold apocalypse had indeed arrived. Chapter 48, The Zombie Apocalypse. The fearsome Zhang Xian emerges. As dawn broke, the bustling streets were already teeming with people. Vendors were setting up their stalls, offering pancakes, hand-grabbed flatbreads, and kanji. The diligent workers of 777 arrived early, eager to indulge in the most economical breakfast before embarking on a day of idleness. Suddenly, from the clear sky, a torrential downpour descended. Raindrops the size of soybeans fell, glimmering with a mysterious light. Passers-by hastily raised their belongings to shield themselves from the rain. Damn it! The weather forecast is never accurate. It promised a week without rain, so why is it pouring now? My documents, if they get wet, my boss will surely seize the opportunity to dock my bonus. This rain is bizarre. There isn't a cloud in the sky. How can it be raining like this? Unbeknownst to the pedestrians, if there were a weather report at this moment, the forecaster could only utter, rain is occurring globally today. Meanwhile, in a hilly region to the north of Donghai City, beneath an unassuming earthen mound, lay a fortified sanctuary. The shelter was expansive, with a living area of 200 square meters and a storage area of 500. Equipped with a generator, water purifier, solar power system, and various other facilities, it was a veritable stronghold. In the cozy confines of a large bed, a young girl stirred. It was Zhongyuqing. She slowly opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. Confusion clouded her bright gaze. Despite having been there all night, she remained utterly bewildered. Just yesterday afternoon, a man clad in a black suit had approached her. "This is a letter left for you by your brother." Upon hearing this, her expression froze, and she snatched the letter with fervor. "Sister, there are things I cannot yet disclose. However, I have constructed a sanctuary. You must go there immediately. Everything you wish to know awaits you inside." Although puzzled, the sight of her brother's handwriting compelled her to drive to the shelter. Rising slowly from the bed, her gaze fell upon a letter nearby, tears welling in her eyes. The letter bore her brother Zhang Xian's script. "Sister, when you read this letter, I trust you have arrived at the sanctuary I built for you. On August 20th, a terrifying transformation will sweep across the world. The zombie apocalypse is upon us. Do not question how I know this, heed my words and change all the access codes. The supplies in the shelter will suffice for 100 years. Do not venture outside, do not open the door to anyone, and do not take anyone in. Compassion in the apocalypse is the most perilous trait. Rest assured, I will come to find you soon." In that instant, disbelief washed over her face. A zombie apocalypse, is this not a scene from a science fiction film? How can this be true? Yet, my brother has no reason to deceive me, and he has even constructed such a vast refuge. Come find me, brother, if what you say is true, and the world is ending, will you not reveal the truth to me? With this thought, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Brother, I will wait for you. Please hurry. The spacious sanctuary echoed with the heart-wrenching cries of the young girl, though her voice trembled uncertainly. Simultaneously, within the Xianviller district, Song Ying glared at the several burly men before her, fury etched across her face. What? A shelter established in the outskirts, are you all out of your minds? Did I not make myself clear? No matter what, you cannot let her out of your sight. One of the men, resigned, responded, the girl went in and hasn't come out. We haven't eaten or drunk anything there, so we hurried back to report. Song Ying scoffed disdainfully. Useless, a bunch of incompetents, you may leave now. Peering through the glass at the torrential rain outside, she narrowed her eyes. I refuse to believe you can hide in this sanctuary forever. It seems waiting is no longer an option. Once she emerges, I will find a way to have her marry my brother. Meanwhile, in the Taiyang Mountains, within a concealed cavern, raindrops the size of soybeans fell through the opening, splattering onto the cave floor. At that moment, a colossal figure, akin to an iron tower, lay in the center of the cavern. Its skin had taken on a dark green hue, exuding a chilling, eerie glow. The dark green claws, sharp as daggers, shimmered menacingly, releasing tendrils of green mist. Its protruding fangs were truly spine-chilling, as the rain splattered onto this grotesque, fearsome form. Suddenly, the tightly shut eyelids sprang open. A pair of dark green slitted pupils flickered with an otherworldly light. It's raining, based on the date. The zombie apocalypse is upon us today. Wait. Something feels amiss. As the rain cascaded upon Zhang Xian's body, he sensed a peculiar energy seeping through his skin into his being. This rain is problematic. I recall that on the day before my rebirth, it began to rain from the morning. Could it be that this rain harbors the substance capable of turning people into zombies? With this realization, Zhang Xian calmed his mind. Indeed, it seems my physical strength has been slightly enhanced. These must be the substances, yet my constitution has granted me immunity to their effects. Now, the malevolent energy throughout the entire dragon vein has diminished significantly, and I have reached the pinnacle of the black zombie stage. I am but a step away from the green zombie. It appears it is time for me to emerge. With this thought, Zhang Xian gradually rose. His towering figure now stood an impressive 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall. His dark green skin remained, save for a patch of bright black on his chest. As he stood, the earth beneath him suddenly gave way. Zhang Xian silently mused, I've been here for a full 2 months. I wonder how heavy I am now and what I have become. It is indeed time to step outside. With this determination, Zhang Xian moved his iron-like body toward the scythe. He quickly found a few tattered garments among a pile of corpses, wrapping himself securely. His already formidable physique appeared even more imposing. With a mere thought, the corpse energy in his claws was absorbed into his body, allowing him to wrap the claws in fabric. Gazing upward at the cave entrance, Zhang Xian bent his legs, and a surge of immense power erupted forth. Boom, the rocks within a 1-meter radius exploded, debris flew in all directions. Zhang Xian's massive form shot upward like a rocket, soaring several meters into the sky. No one knew that a creature more terrifying than the legendary zombie was about to make its grand entrance. Chapter 49. My power surpasses my imagination. The outskirts of the Taiheng Mountains. As dusk gradually descended, the torrential rain that had swept across the entire Blue Star finally began to lessen. In the lush, verdant forest, faint traces of narrow paths became discernible, evidently forged by the persistent activities of various creatures over time. Accompanied by sporadic rustling sounds, the dense branches crackled ominously, indicating that something was stealthily approaching. Soon, a corpulent wild boar emerged slowly from the thicket. Its sharp tusks, robust physique, and scars that adorned its body bore witness to countless victories. The proud gait it displayed further affirmed its status as the sovereign of this territory. Yet, at that moment, this haughty king of the wild boars abruptly halted. Its bulk, exceeding 200 pounds, trembled violently, and its sturdy limbs flailed in a frenzy. In its round, glistening eyes, a distinctly human-like fear flickered. Before it stood a figure as imposing as an iron tower, rooted beneath the trees. The towering form seemed to obscure the very sky itself. Merely standing there, an indescribable aura of terror radiated outward. Despite having faced countless battles, the call of death had never felt as imminent as it did now. The wild boar king, gripped by dread, was on the verge of fleeing when it suddenly let out a mournful cry, its limbs giving way as it collapsed onto the ground. Gazing at the forlorn, majestic beast, Zhang Xian felt a surge of excitement within. Animals possess an extraordinary ability to sense ominous energies, far surpassing that of humans. In the face of my current self, is it truly a luxury for this territorial wild boar to merely stand? Is this the terrifying presence bestowed by the ancestor of the absolute sky? Zhang Xian cautiously advanced, his powerful thighs propelling him forward. The moment his foot made contact with the earth, it sank several centimeters beneath his weight. The magnitude of his mass had reached an unfathomable level. Just then, the prone wild boar king began to breathe rapidly. Its broad chest heaved, exhaling bursts of hot air through its nostrils. The pupils of its eyes dilated suddenly, taking on a sinister, blood-red hue. Zhang Xian felt a jolt of surprise. What is this? Is it turning into a zombie? This situation mirrors the encounters I had with those undead humans in my previous life. Could it be that any creature drenched by this rain is susceptible to its effects, transforming into a bloodthirsty zombie? Very well. Let me witness the strength of this zombie. It will also serve to assess my own capabilities, to determine how many zombies I can contend with in my current state. Although Zhang Xian was confident in his power, he adhered to the principle that caution is the key to longevity. At that moment, the wild boar king's muscular limbs suddenly rose. Its eyes had completely turned blood red, fixated intently on Zhang Xian from afar. Viscous saliva dripped from its tusks. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted from the wild boar king's mouth. The instant the sound reverberated, the boar, weighing over 200 pounds, began to thrash violently against the ground. Dirt flew as its muscles tensed, clearly preparing for a charge. Another deafening roar echoed through the mountains. The dark wild boar king shot forward like an arrow aimed at Zhang Xian. Unwavering, Zhang Xian bent his legs slightly, channeling a terrifying force within. And the next moment, the massive figure of the wild boar king leapt into the air. Its sharp tusks and formidable skull aimed directly at Zhang Xian's head, crossing his arms before his chest. Zhang Xian braced for impact. In a split second, the two collided with a resounding thud that reverberated through the forest. Yet, at the moment of contact, the wild boar king's tusks shattered instantly. The tough skull emitted a series of sickening cracks, its spine bent grotesquely, accompanied by chilling snapping sounds. The rigid vertebrae shattered, with jagged bone fragments piercing through flesh, exposed to the open air. Boom! In the following instant, the colossal body of the wild boar king crashed heavily to the ground, its skull shattered, splattering red and white matter across the earth. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xian felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. What in the world is happening? I hardly felt any force, I was merely testing my strength. How did this wild boar king end up killing itself? Is this boar truly zombified, and not merely a victim of rabies from some hunting hound? If zombies are of this caliber, then I can only proclaim, I am the ancestor of Ip Man. I could take on 1,000 of them. Observing the lifeless form of the wild boar king below, adhering to the principle of waste not, Zhang Xian shed the garments from his claws, the emerald green talons piercing effortlessly through the boar's thick hide. In the blink of an eye, the once plump body of the wild boar king began to wither at an astonishing pace. Within a mere heartbeat, the once bulky beast was reduced to mere skin and bones. Perhaps in the annals of swine history, it had become the slimmest of its kind. As the blood melded with Zhang Xian's being, that delightful tingling sensation surged anew within him, ensnaring him in a deep allure. Meanwhile, the palm-sized patch of glossy black skin on his chest visibly evolved towards a darker green at an astonishing rate. As the offering from the wild boar king was fully absorbed, that patch of skin shrank by 1/10 once more. However, Zhang Xian's heart surged with tumultuous waves of astonishment, for he discovered that the energy provided by this wild boar king was significantly more robust than that of the ancient martial arts expert. Zhang Xian quickly formulated a bold conclusion. This wild boar is indeed a product of zombification. The reason it met such a farcical end was not due to its weak. It appears I need to find a weighing scale. With this thought, Zhang Xian's titan-like form began its descent down the mountain. Meanwhile, in Liu Family Village, a small hamlet nestled at the foot of the Taihang Mountains, the autumn harvest was in full swing. The village was bustling with young people, all eager to return home to gather corn. In the face of the sudden downpour, the village's prospective sons-in-law seized the moment to lend a hand, assisting their future fathers-in-law and brothers-in-law with the corn harvest. After completing their tasks, they returned indoors, basking in the satisfied gazes of their girlfriends. Soon, wisps of smoke began to rise from the small village, enveloping it in a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Yet, at that moment, a piercing scream of terror shattered this rare tranquility. Chapter 50, Come here and relieve my frustration. As a harrowing scream pierced the air, a cacophony of cries reverberated throughout the village. Suddenly, a door swung open with great force. A young maiden emerged, her face etched with terror. Her white shirt had been torn into tatters, exposing large swathes of her pristine skin to the chilling air. Blood streamed from her pale neck, trickling down the deep gash. In the next moment, a feral roar erupted from within the house. A bare-chested man burst forth, panting heavily, his blood-red eyes ablaze with a frenzied rage. Beneath his exposed skin, swollen, purplish veins writhed grotesquely. Almost simultaneously, the village was overrun with men transformed into ravenous zombies. Half an hour later, a group of individuals fled in a panic from the village, rushing into the dense forest. Soon, they found themselves deep within the woods. The group comprised around a dozen people, mostly young men, with only 2 maidens displaying faces of sheer terror, evidently still reeling from the recent horror. A burly bald man wielded an axe, streaked with a mix of white and red substances. What the hell is going on? Those fiends are acting like rabid beasts. They bite anyone in their path. This is just like the zombies from the movies. At this proclamation, the gathered crowd fell into stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. This could genuinely be true. I saw Xiao Hong get bitten by her boyfriend, and before long, she went completely mad. Could it be that we are facing real zombies? My God, what are we going to do if a zombie outbreak occurs? Fear was etched across the faces of the men, while the two maidens were already in tears, weeping profusely. Just then, the towering bald man bellowed, "Stop your blubbering, you women are only good for this, you act all high and mighty when things are calm, but the moment trouble arises, you start wailing. If you keep crying, I'll toss you to the zombies." As his words hung in the air, the maidens trembled in terror, shrinking back in fear. The bald man, known as Ma Dao, was a notorious thug in town. These college girls had been bullied by him in their youth. Even the nearby young men regarded Ma Dao with apprehension, casting fearful glances in his direction. Surveying the dense forest before him, Ma Dao frowned. "Damn it, if they truly are zombies, we can't go back to the town. There are far more people there. If they all turn into zombies, we'll be torn to shreds." "Let us head into the mountains." With that, Ma Dao swung his axe, clearing a path as he marched deeper into the hills. The others hesitated briefly before following suit. Before long, the treacherous mountain trail left the frightened group exhausted. Ma Dao plopped down on a large rock. "All right, everyone take a breather." At his command, the group hastily sat down to rest. The two remaining college girls huddled together. Their clothes were in tatters, exposing large areas of their fair skin and long, delicate legs to the cool air. The surrounding young men cast heated glances their way, aware of their exposed state. The maidens quickly drew their legs together, their bashful demeanor only intensifying the fervor of the onlookers. Meanwhile, Ma Dao, seated on the stone, licked his cracked lips with an eager gaze. "Hey, you two, come over here." Ma Dao pointed his axe at the two college girls from a distance. His menacing demeanor, combined with the blood-stained axe, made the maidens shiver. "Damn it, didn't you hear me? Get over here. If you don't come now, I'll chop you up." Faced with the wildly swinging axe, the girls, trembling in fear, slowly stood up and approached Ma Dao. As he eyed their youthful and alluring figures, a wave of lust surged within him. Damn, no wonder they've been to the big city. They're so damn fresh. Those lips, those long legs, that creamy skin. They were certainly a cut above the girls from the town's salons. The nearby young men began to sense the unsettling shift in the atmosphere and turned their gazes toward Ma Dao. Just then, he raised his axe, pointing it at the two girls. "I'm tired, you two, come here and relieve my frustration. Serve me well, and you might just survive this." The two girls, no longer innocent maidens, immediately understood Ma Dao's intentions. Fury ignited in their beautiful eyes. Before they could voice their outrage, however, several young men sprang to their feet. Ma Dao, what are you planning to do? We're from the same village. You're nearly 40. How can you stoop to such depravity? Do you really think you can do whatever you want? What is an axe to us? With this many people, we could easily take you down. One young man in sportswear picked up a nearby stick, glaring defiantly at Ma Dao. He then turned to the two girls. "Jing Jing, Ling Ling, don't be afraid, I'm here." Upon hearing this, the girls cast grateful glances at the young man. Ma Dao's expression darkened as he scrutinized the 9 young men before him, his mood shifting unpredictably. Damn, these little punks actually have some guts. HMPH, do they really think I can't handle them? In the next moment, Ma Dao grinned wickedly, his eyes glinting with malice. Why are you barking like dogs? That's a zombie. The world might already be in chaos, and we don't know how long we can survive. Still playing the hero? Were you pinched in the head when you were born? Why not take this chance for some fun? Don't worry, once I'm done, you'll all get your turn. At his words, the young men looked momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting. The one holding the stick furrowed his brow, evidently shaken by Ma Dao's remarks. Observing the reactions of the group, the two girls quickly turned their pleading eyes toward the stick-wielding young man. But just then, the young man with the stick shouted, "Ma Dao, what nonsense are you spouting? Others might fear you, but I don't. You won't lead us." Hearing this, the girl's expression softened slightly. Yet the next moment, the young man with the stick spoke again. "Why should you have all the fun first? There are 2 girls here, I want one too." At this, Mardau's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with cunning. The 2 girls stood frozen, disbelief etched across their faces as they gazed at the young man with the stick. Madao chuckled coldly. "No problem, 1 for each. Everyone else, line up." Upon hearing this, the girls' pupils dilated with terror, and they turned to flee. But the next second, the entire group had already encircled them, their eyes glinting with a predatory hunger, eagerly salivating. Just then, a deep, ominous sound emerged from the thicket. The group instantly tensed, turning toward the source of the noise. In the next moment, they stood frozen in shock, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Chapter 51. Not a single one escapes. The massacre. The dense thicket was violently torn apart. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through. The sound of the wind wailed mournfully. A colossal figure appeared before the onlookers, striding with steady steps, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters 3, he resembled an iron tower. A black hooded cloak enveloped his bear-like physique, obscuring his face beneath a cascade of long black hair, rendering his features indistinguishable. Yet, merely standing there, a terrifying pressure akin to a mountain surged forth. The crowd's eyes widened in shock, mouths agape, their faces painted with fear, their legs trembled uncontrollably, and even Mardau, clutching his axe, found his arm quaking violently. What is that thing? Is that a human? Where did this monster come from? How can a person grow to that size? Could it be a savage? The mere thought of this possibility sent several young men retreating in terror. Mardau's grip on the axe tightened. Despite the cold sweat streaming down his pockmarked face, he summoned his courage to shout angrily, "Hey, where did you come from? Don't act all mysterious here." However, the iron tower-like man remained silent. Just then, 2 young women exchanged glances, determination gleaming in their beautiful eyes. In the next moment, they dashed towards the imposing figure while the crowd was caught off guard. "Big brother! Save us, they want to force us. If you save us, we are willing to do anything." Compared to facing a horde of attackers, the 2 felt it was far easier to serve a single individual. In the blink of an eye, the 2 young women stood before Zhang Xian. Upon witnessing this, Mardau's eyes blazed with fury. He swung his axe wildly. "Kid, don't meddle, there are 10 of us here. If you stay out of it, you can join us. These 2 ladies are all yours." Hearing Mardau's words, the 9 young men around them stiffened. "Right, we are 9 against 1, how can we fear him? We still have weapons, what is there to be afraid of?" With this thought, the group of young men cautiously edged closer to Mardau, their eyes fixed hungrily on the distant Zhang Xian. The 2 young women, seeing this, looked anxious and cast innocent, pleading gazes towards Zhang Xian, their arms drew slightly closer, accentuating their alluring curves. "Big brother, please have mercy. They are bad people. You wouldn't be like them, would you? If you save us, we will do everything we can to repay you." Before they could finish, the iron tower-like figure moved. His arms shot up suddenly, before the 2 young women could react. An agonizing pain radiated from their chests, spreading throughout their bodies. The dark green claws tore through their garments, piercing their chests. Their enchanting curves were instantly flattened, shattered. The dark green claws dripped with blooded organs, a horrifying sight for all present. In the face of this gruesome scene, Mardau and the others stood frozen, their eyes bulging in disbelief. What is that thing?" In the stunned silence, the youthful, vibrant forms of the 2 young women rapidly withered. In the blink of an eye, what had been their youthful, captivating bodies transformed into lifeless husks. The dried faces still bore a look of bewilderment. Gazing at this brutal spectacle, cries of terror erupted. "Are a monster, the Zombie King, run!" The crowd screamed in panic, but their legs trembled uncontrollably. Just as they attempted to flee, they collapsed to the ground. Mardau, who had previously appeared fierce, now resembled a helpless child, crumpling to the ground, convulsing. An unbearable stench filled the air as he lost control of his bodily functions. At that moment, the Iron Tower-like figure unleashed a surge of power. The unimaginable force erupted. The corpses of the 2 young women hurtled like arrows into 2 large trees. Their spines shattered and folded, white bone shards piercing through flesh. The impact tore apart the flesh, raining down a grotesque mixture of blood and innards. Boom! Even trees thick enough for a person to embrace could not withstand this terrifying force. Wood splintered and flew as the trunks cracked and collapsed, shaking the ground violently. Zhang Xian snorted coldly. HMPH, when you make others pay the price of life for your own survival, your life becomes part of this game. Instantly, a shower of wood splinters mixed with shredded flesh rained down upon the onlookers. This apocalyptic scene shattered the courage of all present as they gazed at the torn human remains scattered about. A group of grown men emitted shrill, panicked screams. Oh! An indescribable fear seeped into their hearts. The axe in Ma Dao's hands fell to the ground, everyone right on the ground like octopuses, desperately trying to stand and escape. Just then, the Iron Tower-like figure leaped into the air. The ground thundered as his massive form soared through the sky, crushing down heavily upon Ma Dao. Those enormous feet came crashing down onto Ma Dao's torso. His hardened ribs offered no resistance, cracking with a series of sickening pops. Boom! Under the horrific force, his chest exploded like a watermelon struck by a cannonball. Bones splintered, flesh scattered, his internal organs were reduced to a puddle of mush. His body was bisected in an instant. Strangely, not a single drop of blood spilled forth. In less than a second, the severed torso had already turned into a dry corpse. Boom! The dull thudding echoed through the dense forest, intermingled with the cries of despair. Half a minute soon passed, the forest fell eerily silent, the storm quelled, only the Iron Tower-like figure remained, surrounded by scattered limbs and severed arms. Zhang Xian's dark green vertical pupils glimmered with a blood-red hue. The dark, shiny portion on his chest transformed back into dark green, though it only reduced in size by a tenth. What a pitiful bunch of lowly blood food. 12 of them combined provided no more energy. At this moment, in Liu family village, strange figures with bizarre postures wandered through the streets. Chapter 52. What is this monstrous creature? Shadows of various ages and genders flit before me. Once simple farmers have now been utterly transformed into zombies. Beneath their sallow skin, grotesque blood vessels bulge ominously. Each body bears horrific wounds, some with flesh hanging loosely, exposing ghastly white bones. In their blood-red eyes, there remains nothing but an insatiable hunger for flesh. In a modest courtyard at the village's edge, a typical rural setting unfolds, complete with a well, its creaking pulley still echoing. A few clusters of chili peppers sway gently in the breeze at the wall's corner. The yellow-brown wooden door stands wide open. Everything appears so serene, so warm, yet the gruesome corpses lying at the foot of the steps shatter this idyllic scene. These lifeless bodies are beyond recognition, their skulls marred by chilling gashes. Blood and tissue cover the ground, exuding a nauseating stench. Nearby, a blooded hoe lies abandoned on the ground, a testament to its owner's last act. Just a few meters away, a tall figure paces back and forth, with thick brows and large eyes. He possesses an ordinary visage, yet his muscular thighs and calloused fists betray his strength. Alas, his arms bear prominent scars, and his large eyes are marred by bloodshot veins. For reasons unknown, this brawny man continues his restless vigil at the door, as if awaiting something or guarding against an unseen threat. Behind him, 2 mangled corpses lie in the doorway of the main room, their deaths brutal and tragic, victims of a tempestuous assault. Suddenly, a staggering figure emerges from outside, dressed in a sky-blue dress now stained crimson. A woman appears, her eyes devoid of any semblance of humanity, now a ghastly red. Cradled in her arms is an infant still swaddled, silent and lifeless, with visible, horrifying wounds on its small chest. Perhaps due to its tender age, the fragile body could not withstand the ravages of the zombie virus and has succumbed to death. Sensing movement behind him, the sturdy man slowly turns his head, emotionless as he gazes at the woman. He then shifts his focus back to the doorway, where a sluggish zombie stumbles forward, inching closer. Just as its feet cross the threshold, the man suddenly raises his head. His powerful form lunges forward like a bull, crushing into the zombie and sending it flying several meters away. The flung zombie clumsily rises, wandering aimlessly ahead, yet the man returns to his pacing at the door, his anxious movements unceasing. Meanwhile, at the village's edge, a gaunt, bespectacled zombie roams aimlessly. In the next moment, it collides with another zombie around the corner. A dull thud reverberates as they tumble to the ground. By sheer chance, a piece of flesh falls from the neck of one zombie, landing directly in the mouth of the bespectacled one. Instantly, a crimson glow ignites in its eyes, transforming its vacant expression into a horrific snarl as it viciously tears at its fallen companion. Before long, the ground is still, the vanquished zombie lying motionless. Its heart has vanished, the bespectacled creature's frail body swells, its fierce gaze now directed at the remaining zombies. Simultaneously, 10 miles from the village, a pickup truck navigates the winding mountain road. The vehicle, though not new, bears the marks of age. Behind the wheel sits a girl, appearing around 25 or 26, her striking features framed by short hair, exuding an air of confidence. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkle with uncontainable excitement. If Zhang Xian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the policewoman who once sought a friendly contest with him. At last, the rain has stopped. "Now I can drive faster," she exclaims. "My brother and sister-in-law must be anxiously waiting at home. Honestly, my brother should really invest in a mobile phone. I wonder what my newborn nephew looks like. He must be adorable. No, he will certainly be adorable. With this pickup, my sister-in-law won't have to ride in that ox cart to the hospital anymore." As she contemplates, her eyes glisten with tears, memories of the past flooding her mind. "Mulan, your brother's greatest wish is to be a police officer, to uphold justice. We are poor, and your brother has decided to forego police academy to support you fully. You must not let him down." Her father puffs on his pipe, while the girl sheds tears of determination. Returning to the present, she grips the steering wheel and glances at the phone on the passenger seat. A resolve solidifies within her. "Brother, I will not let you down. I will become a competent police officer." Her speed increases, but suddenly, her phone rings. "Director son, could there be an urgent matter?" She answers hastily, only to be met with a frantic shout. "Mulan! Where are you? Hurry and hide, there are zombies everywhere. Don't go to crowded places, await orders from the organization." At this, the girl's lips twitch in disbelief. "Director, today is not April Fool's Day. Are you joking?" "Enough, I'm on vacation and don't have time for jokes. I need to get home to see my nephew. Goodbye." Before the director can finish, she hangs up and floors the accelerator, speeding away. 5 minutes later, the familiar village comes into view. Observing the houses at the entrance, she frowns. "This house was built when my father was alive. It's far too old. I must work hard to build my brother a 5-room tiled house." But in the next moment, the wandering zombies on the street seize her attention. Is that Aunt Liu? Wasn't she paralyzed? How can she walk? No, what has happened to them? Her brow furrows deeply, astonishment filling her almond-shaped eyes. As her vehicle's roar reaches the zombies, they rush towards her car in a frenzy. Witnessing this, the director's warning echoes in her mind. Zombies? No way, could it really be zombies? Having seen zombie films, she promptly shuts off the engine. The approaching horde halts, wandering aimlessly once more. Yet at that moment, a massive silhouette catches her gaze at the familiar doorway. Her pupils dilate in horror. What is this monstrous being? Chapter 53, Do You Deserve to Be Called a Monster? On the village road paved with asphalt, a colossal figure slowly approached from the distance. The humanoid form towered over 3 meters high, its body grotesquely bloated, its entire frame was covered in repulsive flesh tumors, resembling a mountain of meat. Yet, atop this monstrous physique rested a delicate, frail face, rendering the sight even more nauseating. Crimson blood smeared its lips, as it incessantly chewed. Its blood-red eyes were filled with a frenzied lust for slaughter. At this moment, the flesh mountain of a zombie lumbered forward, drawing closer to the small courtyard at the village entrance. Scattered along the asphalt road behind it lay dozens of corpses of other zombies, all with gaping holes in their abdomens. Their hearts mysteriously vanished. Inside a pickup truck in the distance, the girl's expression tightened, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing. This is bad, that's the direction of my home, brother, sister-in-law. With this thought, the girl's eyes widened in horror, turning bloodshot. She swiftly retrieved a military shovel from beneath the passenger seat. Gripping it tightly, she resolutely opened the door and stepped out. As she exited the vehicle, several zombies in the distance suddenly raised their heads. Their blood-red eyes fixated intently on the girl. Roar, a cacophony of hoarse growls erupted. A group of zombies waved their arms and charged wildly towards her. The girl furrowed her brows, her sparkling eyes gleaming with determination. I am sorry, fellow villagers, for you. Living now is merely a torment. In an instant, the girl propelled herself forward with explosive speed. Akin to a rabbit leaping away, the military shovel swung down with force, striking one zombie squarely on the head. The sharp edge sliced through, severing the already battered skull in an instant. Gore splattered across the ground, fighting back her heartache. The girl struck again. Her movements were swift and decisive, as rapid as lightning. In mere moments, the ground beneath her was littered with the remains of several zombies, their bodies severed, blood and entrails strewn about. The girl's eyes darted anxiously towards her home. The flesh mountain of a zombie giant had already arrived at the doorstep. Its thighs, as thick as pillars, stepped over the threshold. And the next moment, a figure darted out from within the door, its robust body resolutely colliding with the monstrous zombie. The instant she saw this figure, the girl, still clutching the military shovel, froze in shock. Her eyes widened, blood vessels bursting in her gaze, tears mingling with the haze of rage in her clear eyes. It was her longed-for brother. The girl's mind went blank, her heart-wrenching cries rising with the wind. In the next second, she dashed towards the distance in a frenzy. But at that moment, as the strong figure crashed into the flesh mountain zombie, the grotesque mass trembled slightly. The man was sent flying backward like an arrow released from a bow, crashing heavily into the courtyard. The flesh mountain figure slowly entered the yard. The girl's eyes threatened to burst, her anguished screams echoing across the fields. Brother, no! She raced forward with wild abandon. In a mere 8 seconds, she covered the 100-meter distance to the entrance. Her bloodshot eyes locked onto the interior. Everything in the yard appeared just as she remembered, yet it no longer offered her an ounce of warmth. Lying on the ground were the mangled corpses of her fellow villagers. And just 5 meters in front of her, the flesh mountain zombie was now half-kneeling. Its enormous hands flailed wildly, blooded organs torn from their places. Her cherished brother lay on the ground, his abdomen nearly hollow, yet his enormous fists continued to pound relentlessly against. Despite this, the grotesque creature showed no sign of halting its massacre. Witnessing this scene, the girl trembled violently, tears streaming down her cheeks, fueled by an unquenchable fury. Oh! I will kill you. The girl clenched the military shovel tightly, charging furiously at the flesh mountain, but just then, the relentless fists fell still, sliding down weakly. A still-beating heart appeared in the hands of the monstrous flesh mountain. Amidst the girl's heart-rending cries of rage, the creature opened its gaping maw and swallowed it whole. The girl's eyes turned a fiery red, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Kill him! Kill him! Tear him to shreds! The sharp military shovel rained down upon the bloated mass, yet the once formidable blade now felt feeble and ineffective, merely leaving shallow scratches. The girl seemed to have lost all sense of judgment, oblivious to the disparity in strength between herself and the creature. Perhaps she knew, but she did not care. The military shovel continued to swing wildly. But in the next second, the flesh mountain monster suddenly rose. Its tree-trunk-like arms swung out with tremendous force. The overwhelming power sent the girl flying, crashing heavily against a distant earthen wall. Boom! The force of the impact cracked the wall, sending dust billowing into the air. Gush! A vivid spray of blood erupted from the girl's mouth. Her delicate body crumpled to the ground. Yet, the flesh mountain monster did not approach. Instead, it turned to walk toward the main house. Blood seeped from the corner of the girl's mouth. Her crimson eyes followed the creature's path. A sky-blue skirt caught her in an instant. Tears mingled with blood cascaded down her cheeks. The bundle in the creature's grasp felt like a dagger piercing her heart. At that moment, her already shattered heart finally broke apart. She longed to rise, but the excruciating pain rendered her immobile. All she could do was watch in despair as the flesh mountain monster slowly approached the figure before it. A piercing roar erupted. The infant still in the swaddling blanket fell heavily to the ground. That warm embrace had now become the monster's feast. A still-beating heart was brutally extracted once more, swallowed by the flesh mountain. Its already grotesque form appeared to swell even further. From afar, the girl opened her mouth, voicelessly screaming. Though the military shovel had vanished from her grasp, the agony radiating from her bones made her sweat profusely, her body trembling. Yet, the unwavering determination in her eyes propelled her to rise slowly. Despite the blood streaming from her lips, she pressed forward, inching closer to the flesh-mountain monster. The creature grinned, baring its teeth in a smile that was both savage and contemptuous. In the next moment, its massive body charged towards her with a speed far surpassing before the girl could react. The colossal figure was already upon her. A pair of enormous hands seized her arm, lifting her effortlessly. The crushing force reddened her face, blood once again trickling from the corners of her mouth. Despair and self-reproach filled her almond-shaped eyes, but just then, the flesh-mountain monster paused, releasing its grip. The girl fell to the ground. The creature's face bore an impatient expression as it gazed towards the entrance. A chilling wind suddenly swept through the courtyard. Chapter 54, You Are Useless Too. Break through the green zombie. War? A chilling sound pierced the ears of a girl named Mulan. Thud, crash, bang, a dull thud echoed from the ground. It resonated in the girl's mind like the beating of war drums. Collapsed on the ground, she slowly turned her gaze toward the doorway. As the footsteps grew louder and more pronounced. Standing at 2 meters and 3 centimeters, with a robust physique, an aura of malevolence surged forth, causing the temperature in the entire courtyard to drop several degrees. Beneath a black cloak, glimmering with a cold sheen, dark green claws filled the girl's vision. Her pupils constricted slightly. The already dim light in her eyes vanished entirely, rendering them as lifeless as a stagnant pool. Another zombie? What a terrifying creature. Mom, Mulan is useless. I have let you down. In despair, the girl's delicate body softened, collapsing to the ground, quietly awaiting the claws of death. Yet at that moment, gazing at the iron tower-like figure at the door, the blood-red pupils fixated on Zhang Xian, brimming with frenzied desire. Instinctively, it knew, if it could devour the being in the distance, it would become even stronger. However, the suffocating pressure in the air alerted it to the extraordinary nature of its opponent. Surveying the courtyard, upon spotting the girl on the ground, Zhang Xian felt a slight jolt of surprise. Is that her, the female police officer from the Donghai Development Zone? How did she end up here? Could this be her home? Not pondering too much, Zhang Xian's attention was captivated by the approaching meat mountain. Is this a zombie? How did it become like this? Surrounded by the corpses of zombies, could it be that zombies can enhance their power by preying upon their own kind? Wow, this size is even more exaggerated than my own. Come on. Now this is a challenge. Let me test my current strength against you. You are qualified to be my opponent. Zhang Xian's fighting spirit surged. After 2 months of monotonous existence, he yearned for a thrilling battle. Just then, the meat mountain zombie let out a furious roar. Its primal desire overcame its instinctual fear. With powerful legs, it surged forward with an unexpected speed, charging towards Zhang Xian. In Mulan's eyes, which were as still as death, a flicker of astonishment passed. What is happening? Are they actually fighting among themselves? The new zombie, despite its sharp claws, is much smaller. It is unlikely to be a match for this monster. What a pity, I won't even get to see this creature slain before I die. With this thought, the girl was filled with regret and unwillingness. Yet, as she watched the meat mountain charging at Zhang Xian, he felt a twinge of disappointment. This speed, you're not impressive either. It seems this zombie excels in strength. With such size, its power must be considerable. Come on. Don't let me down. Let me witness the might of a zombie. With this resolve, Zhang Xian abruptly exerted his legs. The terrifying power within him erupted forth. Boom, the ground beneath him caved in, fissures spreading across the soil. Accompanied by a resounding roar, Zhang Xian's body soared into the air like a cannonball. His massive feet, carrying all his strength, descended violently towards the meat mountain below. In the blink of an eye, his feet reached the zombie's head. With tremendous force crashing down, the tiny head of the meat mountain exploded like an eggshell upon impact. Flesh and blood sprayed forth. Before Zhang Xian could react, his body pierced into the meat mountain like a sword. The hard spine shattered instantly under the violent force. Boundless power surged outward. The white mass of flesh burst apart in an instant. Shreds of flesh and bloody organs exploded like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. A rain of blood poured down upon the entire courtyard. Boom! Another deafening sound erupted as Zhang Xian's iron tower-like figure slammed back to the ground. As the ground sank, dust billowed. The tremors shook the courtyard, causing the already precarious earthen walls to collapse instantly. The violent vibrations made the girl on the ground widen her eyes in disbelief. Her mind went blank, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. How is this possible? That monster just died. His skin, which I couldn't even breach with a military shovel, was crushed under the foot of this newly emerged zombie. Like stepping on an ant. How could this zombie be so powerful? This is simply despairing. Gazing at the puddle of muck beneath him, Jiang Xian felt a torrent of frustration surge within. Seriously, you died so easily. Are you made of mud? Sigh, you had your chance, but you are utterly useless, a mere facade. Just then, Jiang Xian suddenly sensed a rich energy merging into his body. This energy was more than 10 times that of the second brother. Peculiarly, this energy was infused with a special essence, nourishing every cell within him. Jiang Xian was taken aback. This, it seems to be enhancing my physical strength. Could it be that by slaying zombies, I can absorb not only their blood essence but also gain specialized enhancement energy? Absolutely, the ultimate ancestor zombie absorbs everything. Truly. If that is the case, this zombie is indeed renowned for its strength. Damn, it's not that my enemies are too weak, but rather that I am too monstrous. Feeling the energy within him continuously being digested, Jiang Xian couldn't help but feel exhilarated. This energy is more than enough to elevate me to the green zombie level. If I am already this terrifying at the peak of the black zombie stage, what kind of monstrous being will I become after breaking through to the green zombie stage? Too monstrous. But I love it. With that thought, Jiang Xian slowly turned around. The girl on the ground gazed at him in sheer terror. So frightening, the zombie apocalypse has just begun, and already such a terrifying being exists. Their heavy footsteps echoed once more, drawing nearer. Though she had resolved herself to death, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. I in the face of death, no one can maintain complete composure, but at that moment, the footsteps began to fade away. The girl abruptly opened her eyes, realizing that the figure of death had vanished from the doorway. Why didn't he kill me? What is going on? This zombie is so strange. Perhaps he is different from the other zombies. On the street, Jiang Xian pondered inwardly. Whether you survive or not depends on your own fortune. Not killing you is the last remnant of my goodwill. Half an hour later, in a grove far from Liu family village, Jiang Xian's iron tower-like figure appeared in this place. The dark sheen on his chest was rapidly diminishing. A terrifying power was awakening within his entire being. The next moment, the dark sheen completely vanished, and his entire body transformed into a dark green hue. Jiang Xian's entire being emitted a series of cracking sounds. Chapter 55, Evolution. Once more, the terror of corpse chi accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. Jiang Xian's already towering physique surged once again with an unrestrained ferocity. Every cell within his body roared with exuberance. The tightly fitted garments he wore were instantly torn asunder, revealing the dark green skin beneath. Astonishingly, the layer beneath, viewed from a microscopic perspective, the cells beneath the surface were crystallizing. At that moment, his sharp, dark green claws expanded dramatically, as the last trace of crimson faded from Jiang Xian's eyes. A pair of translucent, piercing dark green vertical pupils glimmered with an intense brilliance. Yet, in the following instant, tendrils of dark green corpse chi emanated from within him. The moment the corpse chi manifested, the verdant grass beneath Jiang Xian's feet emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. In merely a second, the blades of grass crushed underfoot had transformed into a puddle of green liquid. However, the next moment, as the corpse chi spread, the grass within a meter of Jiang Xian's feet began to wither at a visibly alarming rate. After a few breaths, the grass in the vicinity appeared as if it had been doused with herbicidal poison. Observing this, Jiang Xian felt a surge of astonishment. He hastily concentrated his thoughts, causing the dark green corpse chi to vanish without a trace. At that moment, Jiang Xian had fully ascended to the realm of the green zombie. Marvelous, I have finally attained the green zombie state. Having reached this level, I can now completely control my corpse chi. Moreover, its potency has significantly amplified. I never anticipated that my corpse chi would undergo evolution. Not only does it possess corrosive capabilities, but it can also siphon life force. This is utterly extraordinary. And it is an area of effect skill. How preposterous. If my corpse G reaches an even more formidable level, would it not enable me to reap zombies without lifting a finger? Casting aside a multitude of scattered thoughts, Jiang Xian hastily examined his hands. More precisely, his claws. Upon gazing at his hands, he was momentarily taken aback. They had almost entirely lost any semblance of human characteristics aside from the 5 fingers. The dark green claws shimmered with an eerie glow, with the longest claw nearing 20 centimeters in length. They resembled the fearsome talons of a dragon. Looking at the 5th lady, who had accompanied him for over a decade, Jiang Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. After years of honing my craft, it seems I must bid you farewell. The next moment, Jiang Xian lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. A tranquil pond came into view. At the sight, a flicker of anticipation welled up within him. Since transforming into a zombie, I have yet to see my full appearance. I must take a look. It cannot be too grotesque. With that thought, Jiang Xian leaped, sending dirt flying as he effortlessly traversed nearly 100 meters to the pond's edge. Clearly, this was a reservoir, the water a brilliant blue. Jiang Xian slowly leaned forward, filled with anticipation as he gazed at the water's surface, yet, the next second, upon observing his reflection, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What? This is a zombie. This is simply too imposing. On the pond's surface, a figure as formidable as an iron tower emerged. The dark green skin glistened under the sun, radiating a chilling brilliance. His entire body was muscular and robust, akin to a humanoid tank. 2 tusks, each measuring 5 centimeters, protruded from his mouth. At the center of his forehead, a dark golden pattern flickered with an otherworldly glow. Jiang Xian gazed at his imposing visage, both terrifying and majestic, and felt a swell of satisfaction. Quite terrifying, yet absolutely not repulsive. Truly the supreme ancestor zombie. Even the aesthetic attributes are top tier. With a contented heart, Jiang Xian shifted his body. He pondered, I am nearly 1,000 miles away from Donghai City. Traveling so brazenly would easily attract their attention. At that point, I could very well be rewarded with a bullet, leading to my immediate demise. No, it would be wise to avoid drawing too much attention. After all, in the apocalypse, trust is a rare commodity. From the moment Jiang Xian was reborn and resolved to become a zombie, he understood he was destined to fight alone. He had become an independent entity, belonging to no tribe. In this world of chaos, complete trust was a luxury no one could afford. No exceptions. Amidst the disorder, only the primal instincts of beasts remained. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance sparked in Jiang Xian's mind. If memory serves me correctly, there is a weighbridge not far from here along the road. It would be fortuitous to measure my weight on the way. Although he had no idea how alarmingly heavy he had become, Jiang Xian was aware that no scale in the world could accurately measure his weight. Only a weighbridge could provide a reliable assessment. With this thought, Jiang Xian's 2.5 meter tall form, resembling a tank, maneuvered through the dense forest as he ventured forth. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, now fully transformed into a zombie, wandered aimlessly. Inside the house, 2 figures could be discerned, presumably the man's wife and daughter. By the weighbridge, several dump trucks were parked, while a few zombies clad in construction vests roamed nearby. Beneath one of the dump trucks, a pair of terrified eyes scanned the surroundings. Mom, what is happening? I merely took a nap. Old Wang, Old Li, how did you all end up like this? Biting anyone in sight? Is this not straight out of a zombie movie? With this thought, the astute man remained motionless, fixated on the wandering zombies. Just then, the ground emitted a deep, resounding thud. Boom! As the sound reverberated, a figure as towering as an iron boom! The entire earth trembled violently, dust swirling into the air. Hearing the sudden noise, the man hiding beneath the truck felt his pupils constrict. Damn, where did that cannonball come from? Could it be that Witnessing this scene, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Gripping the keys tightly, he scrambled out from beneath the truck. Just as he stood up, a sight not far away left him utterly stunned. Chapter 56. Lo and behold, what a weight, a physique of steel, not far away, a tank-like figure looms imposing against the ground, standing over 2.5 meters tall, arms as robust as a young maiden's waist. Claws glimmering with the chilling hue of dark green, it is nothing less than a humanoid beast of ferocity. This is none other than Zhang Xian, who has hurried from the reservoir. Gazing at that awe-inspiring stature, the recently risen bald man felt his legs weaken, once again transforming into a cowardly kneeler. My dear heavens, what manner of monster is this? Just by observing his stance, I can tell he is exceedingly powerful. However, there are over a dozen zombies here. Once they engage, I must hastily flee in my vehicle. At this moment, Zhang Xian slowly raised his head, his eerie green vertical pupils surveying the approaching horde of zombies. An aura of malevolence permeated the surrounding air. Beneath the vehicle, the bald man clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Charge with your numbers, what is there to fear? If one falls, another will rise. Quickly now. Yet, in the next instant, their blooded faces betrayed a flicker of human-like fear. In the blink of an eye, they feigned nonchalance, once again meandering aimlessly, unconsciously, they began to distance themselves from Zhang Xian. The bald man beneath the vehicle widened his eyes in disbelief, as astonished as a bell. Is this truly happening? You are all dead, turned into zombies, yet you still cower from the strong. When you attacked that family of 3 moments ago, you were quick to flee. What has happened to your spirit? Where is your defiance? Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xian felt a twinge of astonishment within. What is going on? These zombies are not attacking me. Could it be that they disdain me for not being a living human? Is this a slight against my dignity? Enough of this. I shall deal with you later. For now, let me ascertain just how much I weigh. Zhang Xian looked up, and the display screen on the window. He slowly moved his large feet and stepped onto the weighing scale. As soon as he did, the scale quivered slightly. Zhang Xian quickly glanced at the display, 50 kilograms. Upon seeing this exaggerated figure, his emerald green eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Over 5,000 kilograms, that's 5 tons. A weight of 5 tons, this is utterly absurd. If I'm not careful, I could be reduced to a pulp with just a little exertion. No wonder those guys couldn't budge me. With a weight of 5 tons, what can they even do? The density of iron is merely 7 times that of the human body, and my own density is likely over 10 times that. At this volume, 5 tons. This is no mere zombie, this is a body of steel. Even though Zhang Xian had been mentally prepared, witnessing this number sent waves of astonishment through him. Just then, a figure suddenly crawled out from beneath a nearby truck, flustered as they flung open the door and dashed inside. The next moment, the roar of a diesel engine erupted. The unexpected sound instantly drew the attention of a horde of zombies, who swiftly rushed towards the dump truck. Observing this scene, the bald man inside the truck exclaimed a traditional expletive. I'll be damned. The massive front of the vehicle barreled towards several zombies. Boom, as it passed, the ordinary zombies were instantly reduced to a gruesome mess, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Seeing this, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. Even a fly's leg is still meat. You're stealing my meal. As the zombies were flung aside by the dump truck, the bald man burst into wild laughter. Take that. You scared me just now. In this life, I detest pretentious people the most. This zombie is far too pretentious, it has already sealed its own fate. Feel the force of my great transport charge. The bald man shouted, flooring the accelerator. Amidst the swirling dust, the dump truck sped towards Zhang Xian at 50 miles per hour. Gazing at the words great transport emblazoned on the front of the vehicle, Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh, is this the last? He executed a powerful strike directly towards the oncoming dump truck. Boom! With a resounding crash, Zhang Xian remained utterly still, while the front of the dump truck crumpled in an instant. The tremendous inertia lifted the rear wheels high into the air. Various parts flew in all directions. The bald man, who hadn't had time to buckle his seatbelt, was left dumbfounded. But in the next moment, he instinctively executed a wall slam that shattered the glass, Propelling his body out, he collided heavily against a rock wall dozens of meters away, exploding upon impact and leaving a blood-stained mark. At this moment, Zhang Xian found himself wedged against the front of the dump truck. With a sudden surge of strength, he sent the several-ton vehicle barreling backward. Observing his handiwork, Zhang Xian felt a rush of excitement. With the strength of my current body, unless it's a specially designed armor-piercing round, they won't breach my defenses. Please don't call me a zombie. Call me a body of steel. At this moment, the scattered zombies fell silent once more. Adhering to the principles of humanitarianism, Zhang Xian still assisted them in escaping their endless suffering. Soon, several zombies had transformed, ascending to the status of dry corpses. However, Zhang Xian felt a twinge of disappointment. The energy provided by these ordinary zombies is far too meager. It pales in comparison to when I was a black zombie. They re-weaker but have a higher drop rate. But first, I need to hurry to the location where my sister is. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xian suddenly leaped, vanishing once more into the dense forest. Meanwhile, in the suburbs near Donghai City, beneath an unremarkable small hill, a shelter was cleverly concealed. A girl dressed in sportswear lay on a large bed. Beside her was a photograph. The image captured the siblings standing atop Mount High, their faces filled with joy, gazing at that familiar visage. The girl's eyes involuntarily welled with tears. "Brother, it's been 2 months. Why haven't you come back? You lied to me, you big liar. I don't want money, and I don't want this damn shelter. I just want you back, come back." The emotions that the girl had suppressed for so long finally burst forth. In an instant, tears streamed down her face like a rushing river. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. Chapter 57, The Awakening of the Slumbering Bloodline. Upon hearing the ringing of her mobile phone, the young girl sprang to her feet. Her swollen eyes fixated intensely on the screen not far away. In this moment, she wished fervently for the screen to display a name composed of just 2 characters. Alas, fate was unkind, and the name glaring back. The girl took a deep breath, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and answered the call. "Yuqing, can you hear me?" The voice on the other end was tinged with urgency. The girl nodded slightly. "I can hear you. What's wrong?" "That's good. It means basic communication is still functional. You didn't venture out in the rain, did you?" The girl replied with a look of confusion. "No? That's wonderful. Yuqing, don't speak now, just listen to me. You may have already noticed the zombie-like creatures roaming the streets. Do not doubt it, they are indeed zombies. And it's not just here, the entire blue planet has transformed into a paradise for the undead. I now offer you 2 choices. 1. Remain in an absolutely safe place and do not go outside. Wait for me to find you. 2. Pick up a weapon nearby and hunt these zombies. Slaying them will grant you special energy, leading to human evolution. The current low-level zombies are easy to kill. You merely need to crush their skulls. Also, do not trust anyone's words in this apocalypse." At this point, the signal abruptly cut off. Listening to the voice on the phone, the girl's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Zombies. Aren't they merely a product of films? How could they possibly exist in real life? Despite her confusion regarding Leng Ningxuang's words, she understood that such a frivolous joke was unlikely. Moreover, her brother's letter had warned her against leaving the shelter and advised her not to trust anyone. In that moment, the girl began to accept this absurd notion deep within her heart. If there truly is a zombie apocalypse, then my brother's construction of this shelter makes perfect sense. But how could he have foreseen the arrival of the undead? Could it be that, as depicted in novels, my brother is a reborn individual? Considering his recent actions, this is the most reasonable explanation. With this thought, the girl rose to her feet, excitement coursing through her. My brother is a reborn soul. Does that mean, yet, recalling the report of his advanced lung cancer, the flickering hope within her heart was extinguished once more. What can a reborn individual do? Can he cure cancer? Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes once again. Regardless, my brother built this shelter for me. I must gather my spirits. If my brother were here, he would want me to remain strong. Lung Ningxuang's words echoed once more in the girl's mind, her eyes flickered with uncertainty, deep in thought. The next moment, she slowly rose, her gaze shifted to the tool equipment room, determination glimmering in her bright eyes. I, Zhang Jia's daughter, shall never be one to cower in fear. Mother, brother, and sisters above, unworthy descendant Zhang Yuqing hereby vows. From this moment on, I shall no longer be Zhang Yuqing, I shall be Zhang Yuxuan. Brother, I shall carry forth your wish. Simultaneously, in the Xian Villa district located on the western outskirts of Donghai City, a single villa stood with its doors tightly shut, all entrances completely sealed. On the roof of this solitary villa, 3 figures were present, Song Yinger and her daughter, along with a robust man clad in a black suit. At this moment, outside on the street, staggering silhouettes wandered aimlessly. Song Yinger appeared disoriented, crouching on the ground and trembling. Song Kaiming furrowed his brow. What in the world is going on? How could such absurd creatures as zombies exist? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. This is simply a reversal of the heavens. This is Longua. If you told me there were zombies, I would find that hard to accept. Listening to Song Kaiming's words, the robust man quickly raised a finger. Keep your voice down. These zombies have keen hearing. If they hear us, we'll be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Song Kaiming promptly covered his mouth, but the next moment, he let out a heavy sigh, lowering his voice. We can't continue like this. If these zombies are like those in the movies, who knows if the whole world will become a paradise for the undead. Waiting for rescue here, we have no idea how long it will take. By then, with no food or water, we'll either be bitten by zombies or starve to death. As these words left his mouth, Song Yinger, who had been trembling, suddenly widened her eyes. I remember. Liu Cohen, that day I asked you to follow that girl, didn't you say she went to the eastern suburb? There seems to be a shelter there. It was built by her brother before he died. Presumably to protect her. Isn't he that the best choice now? Upon hearing this, both Song Kaiming and Liu Cohen felt a surge of joy. Liu Cohen quickly responded, yes, indeed, that is a shelter, very discreet. If I hadn't followed her, I would never have thought there was a shelter there. Moreover, that shelter is located in the suburbs, sparsely populated. We have a good chance of making it there. But the astute Song Kaiming furrowed his brow. It's not that simple. That girl is all alone inside. We don't even know how many supplies are available. What if she refuses to let us in? Upon hearing this, Liu Cohen immediately fell silent, unable to respond. It was evident that such a dilemma was beyond his capacity to resolve. He thought to himself, indeed, experience trumps youth. Just then, a spark of inspiration lit up in Song Yinger's eyes. I have a plan. Father, your previous that shelter is in a remote location, with hardly anyone living there. There's a good chance she hasn't noticed the appearance of the zombies. I've treated her kindly in the past, so she wouldn't be too wary of us. As long as she opens the door, won't everything be in our control? She's just a little girl. How could she possibly resist us? Hearing this, admiration shone in the eyes of the two men, as they shared a common thought. Though experience may be sharp, it cannot rival the cunning of a woman's heart. Song Yinger's eyes flickered with determination. I'll call her first and test the waters. Chapter 58. A collision of eras. The divine might descends. Nestled in the outskirts of Donghai City, within a sanctuary, a young girl is now fully equipped. In the Dragon Kingdom, many weapons are unattainable. However, for the sake of safety, Zhang Xian has prepared some permissible armaments for his sister. The youthful and enchanting figure of the girl is enveloped in a layer of armor. This type of armor is often crafted by enthusiasts. The materials Zhang Xian selected a high-performance carbon fiber, which, despite being a full-body suit, remains remarkably lightweight. The girl's eyes glimmer with unwavering determination. In her left hand, she wields a titanium alloy axe, while her right hand holds a carbon fiber defensive shield. It is truly a striking juxtaposition of ancient and modern. At that moment, a phone beside her rang. Song Yinger, it seems she hasn't been infected by the zombies. What could she want? Upon answering, Song Yinger's voice came through urgently. Yuqing, where are you? The girl furrowed her brow. I am outside. What is the matter? I'm relieved to hear you're safe. I promised your brother I would take care of you. Where are you? I'll come to get you. Hearing this, the girl's expression tightened. She is coming to get me, even amidst the zombie apocalypse. Is she really coming for me? Didn't he mention anything about the apocalypse? There must be a trick here. With this thought, the girl squinted her eyes slightly. It is fine. I just wanted to clear my mind. I will return in a few days. With that, she abruptly ended the call. At this moment, within the Xianvilla district, Song Yinger listened to the incessant busy tone on her phone, her delicate face darkening with frustration. She still doesn't he know about the apocalypse, yet she doesn't he want to come back. Song Kaming and Liu Kuan exchanged word glances, clearly having placed their trust in Song Yinger as their pillar of strength. Song Yinger's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold resolve flickering within. We must take action. As long as she is unaware of the zombie threat, there is a significant chance she will open the door for us. If we remain here, it will surely lead to our demise. Upon hearing this, Liu Kuan and the others nodded solemnly. Let us set out immediately. Meanwhile, near the outskirts of the sanctuary, a figure emerged slowly from a tree hollow. It was Zhang Yuqing, fully equipped for combat. This tree hollow served as the emergency exit for the sanctuary, designed for swift escape in dire situations. The surroundings were eerily silent, and the girl's gaze darted nervously as she surveyed her environment. Her grip on her weapon trembled slightly. After all, just 2 months ago, she was merely an ordinary worker on a factory assembly line. She cautiously moved her feet, wandering near the sanctuary. Soon, a tent in the distance captured her attention. It was evident that someone had been camping there recently. In the next moment, her pupils constricted. 3 pale figures emerged from behind the tent, 1 woman and 2 men. Their bare bodies bore no wounds, clearly transformed into mutated zombies by the rain. The female zombie had various inscriptions on her skin, including the number 91.3 of them. Although I possess superior equipment, they have the advantage in numbers. It seems that a stealth attack is my best option. Though her heart raced wildly, the girl tightened her grip on the axe and stealthily approached. Unbeknownst to her, as her heartbeat quickened, a glimmer of golden light flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from ahead. The girl's senses sharpened, her heart pounding faster. Upon closer inspection, she saw the lifeless body of an owl tumble from a tree. The sudden noise drew the attention of the female zombie, who began to move toward. The girl furrowed her brow. This is my chance. Quickly taking cover behind a tree, she advanced toward the female zombie, armed with her advanced weaponry. At that moment, the female zombie, oblivious to any living presence, fell back into a dazed state, circling the large tree. The girl, clutching her uniquely styled weapon, crept closer. As she stood face to face with the undead creature, her heart raced uncontrollably. She tightened her grip on the axe, yet found herself unable to strike. Just then, the female zombie suddenly turned, their eyes locking. The creature's blood-red eyes widened in fury as it let out a chilling roar and lunged at her. In that moment of peril, the girl squeezed her eyes shut and swung the axe. Roar! A piercing cry of agony reverberated through the air. The girl felt her axe become lodged in the zombie's neck, though it only penetrated a third of the way. The female zombie thrashed violently, causing the axe to slip from her grasp, and she stumbled to the ground. At that moment, the 2 male zombies closed in from behind, lunging at her with wild ferocity. In a panic, the girl raised her carbon fiber shield to block their assault. However, the strength of the 2 male zombies overwhelmed her, their frenzied roars ringing in her ears. The stench of blood invaded her nostrils, and her heart raced faster still, the golden light in her eyes intensifying. Am I really going to die here? Is this how I meet my end? If I can only reach this point, what right do I have to restore the glory of the Zhang family? How can I face my brother after all he has done for me? Zhang Yuxuan, you cannot fall here, you must not. As her heartbeat escalated, her pupils were completely consumed by gold, her eyes burned with madness. Oh, die! With a fierce cry, an overwhelming force erupted from her delicate frame. She raised her carbon fiber shield with newfound strength, propelling the two male zombies away. The girl sprang to her feet, her golden eyes shining like a deity. Her face was a mask of pure fury. Just then, the female zombie, still impaled by the axe, charged at her, their weapon wobbling violently in its neck, but in the next instant, the girl acted, her right hand shot out, grasping the axe's handle. With a swift twist of her body, she executed a dazzling spin, the axe firmly in her grip. She severed the connection between the living and the dead. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. The two male zombies rose once more, frantic in their approach. The girl's expression turned cold, her eyes glittering with golden light. With her axe resembling a full moon, she struck. The gleam of the axe flashed as two heads tumbled from their shoulders, blood spraying into the air. Silence enveloped the forest once more, with only the girl's figure standing majestically like a celestial being. Simultaneously, within the dense woods, only 20 kilometers from Donghai City, a colossal figure slowly emerged. Donghai City, I am coming. Chapter 59, The Devil, the time for the hunt has arrived. A figure, as imposing as an iron tower, gradually emerged from the dense forest, gazing at the distant cityscape still ablaze with lights. Its emerald green eyes glinted with boundless murderous intent. Donghai City, sister. I have arrived. Li Minghai, Fancy Yao, Zhao Yiming. Now that I am here, your time of demise has come. At that moment, a shadow suddenly lunged from the thicket, its sharp fangs aimed to tear into Zhang Xian. It was a wolf, now transformed into a ghoul. Zhang Xian stood resolute, his arm swinging out with force. Boom! A wolf weighing over 100 pounds erupted into a mass of flesh and blood. In the next instant, the towering figure stepped forward, releasing a wave of necrotic energy. Strangely, the grass beneath his feet remained unscathed, and the ground showed no signs of sinking. I have made further progress in controlling my own necrotic energy. Finally, I can counterbalance the terrifying weight of my own body. Donghai City, after all, is a metropolis with a population of 10 million, and there are military forces nearby. It is unwise to be too ostentatious. Zhang Xian's colossal form advanced slowly. Meanwhile, in the eastern suburbs of Donghai City, within a shelter, Zhang Yuqing's figure appeared. The young girl's eyes were filled with confusion. What just happened to me? I feel as though I have become a different person. The fear has vanished entirely, replaced by a cold-blooded thirst for slaughter. Could it be that my body possesses some extraordinary trait? The girl aimlessly swung the axe in her hand. In the next moment, her brows rose slightly. It seems my strength has significantly increased. This axe feels almost weightless. Is this what the frost condensation spoke of, that killing zombies would lead to bodily evolution? Just then, her phone rang suddenly. Song Yinger. Upon seeing that name, the girl quickly turned her gaze to the surveillance screen. A black G-Class vehicle was parked nearby. Oh, she knows I am here. It appears she has been tracking me. Indeed, human nature is fickle. It seems they too desire that 50 billion. However, at this moment, their primary concern is merely surviving. In the next second, the girl lightly swung her axe, her beautiful eyes turning icy. What difference does it make to chop a living body versus a zombie? She picked up her phone. Yuqing, I finally found you. Luckily, the bodyguard who protected you that day informed me of your location. Hurry, come out, we have been so worried. The girl's lips curled into a faint smile. All right, I shall go out now. Upon hearing this, the three individuals in the vehicle erupted into wild joy. Wonderful. That foolish girl knows nothing. A country bumpkin, what could she possibly understand? Let us go, quickly, we must move, the zombies are closing in. Song Yinger and her companions hurriedly leaped out of the vehicle. Just then, the vegetation on a nearby hill shifted abruptly, revealing a brightly lit entrance before them. Seeing this, the trio was ecstatic. Quick, let us run over, the zombies are about to chase us. But at that moment, a sudden roar echoed from afar. A dozen figures were sprinting madly toward them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Yinger and her companions turned pale with fear. Hurry, hurry, get inside, we will be safe once we are in. The three of them summoned every ounce of strength and sprinted toward the shelter. Finally, when the zombies reached the vehicle's vicinity, they dove into the sanctuary. Song Yinger breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. Finally, we are safe here. However, just then, a cold voice rang out from ahead. Oh. Is that so? Who told you that you would be safe here? The trio quickly looked up, only to see a fully armed figure standing before them, wielding a gleaming axe. It was none other than Zhang Yuqing. Upon seeing the girl's attire, the three were momentarily dumbfounded, but the roars of zombies were already echoing behind them. With no time for astonishment, Song Yinger shouted in a hushed tone, "Quick! Close the door, the zombies are breaking through. If they come in, we're all done for." The girl smirked, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Indeed, you all shall perish, yet they will die twice." Upon hearing this, Song Yinger realized that the girl had long been aware of the zombies' existence. Her eyes widened in fury. "You little brat, how dare you deceive me? You think just because you have an axe, you can intimidate me." Liu Cohen grabbed the axe from her. Before the words left her mouth, the burly man surged forward, disdain written all over his face as he glared at the girl. "Little girl, that weapon is not meant for you. Hand it over." In a flash, he lunged forward with astonishing speed, but at that moment, the girl moved. The massive axe descended like a thunderbolt. With a flash of light, the burly man halted before Song Yinger and her father. A gaping fissure slowly appeared in the center of his body, his organs spilling onto the ground, one half to the left, the other to the right, as he collapsed helplessly. The sight was so gruesome that it sent Song Yinger and her father into a frenzy of screams. "Oh! You actually killed him. You dared to kill, I will report you to the authorities." Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Song Yinger began to babble incoherently. The girl lightly weighed the axe in her hand. "You wish to report me? You must first ensure you live to do so." As the girl advanced menacingly, Song Yinger and her father trembled violently, terror etched across their faces. "Don't come any closer. Don't kill me. You can't kill me, I am a friend of your brother." Upon hearing this, the girl's gaze turned even colder. "My brother has no friends like you. But I shall not kill you." Upon hearing these words, Song Yinger and her father were filled with relief. "You won't kill us? Then hurry and close the door." The girl let out a cold laugh. "No, I won't kill you, but I will watch you die in despair. Get out." The girl's eyes blazed with madness. Hearing the increasingly close roars behind them, Song Yinger and her father trembled uncontrollably. "No, you can't do this. Devil, you are nothing but a devil." The girl remained silent, merely raising her axe. In a flash, Song Yinger's leg was severed, blood gushing forth as her heart-wrenching screams echoed in the air. The girl chuckled softly. "Now, this is what a devil looks like." Witnessing the scene, Song Kaiming's fury boiled over. "Wretched girl, I will fight you." Yet, upon seeing the axe in her hand, he found himself unable to rise. The girl scoffed. "If you do not leave, I shall help you out." With a swift motion of the axe, Song Yinger and her father were reduced to mere remnants. Their pitiful screams resonated through the air. "Oh! You shall not die well, you wretched creature." With an impassive expression, the girl cast them aside, along with their dismembered parts. The fresh blood instantly attracted the frenzied roars of the approaching zombies. The girl narrowed her eyes, a glint of cold light flickering within. In this apocalypse, only devils can survive. The trap is set, and thus the time for the hunt has arrived. Chapter 60. Bewildered Zhang Xian, is this really my sister? Half an hour later, in the eastern suburbs of Donghai City, within the confines of the shelter, a towering figure akin to an iron tower materialized, none other than the arriving Zhang Xian. Gazing at the distant mound, an inner turmoil stirred within him. In this current state, my sister will undoubtedly fail to recognize me. Although I cannot speak, I can still write. If all else fails, I could always subdue her and inscribe my thoughts. With this resolve, Zhang Xian hastened towards the distant hill. Yet, after only a few steps, his eyes widened in alarm. No, the stench of blood, it's overwhelmingly pungent, certainly not the aftermath of just one individual. What has transpired? In this world, the only person he truly cared for was his sister. In the next instant, he leapt into the air, the ground beneath him crumbled, and with a colossal bound, he traversed over 100 meters, landing directly in front of the mound. In an instant, a gruesome scene unfolded before his eyes. Scattered across the ground lay a multitude of corpses. To his horror, all the heads had been severed from the bodies, and the earth was stained a deep crimson. Zhang Xian's pupils constricted. What is this? How could there be so many zombie corpses? But in the very next moment, two familiar visages appeared before him despite the mutilations, missing ears and eyes. He recognized them instantly. Song Ying'er. Song Keiming. How could they have perished here? Could it be that my sister has already? The thought of such a dreadful possibility sent a shudder through Zhang Xian's body. The terrifying aura of death surged uncontrollably, spreading like wildfire. The flora within a 2-meter radius withered at an alarming rate. His slit pupils frantically scanned the ground, and upon realizing that his sister was not among the fallen, he felt a slight sense of relief. Sister. She must be in the shelter. She has always heeded my words. If I forbade her from leaving the shelter, she would never disobey. Unbeknownst to him, his cancer report had indeed been discovered. In his sister's eyes, he had already been deemed deceased. Otherwise, she would not be so unwavering in her confidence. With a powerful kick, Zhang Xian propelled himself forward, racing toward the hidden entrance of the shelter. Sister, forgive me. Do not be frightened. I will apologize to you later. He approached the concealed keypad and gently input the code. The hidden entrance swung open, and he hurriedly dashed inside. Yet, as soon as he entered, he was met with the horrific sight of Liu Cohen's body, cleaved in two from head to toe. Zhang Xian's eyes widened in horror. The overwhelming aura of death surged forth once more. The steel-reinforced floor emitted a sizzling sound beneath him. Zhang Xian charged forward, only to find the hole empty. The bedroom was vacant, the storage room was devoid of life. In that moment, despair gripped him entirely, the ghostly green aura of death roiling within him. Right, the surveillance cameras, there should be cameras inside. With this thought, Zhang Xian dashed to the display screen and activated the surveillance footage. However, upon seeing the images, he stood frozen in shock. What is this? In the footage, his sister, Zhang Yuqing, emerged from the tool room, clad in armor and wielding a weapon. Could it be that she is aware of the zombies and is preparing to combat them? He quickly rewound the footage, and his sister was seen answering a phone call. Zhang Xian hastily increased the volume. All right, I understand. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Xian was certain that his sister had indeed learned of the zombie's existence. He fast-forwarded again. The footage showed his sister returning, sitting on the sofa in a daze, a mountain axe still in her hand. Fast-forwarding once more, he heard her murmur, how did Song Ying'er and the others get in here? Increasing the volume further, he listened intently to the dialogue, a murderous intent kindling in his eyes. These ruffians have managed to locate the shelter. In this apocalypse, their intent is. His sister executed a powerful strike, cleaving a burly man in twain. Zhang Xian's lips twitched. How ruthless! When did my sister become so ferocious? You're just a little girl, this is utterly unbecoming. As the footage continued, his sister exclaimed, well done. But you should have decapitated that wretch. Watching her butcher the man with alarming skill, Zhang Xian could only shake his head in disbelief. All right then, perhaps I have been too lenient, you are indeed fierce. A true warrior. The scene shifted once more, revealing the chaos outside. A horde of zombies was ravenously tearing into two human-shaped chew toys. At that moment, a familiar figure burst forth. With a singular effort, she surrounded the dozen or so zombies. A powerful strike cleaved a head from its body, a sweeping motion dispatched three more, then, with a whirlwind maneuver, she became a tempest of destruction. In the end, only his sister remained, standing amidst the headless corpses. Zhang Xian was momentarily frozen in time, his ghostly green eyes fixed on the screen, beholding the figure of a slayer. 8,000 questions swirled in his mind. Whoever you are, get away from my sister. Is this truly my sister? Is this really my sister, my innocent, adorable, and harmless sister? As the footage progressed, his sister emerged from the shelter, burdened with a pack. The carbon fiber shield she had wielded had vanished, replaced by two titanium axes. Wow! What a warrior! A fence is the best defense. What on earth has happened to my sister? Has she been possessed by a spirit? Such absurd conjectures were merely jest in Zhang Xian's mind. After reviewing the footage, he began to piece together the events. My sister received a phone call. Though I don't know who opened the door, she became aware of the zombies. Then she retrieved her gear, ventured out, and returned with blood on her axe, indicating she had slain a zombie. When Song Yinger and the others arrived, she dealt with them ruthlessly, using them as bait for a surprise attack. Then she transformed into a warrior, unleashing chaos. Lastly, she departed with her gear, a perfect MVP moment. Could it be that zombies grow stronger by consuming other zombies, and humans gain strength by slaying zombies? That seems utterly ludicrous. Just a handful of zombies, and she has become a warrior. Could it be that my sister possesses unique abilities, just as I do? With this realization, Zhang Xian found it to be the most plausible explanation. He glanced at the time. Li Kuei, no. My sister has only been gone for 20 minutes. She may have entered the city. If I hurry, I could still catch up. Well, I fear the zombies may not retain their heads for much longer. With this thought, Zhang Xian exited the shelter, secured the entrance, and raced toward Donghai City. Meanwhile, a figure wielding dual axes appeared 10 kilometers behind him on the asphalt road. Chapter 61, The Fearsome Undead has arrived. Tremble, Donghai City. A shroud of impenetrable darkness enveloped the earth, creating an atmosphere so eerily silent that it sent shivers down the spine. Amidst this profound stillness, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed, growing ever nearer. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, a figure wielding dual axes gradually emerged upon the asphalt road, the axe blades, each the size of a human head, glistening ominously with a deep crimson hue. It was none other than Zhang Yuqing, who had carved a path of destruction from the shelter. How many zombies have I slain along the way? I can hardly recall, but surely it must be close to 100. And there was one zombie that was evidently stronger than the ordinary ones. This must be what the movies refer to as an evolved type. Indeed, as Lung Ningshuang stated, defeating zombies enhances one's physical strength. At that moment, the twin axes forged from titanium alloy felt as light as air in her hands. The young girl exhaled deeply. Is this the apocalypse? Slaughter has become the norm. Only through killing can one grow stronger, only then can I fulfill my promise and restore the glory of the Zhang family. But now, where do I go from here? Just as the girl grappled with her uncertainty, the distant rumble of an engine broke the silence. Is someone coming? The sound is unusual. This is certainly not the roar of a mere car. A heavy vehicle, ordinary sedans do not produce such a thunderous noise. It was clear that her hearing had been significantly enhanced. The girl raised her gaze, and at the turn of the asphalt road, a brilliant beam of light approached. A camouflaged vehicle came into her view. Is that a military vehicle? It's headed towards Donghai City. They must be here to suppress the zombies. Eliminating stronger zombies will undoubtedly yield even greater power. The military's intelligence is likely far superior to my solitary knowledge. Perhaps I can join them. With this thought, the girl stood by the roadside, axes in hand. Before her, a convoy of transport trucks roared past in rapid succession. Eventually, after more than 10 trucks had passed, an armored jeep within the convoy came to a halt. As the door swung open, 4 figures sprang out. Their foremost figure, a middle-aged man clad in military uniform, bore the insignia of a major general on his shoulder. The other 3, 2 men and 1 woman, were dressed in civilian clothes, appearing no different from ordinary people. However, a flicker of lethal intent shone in their eyes, and they wielded weapons akin to machetes. Upon noticing the armored figure before him, wielding dual mountain axes with her entire face obscured by armor, the major general raised an eyebrow in surprise. The other 3 cast her incredulous glances. Greetings, I am Han Jinbang from the Eastern Military District. You are from Donghai City, correct? Upon hearing the inquiry, the girl nodded. I understand that today's events are exceedingly bizarre, but since they have transpired, further discussion is futile. By the looks of you, it seems you are gradually adapting. Speaking of trivial matters serves no purpose. I only wish to ask you, as a member of the Dragon Nation, do you wish to join the military to defend your homeland and protect the people of this land? The Major General's expression turned grave, yet his tiger-like eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. The weight of the words, "defend the homeland," was indisputable. Who could refuse the honor of a family lineage? Yet in the girl's eyes, a glimmer of shrewdness flickered. The three individuals behind him are not soldiers. They too are armed, likely sharing a similar plight to my own. They possess firearms and are in overwhelming numbers. I am no match for them. Refusal could very well lead to dire consequences. The path of balance is the foundation of all. In that fleeting moment, the girl had arrived at her decision. Standing tall, she declared with a clear, fervent voice. Always ready. At her proclamation, the pupils of the four individuals before her dilated in astonishment. "You're a woman," exclaimed the bald man wielding the machete. Zhang Yuqing looked puzzled. "What, do I appear to be a man?" The man chuckled awkwardly. "It's mainly your weapons, they seem rather excessively masculine." At that moment, the sole woman among them furrowed her brows, a hint of hostility flickering in her gaze. The Major General cleared his throat. "Enough, this is not the time for idle chatter. What is your name?" The girl resolutely replied, "I am Zhang Yuxuan." "Excellent, you are now one of us. When we reach the train station ahead, you and Li Kai will proceed to Kyoto City. Your presence is urgently needed there." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuqing's heart raced with excitement. Kyoto City, its population density far surpasses that of Donghai City. "Just call me Brother Kai, I'll look out for you from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, the Major General's expression darkened. "Mind your current status, do not bring your street it's a habit." The Major General turned to the remaining man and woman. "We have received intelligence that a large concert is taking place at the Donghai City Seaside Stadium. The number of attendees is nearing 50,000. This rain has come unexpectedly. Without a doubt, that place has now become the largest zombie den in Donghai City. That is your target. The special operations team will arrange for personnel to accompany you." Hearing this, the man and woman's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. For them, the stadium was not merely a gathering of fans chasing after idols, it represented a bountiful harvest of experience. Meanwhile, the girl's eyes shone with determination. "The military, you say? Since I have joined, I shall strive to become the most radiant presence among them. The ancestral teachings of the Zhang family dictate. If one acts, let it be earth-shattering." Simultaneously, at the entrance of Donghai City, Haidong Expressway, beyond the Haidong Expressway entrance, only a few kilometers lay between it and the urban expanse of Donghai City. Yet, between them flowed a river nearly 100 meters wide, spanned by a grand bridge. At this moment, the entrance was choked with vehicles, stretching as far as the eye could see, an overwhelming mass of nearly 1,000 cars. Within the confines of these vehicles, faint silhouettes could be discerned. Amidst the throng, a tremulous figure clad in a Zhongshan suit clutched a phone tightly. It was Song Kai-yuan, Zhongxian's mentor from university. What on earth is happening? Why aren't Kaming and Ying answering their phones? Zhongxian's sister isn't responding either. Could it be that they have already? As this thought crossed his mind, Song Kai-yuan's eyes brimmed with despair. Alas! In this world, what good is wealth? I should never have heeded their advice. Zhongxian, do not blame your teacher, one can only blame oneself for being so naive and youthful. Just then, from the far end of the bridge, a towering figure emerged from the shadows of the night. Despite the distance of several hundred meters, the figure emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 62, a tornado devastates the parking lot. Before him stood a figure as imposing as an iron tower, none other than Zhongxian, who had rushed from the sanctuary. Zhongxian lifted his gaze and, in the distance across the bridge, he beheld a throng of dozens of zombies. These undead creatures were clad in matching cycling attire, and strewn about on the ground lay various bicycles. Among this horde, astonishingly, half were young women in yoga pants. Strangely, these zombies did not exhibit the usual aimless wandering characteristic of their kind. Instead, they congregated, writhing in peculiar motions. Meanwhile, within a vehicle some distance away, Song Kai-yuan let out a long sigh as he gazed towards the brightly lit metropolis in the distance. The vicissitudes of life, what was once a bustling city is likely now overrun with fiends and monstrosities. Just then, a flicker of movement on the bridge caught his peripheral vision. What is that? It is entirely unlike those zombies. How peculiar, why does it seem somewhat familiar? At the same time, the survivors concealed within the vehicle also caught sight of the towering figure at the bridge's edge. What on earth is that? It's towering. It's as tall as the adjacent semi-trailer. Good grief. Is that a tyrant from a bioweapon apocalypse? Zombies are one thing, but encountering such absurdity on the very first day, I might as well wait to meet my demise in this car. Why are those zombies so utterly motionless? At that moment, Zhang Xian stood at the bridge's edge, contemplating the resplendent cityscape in the distance, overwhelmed with emotion. It has only been 2 months since I last departed. Now, returning after 2 months, I find my identity has transformed. He gently shook his head, casting aside the myriad thoughts that swirled in his mind. I am now a zombie. Moreover, I am the legendary absolute celestial ancestor zombie. Heaven has granted me the opportunity for rebirth, I must seize this chance. If I am to act, I shall strive for nothing less than the pinnacle. At this moment, Zhang Xian's resolve was as steadfast as rock. A great city is indeed a great city. In this mere span of 10 kilometers, I have slain hundreds of zombies. Among them, one even evolved to wield a colossal golden staff. It is truly remarkable to think that such a creature could utilize this weapon against its kind. Alas, you encountered me, and your ascension has been abruptly halted. As these hundreds of zombies became sustenance for Zhang Xian, he distinctly felt the sinews within his flesh strengthening incrementally. My current realm should be at the initial stage of the green zombie. If the black zombie realm primarily enhances strength, then the green zombie tier significantly augments speed. As recorded in the ancient texts, green zombies are known for their swift movements and incredible leaps. Possessing the physique of the absolute celestial ancestor zombie, my power is unparalleled among ordinary zombies. My agility has now surpassed that of mere mortals. My body is more agile than ever. My running speed rivals my leaping ability. However, the paramount concern remains defensive capability. After all, resilience is the true path to survival. The next tier beyond green zombie is the hairy zombie. As the pinnacle of low-tier zombies, the hairy zombie primarily enhances defensive strength. Presently, my defenses are robust enough to withstand tank shells. If I were to attain the hairy zombie level, I shudder to think of the magnitude of my strength. In Donghai City, where structures are densely packed, even if I am discovered, it is unlikely they would deploy weapons of mass destruction. I am still quite safe. I must devise a method to elevate my realm to that of a hairy zombie within Donghai City, thus, even in the face of such devastating weaponry, I would possess the means to retaliate. But before that, it is the perfect distance to test my speed. With that thought, Zhang Xian slightly bent his legs, channeling tremendous power into them. In the next moment, an explosive force erupted forth. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the asphalt beneath his feet shattered within a 2-meter radius. Debris flew in all directions, a tempestuous wind surged forth. Zhang Xian's figure transformed into a green blur, hurtling towards the distance. In the blink of an eye, he shot past the clustered cycling women at the center of the bridge. As the phantom raced by, the mass of women, resembling a fleshy mound, was instantly torn asunder. Blood and flesh scattered wildly, the ferocious gale swept the dismembered remains into the air. A veritable rain of blood descended upon the bridge. This sudden cacophony drew the attention of those caught in traffic on the highway. Gazing at the spectacle in the distance, the occupants of the vehicles were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide, their minds momentarily frozen in shock. Every pair of eyes was filled with profound astonishment. A singular thought echoed in their minds. A tornado has obliterated the parking lot. What just transpired? Was that the Flash, or Quicksilver? My goodness, is that a human bowling ball? Could it be that it is not a zombie at all, but rather a hidden superhero, an ancient martial arts master, or some super soldier? It must be so, otherwise, why would it attack those zombies? Oh. Salvation is at hand, indeed. The 749 Bureau exists, superpowers are real. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in chaotic times. This must surely be a hidden superpower of the nation. Some individuals hastily captured the incredible scene on their phones, eagerly attaching headlines. Donghai City, a superhero sighted, poised to rescue the city. Dragon Country's flash. A single strike annihilates dozens of zombies. Clearly, the network had yet to collapse completely, allowing people to share their astonishment, simultaneously, in Donghai City, at the Coastal Sports Stadium. Within the VIP room, a dozen figures trembled as they huddled on the floor, gazing down in abject terror. The vast stadium below was teeming with zombies, the undead swarmed in the thousands, with many having vacated their seats to converge upon the makeshifts. Upbeat background music still reverberated through the air. Curiously, some of the zombies swayed in rhythm to the music. In the VIP room, one figure stood out, Zhao Yiming. Beside him curled a woman exuding high-tech prowess, her demeanor betraying her fear. There are so many zombies below, are we doomed to perish here? Hearing this, Zhao Yiming stammered, we will not, we cannot, with so many people here, if rescue comes, they will certainly prioritize this location. Let me check my phone for any updates from the government. At that moment, a notification pinged on Zhao Yiming's phone. Dragon Country's flash. Responding to Donghai City. Upon seeing those words, Zhao Yiming quickly opened his phone. The earlier scene vividly appeared on the screen. However, due to the darkness and distance, only a figure could be seen racing towards Donghai City. With a single strike, the tornado had decimated the parking lot, obliterating dozens of zombies. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yiming was filled with exuberance, turning to the tech-savvy woman beside him. Look! There truly is a superhero, and they are coming to our Donghai City. Incredible, there's no need to worry, the superhero will undoubtedly come to our rescue. Chapter 63, Zhang Xian emerges, shocking the nation. At this moment, at the Haidong Expressway entrance, Zhang Xian stood like an iron tower at the end of the bridge, reflecting on the recent whirlwind of speed. His heart surged with tumultuous waves. My goodness! I traversed a distance of 1,500 meters in just over 6 seconds. An average of over 200 meters per second. What does that even mean? Over 700 kilometers per hour. If I were to chase a high-speed train, I wouldn't even need a Cadillac. If I reached the pinnacle, wouldn't I break the sound barrier? Creating sonic booms with a mere flick of my hand. The thought is simply extraordinary. Wait, I am, by nature, an extraordinary being. Zhang Xian surveyed the distant urban sprawl. You are first on my list, Li Minghai. In my previous life, I unwittingly placed my sister in the hands of this beast, who knows the torment she endured. Yet she still chose not to inform me, likely fearing repercussions. Li Minghai. You better still be alive, even if you have become a zombie. I will grind you into a pulp, piece by piece. With that thought, Zhang Xian's colossal figure surged away into the distance, utterly oblivious to the fact that videos of him had ignited a wildfire across the internet. The entire Dragon Nation, and indeed the world, was engulfed in apocalyptic scenes of a zombie outbreak. Countless lives had met tragic ends. Meanwhile, those who survived were filled with despair and fear. At such a moment, human judgment is limited. People's instincts drive them to seek advantage and avoid danger, often envisioning futures that favor them. In this context, the term superhero serves as a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The news of Zhang Xian proliferated throughout the vast expanse of the internet. Simultaneously, at the Donghai City train station, military vehicles lined the area, including 10 armored tanks. In the waiting hall, Major General Han and Zhang Yuqing were prominently present. The weapons in their hands were stained with fresh, crimson blood, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. The glances directed at Zhang Yuqing were tinged with awe and trepidation. Even a previously hostile woman dared not meet Zhang Yuqing's gaze. The bold, muscular man, Li Kai, chuckled. Sister, I never imagined you could be this formidable. If you hadn't told me you were tightening screws at the factory, I would have thought you were a street enforcer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuqing frowned slightly. I'm only 22. Why call me sister? Li Kai awkwardly scratched his head. Status has no bearing on age. Those who excel come first. You are indeed the sister. When we arrive, I'll be your little brother. At this, Major General Han furrowed his brow. Li Kai, this is your final warning. You are now a member of the Dawn Plan, not some gang. Mind your words. Li Kai quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Yes, sir. Major General Han regarded Zhang Yuqing with admiration. You are impressive, a natural warrior. You are, without a doubt, the fastest to adapt to this apocalyptic life. I trust you heard about the Dawn Plan. It is an emergency initiative launched by the state to combat the zombie crisis. Participants include special forces, ancient martial arts masters, and various elite individuals. The reason you are being sent to Kyoto is twofold. Firstly, there is a shortage of personnel there. Secondly, it is to accelerate your growth. Although this zombie apocalypse has arrived in a most abrupt and bizarre manner, we have already grasped many clues. I will share some insights with you now. Killing zombies grants power, as you are all aware, but not everyone can achieve this. Thus, the state has summoned you extraneous members. Moreover, our experiments have shown that firearms cannot enhance power when killing zombies. Only close combat, unarmed, or cold weapons can yield energy. Currently, the entire Dragon Nation rests its hopes on the Dawn Plan. You must not disappoint the state. Strive to enhance your abilities and bring an end to this zombie apocalypse. At that moment, a short-haired woman suddenly screamed. Unbelievable. How can this person be so powerful? How many zombies has he killed? It's simply ridiculous. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly gathered around. The short-haired woman's phone displayed Zhang Xian's extraordinary feats on the bridge. Witnessing that ghostly speed and the terrifying scene of him dispatching dozens of zombies in an instant, the gathered individuals gaped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. As she gazed at the horrifying spectacle on the screen, Zhang Yuqing's pupils constricted. This person is incredibly strong. He surpasses me by such a margin. It seems I must hasten my progress, otherwise, keeping pace with him will be an insurmountable challenge. My brother once said, in the apocalypse, anyone could be an enemy. If I were to oppose this individual, I must possess the strength to defeat him. Meanwhile, Major General Han's brow was furrowed, his fierce eyes flickering with uncertainty. He remained silent for a moment before addressing Zhang Yuqing and Li Kai. All right, the military convoy has arrived. You two will accompany the members of the Dawn Plan to Kyoto. Upon hearing this, the duo promptly turned to leave. Watching their retreating figures, the remaining two were consumed with jealousy. They understood that mobilizing such a large number of evolvers to Kyoto was to preserve the last ember of hope. In other words, in a sense, they had already become discarded pawns. After their departure, Major General Han cast a grim look at the two remaining. You both saw the video earlier. You now have an additional task: locate this sudden appearance of a person. If he is a zombie, eliminate him. Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily stunned. What are you saying, sir? You can't be serious. Are we supposed to take down this lightning-fast individual? Are we out of our minds, or are you? We can opt out of going to Kyoto, but you can't just send us to our deaths. Observing their reaction, Major General Han quickly clarified. I mean, if he is indeed a zombie. Isn't he there another possibility? If he is human, we should invite him to join the Dawn Plan. At this, a glimmer of disdain flickered in the eyes of the two. But what if he refuses to join? Major General Han's fierce gaze gleamed with a cold. How many zombies has he slain? How much energy has he absorbed? If we kill him, what incredible abilities might we gain? With that thought, they nodded vigorously. Mission accepted. Meanwhile, in the distant Nordic region, within an underground shelter, a captivating and alluring figure slowly emerged. Chapter 64: The Emergence of the Bloodline Queen, the Shock of Cold Condensation Frost. Clad in a black leather coat that accentuates her curvaceous, fair figure, her slender waist elegantly extends to her rounded, perky form, cascading down her back. Her wine-red locks frame her breathtakingly voluptuous figure, with strands of snowy white peeking through. It is none other than Cold Condensation Frost, who once faced off against Zhang Xian at the pinnacle of power. At this moment, her exquisitely refined visage has become even more flawless, resembling unblemished white jade. Yet, Beneath her captivating exterior, a blood-red hue glimmers in her enchanting eyes. Her seductive crimson lips are enough to make any man bow in reverence. In her alabaster hand, she delicately sways a goblet, the blood-red liquid within swirling gracefully, radiating an aura of elegance. Gazing out at the expanse of white beyond the window, cold condensation Frost's pale face is etched with an icy demeanor. Those not of my kind harbor different intentions. Fortunately, I had foreseen this. Otherwise, if I were in the Dragon Kingdom, I might truly struggle to take action. In the next instant, her fair hand reaches for the phone beside her. Based on past experiences, in merely 3 days, all civilian communication. As soon as the application launches, the title of the first video catches her eye. A superhero emerges in Donghai City, instantly slaying dozens of zombies. The dawn of hope arrives. Upon seeing this, cold condensation Frost's blood-red pupils constrict. A superhero? Impossible. Zombies have only appeared for less than a day. Even if someone can kill them and become an evolved being, it is far from deserving the title of superhero. Yet, upon witnessing the towering figure in the footage, reminiscent of a humanoid beast, the goblet in cold condensation Frost's hand slips from her grasp. How can this be? What is this creature? Such speed. I have consumed the blood of over 300 individuals this past month, barely attaining the rank of vampire count. Yet this person's velocity surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Moreover, in my memories from my previous life, there was no being so terrifying in Donghai City. This speed would render even the Zombie King battling amidst tens of thousands of zombies at the coastal stadium the next day utterly insignificant. What on earth is happening? Could my rebirth have triggered a butterfly effect? If this is indeed a human, consuming his blood could lead to a qualitative leap in my own powers. Alas, the distance is too great. Slowly rising, cold condensation Frost gazes out at the vast expanse of white. The snow-covered ground is littered with fallen zombies, strangely transformed into desiccated corpses. Her blood-red eyes now gleam with a chilling light. If the trajectory of my previous life remains unchanged, within 3 days, domesticated animals in those cities will begin to zombify. Especially in places like zoos and farms, powerful zombie beast kings will emerge. With my current count level strength, I am still somewhat inadequate to confront these beast kings. Ultimately, power is the foundation for survival in this apocalyptic world. A general's success is built upon countless bones. Which strong individual has not stepped upon the heads of many to ascend? I apologize, dear survivors, you can only blame your misfortune for not being citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. With this thought, cold condensation Frost's long, elegant legs propel her into a leap towards the street below. A wave of terror is about to engulf this city. Meanwhile, far within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom in the Donghai City Development Zone, at Charlhong Industries, the vast factory complex is eerily deserted, with scattered zombies. Yet, within one of the factory buildings, lights blaze brightly. Inside the expansive workshop, a throng of nearly 1,000 employees can be seen. Due to the nature of their work, most have remained dry, with the majority of the workers being women. Among the near 1,000 employees, only a handful are men.at this moment. Within the corner office of the factory, a piercing scream suddenly reverberates. What do you want? Let me go. Through the glass of the office. Resist, I relish your fiery spirit. This little girl has developed quite well. At just 18, she is so voluptuous. I like this. Hearing the desperate pleas from the office, a middle-aged woman in work attire lies prone on the ground, pinned beneath a burly man. Her bloodshot eyes bulge in horror. You beast, let go of my daughter, she is only 18. Li Minghai, may you suffer a terrible fate. I swear, even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Indeed different. Listening to the agonizing cries from the office, the woman pinned beneath weeps bitterly, her eyes brimming with despair. Struggling frantically, she finds her resistance futile against the weighty man above her. In the next moment, the woman, driven to madness, gazes towards the women huddled together behind her. Are you all just going to stand by and watch? Today it is my daughter. Tomorrow it could be yours. Even if your daughters are not here, will it not eventually reach you? Hearing the woman's heart-wrenching screams, the hundreds of women behind her are filled with terror. Only a few among them burn with righteous fury, ready to act. In just a few moments, a dull thud resonates from the office. Seconds later, a young man emerges, adjusting his trousers, a smug expression plastered across his face. It is none other than Li Minghai. Before him stand dozens of armed men. Glancing at the restless women nearby, Li Minghai's eyes brim with disdain. What do you intend to do? I advise you all to behave. Otherwise, I shall have you thrown out, letting the zombies tear you to shreds. However, if you comply, I shall ensure your survival. Upon hearing this, some of the restless women slowly begin to retreat. Only a dozen or so remain, resolutely gazing at Li Minghai. Li Minghai squints, his narrowed eyes glinting with malice. Oh, it seems you few have not comprehended my words. It appears you are quite brave, possessing a spirit of rebellion. Hurry and reward them properly, let them experience joy. Especially that one lying on the ground, she deserves special attention, make sure many attend to her. Chapter 65, The Night Falls, Despair of Li Minghai. Soon, the factory echoed with unbearable cackle. The individuals huddled in the corners trembled uncontrollably, their eyes brimming with despair. Meanwhile, in the office, the young girl who had been present moments ago had vanished, dragged away by several men. Li Minghai, reclining in his chair with an air of smug satisfaction, watched the farcical scene unfold in the factory, his gaze dripping with disdain. HMPH, merely a bunch of mud-stained peasants. Even in the event of a zombie outbreak, I possess ample means to manipulate you all. In this apocalyptic world, as long as I grasp their vulnerabilities, these individuals will become loyal hands at my beck and call. For these men, aside from sustenance, what matters most is women. And the key to the food storage. Only I know where it is hidden. I must admit, the tactics of division and instigation of conflict taught by my father are indeed quite effective on these folk. With such thoughts, Li Minghai couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. He retrieved a cigarette, inhaling with a sense of pleasure. Alas, how unfortunate that this wretched zombie outbreak occurred so suddenly. I still haven't acquired that little girl. How dare he provoke Lin Haiyan, now he meets a gruesome end. HMPH, such overestimation of oneself. People like us can thrive even amidst the apocalypse. I find it rather too easy that this brat perished. Had he survived, I would have ensured he wished for death yet could not attain it. As Li Minghai puffed on his cigarette, he surveyed the scene outside, his beady eyes searching for his next target. Minutes passed, and on a road mere hundreds of meters away, a fleeting shadow raced towards the scene. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the entrance of Changhong Industry. It was Zhang Xian, having rushed from the highway, his eerie green eyes scanned the distance, his ears twitching slightly as the distant sounds were instantly absorbed into his consciousness. Upon hearing the commotion, a wave of helplessness washed over Zhang Xian. In this apocalyptic world, lacking strength renders one a lamb to the slaughter. What can a lone zombie achieve? Slay this batch, and another will inevitably follow. However, since I am here, how could I forego the opportunity to feast on the prey that has presented itself? Li Minghai, you better still be alive. With this thought, Zhang Xian's imposing figure advanced towards the entrance. Meanwhile, within the factory, Li Minghai was leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. Suddenly, a man wielding an iron rod outside the office bore a look of terror. Young Master Hai, come quickly, look at that monstrous creature. The sudden exclamation drew the attention of the men, who hurried over. Yet, upon glimpsing the figure in the distance, their bodies quivered, eyes wide with fear. Li Minghai squinted and stepped out with a serious demeanor. Everyone, do not panic, even if there are zombies. His beady eyes were filled with horror, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Young Master Hai, what do we do now? How can this zombie be so tall? It is approaching us. Has it discovered our presence? Hearing this, Li Minghai forced a facade of calm. Everyone, fret not. Zombies possess low intelligence, and the front door is already shut. Even if this zombie is tall, it lacks the wit to scale the walls. Skeptical murmurs rippled through the crowd as they turned their gaze towards the entrance. There, the towering figure had halted before the door. Witnessing this, the group exhaled in relief. Li Minghai felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, a smug smile spreading across his face. See? No matter how strong the zombie, it lacks intellect. As long as we stand united, before Li Minghai could finish his sentence, the colossal figure at the entrance moved suddenly. Its robust thigh lifted, delivering a powerful kick to the electric gate before it. Boom! In the next instant, a thunderous noise reverberated throughout the area, the ground trembled slightly, the several-meter-long electric gate bent, the portion embedded in the wall wrenched out. Sparks flew across the ground. At this sight, Li Minghai and his companions gaped in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. The unfolding scene had surpassed their comprehension. The terrified men quickly turned to Li Minghai. "Young Master Hai, what manner of creature is this? What shall we do?" Li Minghai trembled, terror evident in his eyes. "Silence, turn off all the lights, quickly, keep your voices down. Do not flee. If you run, none of us will escape. We will all be slaughtered." At Li Minghai's command, the lights in the factory extinguished instantly. Everyone huddled in silence, fear etched on their faces, yet, amidst the shadow, at that moment, they exchanged glances. Though no words were spoken, it was as if a silent pact had been forged. Seizing the cover of darkness, they stealthily made their way towards the exit. Meanwhile, Li Minghai stealthily retreated towards the back of the office. Moments later, he found himself within the office, where a door leading to the outside was evident. Gazing at the motionless crowd, disdain filled Li Minghai's eyes. "What a bunch of fools. I told you not to flee, and you actually complied. With so many people here, even if I escape, will this zombie abandon all of you for my sake? Where did this zombie come from? My joyful life was just beginning, and now it must be forcibly cut short. Never mind. Survival is the priority." With this thought, Li Minghai cautiously withdrew a key. Tentatively, he extended his other hand, feeling for the keyhole. Damn it, why is this keyhole so difficult to locate? Found it. The moment his fingers grazed the keyhole, a smile of triumph illuminated Li Minghai's face. He glanced at the still crouching individuals, his eyes devoid of empathy. "I shall take my leave now. You fools can wait here to be devoured by the zombies." Li Minghai hastily positioned the key towards the lock, but just then, a resounding crash echoed from the factory entrance. Chapter 66. It is you, it is indeed you. In the pitch-black factory, a sudden crack appeared. The silvery moonlight seeped through the fissure, illuminating the somber darkness within the building. The sound of the door creaking instantly drew everyone's attention. At the entrance, a multitude of figures emerged, more than a dozen in total. Despite their tattered clothing and their bodies marred with wounds, the fire of unwavering resolve burned brightly in their eyes, igniting a fierce determination to face death. The anguish in their hearts transformed into an inexhaustible strength, enabling them to push open the imposing door. It was none other than those women who had been treated with such cruelty moments before. As the gap widened, a figure, towering like an iron tower, gradually emerged under the luminous moonlight. The formidable silhouette cast an enormous shadow, seemingly enveloping everyone within the factory. Upon witnessing this colossal figure, reminiscent of a deity descending from the heavens, Li Minghai's body trembled violently. His outstretched hand quivered, causing the keys he held to clatter to the ground. At that moment, every soul within the factory gazed in horror towards the entrance. The moonlight illuminated the faces of the women, devoid of fear or trepidation. Only an unspoken determination and pride radiated from their expressions. Witnessing this, the onlookers within the factory felt an overwhelming rage, yearning to rush forth and tear these women to shreds. But at that instant, the dull thudding of footsteps reverberated like thunder in their hearts. Each step echoed like a summons from the depths of hell. Crack! A sharp sound rang out, and the lights within the factory suddenly blazed to life. The intense illumination banished the oppressive darkness. A young girl stood with a smile, tears glistening in her eyes. Her trembling hands rested upon the switch, her gaze fixed with a smirk upon this group of humans. The moment the lights flickered on, the true form of the deity appeared before all. Beneath the black cloak, a muscular physique revealed itself. Claws, sharp as daggers, flashed with an intimidating glint. Long, dark hair obscured the face, leaving only a pair of eerie green eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. The deafening cries echoed throughout the factory. Hundreds of workers frantically surged towards the office. After all, it was the only passageway to the outside world. At that moment, it appeared to them as the sole gateway to life. The entire scene erupted into chaos. The men closest to the office rushed in, instantly filling the space to capacity. In the midst of the turmoil, Li Minghai, who had just picked up the keys, lost them once more in the frantic crowd. Meanwhile, the young and vigorous women raced towards the office, mercilessly pulling at the hair of those in their way, their faces contorted in terrifying rage, as if they were ready to devour them alive. At the entrance, however, the group of women wore smiles, their eyes filled with disdain as they surveyed the frenzied mob. Even in the presence of such a terrifying monster, there was not a trace of fear in their gazes. The scantily clad girl had now reached her mother's side, with tears of joy in her eyes. Her mother embraced her as if it were their first reunion. Gradually, the group of women closed their eyes, awaiting the call of death. As Jiang Xian observed the grotesque faces before him, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Perhaps I will be reviled by the masses. But perhaps it is merely a possibility. To achieve greatness, one must be ruthless. In the next moment, Jiang Xian's figure surged forth. Each swing of his arm was accompanied by piercing screams. The cries echoed in succession, finally subsiding only after 2 long minutes. At that moment, Jiang Xian's massive form had already entered the office. The factory floor was strewn with dismembered corpses. Li Minghai, witnessing this horrific scene, had collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, his body soiled, his eyes were void of any light, not even fear. He lay there like a pile of lifeless flesh. Observing Li Minghai's state, Jiang Xian felt a pang of emotion. In my past life, my foolishness led to my sister enduring such darkness. Yet even then, Li Minghai remained unresponsive, as if rendered utterly senseless. Meanwhile, at the doorway, the group of women opened their eyes in confusion upon hearing the cessation of screams. However, upon witnessing the scene that resembled an inferno, they could not help but tremble. Even so, their eyes remained fixed on the unfolding spectacle, filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, a heart-rending scream erupted from the office. The group turned their gaze, only to see the godlike figure emerging slowly. The eerie green claws grasped a figure, the razor-sharp claws pierced through Li Minghai's scalp, embedding themselves in his skull. Yet, under Jiang Xian's control of power, his head was not crushed. Li Minghai dangled helplessly in Jiang Xian's grip, blood streaming from his wound. The excruciating agony surged through his mind like a tidal wave, causing him to tremble uncontrollably and scream in terror. However, the convulsions only intensified the searing pain atop his head. Li Minghai's frantic wails reverberated throughout the factory. As the monstrous figure approached, the group of women remained motionless, their faces alight with smiles as they gazed at the anguished Li Minghai. Soon, Jiang Xian stood just a few meters away from them. Releasing his grip, Li Minghai crashed to the ground, the agony in his head compelling him to roll about frantically. The excruciating pain rendered him incapable of coherent thought, leaving only the sounds of his tortured cries. In Li Minghai's gaze, the towering figure slowly bent down. Beneath the long black hair, the eerie green slitted pupils fixated upon him. In the next moment, the sharp claws swept aside his hair, revealing a face that was both familiar and foreign to Li Minghai. Upon seeing this visage, his expression froze in shock, momentarily forgetting the pain in his head. His eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. Trembling, he raised his hand and pointed at the monster before him. It is you, it is truly you. How could this be, how could you? Before he could finish his sentence, a massive foot lifted and came crashing down upon his vulnerable spot. In an instant, chaos ensued. The heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the factory. Witnessing this scene, the women behind Jiang Xian were filled with laughter. Jiang Xian looked down at Li Minghai, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He then stood up and walked towards the exit. As Jiang Xian approached, the women's pupils constricted, yet they remained in place, motionless. Ultimately, under their bewildered gazes, Jiang Xian's figure gradually vanished into the night. Within the factory, only they and the writhing form of Li Minghai remained. At that moment, the scantily clad girl smiled and picked up an iron rod from nearby, moving towards him. The other women instinctively encircled her. No, no. Li Minghai's heart-wrenching cries resounded. Moments later, only a pile of shattered bones remained on the ground, quietly lying amid a mass of flesh. Chapter 67, A Hell on Earth. The shock of Major General Han, the ink-black clouds drift away, allowing the moonlight to cascade upon the earth. Zhang Xian, with his imposing stature, strides along the asphalt road. Following the recent massacre, he senses yet another transformation within his body. The sinews in every part of him have undergone a certain degree of evolution, enhancing both his flexibility and speed. A surge of exhilaration courses through Zhang Xian. However, the demise of Li Minghai weighs heavily on his mind, overshadowing his newfound strength. Now, in the entire Donghai city, only the despicable Zhao Yiming and Fan Xiao remain. If all goes as expected, Fan Xiao should still be in her dormitory at the University of Finance. The University of Finance is located in the southern suburbs of Donghai City. I must traverse the entirety of the city to reach there. As Zhang Xian contemplates, a thunderous rumble resonates in the distance. His hearing has significantly improved, allowing even the faintest sounds from hundreds of meters away to penetrate his ears. As he listens to the distant din, his gaze fixates on the towering wind turbine, nearly 100 meters high. Ahead of him, with his legs slightly bent, he propels himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he soars nearly 100 meters, landing atop the turbine. His eerie green vertical pupils scan the direction from which the sound emanates. The pitch-black night holds no sway over him. What he witnesses in the distance startles him. Several kilometers away, a grand convoy is making its way into the urban center of Donghai City. Among the vehicles, several armored tanks stand out. The roar of their engines instantly attracts the surrounding zombies, which rush forward in a frenzy. Yet, in the next moment, they are engulfed by merciless flames. It's the military. The Dongshan military district has indeed mobilized. Judging by the number of vehicles, there must be at least several thousand personnel. This place is exceedingly open. If they discover me, it would be quite disadvantageous in battle. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, I prefer to avoid conflict with the military. My current strength is insufficient to confront a fully equipped modern army. It would be prudent to hasten toward the city center. There, the towering buildings will provide cover, making it difficult for them to spot me. With this thought, Zhang Xian leaps forth, hurtling toward the urban area. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, inside an armored jeep within the convoy, Major General Han observes the surrounding area, where the zombies have been reduced to mere pulp, his brow furrowing in concern. He swiftly picks up the radio beside him. Vehicles, halt your advance into the city, seek a fortification point and establish a temporary command post. After a few minutes, nearly 100 transport vehicles come to a stop at the entrance of a factory. This is precisely where Zhang Xian had recently departed, the Changhong Industrial Complex. Han's gaze falls upon the dilapidated electric fence nearby, his brow furrowing deeper. He promptly issues orders to dispatch a small team of soldiers to ascertain the situation. Soon, dozens of fully armed soldiers stealthily enter the factory premises. Inside the jeep, two evolved individuals, a man and a woman, gaze at the twisted and deformed electric fence, their pupils contracting in alarm. Sir? This couldn't have been done by zombies, could it? If it was the work of zombies, this creature's power is utterly monstrous. In just a day's time, this zombie has caused such devastation. It is simply terrifying. Hearing their words, Han's expression darkens, yet he remains silent. Suddenly, a trembling voice crackles through the radio, laden with fear. Sir, there are no zombies within the factory. Only in one of the workshops are their bodies, nearly 1,000 of them. Upon hearing this, Han's pupils constrict. He replies with unwavering resolve, I'm on my way immediately. A few minutes later, Han and the two evolved individuals arrive at the workshop entrance. However, upon witnessing the scene within, even the battle-hardened trio cannot help but shudder. The workshop is littered with dismembered limbs and scattered organs, resembling a veritable hell on earth. Alarmingly, not a single drop of blood remains on any of the corpses. They have all turned into desiccated husks. Han's expression is as dark as a stormy sea. Check if there are any surveillance cameras. Is the footage still intact? Minutes later, a soldier returns, looking utterly dejected. Report, sir, the surveillance system has been destroyed. There is no footage from this location. At this revelation, Hannes' countenance grows even more somber as he turns to the two evolved individuals. It is highly likely that there exists an extraordinarily terrifying entity within Donghai City. If it were merely a zombie, it would be understandable. Yet if it is a human who has wantonly slaughtered so many innocents, he is no different from a zombie. Our time is running out. I will arrange for personnel immediately. You must rush to the Seaside Stadium as swiftly as possible and eliminate the zombies within. This will facilitate your rapid enhancement in strength. Upon hearing this, the two evolved individuals are unable to contain their excitement. After all, there are tens of thousands of zombies, and the congested environment of the stadium presents the perfect opportunity for leveling up. Just then, the man wielding an iron rod among the two evolved individuals furrows his brow. Sir, do you think this could all be related to the figure that appeared at the highway entrance? After all, we are only a little over 10 kilometers away. At this remark, Hannes' expression darkens further. It is quite possible. Thus, you must enhance your strength immediately and locate this individual. He must be eliminated. Before long, the two evolved individuals, along with 10 soldiers, are fully armed and depart from the site. Meanwhile, Major General Han remains seated alone in the temporary command post, his tiger-like eyes shifting between hope and despair. According to intelligence from at this moment, within the urban district of Donghai City, the entire city is enveloped in silence. Aside from the zombies wandering the streets, the remaining survivors have curled up in their homes. At the University of Finance, in the female dormitory 404, Fan Xiao and a few others huddle in a corner. All the miscellaneous items have been piled up at the door. In the midst of this, a girl with a voluptuous figure clutches a concert ticket in her hand, her chubby face marred by a look of deep grievance. Damn it, how infuriating. Why did the zombies have to appear now, of all times? They just had to wait until my idol was holding a concert here. I sacrificed so much for this ticket, my face still aches from it. All of this is that wretched dormitory supervisor's fault for not letting me go out. It drives me insane. Chapter 68, The Promised Best Friends, yet they have become plastic sisters. Hearing her rotund roommate murmur criticisms, Fan Xiao wore a look of disdain. Enough with your chatter. I truly cannot fathom you. This idol won't provide you a single penny. What purpose does your admiration serve? Upon hearing this, Ting Ting, clutching concert tickets, immediately became agitated. Fan Xiao, what are you saying? My brother is my dream lover, my cherished idol. For my brother, I would even sacrifice my life. Do you think everyone is like you, obsessed solely with wealth? At this, Fan Xiao's expression darkened. Rentingting, what do you mean by that? You don't like money. Don't think I am unaware that you contacted Zhang Xian not long ago. With your rotund appearance, even if Zhang Xian were to offer himself for free, he wouldn't give you a second glance. Given your pig-like visage, do you truly not understand why those scalpers ignore you? At this, Rentingting exploded in fury. What did you say? Who are you calling rotund? I'll fight you. Rentingting screamed as she lunged at Fan Xiao. Just then, Bai Jie, clad in white pajamas, furrowed her brow, her face etched with terror. You two have gone mad. Silence yourselves immediately. You'll attract the zombies, and we won't survive this. There are precisely 1,300 zombies outside. If they break in, our entire building is doomed. Liu Yiping hastily seized Rentingting's arm. Now is not the time for quarrels. With their persuasion, Rentingting reluctantly ceased her outburst. However, Fan Xiao's eyes remained filled with contempt. HMPH, you two needn't pretend to be the good Samaritans. Do not think I am oblivious, you both have contacted Zhang Xian. Your words are excessive. You think you're so special. When Zhang Xian was broke, you were eager to share a bed with him. Now that he is wealthy, he wouldn't even look your way, yet you dare to speak against us. You must be truly desperate. Such a promising friendship had devolved into a mere facade of sisterhood over a few exchanged words. Fan Xiao's anger flared, ready to retort, when suddenly a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the corridor, the growls of zombies reverberating in their ears. At this, the four women's faces tightened, and they swiftly fell silent. Soon, the zombies' roars gradually faded, only then did they breathe a sigh of relief, though their gazes towards one another were laden with a chilling tension. Meanwhile, outside the window lay the campus of the Financial University, where a dense crowd of over 1,000 figures stood, each adorned in identical camouflage attire, evidently engaged in military training. A sudden downpour had transformed these freshmen into zombies. Strangely, these zombies did not wander aimlessly like others. Instead, they maintained a regimented formation, as if still undergoing military drills. At this moment, a massive silhouette emerged from the night at the university's entrance, Zhang Xian, who had come from the development zone. Gazing at the gates of the Financial University, a coldness enveloped his heart. Fan Xiao, did you ever imagine Zhang Xian would return? You will not witness tomorrow's sun. With that thought, Zhang Xian took a step forward, gradually making his way into the university. He was well acquainted with the dormitory where Fan Xiao resided. Along the way, he dispatched dozens of oblivious zombies with ease. Soon arriving at the edge of the training ground, beholding the sea of zombies before him, Zhang Xian's heart swelled with exhilaration. How could I have forgotten this? It is the freshman orientation. There must be over 1,000 zombies here. Alas, it's a pity, just as their university journey begins, they encounter a zombie outbreak. To exist in such a manner is tragic. Allow me to liberate you from your plight. With this resolution, Zhang Xian's towering figure strode purposefully towards the training ground. His arrival instantly captured the attention of the zombies, a multitude of blood-red eyes. Witnessing this, Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback. What is happening here? Even as zombies, they haven't forgotten their military training. Good heavens, they didn't become regular soldiers, but they've become a zombie army instead. At this moment, Zhang Xian recalled an encounter with a zombie wielding a massive golden staff. Inside room 404, the four young women rushed to the window, excitement etched on their faces as they peered outside. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, a towering figure came into view. Upon seeing this, their pupils dilated. Bai Jia exclaimed in exhilaration, "Isn't he that the superhero from the internet? I can't believe he has arrived at our financial university." Meanwhile, Ren Tingting fixated on Zhang Xian from afar, her expression one of infatuation. So tall. So grand, this is the essence of a true man. If only I could have a boyfriend like him, I would pamper him in every possible way. We are saved, my Prince Charming has come to rescue us on a rainbow. From this moment on, he shall be my idol, my dream lover. At this juncture, Ren Tingting began to envision herself in a heroic rescue narrative. Just then, the horde of over 1,000 zombies advanced in unison towards Zhang Xian. Witnessing this, the four young women in the dormitory wore expressions of concern. Though he is powerful, there are precisely over 1,000 zombies here. I hope my idol remains unharmed. If he were to get injured, my heart would ache. Go, eliminate this horde of zombies. On the training ground, Zhang Xian regarded the encroaching zombie army, his suppressed bloodlust surging within him. In the next moment, he bent his legs slightly, gathering immense power. Boom, with a thunderous roar, Zhang Xian's colossal form shot into the air like a cannonball, plummeting towards the center of the zombie horde. Observing this spectacle, the four young women gasped, their breaths quickening, eyes sparkling with admiration. So cool, this is my superstar. How can he be so handsome? I'm overwhelmed, I am completely captivated. Chapter 69. The emergence of the terrifying zombie. At this moment, outside the window, Zhang Xian's towering physique descended like a meteor, crushing down with tremendous force. Boom! The overwhelming impact erupted instantly. The area beneath Zhang Xian's feet was instantly obliterated, transforming dozens of zombies into a torrential rain of blood. The terrifying force did not relent, sweeping outwards like a tornado. In an instant, the densely packed zombies around him were sent flying like leaves caught in a tempest, creating a void of nearly 10 meters in diameter amidst the horde. Over 1,000 zombies were scattered in disarray, as the colossal figure stood resolutely amidst the carnage, reminiscent of a divine warrior descending from the heavens. This awe-inspiring scene instantly captivated the 4 girls in the dormitory, their eyes sparkling with a mix of surprise and delight. A thought echoed in their minds simultaneously, like a demonic lord descending from the heavens, truly a deity of this realm. Rentingting leapt up with a start, her ample form quivering, emitting a deafening shriek. So cool. So powerful, this is the true superstar in my heart. Go, my superhero, turn these zombies into pulp. Incredible, R. Meanwhile, Fan Xiao and the others exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at the distant figure with adoration. Yet at that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Fan Xiao's eyes as a bold thought surged through her mind. The world is now infested with zombies, the apocalypse has arrived. Money holds no value anymore. To survive in this desolation, power is paramount. This person is remarkably strong. If I could remain by his side, I could lead a superior life even in the... However, upon witnessing the terrifying figure outside, towering at approximately 2.5 meters, she couldn't help but tremble. A flicker of fear glimmered in her beautiful eyes. They say that size is proportional to strength. Others may doubt it, but I believe it. Zhang Xian stands nearly 2 meters tall. If this person possesses such terrifying height, then, at this thought, Fan Xiao shuddered, her legs instinctively clenching. I wonder if I can withstand it. Meanwhile, on the playground, dozens of zombies were reduced to mere mush. Waves of mysterious energy surged into Zhang Xian's body, igniting a rush of excitement within him. Indeed, the energy obtained from killing zombies is far superior. Merely a handful of zombies equates to hundreds of humans. Let us see. I wonder what realm I can reach after exterminating all these zombies. With that thought, Zhang Xian sprang into action, his massive frame erupted with an astonishing speed that belied his size. In an instant, he transformed into a ghostly green blur, darting forward. The shadow of that eerie green hue, akin to the scythe of death, left a trail of dismembered zombies in its wake. The zombies on the playground fell in droves, as if mowed down by a scythe. The remaining survivors in the dormitory had completely lost their minds. Their frenzied screams echoed throughout the entire finance university. So cool. So awesome. I want to have your babies, R. Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? I have a pair of speaking giant eyes, would you like to see? Pick me, I can do the splits. Hearing the cacophony of screams around them, Fan Xiao and the other girls turned pale, their eyes filled with anxiety. Clearly, they had realized that in this apocalypse, survival depended on aligning oneself with the strong. In the next moment, Rentingting's plump form squeezed out of the window, screaming in a frenzy. Don't listen to them. Choose me, I'm still a virgin, they are not. Also, my lips are luscious. As these girls screamed, all the zombies in the vicinity were drawn to the sound, frantically rushing towards the playground. At this moment, Zhang Xian had transformed into a merciless killing machine. His body flashed like thunder, his sharp claws glinting. Dozens of zombies were torn asunder, their desiccated remains littering the ground. Yet, more and more zombies continued to swarm toward the area. However, they merely served to add more raw materials to this meat grinder. 5 minutes later, the expansive playground was densely covered in shattered remains, resembling a large slaughterhouse. Zhang Xian stood amidst the carnage, his figure resembling that of a demon. The last drop of blood from his claws merged into his body. Zhang Xian mused, how many zombies have I killed? Probably around 2,000. In the next moment, as the blood energy and power flowed into his being, Zhang Xian was astonished to find that this energy did not surge into his muscles as before, but instead flowed into his flesh. He felt a terrifying energy coalescing beneath his skin, as if something was gestating beneath the surface. Zhang Xian's heart leapt with joy. This is the precursor to the hairy zombie. I have actually reached the pinnacle of the green zombie. Hairy zombie. Merely contemplating these two words sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. Although hairy zombies are classified as low-level zombies, their strength far surpasses that of green zombies. Even ordinary zombies, upon reaching the hairy zombie level, become impervious to flames and sunlight. Moreover, their power and defensive capabilities ascend to a new echelon. After all, the subsequent flying zombies delve into the realm of spells, while the hairy zombie represents a small pinnacle in the strength of ordinary zombies. Zhang Xian was overwhelmed with excitement. This is merely an ordinary zombie. Given my innate physique as the absolute heaven ancestor zombie, I can only imagine how terrifying my strength will become after breaking through to the hairy zombie level. Yet, in the next instant, a wave of disappointment swept over Zhang Xian. He sensed that although he had reached the pinnacle of the green zombie, the blood required to ascend to the hairy zombie level was likely an astronomical figure. Damn it, to break through to the hairy zombie level, I estimate I'll need at least 20 to 30,000 zombies. But where in Donghai City can I find? Let me first deal with that vile Fan Xiao before contemplating my breakthrough to the hairy zombie level. As long as this wretched person lives, I will never find peace. With this thought, Zhang Xian strode toward the dormitory building with his towering frame. Upon witnessing this scene, Rentingting was instantly ecstatic, flailing her arms in excitement. He is coming in, my superhero is coming in. Quick, 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 hurry up and get out, don't let those other husses get ahead. Hearing this, Fan Xiao and the other two raised their eyebrows. The four of them hurried towards the door, scrambling to clear the clutter before them. Chapter 70. Ladies, let us bloom. Alas, within the confines of the dormitory, all the belongings had been haphazardly piled at the entrance. Four young ladies were frantically maneuvering the items. Meanwhile, the dormitory echoed with piercing screams accompanied by the sound of slamming doors. Upon hearing these noises, the urgency of the four ladies intensified. Hurry! We on the fourth floor, there are still many people below. Did you hear that door slam? That group of raucous girls has already made their escape. In their panic, the four did not notice that the screams sounded rather unusual. 2 minutes later, with great effort, they finally cleared the clutter blocking the door. Their eyes sparkled with fervent determination as they erupted into a frenzy, reaching for the doorknob with the speed of a live-streamed giveaway. At that moment, the rotund Rentingting seized the opportunity to utilize her physical advantage. With the force of a wild boar, she charged forward, knocking 3 of the young ladies to the ground. She flung the door open and bolted outside. The fallen Fan Xiao and her companions immediately erupted in frenzied outbursts. Damn it, that pig-faced woman, what is she even trying to grab? With her ghastly appearance, even if she sprints ahead, no one would care. She still dares to claim she's a virgin. She must have given that up long ago. As Fan Xiao cursed and prepared to rise, she exchanged glances with Bai Jie and Liu Yiping, and in an instant, they reached a tacit understanding. The duo seized Fan Xiao's clothing and forcefully brought her crashing down once more. Fan Xiao's face twisted in rage as she shouted, "You two shameless husses, I will not let you off the hook." Her tirade was met with 2 swift kicks. Just as she regained her footing, she was sent sprawling to the ground. The camaraderie forged over 4 years of university life was reduced to a mere joke in that moment. Bai Jie and Liu Yiping dashed madly into the corridor. Fan Xiao furrowed her brows, rubbing her chest as she slowly rose. "Just wait, you 3 wretched girls, I will not forgive you." But the next second, a shrill scream pierced through the corridor. As Fan Xiao stood at the doorway, she frowned slightly. Why does that scream sound like that pig Rentingting? Something doesn't feel right. As she approached the door, 2 figures suddenly appeared before her. It was none other than Bai Jie and Liu Yiping, wide-eyed and filled with terror. And the next instant, Rentingting's hefty form emerged behind them. Another wild boar charge sent Bai Jie and Liu Yiping crashing into the room. This time, however, Fan Xiao was prepared. She sidestepped deftly, and Ren Tinting and her entourage tumbled to the ground. Witnessing this, a smirk of derision crept onto Fan Xiao's lips. HMPH serves you right, you shameless harlots. With a scoff, she turned to peer into the corridor. Yet in the next moment, her pupils constricted in horror, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Oh! The shrill scream echoed throughout the corridor. At that moment, the corridor was illuminated by the eerie glow of green emergency lights. A colossal figure loomed into view. Under the flickering light, its green skin and claws resembling dragon talons glimmered ominously. Most striking were its eyes, resembling ghostly flames, radiating a haunting green luminescence. It appeared as a beast poised to devour. The towering form filled the entire corridor as it slowly advanced toward Fan Xiao. Disregarding everything else, she spun around, intent on retreating into the dormitory. But as she turned, 3 figures blocked her path. Die, you harlot! You are nothing but trash. With the sound of their insults, 3 hefty kicks struck Fan Xiao's body. The force sent her crashing to the ground. Boom! The door to the room slammed shut. Fan Xiao, in a fit of madness, crawled desperately toward the door. Her pale hands pounded against it like a tempest. Open up, let me in. You vile harlots. Open the door for me. Regardless of how loudly Fan Xiao screamed, no sound escaped the dormitory. Her body trembled helplessly, her eyes filled with despair. Struggling to rise, she suddenly found the monstrous figure looming beside her. Gazing at the sharp claws, she collapsed to the ground, her mouth agape, yet silenced as if her throat were constricted. Her pupils quivered in abject terror as she stared at the creature before her. Beneath her pink pajamas, her fair legs trembled. A mysterious liquid began to flow slowly to the ground. As she beheld the terror-stricken Fan Xiao, Zhang Xian's heart burned with vengeful flames. Fan Xiao! I have finally found you. In my previous life, you mercilessly abandoned me to be devoured by zombies. Today, I shall make you experience the torment I once endured. In the next moment, Zhang Xian's massive claws seized Fan Xiao's ankle. With a slight pull, she was lifted into the air like a chick. Her pink pajamas hung down under the force of gravity. Yet, Fan Xiao, disregarding her exposed state, let out a hysterical scream that resonated throughout the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, the 3 young ladies, hearing the screams from outside, wore expressions of triumphant delight. Fan Xiao, look at you now. HMPH, relying on your looks to seduce those foolish men. And flaunting yourself in front of us. I've been fed up with you for ages. The only reason I tolerated you was that you treated us to hot pot once, or else who would befriend you? Go die, you shameless wretch. But just then, the door before them slowly creaked open. The sound of the door opening was akin to the summons of death, echoing in the ears of the 3 young ladies. As the door swung wide, the scene outside came into view. At that moment, Fan Xiao was suspended upside down in the grip of the terrifying creature. Those ghostly green eyes seemed to gaze into the abyss. Oh! The piercing scream erupted once more. The 3 young ladies hastened toward the window in a frenzy. Even at this juncture, they were still shoving and pushing each other. Observing them, Zhang Xian felt a surge of murderous intent. These 3 harlots are no better. Though Fan Xiao is a wretch, I cannot forgive their instigations. With this thought, Zhang Xian stepped inside, still clutching the screaming Fan Xiao in his left hand. At this moment, the 3 young ladies collapsed in terror, their bodies trembled violently, their faces etched with fear. The boar-like Ren Tinting shrieked frantically. Don't kill me, I'm filthy, I'm sick. I have contagious diseases. But in the next moment, the colossal figure loomed before the trio. With a thunderous stomp, Ren Tinting's corpulent form exploded like a watermelon. Shattered bones struck the 2 remaining girls like bullets. In an instant, flesh split open, and blood gushed forth. Witnessing this horror, Fan Xiao let out another blood-curdling scream. Without hesitation, Zhang Xian delivered 2 more crushing kicks. Boom, boom, a storm of blood and flesh erupted within the dormitory. A paper flew into the air from the shockwave, fluttering before Zhang Xian, but in the next second, he was suddenly struck by a realization. What is this? Chapter 71, The Overbearing Zombie Falls for Me. At this moment, with Zhang Xian's keen eyesight, he could discern the details of a paper slip that floated down before him. Peach Pink Boys 66th Generation Concert. Date, August the 20th, 2050. Venue, Binhai Sports Stadium, Donghai City. As he absorbed the information on the concert ticket, a tempest of emotions surged within Zhang Xian. The Peach Pink Boys 66th Generation, they are actually holding a concert today in Donghai City, at the Binhai Sports Stadium. This Peach Pink Boys group has a legion of devoted fans. Their concerts are typically packed to the rafters. The Binhai Sports Stadium can accommodate at least 30 to 40,000 people. Moreover, it's an open-air venue. Does this not imply that there will be 30 to 40,000 zombies within its confines? Contemplating this, Zhang Xian's heart was thoroughly set ablaze with excitement. By heavens! What a stroke of fortune, finding this without a trace of effort. Once the concert commences, the stadium will be sealed. Presumably, those 30 to 40,000 zombies are still trapped inside. If I can eliminate these 30 to 40,000 zombies, I am certain to ascend to the realm of the hairy zombie. Yet, I fear that if these zombies turn on each other, a zombie king may emerge, which would pose significant complications. Damn it! I'll take the gamble. If I can't defeat them, I can at least flee. Let us give it a shot. A bicycle may become a motorcycle. As long as I can elevate myself to the hairy zombie level, the world is my oyster. Meanwhile, the incessant shrieking of Fan Xiao in his grasp had finally ceased, her voice rendered hoarse from the effort. Gazing at Fan Xiao, who resembled a lifeless fish, Zhang Xian mused, before I venture to the Binhai Sports Stadium, I shall allow this wretched woman to experience what true terror feels like. In the next moment, Zhang Xian shifted his massive frame, dragging Fan Xiao towards the door. Confusion washed over Fan Xiao's dazed expression. Why isn't he killing me? Why? He has ruthlessly slain those three wretches. Why is he sparing me? Could it be? Is he enamored with my beauty, or has he developed feelings for me? Beauty and the Beast. An overbearing monster in love with me. Or perhaps I am the destined heroine from a novel. It must be one of these reasons, otherwise, why would he not kill me? His slaughter of those three wretches was undoubtedly revenge for my confinement outside. It must be so. As long as I can survive, I will endure anything. At that moment, Fan Xiao remained blissfully unaware of the grim fate that awaited her. Meanwhile, at the Binhai Sports Stadium, the sudden downpour had caught everyone off guard. Inside, the stadium was still ablaze with lights. At the entrance, a small squad was making its way towards the doorway. The two leading figures wielded iron rods, while a tall figure brandished a tang knife. These were two evolved individuals dispatched by Major General Han. Following them were 10 fully armed soldiers, all equipped with cold weapons, clearly selected from their ranks for their evolutionary capabilities. The group was splattered with blood, evidently having endured numerous battles along their path. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the stadium, where a few zombies were wandering aimlessly. Their attire indicated they were security personnel from Jixiang Sanbao, the ultimate fate of the novel's author. The two leaders exchanged glances and charged forward. In mere moments, they closed the distance of several dozen meters, their bodies evidently enhanced. Before the zombies could react, the man swung his iron rod downwards, shattering the zombie's skull like a watermelon. A flash of the knife, and the zombie before the woman was swiftly dispatched. In an instant, the ground was littered with the remains of the zombies, their bodies becoming nourishment for the two. As they felt the surge of energy coursing through their veins, excitement gleamed in their eyes. They exchanged glances filled with unspoken understanding. The 10 soldiers who followed closely behind were now at their side. The woman wielding the tang knife spoke coldly, Feng Ji, don't rush, let us first use the drone to scout inside. There are at least 50,000 people in there. If any of them have evolved into zombies, we would be utterly outmatched by a zombie king. Upon hearing this, the burly man named Jiao Feng smiled broadly. As always, you think ahead, Yao Mai. The flirtation in his tone was palpable. In the next moment, Jiao Feng retrieved a small drone from behind him. Moments later, images from inside the stadium appeared before them. Under the vibrant glow of multicolored neon lights, hordes of zombies wandered aimlessly. Some of the zombies even swayed to the music, though their movements left much to be desired. Seeing this scene, the two were elated. Fantastic, these zombies have not evolved, they are all at the lowest level. With our equipment, they won't breach our defenses. They are doomed. This is nothing short of a divine experience pool. Killing them, I can hardly fathom how powerful we will become. The alluring woman, Han Yao, nodded vigorously. Feng Ji, from now on, we shall lean on each other in this apocalypse, keeping each other warm. I will prepare your favorite 699 meal every day. Upon hearing her enticing words, Jiao Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. Yao Mai, I love you. With the apocalypse upon us, you need not return to that dreadful workplace. Han Yao's eyes glistened with tears. Yes, the apocalypse has indeed arrived. My gambling-addicted father, my bedridden mother, my school-going younger brother, they are likely all gone now. Feng Ji, you will be I will protect you. My devotion will be unwavering. Hearing his earnest promise, Han Yao lowered her head, a blush adorning her cheeks. A soft, almost inaudible voice broke the silence. Feng Ji, once this mission concludes, would you like to try the 3-hour service? Upon hearing this, Jiao Feng's face turned beet red. All right. Yao Mai, stay close, and I'll take you places. However, at that moment, the display screen in his hand began to flicker with lights, emanating a peculiar frequency. Frowning, Jiao Feng remarked, someone appears to be calling for help. I can't believe there are still survivors. Well, since it's convenient, let's rescue them. Meanwhile, within the VIP lounge of the stadium, a dozen individuals were gathered excitedly by the glass, shaking their phones. It's a drone. A real drone. Someone's coming to save us. This is amazing. Zhao Yiming beamed with excitement as he glanced at the high-tech beauty beside him, who nodded eagerly in response. Yes, Brother Ming, we can finally escape. Zhao Yiming's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed towards the distant entrance. I just wonder if it's that super muscular man we saw on the phone. And at this moment, Zhang Xian's figure appeared on the street outside the financial university, still holding the flustered Fan Xiao in his grip. Chapter 72. On this rainy night, the Maybark. The chill of early autumn swept over Fan Xiao's body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, yet her eyes were filled with confusion. What exactly does he intend to do? He neither kills me nor lets me go. It's so cold. If those mediocre men see me like this, I might have to resort to manual labor. Just thinking about their sleazy appearances is truly revolting. After much hesitation, Fan Xiao could no longer restrain herself and softly spoke, can you understand my words? Since you are not going to kill me, could you perhaps set me down first? I'm feeling a bit chilly. However, Zhang Xian feigned ignorance, his emerald eye scanning the surroundings. Damn it, the zombies nearby have all been drawn away. Finding one now is proving to be quite the challenge. Just then, several figures appeared in Zhang Xian's line of sight. To his astonishment, they were workers clad in sanitation uniforms, but they had transformed into soulless zombies, aimlessly wandering beside a vehicle. Ironically, one of the zombies sported a bright orange warning cone atop its head, reminiscent of a scene from the game Plants vs. Zombies. Zhang Xian's heart leaped with joy. Fantastic, I've finally found some zombies. Hey, gentlemen, stop running around, it's time to eat. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Xian was astonished to discover that the vehicle next to the zombies was, in fact, a Maybark. A chill crept over him. Isn't this quite the coincidence? A Maybark, at that. Though it may not be that one, it will suffice. In my previous life, that wretched Fan Xiao was howling in a Maybark. This time, I shall have her howling in one as well. With that thought, Zhang Xian carried Fan Xiao towards the Maybark, and she too had noticed the luxurious vehicle. Her gaze was instantly drawn to its license plate. Not Mr. Li's car. Fan Xiao, in a moment like this, you're still thinking about that. I had intended to accompany him in the next few days, but who would have thought a zombie outbreak would occur? It seems you lack the fortune for such matters. However, in the next second, Fan Xiao spotted the wandering sanitation zombies nearby. Her face paled in shock, but upon recalling Zhang Xian's presence, her expression softened. HMPH. The sheer number of zombies he has dispatched makes these few insignificant. HMPH, sanitation workers, the most unambitious men. Only in a post-apocalyptic world would you have the privilege to see the likes of me. Yet, in the next moment, Fan Xiao realized she was approaching the sanitation zombies. What does he intend to do? Is he planning to take me to slay these zombies? Shouldn't they be carried on shoulders? Why am I being held in his hands instead? As Zhongxian drew near, the zombies seemed to sense his presence. However, upon detecting the terrifying aura emanating from him, they trembled and retreated. Witnessing this, Zhongxian felt a wave of frustration. Why are you running? I'm here to serve you a meal. By the time Zhongxian brought Fan Xiao to the vehicle, the sanitation zombies had retreated several meters. Fan Xiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this what they mean by an aura of dominance in novels? These zombies are retreating upon seeing him. It's simply too cool. But in the next moment, a loud bang echoed. Zhongxian had violently yanked open the Maybach's door. The vehicle's alarm blared throughout the street. Hearing the commotion, the nearby zombies rushed towards the sound. Before Fan Xiao could react, a sudden force propelled her into the back seat of the Maybach. Bang! Another resounding thud followed as Zhongxian slammed the door shut, locking it securely. As she entered the car, the biting cold wind vanished, and a warmth began to envelop Fan Xiao's body. Gazing at the towering figure outside, her eyes brimmed with satisfaction. So that's it, he understands my words. He knows I'm cold, hence placing me inside the car. Clearly, this unknown creature has some interest in me. HMPH. With him protecting me, why should I fear anyone else? And what about that vixen, Lung Ningxiang? Aren't you supposed to be exceptionally wealthy? What good is your wealth now? Just let me cross paths with you. Otherwise, I'll have my knight turn you into mincemeat. At that moment, the distant zombies were charging towards them. The imposing figure outside moved in their direction. Watching that grand silhouette, a warmth surged within Fan Xiao's heart. Is this what they call boyfriend power? He places me in a safe spot while he confronts the zombies ahead. I suddenly feel quite fortunate to be with this creature. Though I wonder if he possesses the capability, otherwise, I might be in for a tough time. But in the next moment, Fan Xiao was astonished to see that the massive figure was actually carrying two zombies towards her. At that point, she was still processing the situation, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What is he trying to do? In the next instant, that imposing figure arrived at the car, releasing its grip on the two zombies, who stood there in a daze. Inside the Maybach, Fan Xiao was equally bewildered. Just then, the other door was abruptly yanked open. The colossal figure seized one of the zombies and clambered into the vehicle. Gazing upon its blood-soaked, grotesque face, Fan Xiao screamed in terror. No! I don't want this, get them out of here. Yet, Zhongxian had no intention of obeying her command. With a slight exertion, the zombie was thrust upon Fan Xiao's pristine thigh. The proximity of its flesh and blood triggered a primal instinct in the zombie, causing it to forget its fear of Zhongxian. It opened its mouth wide and lunged to bite. The searing pain crashed into Fan Xiao's mind like a tsunami. Oh, it's biting me, hurry, throw it out. Help, help me. Oh, it hurts, get away. Fan Xiao's piercing screams echoed through the air. Zhongxian felt a surge of satisfaction as he opened the front door and tossed in another two zombies. Inside the vehicle, Fan Xiao was already torn and blooded, the scent of blood igniting the frenzy in the two zombies, who pounced on her like ravenous dogs. Zhongxian slammed the door shut, relishing the sounds of her screams and the scene unfolding within. Go on, scream, weren't you quite fond of it in your previous life? The excruciating agony drove Fan Xiao to pound against the window, desperately seeking Zhongxian's aid. In response to her pleading gaze, Zhongxian slowly lowered his head. His sharp claws brushed aside the hair covering his face, revealing his terrifying visage. Chapter 73, The Feast of Carnage begins. As that dark green visage appeared outside the window, Fan Xiang was momentarily frozen in place within the car. Even as the agony of being devoured by the undead surged like a tidal wave, it could not extinguish the shock that engulfed her heart. Despite the grotesque and terrifying transformation of the person before her, how could she possibly fail to recognize someone with whom she had shared 3 years of her life? It's him. Zhongxian, it's truly him. He is not dead, or has he become one of them? In that instant, Fan Xiang seemed to grasp the entirety of her grim reality. He is seeking revenge on me. All of this is to ensure my suffering. Why must he treat me this way? What wrong have I committed? I've merely acted as any girl would. Even at the precipice of death, Fan Xiang remained convinced of her innocence. The dry leaves painted in green could not alter the already decayed and foul roots beneath. But just then, a searing pain erupted in her chest. A substantial chunk of her flesh was being gnawed upon by the zombie before her. The indescribable agony bombarded her mind like a barrage of explosives. Zhongxian, save me. I realize my mistakes. I truly understand my errors. I am so sorry. It's all my fault, please. I do not wish to die. Fan Xiang's desperate cries echoed through the air. Yet, within Zhongxian, there was an unyielding calm. Her pleas for mercy do not signify true remorse, they stem from her awareness of her imminent demise. His cold gaze surveyed the chaos within the vehicle. Chunks of flesh were being violently torn apart and consumed. The once piercing cries for help grew increasingly feeble until they faded into silence. Meanwhile, nearly 100 zombies had gathered menacingly ahead, fixated on Zhongxian. The woman within the car had ceased to breathe, her skeletal remains now exposed. Only then did Zhongxian slowly rise, his eerie green eyes coldly scanning the horizon. Dead, she is finally dead. That wretched woman. With the dust settled, a splendid future awaits me. This moment calls for a vigorous battle to celebrate. With that thought, Zhongxian's figure shot forth like a tiger unleashed, charging towards the distant horde of zombies. Wherever he passed, the undead were shattered into pieces. In merely a minute, a towering figure stood alone on the street, surrounded by the remnants of the slain. As he absorbed the ceaseless flow of energy, his thirst for carnage remained undiminished. Too few. Not exhilarating enough. A grand battle is imperative. Haisha Stadium, here I come. In the next heartbeat, Zhongxian's silhouette transformed into a blur, racing towards the stadium. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Maybach, 3 zombies continued to feast upon the mangled corpse. Yet, at that moment, a pair of terrified eyes shimmered with a brilliant crimson hue. An incredibly piercing scream erupted from Fan Xiang's lips, her arm, now but bone, thrust forward with sudden ferocity, piercing through the skull of a nearby zombie. In the blink of an eye, the 3 zombies collapsed, their brains splattered across the ground. Within her blood-red gaze burned a feral fury. Utterly deranged, the skeletal arm struck out. Bam! The Maybach's door was violently flung aside. The nearly fleshless body crawled out from within the vehicle, gazing at the city skyline. Fan Xiang let out a primal roar. The sharp sound wave seemed poised to shatter the heavens. A malevolent aura emanated from her blood-colored eyes, but just then, a tremendous crash reverberated behind her. Boom! The ground trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Hearing the noise from behind, the fierce Fan Xiang slowly turned around. In the next instant, a figure resembling a demonic deity was reflected in her crimson pupils. It was Zhongxian. In an instant, her ferocious gaze transformed into one of clarity, revealing boundless fear and confusion. Wait. Has he truly become a zombie? He still appears quite formidable. Fortunately, I felt that killing her would be too merciful, otherwise, she might have truly escaped. With this thought, amidst Fan Xiang's bewildered stare, Zhongxian raised his eerie green claws, releasing dark green miasma. A flash of cold light. In an instant, the nearly skeletal form of Fan Xiang was shattered into fragments, scattered across the ground. At that moment, an endless wave of corpse energy radiated from Zhongxian, enveloping the area. The miasma washed over the scattered remains, creating an unsettling sizzling sound that made the skin crawl. In merely a second, only a pool of red and white liquid remained on the ground. Zhongxian nodded in satisfaction. Now that feels right. If you were to revive from this, you would not be a zombie, you would be a celestial being. In the next heartbeat, Zhongxian's figure blurred and shot away. The destination, Haisha Stadium. At this moment, at the entrance of Haisha Stadium, several figures emerged. They were the evolution team led by Jiao Feng and his companion. Gazing at the densely packed zombies before them, their eyes burned with fervor. Exchanging glances, they shared a look filled with cunning and pride. Meanwhile, in the distant VIP room, Zhao Yiming and a dozen others leaned against the windows, peering towards the entrance. Upon spotting the crouching figure, excitement filled their eyes. Someone is coming to rescue us, how marvelous, we won't have to wait here to die. Yet, Zhao Yiming's elongated eyes were filled with disappointment. It's not that superhero from online. These individuals, while seemingly competent, are clearly weaker. Sigh, I had hoped to latch onto that great figure's coattails and soar in this apocalypse, even if I merely got the scraps, that would suffice. Regardless of the time, if one wishes to ascend, one must learn to cling to the powerful and be a sycophant. Reality is not a novel. Being a sycophant can still yield power and influence, there are no protagonists to be found. But it seems that opportunity has slipped away. Never mind, although this leg may not be robust, I shall surely utilize it to find a stronger one. Zhao Yiming remained steadfast in his life philosophy. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Jiao Feng and Han Yao had already prepared for battle. In the next moment, Jiao Feng slowly raised his ARM. As it descended, the group shot forth like arrows released from a bow. Their weapons whistled through the air as they charged towards the encroaching zombies. Thus, the Feast of Slaughter officially commenced. Chapter 74, Celestial Warriors Descend, a rampage of bloodshed. Though only 12 figures emerged, they surged forth like tigers amidst a flock of sheep. Wherever they passed, skulls shattered and bodies were severed. Under the frenzied slaughter of these 12 individuals, it resembled a meat grinder. Dozens of zombies were mercilessly dismembered every single second. As they felt that peculiar energy surging into their bodies, Jiao Feng and the others were filled with exhilaration. Kill. Annihilate them all. The pace of the massacre escalated, with waves of zombies collapsing every second. Meanwhile, in the distant VIP room, the onlookers were erupting in thunderous cheers as they beheld the madly slaughtering squad. Are so powerful, these must be the nation's hidden super soldiers. It seems the nation has deployed more than just one super soldier. I told you, the country must be concealing such formidable warriors. They must be masters of ancient martial arts, otherwise, how could they be so strong? At this moment, the disappointment on Zhao Yiming's face was instantly swept away, replaced by an overwhelming excitement. Damn. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. I never imagined the might of this ally would far exceed my expectations. I must seize this opportunity, it may very well be my only hope for survival in this apocalypse. Zhao Yiming understood well that in the apocalypse, being merely an ordinary citizen rendered one's life nearly worthless. Only by aligning with the powerful could there be a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the stadium had transformed into a scene of carnage. Each fallen zombie represented a surge of energy flooding into the crowd. Jiao Feng, wielding an iron rod, roared with fury, swinging the rod with precision. As his strength gradually increased, the whooshing sound of the iron rod intensified. Finally, after hundreds of kills, the rod's durability reached 0. After crushing a zombie's skull, it bent completely. Consumed by bloodlust, Jiao Feng let out a furious roar and hurled the iron rod. In the next second, a punch erupted, shattering the skull of the zombie before him. Each strike was capable of piercing through flesh and pulverizing bone. Moments later, the tang knife in the woman's hand snapped, yet the slaughter showed no signs of abating, as her ethereal figure flitted through the arena. Her fingers, akin to daggers, severed the heads of zombies with alarming speed. The duo's pace of exterminating zombies accelerated further. Even though the soldiers wielded weapons, they could not compare to the speed of the two. As they beheld the frenzied killing, the spectators in the VIP room were utterly enraptured. They danced and cheered like wild monkeys. Awesome. 666. That uncle is so strong, I want to marry him. Sister. Brother is scared, I need your protection. Only those around 20 years old expressed their exhilaration. Time passed second by second, and the number of zombies dwindled. After a mere 10 minutes, nearly half of the zombies had been completely vanquished. At this moment, the combat style within the arena underwent a complete transformation. Jiao Feng unleashed a punch. Instantly, the zombie before him exploded. Shattered bones shot forth like bullets, taking down dozens of zombies in an instant. His entire body resembled a killing machine, unleashing terrifying power with each swing. The woman's figure, more like an apparition, was ruthlessly harvesting zombies. The 10 soldiers also noticeably increased their pace in vanquishing foes. Yet, at this moment, the people in the VIP room began to realize something was amiss. Wait, why do I feel like they're getting stronger? You're not mistaken, it truly seems that their power and speed are gradually increasing. Upon overhearing the discussions around him, Zhao Yiming's pupils constricted. Could it be that killing zombies enhances one's own abilities? Damn. Suddenly, the VIP room was filled with groans of regret. Shit. Are we just guarding a treasure mountain? There are so many zombies here, and we haven't even killed a few. What a colossal opportunity we've missed. Despite their lamentations, not a single person rushed down to join the battle. The slaughter continued, and as the killing speed intensified, 7 or 8 minutes later, the entire stadium had become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The 12 figures stood amidst it all, resembling 12 deities, exuding a terrifying aura. Especially the 2 leaders, whose dark brown eyes shimmered with a glimmer of light. Gao Feng turned around, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the woman before him. Yao Mai. Can you feel it? It seems an energy is brewing within us. It feels as though we are on the brink of evolution. The woman's face flushed, her breathing quickened, as the high-tech gauntlet trembled slightly. I feel it, Brother Feng. It's so comfortable. But it still feels like we're just a tad short. Just that little bit. Hearing her words, Zhao Feng eagerly concurred. Yes. Just that little bit. Meanwhile, the crowd in the VIP room emerged, looking utterly dejected, clearly still mourning the grand opportunity they had missed. Yet amidst the crowd, Zhao Yiming wore a beaming smile, sprinting towards Zhao Feng and the others in the distance. But in the next second, he stood frozen in place, astonished to see the 2 charging madly towards the soldiers. Faced with the sudden onslaught of Zhao Feng and his companion, the 10 soldiers displayed no signs of panic. They swiftly drew micro-submachine guns from their waists, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward the Duo.Ata temporary command center far away in the development zone. Major General Han looked disdainfully at the screen before him. HMPH. Do you really think I would trust you that much? A pile of mud can't be propped up. But the next moment, the smug expression on Major General Han's face froze. On the screen, as the 10 micro-submachine guns opened fire, Zhao Feng's robust figure stood defiantly in front of the woman. Bullets mercilessly struck his body, yet alarmingly, the areas hit merely showed signs of slight redness, causing no substantial harm to the man before them. In the next instant, the woman's figure shot forth. In the blink of an eye, she was beside one of the soldiers. Her hand reached out, piercing through the bulletproof vest, leaving the soldier cold and lifeless. The remaining soldiers quickly redirected their guns, but at that moment, the man's figure surged forward. In the span of a breath, all 10 soldiers lay lifeless on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Major General Han in the command center sprang to his feet, his expression dark and foreboding. Damn it, how could they evolve so rapidly? We've weathered great storms, yet here we are, capsized in a ditch. Deploy drones, drop incendiary bombs. We must eliminate these 2 at all costs. Chapter 76, Stealing My Minions, a sin worthy of death. In the midst of the stadium, as the deaths of these 10 warriors unfolded, the intensity in the eyes of the 2 individuals grew ever more pronounced. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yiming and his companions stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss as to their next move. The elegantly adorned woman gazed longingly at the man. Brother Feng. I never anticipated that the old rascal had a backup plan, solely to thwart us. If it weren't for you just now, I might have been turned into a sieve. Brother Feng, you are truly kind to me. In all my years, no man has ever treated me with such care. After all, you are the first woman to declare that I am handsome, and the first to penetrate my heart. If you desire, I would even offer you my very heart. As the man spoke with gentle eyes and heartfelt confessions, the woman's gaze mirrored the depths of her affection. In the next moment, her delicate form slipped into his embrace, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. Brother Feng, marry me. From now on, I shall be your wife. Listening to her tender words, and the woman quivered in his arms. Brother Feng, from now on, I am yours, and you are my only man. Marry me, is that agreeable? Her heartfelt words caused Feng's face to flush. He pulled her tightly into his embrace, declaring with conviction, I will marry you. I shall take no one but you. Upon hearing the man's promise, the woman slowly extended her delicate hand, gracefully moving towards their destination, her fox-like eyes glimmering with a cold light. Brother Feng, do not rush. Once we leave this place, we shall be together forever. You are in me, and I am in you. At this moment, the woman's fingers suddenly splayed open, yet, in an instant, an immense force erupted from the man's arms. His once tender embrace transformed into an unyielding vice. Before the woman could react, he held her firmly. There's no need to wait for that moment, Sister Yao. Right now, you and I shall become one. You are in me, and I am in you. The woman, trapped and her pupils constricted, was filled with panic, yet she continued to speak softly, her voice tinged with sorrow. Brother Feng, what are you doing? There are others here, this is inappropriate. Please ease your grip, I can hardly breathe. Let me go, this is mortifying. But the man merely grinned. Sister Yao, I cannot bear to release you. If I do, my heart will truly be yours. Upon hearing this, the woman realized that her plan had been uncovered. Her heavily made-up face twisted in rage. You deceived me, everything along this journey has been a lie. Feng let out a cold laugh. Likewise, you have deceived me as well. Surely you do not naively believe. I have heard this kind of talk countless times. A woman who turns over a new leaf does so either for money or to become a mother. As these words left his lips, the fire of fury ignited in the woman's eyes. I underestimated you. She roared in anger, her delicate form thrashing wildly. However, her strength was negligible in comparison to the man's. Stay still, Sister Yao, this will soon be over, soon you and I shall be together forever. As the man's voice resonated, his grip tightened further. Crack, the sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. The woman's face flushed crimson, as if she were about to bleed. Even the effort to scream became an unattainable luxury. Crimson blood, tinged with a hint of blue, streamed from her orifices. In the next moment, her flesh exploded under the terrifying force. Two blobs of high-tech hyaluronic acid detonated alongside. Her body twisted and contorted, devoid of any breath. Only then did Feng release his embrace. The woman's mangled form collapsed to the ground. This scene rendered Zhao Yiming and the others, who were watching from a distance, utterly dumbfounded. They promptly opened the VIP room door and dove back inside. With the woman's demise, a surge of energy instantaneously coursed through the man's body. In the next moment, Feng let out a thunderous roar. Oh! As the sound echoed, a yellowish light flickered in his eyes. The man's already formidable physique swelled uncontrollably. Standing at 160 centimeters, he quickly surpassed 2 meters. His garments tore apart, revealing dark yellow skin. Before the astonished gazes of Zhao Yiming and the others, the man's skin began to manifest patterns, resembling that of a massive yellowish rock. Within mere breaths, a figure of approximately 2 meters and 50 centimeters stood in place, completely encased in yellowish rock armor, strikingly similar to the thing from the Fantastic Four. The individuals in the VIP room were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? Has he evolved? Has he truly become a superhero? This physique is comparable to that of the strongman online. My goodness, this is no superhero, this is a monster, a creature of slaughter. At this moment, in the temporary command center of the development zone, Major General Han gazed at the unfolding events on the screen, his eyes filled with shock. How can this be? The sheer number of slain zombies has reached a certain threshold, and he awakens a special power. What exactly is happening in this zombie apocalypse? We must kill him, he must not escape. Who knows what chaos would ensue? With this thought, Major General Han seized the nearby communicator. Quick, hurry. Accelerate the tanks, prepare the mortars, under no circumstances must he escape from Donghai City. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Hanhai Stadium, a towering figure appeared. It was the tardy Zhang Xian. Damn it, I forgot I wasn't familiar with Hanhai Stadium. The signposts in Donghai City are utterly chaotic. After grumbling, Zhongxian gazed at the stadium before him, his heart suddenly tightening. It can't be. Why is it so quiet? Having finally found my way here, please don't tell me the concert has been cancelled. With this thought, Zhongxian hurriedly dashed towards the stadium. Upon reaching the entrance, he lifted his gaze. The distant yellow figure and the sea of zombies instantly caught his eye. A thunderclap sounded in his mind. Damn it, it's escalating, the Rockman is stealing my minions. Chapter 77, A Clash of Dragons and Tigers. Is this all you've got? Amidst the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, a towering figure stood resolutely. Its muscular frame was adorned with earthy yellow rock. A formidable aura rose, palpable and oppressive. Zhongxian felt a shiver run down his spine. There's no trace of death energy on him, which indicates this fellow is human. I never imagined that humans could actually grow stronger by slaying zombies. No wonder my sister has been acting like a whirlwind of darkness, so this is the reason. This guy appears quite powerful. Just look at the countless corpses strewn about. There must be tens of thousands of zombies. I wonder if I can defeat him. As Zhongxian pondered, the stone giant in the distance suddenly lifted its head, its earthy yellow eyes fixated intently on Zhongxian, a flicker of surprise crossing its gaze, swiftly replaced by wild elation. Har har har. Truly a feast bestowed by the heavens. I've just evolved, and here's a meal delivered right to my door. Finally, I'm not the one delivering meals anymore. This fellow's physique seems comparable to mine. His strength should be on par. However, judging by his appearance, he must be a zombie. Yet, I can sense that my defensive capabilities have reached a terrifying level. Even if I can't kill him, I can certainly protect myself. Clearly, both individuals cherished their hard-won power and were silently assessing each other's combat capabilities. With this thought, the stone giant took a step forward, instantly crushing the corpses beneath its feet into a gruesome pulp. In the next moment, the stone giant slowly extended its robust middle finger, presenting Zhongxian with an international gesture. Zhongxian could hardly tolerate such provocation. Damn it, this brat dares to provoke me. My current maximum speed has already surpassed the speed of sound. Even if I can't kill you, I can easily ensure my own safety. How can I endure this? Zhongxian maneuvered his colossal form towards. After a few breaths, amidst the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, the two monstrous figures faced each other from a distance, scrutinizing one another. Upon catching sight of Zhongxian, the onlookers in the VIP room gasped in astonishment. Isn't that the superhero from the internet? I never expected him to look so terrifying. Are you out of your mind? That appearance screams zombie. He's no superhero. But neither of these two are good news. It seems they are about to battle. It would be best if they both perish, allowing us to escape. Meanwhile, everything in the arena had already been detected by the drones hovering above. In the temporary command center located in the development zone, Major General Han gazed at the screen displaying the two colossal figures, his eyes ablaze with intensity. It's that guy. He is actually a zombie. Look at that size. He is definitely an evolved one. With him here, we can stall that traitor, Gao Feng. Once the drones and tanks arrive, neither of these two will escape. At this moment in the arena, the two massive figures were sizing each other up, neither willing to strike first. Both regarded the other as an adversary of equal strength. In a battle between titans, even the most trivial details could determine the outcome. The stone giant, embodying Gao Feng, felt a chill within. I can sense his strength. Not far away, Zhongxian experienced ripples of awareness. I can feel that he perceives my strength. At this moment, the spectators in the VIP room and Major General Han before the screen wore solemn expressions. We can feel it. Both of these individuals are immensely powerful. Time ticked away, yet Gao Feng began to lose his patience. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. If I delay, the military personnel will arrive. Although I'm strong now, I'm still no match for an entire modern army. I will attack with all my might. If I can kill him, I will. If not, I will seek another opportunity later. With this thought, the stone giant suddenly propelled itself forward, charging at Zhongxian like a mountain. The corpses beneath its feet exploded into a gruesome mess. At that moment, the onlookers braced themselves. Is this evenly matched battle finally about to begin? A clash of dragons and tigers is about to unfold before us. The crowd instinctively grabbed their snacks, popcorn in hand. Yet, as the stone giant charged, Zhang Xian felt a wave of disbelief. Is this the speed you possess? This is hardly impressive. Damn it, let us go. If I can't defeat you, I can at least outrun you. With that thought, Zhang Xian unleashed his maximum speed without hesitation. The terrifying power within him erupted forth. Boom, in an instant, the ground trembled, the earth within a 3-meter radius shattered explosively, the overwhelming shockwave radiated outward, the surrounding corpses were instantly transformed. The debris and blood mist erupted throughout the arena. Boom, following that, another thunderous sound echoed. In a mere moment, Zhang Xian's speed had already breached the sound barrier. The deafening sonic boom reverberated throughout the entire arena. Gazing at the scene before him, Jiao Feng, the stone giant, felt his pupils constrict. No, this display is far too grand. The speed inducing a sonic boom, the earth-shattering power, what kind of monster is this? This is outright fraud. It's over, I misjudged. Calm down, I still possess my defenses, as sturdy as a rock. Yet, in the next second, the colossal figure had already appeared before the stone giant. A ghostly green mist enveloped its claws, swirling ominously, like a streak of emerald lightning. It shot through the air, aiming directly for the stone giant's chest. The billowing dust obscured both figures. At that moment in the VIP room, the onlookers were left speechless, their snacks scattering across the floor. Is this Hollywood special effects? This zombie is too flashy. And there are sound effects. My ears are about to burst. You ignorant fool, that's a sonic boom, a sonic boom. What on earth, you mean that's a sonic boom? It's a humanoid fighter jet. Meanwhile, Major General Han's expression darkened like troubled waters. Too powerful. They are simply not in the same league. In just a few hours, this guy's speed has exceeded the speed of sound. In the arena, as the dust settled, a multitude of eyes turned to witness the spectacle. Yet, what they beheld left them in stunned silence. There stood only one figure amidst the chaos. It was Zhang Xian, his claws poised in an attacking stance. Meanwhile, the stone giant had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, the crowd was left bewildered. What happened? Where did the stone giant go? Where could he have gone? Did he escape underground? Major General Han furrowed his brow in concern. Quick, reverse the footage, zoom in frame by frame. Neither of these two will escape. At this moment, Zhang Xian remained in a daze, two words echoing in his mind. Is that it? Chapter 78, The Global Apocalypse, Endless Despair. In the development zone, the usually composed Major General Han was now fixated on the screen before him with an intensity that was palpable. He needed to ascertain what had just transpired. As the pixels of the image sharpened into clarity, the truth of the situation was revealed in that moment. The instant he beheld the scene, even the battle-hardened Major General Han could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. His robust frame trembled uncontrollably on the screen. The moment the eerie green claws made contact with the stone figure, it penetrated as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. However, what followed was an explosive force of unparalleled ferocity. The stone figure's mighty form erupted like fireworks on New Year's Eve, disintegrating into a cloud of debris that scattered with the wind. A formidable warrior thus fell. In the next instant, Major General Han's thunderous roar echoed throughout the command center. Artillery unit. Launch ground-to-ground missiles. Startled, a nearby colonel gaped in disbelief. Are you certain you wish to fire ground-to-ground missiles? They would obliterate the entire stadium area, and it's highly likely. Before he could finish, Major General Han spun around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the colonel with fierce intensity. Immediately. At once. If that creature escapes from Donghai City, it could unleash a cataclysmic storm. Meanwhile, inside the stadium, in the VIP room, the onlookers were utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the distant Zhang Xian. The unfolding scene made Zhang Xian question his very existence. Wait, how can he be so weak? Isn't this a waste of my emotions? Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Xian felt an overwhelmingly terrifying energy surge into his being. Every cell within him rejoiced in ecstasy. A cacophony of cracking sounds emanated from within his body. Jiang Xian was instantly elated. I'm about to break through. I'm finally reaching the level of a Mao Jiang. However, just then, a series of violent sounds arose. Boom, the ground trembled, bright lights flickered in the distant sky, accompanied by explosive sounds, shooting towards this location like meteors. Gazing at the spectacle above, the people in the VIP room were left in astonishment. What is that? So fast. Beside them, Zhou Yiming's pupils contracted. Oh my god, those are missiles. At that moment, Jiang Xian's emerald green pupils widened in shock. Damn it, supersonic missiles, they are moving too fast, I can't evade. Run. Who knows what kind of warhead he's carrying? With this thought, Jiang Xian's massive form surged forward, yet, as he reached the entrance, 3 missiles, each over a meter in length, had already entered the stadium, hurtling towards him. Damn. Precision guidance, terminal control, I can't avoid it. Boom, in the next second, a blinding light, accompanied by an unparalleled shockwave, enveloped the area. Under the horrific heat, the corpses on the ground vaporized instantly. Fiery orange flames surged upward, forming a fireball that soared over 10 meters high. The ground heaved like ocean waves. In merely an instant, the terrifying shockwave swept across the entire stadium. The earth shook. Dust filled the air. The stadium had vanished without a trace. All that remained were fragments scattered across the ground. Just seconds later, dozens of drones appeared in the sky, dropping incendiary devices. Simultaneously, artillery shells thundered from a distance. The flames roared to life, transforming the surrounding area into an inferno. Flames scorched, shells plowed the earth. Minutes later, as the dust settled, Major General Han finally exhaled, gazing at the screen now engulfed in flames. No matter what you are, under this firepower, you cannot possibly survive. The power of science is the mightiest force. Beneath science, all are but ants. As long as you possess a physical body, you cannot be immune to incendiary devices. Slowly, Major General Han sat down, retrieving a cigarette to light. Just then, a soldier burst in. General, urgent intelligence. In the northern part of Donghai City, a large poultry farm has reported an unidentified creature. It has already destroyed a helicopter. Upon hearing this, the recently seated Major General Han sprang to his feet. Where is the footage? Is there any footage of the scene? Soon, an image appeared on the screen before him. There, a blurry figure could be discerned, vaguely resembling a bird. In the next moment, this shadow zipped past the helicopter at incredible speed. In an instant, the helicopter disintegrated mid-air. In comparison, the figure stood at an astonishing 10 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters. Witnessing this, Major General Han's pupils constricted. Even upon seeing Jiang Xian, he had not faltered. However, at this moment, he staggered backward as if struck by a heavy blow. He appeared utterly disoriented, as if his soul had been snatched away. A nearby soldier rushed over to support him. General, what's wrong? Just then, another soldier dashed in. General, emergency, an unidentified creature has appeared at the Donghai City Zoo. It has already destroyed an armored vehicle. Its size resembles that of a tiger. Upon hearing this, Major General Han's expression darkened. He was about to speak when suddenly, the radio crackled to life. General, urgent situation, our naval vessel has come under attack by an unidentified creature. We have successfully repelled the assailant. At this, Major General Han trembled as he gazed towards the ocean. It's over, everything is over, the apocalypse is truly upon us. Time ticked away, seconds turned to minutes, and the sun rose and set once again. A day passed, yet the entire Donghai city remained eerily quiet, with even the soldiers having urgently evacuated the area. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the train station in Jinju, a military train came to a halt. As the doors opened, a striking figure disembarked from the train, Jiang Xian's sister, Jiang Yuqing. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed into the distance. There, a forklift gradually approached, its lifting arms carrying 2 extraordinarily large axes. The axe handles alone exceeded a meter in length, while the massive axe heads were as large as frying pans. Under the moonlight, they glistened with an eerie glow. Beside these colossal axes lay a mountain cutting knife, a meter long and a palm's width. In comparison to the two monstrous axes, it appeared almost diminutive. The soldiers on guard stared in bewilderment at the approaching forklift. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. "Wow, this treatment is too extravagant. They even customized weapons for us. What on earth? They've taken off the door panels." In the next moment, the young girl dashed forward, effortlessly lifting one of the giant axes from the forklift. As the axe was removed, the forklift swayed slightly. "This will do. Just enough." The radiant moonlight cast a reflection of the girl's satisfied expression upon the AXE.AT. That moment, in Donghai City, a silvery moonbeam descended, illuminating a patch of charred earth. In the next instant, a claw burst forth from the ground. Chapter 79: The Transformation into a Hairy Zombie. Terrifying changes. Under the serene moonlight, the dark golden claws reached towards the heavens. The scene was indescribably eerie. The claws, glimmering with a golden hue, measured nearly 30 centimeters in length, resembling short blades. Wisps of blood-red mist coiled around them. The radiant moonlight seemed to be drawn towards these dark golden claws, condensing within them. In the next moment, accompanied by the tremors of the ground, a colossal figure burst forth from the earth. Its massive frame, despite being hunched over, stood approximately 3 meters tall. Its arms extended past its knees, and its stout legs were slightly bent. Were it not for the human-like limbs, it would appear more akin to a ferocious beast. Its entire body was covered in blood-red fur, short and only about 2 centimeters in length, yet it shimmered like crystal, both terrifying and alluring. Upon the face, shrouded in blood-red fur, gleamed a pair of pale golden eyes, radiating flashes of golden light, exuding an indescribable nobility. It was none other than Zhang Xian, who had completely ascended to the level of a hairy zombie. As Zhang Xian sensed the transformation of his body, a tumultuous wave surged within his heart. So this is the legendary hairy zombie, the pinnacle among low-tier zombies, renowned for its unparalleled physical strength. My power has increased at least tenfold. As for my defense, that remains untested, but the hairy zombie is famed for its formidable defense. I can only imagine that my current defenses surpass my wildest expectations. What astonishes me most is the sheer strength of those 3 missiles were indeed fearsome, capable of breaching my defenses in an instant. Yet, the moment the first strand of red fur emerged, my damaged flesh began to mend at a visibly accelerated rate. Within just a few breaths, they even set fire to me. If it weren't for my transcendent hairy zombie physique, which grants me immunity to flames, I might very well have met my demise. However, in the next moment, Zhang Xian sensed something peculiar about his body. Why do I feel unable to straighten my back? Why are my arms so long? What is happening? Did I merely ascend to the hairy zombie level? Why do I appear to have regressed to a more primitive state? It feels as though the ground is further away from me. This won't do. I must see what I have become. Soon, Zhang Xian's massive form approached a glass exterior wall. Gazing at the reflection in the glass, he was momentarily taken aback. His body was cloaked in blood-red fur, and his pale golden eye sparkled with golden light. His sharp fangs had now transformed into a pale golden hue. Why does it resemble a Super Saiyan transformation, save for my hunched figure? It's quite strange. Why do I not feel any discomfort? It seems my current physique is more suited for battle. Oh well, I've become a zombie, why should I care about appearances? Wait, what happened to the 2 seals on my body, and my family heirloom, the precious jade? That is my imperial jade seal. How dare you, audacious thief, lay hands on me? In the next instant, a vivid memory flashed through Zhang Xian's mind. I seem to recall that at the onset of the explosion, my family heirloom and those 2 seals emitted waves of golden light, as if dissipating. Could they have been destroyed? Oh, this is treason. You are committing treason. Never mind. I don't particularly need those items now. The apocalypse has arrived. My great Xian is... As the scattered zombies caught sight of him, they immediately turned tail and fled, fear evident on their faces. The observant Zhang Xian paused in surprise. Wait, these zombies seem different from before. They certainly wouldn't run away in terror. Moreover, they never displayed expressions of fear. Could it be that these zombies have evolved? Do they possess a modicum of intelligence? With curiosity piqued, Zhang Xian began to scrutinize the zombies surrounding him. It quickly became evident that these zombies had indeed become somewhat smarter. One even attempted to open a door. It appears these zombies have acquired basic intelligence. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 100 meters and stood before a zombie. Zhang Xian was taken aback. My speed has also increased, though I haven't exerted myself fully. I can sense that my current speed is at least 3 times the speed of sound, or 3 Mach. If only I had wings, I could take off at this speed. In the next moment, as the bewildered zombie stared blankly, Zhang Xian's dark golden claws swiftly pierced its body. Yet, what transpired next left Zhang Xian in disbelief. As the dark golden claws entered the zombie's form, it began to wither at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, all that remained on the ground were tattered rags and a pile of unrecognizable dust. The sudden occurrence left Zhang Xian utterly stunned. What, is this really a zombie? This is more akin to a voracious beast. It drained the zombie of all its energy. Is this the terrifying nature of the transcendent hairy zombie? Capable of absorbing all. No, I'm starting to feel a bit afraid of myself. This is utterly monstrous, but I revel in it. Zhao Yiming, you better still be alive. With that thought, Zhang Xian's massive form surged forward into the distance. Meanwhile, in the northern region of Donghai City, military vehicles were stationed. From one of the armored jeeps emerged a figure, Major General Han. In just a day, what was once a man with graying temples now appeared completely white-haired, as if he had aged a decade. At that moment, a colonel approached him, his face filled with disappointment. General, I regret to inform you that the flying zombie has escaped. Its mobility is far too great. No one could have anticipated that animals would turn into zombies. In the next instant, Major General Han's drooping eyelids slowly lifted. What about the tiger in Donghai City? Upon hearing this, the colonel sighed. That tiger is exceedingly strange. It is capable of invisibility. We cannot detect its whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Major General Han closed his eyes in resignation. Very well, forget it. Let us head to Chicheng. The most pressing matter now is to establish a defensive zone. Chapter 80. A tiger, how strange it is. Meanwhile, in the urban area of Donghai City, within the confines of Donghai City First Hospital, a place once illuminated by bright lights now lay shrouded in darkness. In the dim environment, 2 large characters could be faintly discerned. Delivery room. At that moment, the door to an adjacent ward slowly creaked open, and several figures clad in white coats stealthily emerged. Sister Lan, the mother in there, has fallen asleep. What a stroke of luck, we managed to save her from amniotic fluid embolism. Both mother and child are safe. Sister Lan, do you think we've breached the gates of the netherworld and snatched someone back, only to deliver a resounding blow to the... Everyone, please disperse and check on the status of the various entrances. We must not allow the zombies below to ascend. The doctor's voice instantaneously yanked everyone back to reality. The smile that had just appeared vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despondency. The doctor continued, particularly, we must be vigilant about the soundproofing in the nursery. We cannot let the cries of the infants attract the zombies below. Upon hearing this, several doctors nodded heavily, a flicker of light igniting in their otherwise dim eyes. Just then, a girl bearing the insignia of a trainee nurse approached, her expression filled with concern. Sister Lan, you haven't slept for 2 days and nights. Please let us handle the remaining tasks. You should take a proper rest. After a moment of contemplation, the doctor shook her head. You all check the entrances. I will patrol the nursery. As her words fell, the weary doctor made her way toward the nursery. Soon, she arrived at the door of the nursery, where thick soundproofing material had been affixed to the heavy door. The doctor opened the door and stepped inside. Inside the small room, there were a dozen incubators, each containing 2 or even 3 infants. Two nurses were diligently preparing formula, gently patting the infants. Upon witnessing these vibrant little lives, the doctor could no longer suppress the sorrow swelling within her. Tears glistened in her bloodshot eyes. "Oh, poor children, had I known it would come to this, perhaps it would have been better for you not to enter this world." Har. What does it matter if we saved you from amniotic fluid embolism? What does it matter if we snatched you back from the realm of the dead? We still cannot escape the harsh realities of this apocalypse. Noticing the doctor's arrival, the two nurses, both in their 20s, quickly turned to face her. Their youthful faces, however, bore the marks of exhaustion. "Sister Lan, you're here. These little ones are quite obedient. As long as we feed them, they do not cry. Unfortunately, we are running out of formula. It might not last 2 days." With malnutrition, the mothers also have very little. Upon hearing this, the doctor swiftly concealed her disappointment, forcing her expression to appear more composed. "It's all right. Everyone remain calm. There is formula in the supermarket on the first floor. I will find a way to retrieve some." Upon hearing the doctor's words, the nurses' faces were filled with trepidation. "Sister Lan, there are many zombies on the first floor." Retrieving the formula could be dangerous. Before she could finish, the doctor's resolute voice rang out. "You need not worry about that. I will find a way." At this, the two nurses nodded in agreement. Gazing at the lively little beings within the incubators, the doctor felt a deep sense of helplessness. They are still small now, and most of the time they are asleep. Once they grow a bit more, they may not remain so quiet. With this thought, a self-deprecating smile appeared on the doctor's lips. Har. Perhaps I am overthinking. Whether these little ones will even survive to that point remains uncertain. Just then, an infant in the incubator slowly opened its eyes, its puffy little gaze scrutinizing the doctor before a faint smile blossomed on its fair face. In this shadowy environment, it shone like a warm sun in spring. The doctor couldn't help but smile back, her weariness dissipating in the face of that sunshine-like grin. A spark of determination ignited in her dimmed gaze. "Though I do not know how long I can endure, since I have brought you into this world, I shall ensure you do not precede me in leaving it." Meanwhile, several kilometers away, at the largest outdoor square in Donghai City, the Siwu Square, an unsettling scene unfolded. The square was densely populated with thousands of zombies. Strangely, these zombies did not wander aimlessly like others. Instead, they seemed drawn to a specific direction. And the next moment, illuminated by the moonlight, an eerie spectacle took place. The thousands of zombies gradually lowered themselves, kneeling before a fake mountain in the center of the square, yet the mountain was utterly vacant. Then, an even more bizarre occurrence unfolded. A colossal figure slowly emerged atop the fake mountain, a creature resembling a tiger, but distinctly unique, just crouching on the mountain. Its shoulders exceeded 3 meters in height, and its length spanned over 10 meters, dominating the entire mountain. Its dark purple skin glimmered under the moonlight, while its purple eyes radiated an unsettling glow. With a mighty leap, the massive creature descended to the ground, curiously making no sound whatsoever. The zombies before it collapsed to the ground, their eyes reflecting a human-like fear. In the next instant, the purple tiger opened its gaping maw, a peculiar low growl resonating through the air. As the sound reverberated, the hundreds of zombies seemed to receive an unspoken command, dispersing in all directions. Among them, a few dozen headed straight for Donghai City First Hospital. At that very moment, merely a few streets away, a towering figure with crimson fur treaded upon the asphalt road. The moonlight cascaded down upon its blood-red coat, vanishing without a trace. It was Zhang Xian, who had successfully transformed into a hare zombie. Observing the eerily silent and desolate street, Zhang Xian couldn't help but murmur to himself, "How strange. Why is it so quiet? Where are those military personnel? Why can't I find them? I still planned on settling that score." Gazing at his reflection in a nearby glass, a phrase suddenly flickered in Zhang Xian's mind. "Covered in red fur, there are quite a few people.